So give me uno momento, por favor. Wait till they start sending data. Alright, what's up? So before we start, I just kind of want to give you an idea. What the fuck? I just want to give you an idea of what we're getting into, alright? But I gotta make my window small so I don't spoil, alright, the other stuff. So, this will probably be multiple parts, alright? I've collected what I think is the most timeline, accurate thing. So, we're gonna figure this out. And the reason why it's important that the timeline is there is because, this is gonna give us a really good idea of everybody's perspectives. There is a Destiny video in here, that'll be optional. We'll vote kind of on what we want to do. But we have to start off with this and this. So, yeah, that's what we're getting into today. That's why I wanted to take some time before stream to make sure that I had everything all, you know, written down and, you know, in a timeline, alright? Like a professional little dog. So let's get started. Let's kick up some drama. Let's kick up some shit.
DJ AddyPupils.
I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, double no 50, chat can come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got selfie, no Peter Griffey's, for we get Litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, double no 50, chat gang come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got selfie, no Peter Griffey's, for we get Litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys.
What up? Oh, I wasn't muted that one time. That's amazing. How are you guys doing? I've simplified the OBS. So, that's based. So now my coffee thing will finally work. It works like this. I'll show you very quickly. Before we get started, I fixed it. Thank you for resubscribing, Auntifa. You've been a subscriber for many months now. I love you. We're gonna spin that wheel for you right away. But I just want to show you guys that it should work now. So, when you donate through coffee, it should go off like this.
New donation from someone.
Yeah, this works fine. This is great. This is not transphobic at all.
So, we will know what they are saying and everything now. and it will look nice. It won't be like all over the screen, alright? So that's fixed. What else do we have to go over before I completely ruin my reputation on the left, alright? Not that it's not already ruined, but I feel like how this whole drama went down is a very good example of why things are so fucking shitty right now. So for the announcements, the usual: like, subscribe, share, follow, donate if you can, etc. Remember to check commissions. We don't have any commissions except for spin the wheel. Remember to check the results of any polls. I forgot I made a poll. So of all the people here, what's up, Rita? Also, what's up, Josh? Who else is all here? What's up, Zach? What's up, ResearchBot? What's up, CoffeeBot? What's up, Winter Rose? What's up, KelDoge? What's up, Josh? What's up, Winter Rose? I know this I just realized that this did mostly take place in 2002, by the way. I'm sorry for that. Okay, alright. I'm looking at my DMs right now. Oh, okay. So we do have some Vaush coverage. Thank you, Josh. Josh is helping on this story. I believe because it means a lot to him, and I think we should respect that. So, when is this? This is from November 22. November 22, 2022? Hey, Jenny, what's up? I know it's 5 a.m. there, but it's only 9 p.m. here. I'm probably gonna have to drink to get through some of this. Okay. This is from... Okay, November 22, 2022. But you see, you guys, it goes back much farther than that. See, we have to start at the first big junction, alright? And that's this Prostasia video. Now, how many of y'all know what Prostasia is? Press 1 in the chat. And this is important. November 22, 2022. So I also cannot find the original shoeonhead video. I cannot find it for the life of me. I don't know if it got deleted. I don't know what happened to it. If anyone has an archive of it, please send it to me, because I'd really like to watch it. You've heard about it. Yeah, also, yeah, happy Independence Day. Okay. I don't celebrate it because I don't live in America no more. But I will torture you with this sound effect, okay? I will torture you with this sound effect. This is what you get.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
So, that's it. You know the very basics of Prostasia. Alright, I'm just gonna pull up an article about Prostasia real quick so that we can go over it. It's pretty old. It's from 2021, but this is important because this shit goes all the way into 2023, you guys. This particular thing. Well, you know what? I guess I'm gonna let Shu just explain it for us. So, originally, and when I say originally, I mean back in the yonder days of 2021, shoeonhead made a video on a organization called Prostasia. This organization basically created a chat room for people that are MAPs, so minor attracted persons, to talk to each other. This was clearly very stupid. And so this is where that whole beef starts between DemonMama and and shoe, and I've always found that a little sus in retrospect. So, this will probably be a long stream, you guys. Later, we're gonna read more. We're gonna finish the Denims lawsuit. And then I'm gonna talk as much shit. I know I said I wasn't doing fresh garbage anymore, but I've changed my mind. I'm gonna talk as much shit about fresh garbage as possible. I'm basically gonna be absolutely fucking ruthless. I don't think I'm gonna go on the panel, but I just wanna, you know, I just wanna give her and Hussy a wake-up call, alright? Nobody fucks with my mans M60 or Tipster without consequences. I sound like a fucking idiot right there, but I'm unhappy, but we'll get to it when we get to it, alright? Let's see. Why is she always messaging me when I start streaming? It's like everybody wakes up, they're like, KelDoge is streaming, time to message him. This is a good idea. What else? Did I miss any announcements? Oh, we gotta spin the wheel first. We gotta spin the wheel. For Auntifa. Alright, Auntifa paid me $5 yesterday. I was tired. I forgot to spin the wheel. So we'll now be spinning the wheel of chaotic stupid. That's right. No, I didn't delete the wheel, did I? Oh, thank God. Okay, it's on screen capture. I was like, no, I took hours making that wheel. So this is the wheel of chaotic stupid. That's right, chat. If you pay $5, that's just $5. Or if you buy a coffee membership, or if you buy a Kick membership, that's kick.com/KELDOGE. Or if you are so kind as to donate via Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/KELDOGE. If you if you donate $5 or more, you get to spin the wheel of chaotic stupid. So we will spin it, and then I will do what it says. Random plain fact. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Okay, did you guys know? Don't worry, I won't take up too much time with this. I should probably make this box a little bit bigger here. Oh boy, this is one of my favorite ones. So did you guys know that there's this plane called the Fokker? Alright. There's this plane, they're called the Fokker. They were originally made by the Dutch aircraft factory. Fokker was a Dutch aircraft manufacturer that operated from 1912 to 1996. So I want to tell you guys about Fokker. So they did a lot of good war stuff, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, chat. Oh, that thing looks fucking sick. What the fuck? So they started making airliners, alright? Now, this is a Fokker 70, which in my opinion is one of the better looking ones. Did you know, chat, that these planes are so susceptible to icing on the wings that they're known for like crashing and burning because they can't take any ice on the wing. Now most planes, alright, have a proper deheating system, but for whatever reason Fokker's just fucked up. I think it's the shape of the wing or something. Let's see, they went into bankruptcy over it. To be fair, they couldn't really compete in this market. Here's a bunch of different aircrafts that they made. We can fast forward to the future. Alright, so for this one, we're going to want to look at the Fokker Fucker. I've already clicked on this one. So this is the friendship, which I think looks very interesting. It kind of looks like a flying dick. Really talk about accidents, though. They're on display most. They are still in use. But I thought this was the Fairchild Hitler. I was like, holy shit. What a thing to name your plane, dog. The 4. This is the 100. If you've flown in the 90s, you've flown on the 100. This one is a little bit more stable. I can't find any notable accidents. Why not? But anyway, they basically went bankrupt because their plane sucked at flying in ice. Ooh, that looks nice, dude. Dude, this is the abreast cabin seating. Whatever happened to this kind of seating, hey? Where is the room in my plane? Alright, now that that part is over, thank you, Auntifa, for the random plane fact. Now, don't be afraid of riding in a Fokker. The Fokkers I don't think are in, I don't think they're in, like a human transport very much anymore. And if they are, they're the model that doesn't die when, it hits the wings. It's not symmetrical, that's evil. Yes. All those motherfuckers. Having an Air Florida Flight 90 moment. Hey, what's up, worst internet? No. Just stay out of it. They're all out for blood right now. Oh, okay. I'll listen to you. I'll delete it. I just watched that one Nekate's daughter panel and I'm upset. But it's fine. Alright? It's okay. We can save it for later. We'll talk about it later. I'll put it in my backlog. How's that? And people say I'm hard to work with. That's not true. I'll put it in my backlog. Well, that's right. I found a tomfoolery pan debating Balenciaga. That was pretty fucking funny. I don't think we're gonna get to that, though. That would take a lot. Alright, I'm sorry, Woti. I just, I feel very defensive. I get very defensive of my friends. I'm feeling feral. I'm feeling defensive. Oh, no. Oh, no. I ain't going on no panels. I was just gonna watch the panel and make fun of it. But that's what I was planning to do. But if you don't want me to, I won't. Like, I don't want to interact directly with anybody that's acting like that for my own mental health reasons, but I was thinking about just watching the panel and talking about how fucking dumb. Okay, you don't care. Okay, that's based. But no, I just want to talk about it, especially with the Hecate's daughter. I just want to talk about how dumb it is later. Not now, though. No. Listen, fresh garbage, alright? There's no fucking point in talking to people like that because they don't want to talk to you. They just want to sit there and yell, "Oh, you're trailer trash. You alcoholic. I'm middle-aged and unhappy." Like, it's all very gay, you know? Yeah. No, I'm not going on panel with nobody. I also thought that, I also don't like people that, like, act like, you know, your friends. You know, like, friends fight. Like, we fight. We forgive each other. But I don't like the whole, like, hussy thing about, like, you know, fronting and being like, we're actually not, like, that good of friends. Like, I hate that I hate that shit. Yeah, exactly. No, No, I hate that shit. So I was watching it. I was getting real mad on your behalf. But I talked to Val about a lot of it. So I have, like, the lore now. Alright, your clones are slowly gathering together. And then they don't know what they're gonna do with all that weaponized autism. But that's for later. So no, we're not going on no panel with none of those freaks, okay? Yes, Josh. I have seen you tell me 3 times to check DMs. Oh, did you find it? No, we watched this. Well, no, this was... No, I was looking for her original Balenciaga video and I couldn't find it. But I did find this Prostasia thing, and I think it's good that we start with Prostasia. Yeah, I was gonna say Val is a good video on how it's cult shit. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Yeah, me and Val, I think, and I really want to talk to Hecate's daughter. I don't know if you can hook me up with her, but I can basically explain all of the, like, extra lore to her that, like, she don't know. I feel like we would get along. But we gotta plan all that out, because I don't want to just go in there by myself. Okay? But see, what I'm thinking is, okay, so hear me out. What I'm thinking is, and I don't care if I say this publicly, because fuck them. So, the spicy chat likes to watch them shit on each other. And so I figure, let's have us react to that shit. And then they can give us, and like all those other drama people that don't want to get involved, but just want to watch, like, people fight. Like, then they can watch us, and then we get all the money. See what I mean? Josh, the Balenciaga stuff from her originally was just on her Twitter. I don't think she did a video before it. Others like Zan made videos reacting to her commenting on Balenciaga. The Spicy Chat. Listen, me and Spicy Chat are in... I have to admit that me and Spicy Chat are in one of those hot and cold relationships, alright? Where I love them, but sometimes they wake up in the morning and they decide to spill coffee all over me. I don't know why. It's okay. It's not all of them. I don't know why. But it's fine. They're the... Just like Woti is the gay brother I never asked for. Alright? Spicy Chat is the... with the exception of a couple people. I don't want to get people too mad. So some of Spicy Chat are like a bunch of ex-wives I never asked for. I do live with the Spicy Chat. Spicy Chat is Chud Logic's drama channel. They're not all bad. Some, like, half of them are good and half of them scare the fuck out of me. I guess I'll just say that. Like, and not like scare the fuck as in good scare the fuck. Scare the fuck as in, like, you're nice to them because they might, like, shoot up the school. like, that's why. it's okay. You can spill coffee on me. So let's quit. I gotta quit stalling here, cause so I'm just gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna be real upfront, okay? This is probably gonna piss a couple people off, and I understand if you're in my audience and you're like, why are you rehashing this? What are you doing? There's a reason I'm doing this, and that's because I want the left to be better, and I think that this drama specifically, this Balenciaga drama stuff, it's kind of where all this crack, like where this big crack started, like within Breadtube, and all these like shit starts showing, you know what I mean? And so I want us to do better. That's what I want. I want us to do better. So I want to go over this in a way that I think like it should be gone over. And I don't... Happy 4th of July! Yeah, what's up, Auntifa? By the way, You got a plane fact, and I talked about how the Fokker, which is a famous Dutch plane, can't fly in ice at all because the wings are weird and people died. That was your plane fact. The schism, the beginning of the downfall of Breadtube. I don't know about the downfall of Breadtube, but I think it's the beginning of what I would call a toxic fortress arc. And what I mean by that is that I think this is the beginning of Breadtube or LeftTube or whatever the fuck you want to call it, no longer interacting with other, like, spaces online. And I think that that's a huge issue. That's why I got all y'all in my chat have different, you know, political views. I don't fucking, police who's in here based on political views. Alright, I might be a leftist, but I don't make leftist content, if that makes sense. You know, there are some things that are more important than ideology. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, I've been enjoying hanging out with mostly the libertarians lately. Yes, Fortress Arc, isolationism. Yeah, we're not gonna focus on one creator. We're gonna focus on a group of creators. And when I say this, so remember, guys, I was a crucial component in exposing some stuff with DemonMama. So I'm gonna try to be not quite as cruel with her, because, like, she doesn't stream anymore. But, like, with other people, I do see if I can maybe, like, prompt a response. Maybe from Xanderhal or, like, Vaush or something. Because I think that the way this was all handled just really fucked up everything. Like, I think it really, it caused me to leave DemonMama's community. It caused me to, you know, a lot of people to, like, grow resentment towards those communities. Because the Balenciaga thing should have been easy. So I know what you're thinking. But first, what's this Prostasia? So let's talk about Prostasia first. So this is where it's all started. This is from November 3rd, 2021. And interestingly, DemonMama responds to this on November 8th, 2021. I think Vaush handled it better than Xan or DM. I agree with that. Rena, my partner knows something about this side of the internet, and when we scrolled past a video with the word horse, pedophile in the title, I was like, oh, that's about Vaush, and they were flabbergasted. Oh, yeah, no, ever since I stopped watching Vaush, my love life has improved. Okay? And by improved, I mean not really. So let's take a look at this shoeonhead video. Shoeonhead videos are usually pretty short. It's only 23 minutes. So this is where it all started, okay? This is called Exposing the Creepy Child Predator Organization, Prostasia. And I do agree that Prostasia had enough propaganda. I don't know if I'd call it the Creepy Child Protection Organization, Prostasia. I don't know if I'd go as far as shoot this, but this is where it all started, alright? 23-minute video real easily, alright? This is why I love shoeonhead. She's quick.
God has allowed me to live.
But she's also loud, so let me just test the sound a little bit.
For one more day, and I'm going to make it your problem.
Yay!
So I found a thing, and I must tell you about the thing. When I see a thing, you gotta see a thing. That is the rules, that is what you signed up for when you hit subscribe.
Oh, we're gonna play it. We're gonna go through all of these videos. This is actually a large retrospective that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I finally feel comfortable doing it, because the last time I tried doing this, like when I brought up revisiting DemonMama's drama with keffals, I was attacked. Alright? I was under attack by leftists, and I got yelled at a lot. But now, they're gone. Except for keffals, because keffals is base.
That and also, like, one video a month, but we can't always get what we want, now can we? Now, some of you might actually already know about this, but I just discovered it sort of recently, and I really wanted to talk about it. Prostasia. A website dedicated to the protection of children. Sounds great, right? Who would be against a website dedicated to protecting children? What is wrong with you, Shu? Well, many things. However, when you first look at the website, it looks like a good thing. But the more you read, the more you go, Now, before we get started, everything I'm going to say here is alleged. I'm not making any statements. This is based off of things on the website. This is based off of things I have read with my own two eyes. So if you have an issue, take it up with my lawyer. Okay, with that out of the way, 3, 2, 1. Recently, Prostasia created a map support group. So if you don't know what a map is, I have a plethora of videos about maps.
So, basic rundown of maps, if you don't know already, if you haven't been cursed by the internet already to know about the maps, alright? MAPS stands for Minor Attracted Persons. It's just pedophiles trying to rebrand themselves because they're pedophiles and they're evil. And I know that that's a very reductive description, but I think it's the best one.
We'll link the playlist below. But a map is a minor attracted person. It is a politically correct term for pedophile. So yes, this whole ass organization is using the word map. We went from maps being a niche Tumblr thing that people
Is that why they called it Google Maps? I don't know, maybe. But you know, I know it's crazy. If you look up map test versus map quiz on Google, map test will, I will receive a result of map test for Google being concerned that I'm a pedophile. So, clearly this has taken off more than it was meant to.
sort of laughed off as a joke to this in 4 years. But put a pin in this because we will be, unfortunately, coming back to the map support group later on in this video. So Prostasia believes the best way to prevent child abuse, the solution to pedophilia, is acceptance and normalization. Now, I personally believe there are several different solutions to pedophilia. 9mm, 20mm, 40mm.
You know, I personally prefer the trebuchet.
Kidding, I'm just kidding. If this was a website, if this was an organization actually dedicated to, like, helping these people get therapy, helping them get set up with real therapists, I wouldn't care. That would be great. That is what we want. Like, we want these people, like, you know, sort of away from society. We want them away from children and getting help. But this ain't that. Oh. This ain't that. You see, Prostasia is not recognized by the US government as a child protection organization. There are no professionals, no professional therapists involved with this whatsoever. Professionals who work in child protective services have completely dismissed them. And childwelfare.gov does not list them anywhere in their thousands and thousands of child protective organizations. But despite all of that, it's literally tax exempted. It is a tax-exempted pedophile club.
You know, in the United States, you can be tax exempted as long as you're tenacious enough and claim that you belong to a religion. This could be a problem that maybe they should consider reversing.
So it's a church. Just kidding. My Catholic family is not going to like that. Just kidding. I love Jesus Christ. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, give us a day, a daily bread. Forgive us of those trespassers. In July 2019, PayPal ceased its relationship with Prostasia because it apparently violated policy on transactions involving, encouraging, promoting, facilitating, or instructing others to engage in illegal activity.
Uh-oh.
Little sus. Now, all over their website are words like free speech and sex positivity. Like, they recently had some webinar, and I'm not even joking, this is what it was called.
Safe words and red lines, consensual kink and child... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! You could get rid of tax exemption by getting rid of taxes. That's true. Did you know that even Friedman, one of the most conservative economists, of all time, even thinks that LVT is the least oppressive tax? Alright?
Prostasia tries really hard to roleplay as this, like, hip, modern, inclusive organization. But at the end of the day, they're just another NAMBLA. They're just another Lincoln project. Now at this point, you're probably thinking, Shoo, this isn't that bad. You know, maybe their heart is in the right place. Keep watching. An advisor to the Canadian Centre for Child Protection had to say this about Prostasia. Are there any Prostasia campaigns that don't undermine online child protection? They claim to be a child protection org, but it's hard to find an issue where they err on the side of actual child protection. Prostasia doesn't have a victim focus, full stop. The goals of Prostasia is very clearly to protect the feelings of grown-ass adults. That is...
Now that's bad. If Canadians, like, child protective societies are like, yo, you're a weirdo, that's bad, okay?
Their top priority, but they have other priorities.
I know some of you don't like Canada, but we do have some of the most advanced, like studies on how to protect children online.
Another thing they advocate for is the legalization of drawn CP. Now, I don't really know where I stand on this. Drawings are not real. Just like fantasy or roleplay or whatever, nobody's getting hurt, and the main concern is children being hurt or exploited. Whether looking at material like that is harmful, that's like a whole different debate, a whole different video. But, like, look, I can literally draw
I'll solve this debate for you. It is harmful. Yeah.
Stick figure right now. Ready? Let's give her big milkers. There we go. Awooga, right? Well, she's under 18.
Awooga.
There are federal agents at your door. But another battle they are fighting is for the legalization of child sex dolls. Recently, some mother had
I forgot about this part.
to fight to get a doll removed from being sold because it was based on her 8-year-old daughter. And another focus of theirs, and I'm not joking, is to abolish the sex offender registry. Now, why would Prostasia want to abolish the sex offender registry? Well, let's talk about who runs Prostasia, shall we? Who is behind this organization? In May 2020, somebody asked the founder of Prostasia, Jeremy Malcolm, if they accepted self-admitted pedophiles as volunteers. Jeremy Malcolm replied, "We don't make a policy of asking people about their sexuality before they are allowed to volunteer."
Guys, nothing wrong could go there, right? 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 Y'all see why I wanted to go over this again now?
Their sexuality. Right. The Council of Ghouls consists of convicted sex offender Guy Hamilton Smith. And they all
Voice of the internet, abolish the registry by abolishing the sex offenders in a video game. True.
also had convicted sex offender Jeff White on board for a while.
Oh, good.
So I think we figured out why they want to get rid of the sex offender registry. By the way, when a family lawyer called into question Jeff White's sketchy history of, child diddling, the family lawyer received threats from Jeremy Malcolm, the founder, that basically said, "You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Capiche?" And after that...
that's not sus at all, dude. That's not sus at all. He literally went the gaming otter. When the gaming otter... Y'all see that this morning? The gaming otter's moderator, Tezo, went crazy on Tipster and, threatened to, dox him and, go after his family. He's going full fucking retard. Bruh, philo is literally in a word. It's paraphilia. You can't tell me it's a sexuality. Exactly.
They apparently stopped disclosing who works for them. They stopped disclosing the staff, the volunteers. It's a big mystery now. But don't worry, it's not all convicted sex offenders. They also have clinical psychologist Dr. James Cantor, who had to say this.
Oh god, you guys, you don't know true suffering until you've had to read a Cantor study.
Speaking as a gay man, I believe we should include the P. To do otherwise is to betray the principles that give us our rights.
Get that man!
For the last f***ing time. Gay. Male. Male. Lesbian. Female. Female. Bi. Female.
Damn,
male,
son, where'd you find
pedo,
this?
Adult. Child. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing.
Thank you for the follow. My pizza just fell on the floor. Holy fuck! That is what we call a spam message. Stop insulting my follower number, alright? I have more followers than Nicholas Diorio on Kick.
To do with sexuality. Children can be male or female. Pedophiles can be straight, gay, bi. As the CEO of bisexuality, we disavow. But like, I know this is a weak comparison, but seriously, this would be like making any one of my sick fetishes part of the LGBTQ alphabet. Like, yeah guys, we need to add S to LGBT. Lesbian, gay, bi, trans, spit in my mouth. It's not how that works.
You can't sit with us!
True.
But they also had a nice woman named Sheila who worked with them for a little while, and she had this to say on Christmas, December 2019.
Merry Christmas to everyone, including the Nepiophiles, pedophiles, hebephiles, and ebahebephiles, who have to put up with people like blank, virtue signaling and perpetuating stigma.
What the hell is an Eba? What is a Nepio? What is an F? What are half of these words?
Every single day of the year.
Now, if you are a normal person, and therefore you do not know what a Nepiophile is, a Nepiophile is someone who is attracted to babies. Hold on one second.
Disgusting and wrong. I don't even mean that unironic. That is disgusting and wrong. I mean, I'm like being a PDF file, normal, but being that, now that is vile, alright? I support those people being forced to fight in combat until the death in Minecraft, alright? I don't care how reactionary that makes me.
So where does their funding come from? Well, cryptocurrency. Of course! But also get
that's bad!
this. Amazon Smile. You could literally select them as a charity on Amazon. So while I was doing my sleuthing around at 4 a.m. like a f***ing freak, high off adrenaline, just absolutely on my QAnon grind, I actually found the director of the organization. Meet Noah Berlatsky.
Would you trust I wouldn't trust that man to keep that cat. Look at this guy. He looks like Negs.
The main character of this story. Now, our friend Noah has some interesting takes. Pedophiles are essentially a stigmatized group. Certain people get designated as deviants. People hate them. Yes. And parents are tyrants. Parent is an oppressive.
Oh god, not the fucking anarchy fucking I don't want bedtime, mommy, because it's against the hierarchy of the people. Hello, Zoo Phillips.
Class. Like rich people. Or white people. He also wrote a few blogs on the Prostasia website. Child
You were so drunk last night, or I'm gonna get drunk tonight. Excuse me.
sex workers' biggest threat. The police.
Okay, let's back up for a second. There's no such thing as a child sex worker, Noah. That's called a human trafficking victim. This one is
True.
called the science behind adolescent autonomy. Should a 15-year-old be able to vote? Should a 13-year-old be able to decide when to go to bed? Should a 16-year-old be able to decide to sex with their significant other? Should a 12-year-old be allowed to choose what to eat and what not to eat for dinner?
These are not comparative choices.
Rather than outsourcing our ethics and ill-informed readings of neuroscience data, we need to acknowledge that the real corrupter of judgment, of kindness, of tolerance, is power. If we refuse to let young people advocate for themselves, or refuse to grant them bodily autonomy, it is not because
no.
there's something wrong with their decision-making capacity, it is because there's something wrong with ours. Therefore, let me touch your children. No f***ing idea what he's getting at here. The echo chamber of alt-right conspiracy theorists and sexual conservatives who wield the stigma around pedophilia as a potent weapon to undermine the progress of the LGBT movement. So it is true that years ago, and still today, pedophilia was used to fearmonger about gay people. And all gay people aren't pedophiles, obviously. But here's the flaw in what you said. You are. Wow, look at all these crazy conservatives calling the LGBT community pedophiles. Isn't that f***ed up? Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with you?
So I also just found out he's written something about how Bernie Sanders has to be nicer to the liberal elite.
Oh, you can always tell when they're fucking weirdos or like astroturfed or just fucking freaks if they hate Bernie, alright? I'm sorry. You don't need to agree with Bernie. I'm not saying you need to agree or want to vote for him, but if you don't like him, alright, it's like saying you don't like Ron Paul. I don't agree with a lot of things Ron Paul has to say, but I do believe that that man has conviction.
That's just funny to me.
Then I was thinking to myself, why does this Noah dude's account look so familiar? Turns out, he's the fucking journalist who got mad at me like a year ago for criticizing the Netflix movie Cuties.
Oh!
Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign targeting it, fueled in part by racism.
Yo, you guys, I just did something kind of rude. I just posted a self-promo for this inside of DemonMama's Discord.
And sexism directed at a black woman filmmaker. Wrong. Leftists like shoeonhead and Vaush are critical of the film.
Bernie didn't sell out. What do you mean Bernie sold out? Because he went and did what he could within the environment that he was in. Okay? I'm sorry, Woti, but this is one thing that we're gonna have to disagree on, because I believe in pragmatism. Ron Paul never endorsed any of those shit Republicans. Bernie endorsed Clinton and Biden. Well, only because they had a virtual gun to his head. Listen, the Democrats is a gang, alright? And in order to infiltrate it, you just gotta kiss ass and play the game, and that's why I left the United States.
Shoeonhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk.
Oh yes, and that reminds me, do you remember this guy?
Well, Woti, if you think about it, we're all sellouts, alright? Are you telling me that you wouldn't take $1 million right now? They were like, hey, can we just, like, compromise with us? I'm just saying. Everybody becomes a sellout. Our piece on business? Well, okay, well, fine. We can just bond over loving Ron Paul, alright?
I who said I was too mean to pedophiles?
I feel that only at around the age of 4 are children perhaps able to consent to
Oh, look! It's TOS on site.
sexual acts and
Go to jail! Well, he got arrested. All my haters are demons, may they not see the gates, amen.
Yeah, I say Amos-C, all I can say about him is TOS. Alright? I can't say nothing about him, because it goes against the TOS.
So let's go back to that map support group. Let's read a little more about it. Community rules. 1. You must be committed to never engaging in sexual activity with a child. Well, f***ing organization already broke rule number 1. But anyway, rule number 2. You must be at least 13 years old to join this chat. In case you missed that.
Why did they release these people? I'm not saying they can't be moved to like a more comfortable facility, but why do they release these people? Zoo Phillips, people will not help anyone else unless it benefits themselves, and I blame the white liberal MLK Jr. warned us about. Well, I would like to see you and Woti argue about that in chat. I think that would be very funny.
13 years old. So that means there are whole ass adults who admit they are attracted to children in private chat rooms with children. I'm going
Nothing wrong could happen there.
to commit a war crime.
Same.
I am going to commit several war crimes. So here's a screen cap of apparently what goes on in said chats. What's your age of attraction? Little boys are perfect. I think 1 to 7. Mine's 1 to 10. As long as it's before puberty, pretty much. Just an innocent support club dedicated to protecting children. My
Yo, does anyone got a lead pipe they can knock me out with?
ass. Hey, so I'm actually editing this video right now, and while I was collecting screen caps, I saw an address at the bottom of their website, and so I was curious, and I googled it, and I swear to fucking God, right across the street from the building, listed on their website, is an elementary school. There's the elementary school, and there's the building.
No!
There's their building. There's the elementary school. 200 feet away. No, really, what the f is this? You couldn't even write this. I don't like it. Sorry, I don't like it.
I
I don't like the vibes. Bad vibes.
I don't like it either.
They have a forum. Let us now go. Read the big-brained discussion. I commonly hear the phrase, insert sexual activity, should be legal, as long as it's done between consenting adults. What does Prostasia think about the possibility of instead using the term consenting persons?
Rope.
Consenting adults is an unrealistically exclusionary term. But changing subjects, do you know the age of consent here in Brazil is 14 years old?
Kelly, I don't know why you would say that word, for no reason. I don't know why Kelly would just say that.
That's an interesting fact, isn't it? No. Wow, there's another Brazilian here at the forum. I didn't know.
Brazilian lad, I need you to do a job.
What's going on, Brazil? Pedophiles are usually friendly and happy. Sometimes they do things they shouldn't, like breaking some law. But they usually try to reduce that to a minimum whenever possible. Oh my god. Ped means child. File is lover. File doesn't actually refer to pure sexual. Cope. Officer, you don't understand. I am in love with the 2-year-old. Did you know that even the sex offender registry is based on the stranger danger propaganda? The stranger danger propaganda is this. Very ugly, repulsive, hairy, fat, antisocial male who has no social life.
Now, I will say that there is, I don't want to call it propaganda, because I think stranger danger is a good policy to have, you know, if you have children. But the majority of, you know, crimes against children of that nature are committed by close family members or friends. Again, I don't think that this is like propaganda. I think that this is just the facts. At the same time, I have no problem with stranger danger.
Who lurks around schools and gives sugar candies to children so children can follow him. Yes, the stranger danger propaganda is behind the sex offender registry. These registries are based on emotion and fear, and outrages for isolated cases that were propagated and exaggerated by the media. So people thought that kidnappings, rape, and abuse were everywhere. The fact that whole laws,
So they actually weren't super uncommon until the 90s.
registries, fears, and ideas are based on this stereotypical boogeyman simply proves that pedophilia is nothing more than a baseless fear. Why do people have problems admitting that pedophilia doesn't exist? And it's entirely made up?
Rando, like, sure, you could change the language, but, like, you still get caught on the technicality of how consent works. True! Rena, it's letting people know what people to not allow to become close family friends. Exactly.
Concept that's used to describe sex between adult people and young people. Obscenity laws, in and of themselves, should be abolished. I personally think that non-offending files could become part of the LGBT community. Adults are often touched
Over my dead body.
deprived. Our workplaces are conscious of sexual harassment, and society has broadened culturally. Our need for touch is often fulfilled by children. The belief that
Oh, it's so creepy.
pedophiles are sadistic abusers by nature is deeply ingrained in law enforcement culture. I don't know about everyone else, but when someone tells me, insert person here touched a child, my reaction is, okay, if touching a child is a crime, then every parent should be in prison. Got him! Where would you want to live? My answers are Japan, Germany. Hard choice between Japan and USA. For some reason, I've thought about this.
Josh, not baseless, but often misdirected, because close adults and family members are often the offender, not necessarily the strangers, often trusted adult. Yeah, in the vast majority of cases it is, but again, I don't think that there's anything wrong with teaching your kids about stranger danger. I think what becomes an issue is when people don't teach their kids how to socialize properly. Does that make sense? You know, like, teach your kids how to say hi to the neighbors and stuff. But yeah, stranger danger just in general is a good idea.
And it's been a factor in deciding
Oh god. Ben, did you say Ben Thorpe?
I think you resent God and you resent his creation.
where I want to move, even if I have zero plans on doing so. Well, I'll just go ahead and tell you guys, lol. Also Japan. Moving to Finland. It's not Japan, but it's so much easier to move to Finland, since Finland is pretty much the Japan of Europe when it comes to their laws. So that's nice. Anyway, thanks and good luck to you all. Unlike most anarchists, I believe that the concept of age-based hierarchy can and should be abolished. On Twitter, there appears to be
Now, this is why I honestly have a little trouble with the anarchy stuff. Because once you get into that thing, right? You know? Like, what, like, how do you, I don't know. I just feel like it allows for a lot of shit that maybe we shouldn't allow. Josh, Japan changed it recently, but in many prefectures it was already raised. Yeah, I think it was only like one prefecture that had it that young.
a large amount of people who support making it a felony to look at children in public for sexual arousal. I'd like to see them try and stop me. I think we have lost the war. What war, you may ask? The war for sexual rights, of course. They can't understand that pedophilia is an entirely made-up word. They can't understand that a
What?
majority of rapes are made by someone the child already knows. Rapes include
That still makes them a PDF file. Rando, it's a goofy misunderstanding of sarcasm. What about trusting the bootmaker in the matters of boots? That would imply children should defer to adults and more experienced children. Josh, not made up. It has meaning. Rando, it's never been a position for a free-for-all. That's fair. Maybe I just don't understand wow, I can't fucking talk. Anarchism as much as I thought.
The sheer audacity to use this Holocaust poem in defense of pedophilia, unparalleled. Why are maps any more likely to commit criminal?
That's like ultra anti-Semitism. Okay, that person, whoever wrote that, owes me $300.
Offenses. Maps love children. They don't.
And I will be collecting.
Don't hurt them. I was a minor when I first started talking to maps on the internet. Wholesale hatred of men who admit attraction to teenage girls is a sickness of modern society, in part caused by homosexuality and interracial relationships.
What? Interracial? What?
Progress isn't made by appealing to the ruling class. The f*** you mean ruling class? The ruling class are pedophiles like you. Why do you think Jeff Bezos built a rocket? When you're that rich and powerful, you don't have a soul anymore. You don't feel feelings anymore. The only way you get any sort of dopamine rush is when you shoot yourself into space or fuck children. Prostasia doesn't have a victim focus at all.
Here, hold on. I'm gonna switch you guys to go from bottom to top. I think it'll be easier to read that way.
All of their energy goes towards—
Why are all the pedophiles Nazis? Well, there's a lot of different answers to that question.
The normalization and the acceptance of pedophilia, hiding behind the left's language of social justice and the more libertarian right's language of free speech. They're basically just trying to—
Hey. Free speech is a civil libertarian neutral thing. You don't have to be a right or a left libertarian to believe in free speech.
Hijack parts of every movement. So when I brought this up on Twitter, somebody who followed me was like, this is cancel culture. They were confused. They didn't understand why I was going on this witch hunt against an organization that was clearly, you know, just trying to help people. So I've said this in other videos before, but I was one of those people that fell for this rhetoric. I believed it until I did more digging. You believe that there's good in everyone. You believe in rehabilitation. So do I. Tolerance is a great thing. But there's a line.
Yeah.
And this is the line. We do not have to tolerate everything. Do not let these people take advantage of your kindness. That is the most serious I will ever be on this channel. But yeah, I just needed to talk about this because tax-exempted pedophile organization. So thank you guys for watching. If you would like to help support the channel and donate to my Patreon, that would be amazing. This video is most definitely demonetized. Understandably. And I appreciate the help from my patrons. I love you all. And follow me on Twitter and—
Speaking of that, did you guys know that you can give money to me too, alright? By following any of the donation links. Are we talking about free speech or free speech? Well, in this case, it's the latter, unfortunately. Here's Shoe's video. Alright, you can't leave the stream, but later, go give it a like, okay? I love Shoe. I think she's a lot smarter than what people give her credit for. So, what's up next? Alright? Well, so this Prostasia stuff, it made DemonMama a little bit mad. Now, why? I have we're gonna find out, because I got no clue. Alright, I am very confused about why DemonMama would even care about this particular thing, but well, alright, we're gonna find out why I left her community. Let me open up the link here. Alright, so this is the earliest video on the topic for Prostasia. So that's from Shu. Then DemonMama responds. Okay? DemonMama responds to it. It's 8 hours long. I don't know where it is. Okay, explaining L of drama, best friend, shoe. Alright, so we are going to watch this. Luckily, there are timestamps because thank God.
Let's do this!
So this is gonna be DemonMama talking about shoeonhead's stuff. Alright, and we're gonna see how shit changes over time. If that's copyrighted, I'm gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Isn't it wonderful? I love the DramaMama theme song. Always get my glasses a little clean before we get started. This is Dan Starlight. It's time for another DramaMama investigation.
Now, DemonMama is one of those people. Okay? No, I can't do it on a regular one. DemonMama is one of those people, alright, that would always be like, I don't like drama. And then she'd get involved in drama. I am for DemonMama drama, exactly. Time for more drinking. Josh, I love you. This is exactly what I meant by free speech, but I didn't think people would get the reference. Oh, don't worry. We get it here.
Dan Starlight came around recently. I hope they're doing okay.
I don't care!
Hey, excellent Just a Tweet. Welcome, welcome. All right, everybody. Welcome to Drama.
If you see me in chat, ignore, okay? I was very mentally ill.
DramaMama investigates. Here on DramaMama, we like to take a deep look into various types of strange, sometimes niche, sometimes not niche, internet drama. But basically, our goal with a DramaMama investigation is to get all the receipts that we can get that lets you trace out a drama. We dive in, we figure out what the hell's going on, what the various factions are, where people stand on it, and we try to come to a conclusion at the very end about what actually is going on with the drama. Now, usually, I try to pick drama that has ties to bigger political issues, because that's where the meat is, right? When people are fighting about drama, like, who cares if it's, like, interpersonal drama, unless it's really, really funny, and then I do care a little bit if it's then. But
this is completely invalidating her own point. KelDoge is a false KelDoge 2025 hot take. Well, no, this is from 2022, so if you see me in chat, again, I was horribly mentally ill.
The goal...
Or this is 2021, sorry.
...of a DramaMama investigation is not to immediately dive into personal drama, but instead to sort of get to the bottom of what might actually be bothering people. Now, sometimes we talk about things like pop culture. Sometimes we talk about things like YouTuber drama. We try to avoid streamer drama, and today we're kind of getting a little close to streamer drama, but that's okay. Because today, we have to look into, well, frankly, a bunch of accusations of pedophilia. And that's a bit weird to me. See, you might find yourself going, well, I mean, Elon Musk called people a pedophile. Like, don't people call each other pedophiles and nonsense all the time? And the answer is, yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of a common thing for people to call each other, which is in my opinion, a little weird, right? Because it's kind of like, I feel like that's going around and calling somebody a rapist or calling somebody a murderer. I find that, you know, kind of weird. But there's another more sinister element of it, which is that in this day and age, if you call somebody a pedophile, you run the very real risk of them getting crazy, evil cultists fixating on them. Because remember, we don't just have QAnon. We don't just have the MAGA cult.
Okay, listen. I'm sorry. And to be fair, this probably does happen to trans feminine people or gay men or, you know, people of that more often just due to cultural issues around that. But, like, I've never had an issue with being... I had Westside Tyler, who's got way more subs than me, straight up say I'm in the Groomer Defense League, alright? And I haven't gotten a torrent of hatred, so... Star Wars meme discussion. DM, I think, brings some tweets from True and others. Alright, well, let's see what she's got to say.
Which has huge overlaps with QAnon. But we have hyper-Christian cults. We have all of these different, like, weird anti-pedophile cults. Increasingly, even the trans-exclusionary radical feminist movement increasingly jumping on board these internet pedophile hunts. And you go, well, wait a minute, like, nobody likes pedophiles. And the answer is yes, pedophiles are morally fucking abhorrent people or who abuse children. That's a bad thing. Yes, we admit that. And that's why it's important that we take accusations of that type seriously. Because if you're accusing someone of doing about the most heinous thing that you can possibly imagine, you gotta have some substance for it. At least in my opinion. Else, you just end up potentially exposing people to all kinds of danger. When you have a bunch of these so-called, and I will say this is very funny, because, you know, you have like the QAnon movement, which is just full of these so-called like pedo hunter people. And those people...
So keep in mind, this is 2021, so this is newer.
People will literally go and harm
like the QAnon phenomenon is newer.
People that they think are pedophiles, usually based on no evidence whatsoever. Yes, Grime Dango brings up a great point. We talk about the satanic panic. We talk about blood libel. Throughout history, accusations of pedophilia, specifically, and rape, and sometimes murder, these extremely shocking accusations are used to create moral panics. Moral panics which can usually target and harm marginalized people. We all know that it is a homophobic stereotype to call gay people pedophiles, that it's a transphobic stereotype to call trans people pedophiles. We all know that it is a Jewish stereotype to call Jewish people pedophiles. That is an ancient one.
Oh, damn.
These things are wrong. These accusations create moral panics which hurt people. And that is why we care whether people are calling other people pedophiles on the internet. So you might go, you know, you might find yourself going, well, okay, I'm convinced you're the best, you make the best arguments ever, mama. And if that's true, you should slap that subscribe button, you should press the like button, and
you should actually slap my subscribe button and press the like button, okay? Because I have the superior nuanced take.
You should get the fuck over into my Discord, where you can hang out with me and see all my awesome content, and go check out the
It's true, I'm already in your Discord, where I advertise my streams all the time.
previous drama mamas that I've done. But without any further ado, I think we need to jump right into this, because I've laid out why we care.
I don't know when they'll finally catch me.
And now we gotta talk about what we care about. And this whole little saga starts with a video from a YouTuber called shoeonhead. Now, some of you may know shoeonhead. I'm like, who am I kidding? Basically, everyone who's watched this video knows who shoeonhead is, okay? This is shoeonhead, okay? I'm just gonna show you right here. This right here is shoeonhead. Most people know who shoeonhead was. I mean, shoeonhead was in our chat just the other day. Now shoeonhead has a little bit of a history of doing this, and I want to be as charitable as possible, but let's just say that some of the accusations that shoeonhead has made in the past have been quite frivolous, okay? And I think that that's bad. However, I have heard whispers that this particular accusation is actually not without merit, which is very interesting. So, you see why this would be interesting as a drama topic to me? Why we would want to do a DramaMama investigation on this? That's why. There's a lot going on here, you know?
I actually don't understand defending a weird organization like that, but maybe she'll change us with arguments.
And in fact, this particular drama involves yet another individual who has a history of accusing people of being pedophiles. Somebody who at one point accused me of being a pedophile with zero evidence whatsoever, simply because I disagreed with his take. So, yeah, I got a bit of interest in this. But as the fact is that both of these people have previous false accusations of pedophilia at one another, I think it's important that we apply some scrutiny to this. So, without further ado, we have a video to start with. And the video to start with is a video by shoeonhead, which is called Exposing the Creepy Child Protection Agency, Prostasia. Okay? This is the video we are going to watch first. Exposing the Creepy Child Protection Agency, Prostasia. Now, this is a bit weird. Oh, I didn't even see this before. Here we have let's zoom the fuck in on this real quick. Can we get a zoom in on this? Shoeonhead is definitely a man who is a transgender. Straight shoulders, eye ridge, even the voice. Oh boy. Wait.
There are people that think that Shoe is transgender. Are they okay? I mean, I guess anybody can be transgender enough if you want them to be, right? Sue Phillips, I feel like being a DemonMama fan is like saying the N-word. Once you said it, can society really trust you? Listen, I watched her when she like just started, and her content was significantly different, alright? I'm special, but also, you can, I think I must have left by this, maybe I left by this time already. I don't see me name nowhere.
Even the voice and behavior is boyish. What the fuck? Don't follow someone who won't tell you the truth of what gender they are.
What? What?
Oops. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to put that up on the screen there. I'm sorry about that. That was my, if you're wondering what that was me, that was my screenshot. So you can kind of see where we're at with the quality of discourse already on this. Things are weird on the internet now, everybody. And people really don't like trans people. But isn't that a bit odd? Isn't that a bit odd that the first, like this big comment, the early comments are about Shoe being trans? That's fucking weird. I don't know. Anyway, let us watch this video without any further ado. And we're gonna watch this, and we're gonna you know, take notes. We're gonna do all the cool stuff that we like to do usually. Okay, so
we already watched this. I just want to watch her analysis, so we'll just fast forward through the actual video, alright?
again, this video is exposing the creepy child protection agency Prostasia by the one and only shoeonhead. Let's see how it goes. Let's go from here, shall we? Here we go.
Allowed me to live for one more day, and I'm going to make it your problem.
Okay. All
So
right.
I found a thing, and I must tell you about the thing. When I see a thing, you gotta see a thing. That is the rules. That is what you signed up for.
Okay, I gotta turn this up. This is too quiet. This is too fucking quiet. Let's turn this the fuck right up.
When you hit subscribe, that and also like one video a month, but
Okay, there we go. That's better.
we can't always get what we want now, can we? Now, some of you might actually already know about this, but I just discovered it
Hold on, she may have just fucked up my sound balancing, which I don't appreciate.
sort of recently, and I really wanted to talk about it. Prostasia, a website dedicated to the protection of children. Sounds great, right? Who would be against a website dedicated to protecting children? What is wrong with you, Shu? Well, many things. However, when you first look at the website, it looks like a good thing. But the more you read, the more you go, Now, before we get started, everything I'm going to say here is alleged. I'm not making any
Hold on, I gotta
statements.
move
This is
my...
Well, I honestly assumed it was a BS chudbait story until I watched the video. Well, see, that's why we're watching the video for ourselves. We're gonna find, again, DramaMama. We go in deep, we find all the receipts, and we go from there. So that's why we're watching the video. Yeah, exactly. Let's go.
based off of things on the website. This is based off
How much does she react to this? Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna fast forward until I'm thinking she... Okay, so now she's gonna talk here.
We are gonna put a pin on this, okay? We're gonna put a pin on this, and we're gonna take one quick second. Because before anybody jumps to any conclusions, it is important that we approach this with some level of seriousness, correct? We're talking about a pretty serious issue. Now, some of you might immediately
She responds to it a lot. Alright.
hear this term and go, ah, this surely must be something sinister, correct? And to a certain degree, I would understand that response. There is a very, very justified protectiveness around children, especially when you're talking about the potential for pedophilia. However, I want you to listen
however, it doesn't go after that.
very carefully to this. There are times in which it is important to be able to establish alternative language, not because you want to protect anybody, but because the goal is to actually get people to seek help. So, for example, let us say that you happen to be a person who, for some reason, is born with a troubled attraction, like something like that. Okay? Let's say you're somebody who's...
Oh no. She's gonna... No. Oh no.
like that, right? If you believe that you are going to be killed or taken to prison or locked up or institutionalized, hold on a second. Nuts, I'm gonna mute you. Now listen. So, can I...
What did Nuts do? Nut says she was like the first big content creator to pull up the map people on Twitter. She's not just making up shit. Stop thinking she was some reactionary. Whoa, that's not even... Whoa, that's not even a bad... What? That's not even a bad thing to say. Wow, that's fucking 800 points from Gryffindor.
Finish this? My fucking god. I really hate... Ooh, it makes me so mad. Oh, it makes me so mad when I say we're gonna dive in and ooh, okay? Now, so, there is a time and a place for establishing an alternative language. So think about this. Say that somebody is born for some reason or another. You don't know why. Nobody knows why. Maybe they have what some people would call a paraphilia or something.
Nut says that is not the goal of the map pipeline. They want to normalize it, but she's muted him, so she doesn't fucking know!
Something along those lines. A problematic, a desire that is very problematic and could lead to hurtful things. If that person knows that if they go out, that they might be killed, hurt, or institutionalized immediately, are they going to seek help? Are they going to seek help? Or do you think they will hide it away and then potentially hurt somebody? Are we following here? All of you people who've jumped ahead? Are you
QQ, I need to do this for my own sanity, alright? Remember when I went over DemonMama before and I got attacked en masse? We're now going to analyze the Balenciaga situation in a way that's painfully close, but it must be done. Alright? It must be done. Because I wanted to go over this months ago. And then what happened? Everyone attacked me. Now that we all know that I was right. QQ, you right. You have one job, KelDoge. Get Foolery to call into J-Stock. How the hell am I gonna do that? I'll see what I can do.
Are we listening?
Also, how come no one told me this until now?
Okay. So there is a reason why there is value in certain terms like this. Now, in this particular situation, no, well, Paul Squall says no, they'll go untreated and potentially hurt someone. Yes, this is the reason. Let me give you an example of this. This is the reason.
Well, you'd probably have better luck with that. I mean, I'll think of something.
Why? And it's different, okay? It's very different, but this is the reason why people are changing the language around drug addiction. Instead of calling...
No! Drug addiction is not comparable to molesting a child!
Somebody a junkie or calling somebody an addict or whatever. Instead, it's being treated as a disease because, as it turns out, people who are addicted to something usually have a...
For real though, QQ, if you go back and look at a lot of this shit, there's so many red flags. I just couldn't do it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this autism that I'm about to show you, alright? Look at this autism that I'm about to fucking show you. Alright, I came prepared. Look at this autism. Alright? This is my magnum opus.
An underlying issue that leads them to addiction. And if you treat them not like a criminal and instead like a patient of medicine or like somebody who needs help, which they do, then they have better outcomes. They're less likely to go get stuck on drugs and do crimes and all these different things. So there is benefits to sometimes changing the language around these things. However, once again, we have to actually find out if that's what's going on here, okay? Yeah, compassionate processes are fine. So, the reason why I want to start with this is because this video so far has made certain allegations about the term, and I don't know if we can jump to that conclusion so far. I do believe that there are a lot of people who use that specific term to hide and to potentially put themselves into the place of finding victims, which is a very bad thing. But we can't just out of hand out of hand immediately jump and say that every time a new term comes up that it's an attempt to hide bad behavior, because it might be the opposite. And that's what I want to say before we get any further in here. Yeah, people that put map in their Twitter bio, I find that very concerning. I find that very concerning. The reason being is that, to me, that sounds like somebody who's trying to find other people so that they can navigate themselves closer to victims. That's a very bad thing. We want to prevent that. But at the same time, we also don't want to run into the situation that we have with, say, drug addiction, which we can admit that like heroin addiction is terrible. It can kill you. It can kill other—
Yeah, but heroin addiction never made me touch no children. What's up, Emery? Wait, is Emery here? It was all in plain sight, but I guess the autists need to see more proof. Well, QQ, here's the thing. It was, okay, so at the time, it was in plain sight to me. But I need to go over this again now that we've had the results from the controversy with Glooby and stuff, right? Because I am no leader or activist or anything, but I want to show people on the left that you actually don't have to defend these arguments, like this isn't necessary, and that this is what happens when you engage in contrarianism around topics such as child molestation.
Other people. Their PCP addiction is terrible. So there are big issues. There are big issues with—
No, we're starting with the prologue. So this is about Prostasia. Alright, we watched shoeonhead's video on it. Prostasia, if you don't remember, it was a volunteer organization that would help supported maps by like having a chat room and stuff, and you could be as young as 13 to go in there. So basically it was like a tax-exempt PDF file club. Alright? So this started with Prostasia between shoeonhead and QQ, or not QQ, between shoeonhead and DemonMama. This is all the way back in 2021. This is what started this shit, basically. It all built up over years. I actually think it was a significant factor in Breadtube and LeftTube just falling the fuck over. I've used Prostasia for one reason, to find legal arguments in support of— oh my god. QQ, that doesn't help. But then we'll get to the Balenciaga stuff, because we did a little Balenciaga segment last night. So then we're gonna really dig into the little things.
Just jumping out of hand and making accusations like this. So I wanted to start with that because I want to see if there's other substance that goes on without running into an issue where we might be saying things that are a little bit too far. I don't believe it's anything official. As far as I know, it's a term that's made up. There are other terms that people can use and discuss. Most of the time in psychiatry, it would be talked about as a problematic paraphilia, and there won't be any specifics. Because keep in mind, there are other types—
That's not true, especially at this time. It is not just categorized like that. All right, it doesn't work like that.
Of things like this as well. What if you have, let me give you an example of a victimless version of a problematic paraphilia, okay, or a relatively victimless one. What if you have a severe self-mutilation kink? What if somebody just, for some reason, their brain tells them to pursue—
Again, though, the problem is that in all of these comparisons that she's making, the victim is the person, right, that's experiencing the distress, all right? Saying I want to harm children because I am distressed is not the same thing as having a serious issue with self-harm or being a drug addict, or you know what I mean? Sure, those things can certainly affect your life if you have a family, but at the same time, they are not on the same level as literally harming children.
Severe self-mutilation. I'm not talking about surgeries. I'm just talking about just cutting themselves. Really, really bad. Yeah, there are some paraphilias that people find themselves with for who they might not even know why. Yeah, like beyond cutting. I'm talking like people who just chop pieces of their, like chunks of their leg off and stuff like that. That would be hard for somebody to deal with. Can you imagine somebody feeling that, that urge? And keep in mind, as somebody who has a split tongue and who's endured, a lot of you know, body
I don't want to know about that.
mods, I did so from a position of informed consent. There are other people who may not be able to control those urges. Like, for example, this is really graphic. Warning, this is very graphic. One last warning, cover your ears. This is very graphic, okay? There was somebody who microwaved their own balls because they felt an urge.
I mean, that's actually really fucking funny, but...
to do so. A sexual urge to microwave their own balls. That's horrifying, okay? Like, that's terrifying. You know what I mean? But you can understand why somebody would want to seek help for that. So we can recognize that there are... No, I didn't. I didn't get that from South Park. I literally knew somebody who did that. I'm not kidding.
I don't believe you.
Kidding you. It was a long time ago. Exactly how you think. You fucking slammed the door shut on it. Now, listen. I've known a lot of... It's too funny. I get you. It's funny. Haha. But the reality is... The reality is that that people no, I knew them. Yeah. So yes. Stream got CIA'd. No, it didn't. Did the stream get CIA'd? No, it didn't. Just refresh. Okay. Boy, I can see this is going to be a difficult one.
Yes, she actually uploaded this shit.
And now you can see why I think it's important for us to talk about this. Okay? Okay? So listen. There are all kinds of problematic things that people can want. Some of them are truly harmful. Others are not truly harmful. So we have to be able to talk about harm, and we have to be able to talk about this in a responsible manner. Now that we've talked about the issue with the terminology, let's please, for the love of God, continue the video, okay? Because I have a feeling that this is not the end of it, given that this is the beginning. I just want to make sure we're being thorough here, okay? Let's go.
Coming back to the map support group later on in this video. So Prostasia believes the best—
President Sunday did not disavow DemonMama this after they heard me. Oh, I forgot. Oh, thank you, QQ, for noting that. Oh! Did he know? I'm assuming he knew. Well, Westside, listen. A broken clock can be right twice a day. Alright? Just because somebody's completely out of their mind and crazy don't mean that they're always wrong. Sometimes the worst person you know has made a great point.
Best way to prevent child abuse, the solution to pedophilia is acceptance and normalization. Now, I personally believe there are several different solutions to pedophilia. 9mm, 20mm, 40mm. Just...
Okay. Do you see?
And again, I will just say again, I personally prefer the trebuchet.
Do you see where I'm at?
Well, I'm not aware of all of President Sunday's lore, so that's kind of, and by kind of, I mean extremely concerning.
This was my concern about this potential video. Wait. No. I will respond to this as I feel fit, okay? So, do you see where we might be running into a wall here? Which is that surely there are some people who do not who do not want to harm children, but nonetheless feel the urge to do so. And their response that they hear is that they should be killed immediately. Do you realize how this would push people to never seek help for the thing, right?
I would think it would make them seek help more. Then they wouldn't end up in the pit. I'm not saying he supported her argument. Oh, I see. Well, I'm just saying, like, this is one of those things where, like, at the time, I was like, I don't like this. This sketches me out.
What if, and I know this is going to come as a shock to you. Are you ready for this? Did you know that one of the things that can lead to paraphilias...
I do believe that Pseudophon is her partner in chat. Yes, is Pseudophon in chat? I don't see their name.
Like pedophilia.
Dude, poor Nuts, dude. Nuts is trying to speak. Oh no, yep, Pseudophon is in chat. Waffles, yo, no, my darkest anime betrayal, DemonMama. Yeah, so, the fucking poor nuts here is just trying to talk some sense into everybody, and he's been muted.
Is having been abused as a child. Did you know that's something that can happen?
Oh, so was I. Big fucking deal. Who cares?
Spare me your tears, bitch. Not interested.
So, do you see how there might be a problem if, say, you as a child were abused and you developed a problematic paraphilia, and then the only thing you see is that people want to shoot you in the face? Do you see where this is going? Do you see what my concern about this particular topic is?
I think this is projection.
Because, much like the situation with drug abuse, thank you very much for the refresh of the sub, Argo, thank you. Yeah, and a great example of this is Milo Yiannopoulos, although I think he went further.
Well, I mean, Milo Yiannopoulos is an example of a guy that got fucked by a priest and then created what I believe to be a young man harvesting program that's fronting as a rehab facility in Florida. They might not seek help and hide, and it could get worse to the point where they then offend. Well, but the thing is, though, is like, we don't need to redefine these terms or make them socially more friendly, to discourage reoffending. We just need actual diversion programs and also early intervention, and we also need to accept the fact this video is unlisted. Yes, it is. I did my research. I'll list everything in the comments. Don't worry. Don't worry. But yeah, say thank you to Josh, because Josh helped me a lot with this. So, it's not that we need to fucking normalize being... We don't need to do that shit, okay? You know what we need to do? We just need to create a systematic way to address this issue that does not also glorify or normalize being a PDF file. Auntifa, caring is sharing, or is it sharing? Okay, I'll share it. Can you tell me the date? Yeah, I can tell you. Here, I'll just share it. So this was posted on November 8th, 2021, alright? Let me grab that link for y'all. But you gotta stay on the stream. You gotta like the stream, alright? I better see you guys. I better see you guys promoting, alright? I'm giving you my secret.
How would you even get help at that point? Wait, wait, what do you mean? If you're scared of people shooting you in the face, there is no help you can get. You will deal with it on your own. Yeah. Just talking about it could ruin your life. Yeah, exactly. That's bad. And what if that person never wanted
There's 12 of you here. Come on, like. Let's go. Get the likes up.
Hurt anybody. What if they never wanted to hurt somebody? Then we run into an issue. So we're gonna finish this.
Well, their attraction is inherently harmful and hurts people. So... Fuck you?
Video, we're gonna hear Shu out, but you can see what I'm talking about, right? I hope with this type of response. If your response to anything immediately is that person should be immediately shot. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about that was discussed in this video so far, and that is this idea that something...
And I hate that she takes Shu's statements here as, like, Shu literally being pro, like, death fucking patrol. Does that make sense? Like, they're clearly jokes.
Should be normalized. If that is indeed the advocacy of this Prostasia group, that is heinous. No, child abuse and attraction to children should not be normalized. But there's a difference between normalization and a difference between shooting someone in the face, okay? Do you recognize the difference in those two things, right?
Or to the internet, if you do that, there's no reason for a registry, and there's plenty of incentive to not do it, just like with murder.
Like, that those are two very extreme things, and there's also other solutions that could be somewhere that's not between...
Josh, if you promo me in Zan's server, I would love that. You will probably get banned, but that would be awesome.
Shooting somebody in the face and normalizing child abuse? Yeah. Problematic. Let's continue.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If this was a website, if this was an organization actually dedicated to like helping these people get therapy, helping them get set up with real therapists, I wouldn't care. That would be great. That is what we want. Like we want these people, like, you know, sort of away from society.
Yeah, Just a Dweeb brings up a good point. It took us like 1,000 years to get it denormalized. Yeah. Fucking child marriage was a normalized thing for a long part of history.
It's still normalized in some Republican states.
It was fucking terrible. Led to like levels of abuse that you can't even imagine. Yeah, just exactly. What's that? Lifelong.
That's fun talking.
Coercion. Being married off at age 14 to some 40-year-old person.
I'm just saying there's no murder offender registry.
Yes, and it is still legal in some
I have to disavow because it's tossed, but I feel you.
areas of the U.S., which is disgusting. Capo says, we want these people to get set up with therapists, so let's make sure they know if I find out they have issues, I'll murder them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And I know, Shu said, just kidding, but that rings very hollow, doesn't it? Doesn't that ring very hollow when just—
No, it doesn't ring very hollow, because it's disgusting. Absolutely not. Either they did it and they are locked up, or they didn't do it.
a couple seconds ago, you—
Thank you, Josh.
—joked about killing them, but then you're just like, I'm just kidding. Because you have to, because you legally— you can't advocate to kill somebody on YouTube, so you just say, just kidding? Come on.
Not what you mean.
The fact that Fawn is making— I didn't even remember this, by the way. The fact that Fawn is making commentary in the background here is, like, incredibly sus.
Lacey says, I hear a lot of people here, Caribbean, react to child predation stuff with violent calls to justice up to and including torture. Disturbing. How do you change? It's very hard, because the reality is that when child abuse occurs, it is a completely normal reaction for people to want to harm the person who harmed their child. I don't agree with just pure retributive justice, but I can completely understand that. Like, if I learned that one of my siblings was abused by an adult, I would see red. Absolutely. It's very hard to deal with, which is why the goal is to stop it from happening in the first place. It's very, very hard to discourage people once that shit has already happened. The goal is to prevent it. You know the saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure? That applies very, very, very much so.
Yeah, but I don't think providing a chat room where 13-year-olds can talk to adult, minor, attracted pedophiles, alright, is a good way to do that.
In this situation, we want to stop people from ever hurting kids, because then nobody has to get mad about it, because I understand why people get mad. As somebody who has experienced both sexual violence and
Yo, we're seeing a mass banning here. Baby boy got muted too. What did baby boy do? Oh man.
Child emotional abuse. Thankfully, I was not abused sexually as a child. I was emotionally abused, however. As somebody who's experienced these two things—
Well, as someone that was sexually abused as a child, I find this reprehensible and I hate you.
I can completely understand why a parent would want to harm someone who harmed their kids. I can completely understand that. So the goal that we have to aim is to prevent it from ever happening in the first place and encourage people to stay their hand and not lead into revenge-based justice. So, let's continue.
We want them away from children and getting help. But this ain't that. Oh, this ain't that. You see, Prostasia is not recognized by the US government as a child protection organization. There are no professionals, no professional therapists involved with this whatsoever. Professionals who work in child protective services have completely dismissed them. And childwelfare.gov.
Capo says, I'm sure it goes without—
I put it in show— they might have deleted it. I might have gotten booted over it. Hold on. I put it in the— it's in the shill or self-promo channel. It's under the Molten Core. November 2021. DOGE drama and dark academia with— So, wait. So, this is just— Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Is this literally just talking about the RGR drama? We're not going to talk about what preluded it? Because this is from the RGR drama. I recognize this. Mr. President, the people need answers. What has happened? What? The people want answers, Mr. President. Okay, thank you. But I find it interesting that he only focuses on the RGR part, but doesn't actually, to be fair, I haven't seen the video, so maybe he talks about it in the video. Alright, we'll be more charitable than that, but still, Mr. President, I have some questions. I have some questions for you. You don't see a self-promo channel in DemonMama's Discord? Oh, that's weird. I do. Sunday has tons of unlisted stuff, though, so I don't know if he covered Shoe 3.5 years ago. I mean, that's fair. He may have still been, like, more reactionary at that time.
Not saying, but one guess as to which party of politicians are the ones that defend the laws that make child sex slavery, child marriage, legal.
Yeah, remember when RGR went full retard and argued that if you had, like, a foot fetish and you, like, didn't wear sandals to, like, a beach, like, that would be considered, like, a public display of sexual whatever. Like, she just took it way too far. She could have won that argument if she would have not taken it so far.
In certain states of America, it's the Republican Party. The Republicans always defend child marriage laws every single time, and you have to wonder. You really have to wonder.
Does not list them anywhere in their thousands and thousands of child protective organizations. But despite all of that, it's literally tax exempted. It is a tax-exempted pedophile club. So the church. Just kidding. My Catholic family is not going to like that. Just kidding.
Okay, well, okay, see, now that, in my opinion, is a much funnier joke. That is a much funnier joke. Because, I mean, true, especially about the Catholic Church. True. The Catholic Church has covered up mass child abuse for decades, centuries. It's a good joke, Shoe. Credit where credit is due. I'll be 100% real.
I love how everyone took the VOD link and ran.
This is an issue that's really hard for me not to go the reactionary route, given that I'm a victim of CSA. That's what I was saying, Jessica Metal. I understand why people get so goddamn angry. I know why people are defensive, but we have to recognize that anger and retribution alone cannot guide us in these issues, or else lots of people will get hurt. And
it's okay, you guys. This is something that I've had strong feelings about for a while because, you know, at the time, I was very offended.
Possibly more kids will be hurt.
I've been waiting for this day for a year.
So, let's continue.
I love Jesus Christ. Father,
CSA is child sexual abuse.
Son, Holy Spirit, give us a day, daily bread. Forgive us of those trespasses. In July 2019, PayPal ceased its relationship with Prostasia because it apparently violated policy on transactions involving, encouraging, promoting, facilitating, or instructing others to engage in illegal activity. Lil sus.
Now, I will say that this is not a bulletproof argument.
It's not a bulletproof argument. Do you think that PayPal? Listen, PayPal will accept any fucking brokey. All right, they'll even give you. All right, credit that you have to pay back. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to get banned from PayPal. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm the crazy one.
PayPal also regularly terminates the accounts of just general sex workers because, remember, sex work is illegal in most of the United States.
Yeah, but this isn't sex work.
So, this is not, well...
Or at least it's not supposed to be.
In this context, however, it is questionable because you have to wonder what illegal activity PayPal found. That is concerning. However, I will say it's not a bulletproof argument because PayPal terminates accounts for people all the motherfucking time. In fact, if you even send art, like if you send...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, they were very specific about why it was banned. It wasn't like you've been banned for violating this vague policy. You know, it's pretty specific. I've been waiting years for revisiting the Balenciaga saga when I couldn't talk about it to anyone. I had one therapy session where I talked about it. You know, so did I.
And a commission, like if you send a payment to a sex worker and you say that it was for sex work, they'll terminate that sex worker's account. Like literally, that will happen. Like if you put in like $100 for nudes into your comment when you send it to like a sex worker, that sex worker very likely will get their account terminated.
Well, why are you being so fucking retarded?
So just as a warning. Now in this particular context, it does raise questions and it is sus.
Now, all over their website are words like free speech.
Interestingly, yes, Brim, but he didn't put them in the notes though. And yes, in some places, sex work does include illicit art, aka nude paintings and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Devious Chilster says a furry porn.
Oh, of course. We all, yes, that is what you're talking about when you talk about illicit art.
Porn artist I knew has had her PayPal terminated because of it. It's very bullshit. But I also wonder what would get this organization to flag that. Capo, I can neither confirm nor deny whether that is an interesting idea.
And sex positivity.
Wait, who's Capo? Hold on. DemonMama, so you're saying if my landlord accepts a payment via PayPal, I should put nudes or blowjob instead of rent as the comments? Why would your... what landlord... What is your landlord Xanderhal?
Like, they recently had some webinar, and I'm not even joking, this is what it was called.
Okay. But we don't know what this is. What is this even about?
It literally says this. Safe words and red lines, consensual kink and child protection, a free webinar from it literally says where it's from.
I don't know. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what this is supposed to even mean. Like, what is this referencing? Is this just talking about like this could talk about a lot of things.
Bad faith.
I don't know that this is sus. Yeah, like I don't get it.
Bad faith. Oh, this is extremely sus. Bad faith.
I don't get what this is supposed to be. It's a weird set of words to put together, but I don't know what this is supposed to mean. It is very strange.
Prostasia tries really hard to roleplay as this, like, hip, modern, inclusive organization. But at the end of the day, they're just another NAMBLA. They're just another Lincoln Project. No,
okay, fuck the Lincoln Project, true. Yeah, these might not be... Yeah, exactly. Otona no Aji brings up a great point. Safe words and red lines might not even be referring to activities with the same person. It might be saying, here's how you engage in safe play with an adult, and here's the red line, aka never do anything with a child. That's what that could be.
Extremely charitable to the weird pedophile organization.
Point, you're probably thinking, Shu, this isn't that bad. You know, maybe their heart is in the right place.
Okay, good.
Keep watching. An advisor to
We will.
the Canadian
Don't worry.
Center for Child Protection had to say this about Prostasia.
Are there any Prostasia campaigns that don't undermine online child protection? They claim to be a child protection org, but it's hard to find an issue where they err on the side of actual child protection. Prostasia doesn't have a victim focus, full stop.
The goals of Prostasia is very clearly to protect the feelings of grown-ass adults. That is their top priority. But they have other priorities. Another thing they advocate for is the legalization of drawn CP. Now, I don't really know where I stand on this. Drawings are not real. Just like fantasy or roleplay or whatever, nobody's getting hurt, and the main concern is children being hurt or exploited.
Okay,
Whether looking at material like that is harmful, that's like a whole different debate, a whole different video. But like, look, I can literally draw a stick figure right now. Ready? Let's give her big milkers. There we go. Awooga, right? Well, she's under 18. There are federal agents at your door. But another battle they are fighting is for...
Okay, I mean, to be fair, that's one of my favorite fake outs, okay? That's a good fake out, okay? I think that's...
Listen, Shud Logic did a panel on this with food shops a long time ago, alright? And, SFO did a genuinely extremely funny joke where he made a very adult-looking, VTuber, and then was like, hey guys, she's 17, and then just left the panel, okay? That's that ultimate joke.
It's funny. You're all under arrest. Fuck you.
For the
I didn't look. I wasn't looking. I was looking at the chat.
Of child sex dolls. Recently, some mother had to fight to get a doll removed from being sold because it was based on her 8-year-old daughter. And
Josh, can I read your DM here? I want your permission, though, before I read it.
Okay, that's quite fucked, in my opinion. Though I really want to know how the fuck would that even happen? What the fuck is going... How the fuck would that even happen? What the absolute fuck?
another focus of theirs.
And why would this organization choose to fight that battle? What the fuck?
I don't know. Maybe it's because they're just NAMBLA again.
And I'm not joking.
Welcome to KF Logan with the 109 Raiders. Welcome all of you.
Oh, how come she gets 109 raiders? What the fuck is happening?
You've come in at a very, very strange time, but welcome. We are currently talking about the DramaMama investigation into the shoeonhead and MouthyInfidel pedophile accusation drama. That's right, I know. And you might be wondering, why the hell are you talking about that? Well, it turns out on Twitter more and more, every single day, there's more and more accusations of pedophilia against people. And MouthyInfidel and shoeonhead both call a lot of people pedophiles pretty frequently. So this drama was interesting to me because I want to see if we can get to the bottom of any of these strange accusations. If you're here, you should come over to the website, DemonMama.com/live. DemonMama.com/live. You get all of the emotes for free. You can come and join in and talk with us and go back and forth. You can sign in with your Twitch, and again, you get all the emotes free if you come to the website. So come on over. We'd love to have you sign in with your Twitch. Thank you for being here, and make sure you throw me a follow because we'd love to see you in the future. Obviously, this will be cut out of the final version. And yes, we're gonna put a CW now because sexual abuse. Wait, hold on.
Did they ever come out with the final version of this, Josh?
Here we go. Okay, there we go. We got a CW up. Okay, CW's up. All right, everybody knows. Okay. Needs to be a full frame CW. Yeah, I wish, but that just isn't how the internet works these days. So.
Well, why don't you just ruin the entire aesthetic of the stream?
Okay, so there we go. Now we got this here. We'll put this above the chat.
Then the reason I ask if they came out with an actual video is because I seem to remember it existing, but when I went back and looked for it, it wasn't there.
Anybody who comes in will see it. There you go. Okay? All right, everybody. Cover the entire video with a CW. Yeah, I get you. But...
Oh, okay. So, Josh said in DMs, alright, I'm actually kind of glad I'm not in this Breadtube space anymore. It's hard to say it, but I'm glad I moved on. I'd hate having to explain this space to anyone. Probably deleted. And that's another reason why I'm showing this, is that guys, it's okay to leave. It's okay to say, look, this has gone too far. We need more lefty creators. We need to let go of these old archetypes. We need to stop making shitty-ass arguments. We need to stop defending people just because they're our friends when they do bad shit. That's not even a very friendly thing to do if you think about it. If you're enabling your friend to do bad shit. So it's a big part of this too, is I want people to realize it's okay. You can come in here. You can talk. I will protect you. Okay, from the hordes of weirdos, because most of them have me blocked anyway. Yeah, it's okay to have complex feelings.
Wait, so Mouthy routinely calls Vaush a pedo. Yeah, Mouthy calls everyone a pedo. He's an idiot. But we're gonna find out who's right in this one. So. Yeah, I'm gonna put the CW up now. Okay, all right, welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Let's jump right back into it, okay?
Yeah,
let's jump right the fuck back into it. Here we go.
Okay, who cares?
Is to abolish the sex offender registry. Now, why would Prostasia want to abolish the sex offender registry?
Now. Now, I would agree. That is a very, very strange thing.
Is she really gonna defend this? I might have to remove my own head.
That was a very strange thing to start off with. Okay? That's a pretty weird thing. However, let me say that the sex offender registry list has been used to do a lot of damage to people. You understand? A lot of damage to people. In the past,
we like to dunk, but that sometimes hurts us, but we do it anyway. No, she's not, says Josh. Okay, I was like, if she's about to defend getting rid of the pedophile registry.
In the past, did you know that being gay could get you put on the sex offender registry list?
Okay, in like 1970.
It's not a list that's just for child molesters. There are a lot of people who can get put on that list. Do you want to know something else that can get you put on the list? Public indecency. Which, you might say, okay, public indecency can be bad in certain things. But you know who gets put on it? Bums. Like hobos who pee in public. And they...
Now, this, I think, is a fair point. I don't think that people should be put on the sex offender registry for, let's say, like, you go out to a bar and you gotta take a leak, but there's no bathroom and you, like, pee in an alley. I don't think that you should be put on the sex registry for that. But at the same time, like, these are edge cases within the sex offender registry.
Get put on the sex offender registry list for the rest of their lives. And once you're on, you can't come off. So, again,
And yes, Reno, we are visiting the past. Everyone's doing the J-Stock drama right now, and I don't have very much interest in it. I don't know. When it comes to other people's relationships, I feel kind of weird butting into it, you know? So we're gonna do this.
In the context, this is a little bit sus. Because this is a child protection agency that is aiming, a child protection agency that is trying to get the sex offender registry list removed. But they're not doing it from the angle of, hey, this is an unjust system, which it is. But they're doing it from the angle of child protection, which to me seems very, very sus.
The person in question who was on the board or something, and she says this is for being a chomo. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but 40 years may as well be your whole fucking life.
If y'all don't know what a chomo is it's prison slang for child molester. And Farina, oh my god, no, sorry, I meant DemonMama was saying in the past you were put on the registry for being gay, like, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta at least have been a good 20 or 30 years. To be fair, now, I'm not that old, I'm only 34. Alright, it wasn't a thing that happened in my life, but I'm sure people that are older might be able to, hey TT, what's up? We're rehashing the Balenciaga drama, and we're starting with what started with it, the Prostasia drama. Why are we doing this? Because I want people to be able to free themselves. To come to, you don't even have to come to my community. I'd love it if people came to my community. But there are a lot of other leftist content creators. And, yeah. I just want to show people that there were lots of red flags here. I'm not saying DemonMama's a bad person or that she needs to be thrown in the pit, alright? I just think that her arguments are bad and that they did a lot of harm to the left in regards to the Prostasia and Balenciaga stuff.
Gay and bi people who went cruising back in the day because it was the only way to socialize with other queer people were definitely also impacted by the registry. Yes.
Yes, TT the cat, we will free you. But that's the thing, is that, like, we can't... It's hard, because you have to start from the bottom and get to the top, you know? Like, I used to be a 1 viewer Andy, now I'm like a 10 viewer Andy, and as soon as we get big enough, then there is a alternative, right, to this Breadtube place. And we can get some real conversations going. Rena, also personally, I've known so many people IRL in the registry who will lie and tell everyone they're on it for public urination, then you look it up and wow, sex crimes, yeah, exactly. I don't even think you can get it put on the sex registry in every state for public urination. TT, I look forward to my liberation. DemonMama succumbed to certain pressures. I still respect her. Like I said, I don't ever wish, like, permanent harm on nobody. Like, I'm not that malicious. My whole thing is that let's deprogram ourselves, all right?
So there really needs to be there needs to be a better system. But this is a very, very strange way to approach so-called child protection by this Prostasia organization. But we can acknowledge there are issues with this list while still going,
Well, let's talk about who runs Prostasia, shall we? Who is behind this organization? In May...
The kid says, my uncle got put on the registry for cross-dressing in the 90s because it was considered public kink. Yeah, isn't that fucked? Isn't that absolutely fucked, the kid? That, like...
Rena, that doesn't discredit what DM is saying. I just personally side-eye this argument in most contexts, considering the percent of people on the registry for peeing on the side of the road. Oh my god, hi.
Literally multiple, like, people who are just trans, who cross-dressed, could have been put on the list in the 90s. That's pretty fucked. Isn't that...
That's pretty fucked, but we're not in the 90s anymore.
Fucked? So we can acknowledge there are...
We've refined our ability. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect, but psychology and the APA have refined, alright, their ability to determine between a sexual orientation and a harmful paraphilia.
List with the sex offender registry. Yeah, it's quite new. But we can also acknowledge that there are issues specifically with this organization. Let's continue.
In 2020, somebody asked the founder of Prostasia, Jeremy Malcolm, if they accepted self-admitted files as volunteers. Jeremy Malcolm replied, "We don't make a policy of asking people about their sexuality before they are allowed to volunteer." Their sexuality. Right. The Council of Ghouls consists of convicted sex offender Guy Hamilton Smith. And right. The Council of Ghouls consists of convicted sex offender Guy
20-year. Supervised release, no. But he's on it for 20 years.
Okay.
Hamilton Smith.
Wait, why? Okay, this makes sense. Okay, listen, if the registry says you have to be on it for 20 years, you had to do some shit to get there.
And they also had convicted sex offender Jeff White on board for a while. So I think...
Hold on, let's get his... I'll show you.
And they also had convicted sex offender Jeff White.
So this one, alright. Oh, look, he's from Minnesota! Booking charges, F sex crime, criminal sexual conduct. F sex criminal sexual conduct to the 2nd degree! That's bad! That's very bad. Very bad. Alright?
On board for a while. So I think we figured out...
Hold on.
Did a sex offender Guy Hamilton
I want to see if
Smith.
we've got the allegations.
And they
on
also had convicted sex offender Jeff White.
Under 13. Sexual conduct, 2nd degree, victim under 13.
Yes!
Wow.
Sexual conduct in the 2nd degree is a serious thing.
Okay. Wow. In 2012. Holy fuck. Okay, this is real bad. That is real sus. Well, yes, I agree. That's why I was looking at that. That Devious Chilster says, wait, isn't convicted sex offender super broad? Yes. But in this case, the charges here is a 2nd degree sexual misconduct charge against an under 13 victim. This is real bad.
On board for a
That's
while.
not, yeah, that's not pissing.
So I think we figured...
Let's find out.
Josh, why'd you redact your message?
Hold on, let's see.
Do we really need to look up what it is in the 2nd degree? The guy basically raped a child, alright?
Listen, I will read this right now. Okay, sexual misconduct with a minor in the 2nd degree. Touching, it's child molestation. That's child molestation, is what that is, just so you all are clear. That's what 2nd degree is. That's child molestation. Comma and period, move it back frames. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so, yeah. That's bad.
Figured out why they want to...
That's not pissing. I know pissing when I see it.
Get rid of the sex offender registry. By the way, when a family lawyer called into question Jeff White's sketchy history of, child diddling, the family lawyer received threats from Jeremy Malcolm, the founder, that basically said, you leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Capiche? And after that, they apparently stopped disclosing who works for them. They stopped disclosing the staff. The volunteers.
It said he was 36 when the crime happened, Androider.
It's just a...
Are there people defending this in chat? Capo, I see you, motherfucker.
It's a big mystery now. But don't worry, it's not all convicted sex offenders. They also have clinical psychologist Dr. James...
Is he 24 now? If he's 24 now, he would have been 15 at the incident. No, I don't think so. It said he was...
Stop defending him!
36. So I think he's older than that. Let's continue.
Cantor, who had to say this.
Speaking as a gay man, I believe we should include the P. To do other... Otherwise, it's to...
Oh, 36 months older. Oh, he was 24? Okay. So I misread that. He was 24. Okay, let's continue. Yes, Eris, this is a heavy one. Let's...
Eris, hold on. Aristocracy's in here! Boys, we got him! Chris the narc! Come here! Chris the narc! We got him, boys!
Let's not obsess over those details, please. Come on, come on. We have a whole video to get through. I get you, I get you. We can recognize this is not good.
Betray the principles that give us our rights. For the last f***ing time. Yeah.
No.
Are we surprised that the right-wing Zionist is in here?
No. That's bad. That's not good. That ain't good. That ain't a good argument. No. No, 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 no. No.
Hey. Male, male. Lesbian. Female, female. Bi. Female, male. Pedo. Adult. Child. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with sexuality. Children can...
Yeah, James Cantor is a conversion therapist. Yeah, Cantor shit is wild if you ever read it.
Be male or female. Pedophiles can be straight, gay, bi. As the CEO of bisexuality, we disavow. But like, I know this is a
as the CEO of autism, I also disavow.
Weak comparison. But seriously, this would be like making any one of my sick fetishes part of the LGBTQ alphabet. Like, yeah, guys, we need to add S to LGBT. Lesbian, gay, bi, trans, spit in my mouth. It's not how that works.
That's disgusting.
Weak. Weak. Come on. You should have gone heavier. I thought you...
Okay, I think saying the right way... okay, listen. Aristocracy has called me a religious extremist, alright? Until she apologizes, I will continue to be aggressive.
You were gonna say, like, extreme humiliation or something. Come on. Yeah, get demoted. That's a demotation. Come on, that's all you could come up with? Come on.
You can't sit with us! But they also had a
We will get to that. Don't worry, Devious Chilster.
nice woman named Sheila who worked with them for...
Yes, the person... Okay, aristocracy. There was a person who was a part of the organization that is being, exposed here, that was advocating...
I honestly forgot that, listen, to be fair, I am sure aristocracy would not support any of these positions now, but I'm just saying.
to add a P to LGBTQ, which is fucking ridiculous and stupid. Fucking stupid.
For a little while, and she had this to say on Christmas, December 2019. Merry Christmas to everyone, including the Nepiophiles, pedophiles, hebephiles, and ebahebephiles who have to put up with people like blank, virtue signaling, and perpetuating stigma every single...
I'm gonna force all of you to watch this again, because I'm gonna scream again.
...day of the year. Now, if you are a normal person, and therefore you do not know what a Nepiophile is someone who is attracted to babies.
Rope. Kelly, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that word?
Hold on one second.
Josh is like, I don't have enough substances to cope with this.
What's that? Oh, it's a friend. Hello, friend. Hi, friend.
So where does their funding come from?
Oh, God. She should have cut back to her not being there. No! She should have cut back to her being gone, because it would have ended humanity. Wednesday, Minerva says, hey, DM, consider this sub a big thank you from the DOGE community and appreciation for everything you've done. Hey, no problem at all. You know that. No problem at all. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Remember, you guys can dono as well.
Well,
good bit, though. I liked it. Good editing.
Of course.
Fun.
But also, get this. Amazon Smile. You could literally select them as a charity on Amazon.
Okay.
So while I was...
To be fair, you can put anything. Any registered...
This is a good point. You can put a lot of shit on Amazon that's just fucked up and, like, fake, so... But I feel like this is a very minor point.
Charity as a charity on Amazon. That doesn't really say anything about Amazon. You can literally put anything. You could put churches on Amazon. It's a free-form thing. You can put in any registered 501(c) you can put in on Amazon. So Just a fact check, everybody.
Hey guys, we're a charity now.
You can't. I hate Amazon, but you can't get mad at Amazon for this. It's a free form thing. They don't actually do it. Yeah. It kind of says something about Amazon. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It says that they're not fucking monitoring shit.
You can hate Amazon, but it's just, come on.
Why are you defending Bezos?
Let's go.
Doing my sleuthing around at 4 a.m. like a fucking freak, high off adrenaline, just absolutely on my QAnon grind. I actually found the director of the organization. Meet Noah Berlatsky.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That would be funny, random. She could have cut back to nothing, then she could pop in and into frame with a big prosthetic third eye as a twist. That'd be hilarious.
This guy? What?
Well, Amazon's primary crime against humanity is refusing to properly manage their facilities and website.
This is the guy who
and also, you know, putting a lot of people out of jobs, you know, being shitty to their workers.
It's involved in embarrassing Twitter discourse all the time. Oh no! Oh no! Not this guy! Oh, you can't see it. It's Noah Berlatsky. It's that guy. Oh god, it's that guy. Wait, oh, this guy is the worst. I didn't know he was involved with this. What the fuck? Oh boy, here we go.
Of the organization. Meet Noah.
Josh is the #1 fan right now. We got our top 10 with Josh, then Rena, then Rando, then Worst of the Internet, then Auntifa, then QQ, then Zach, then TT, then Jenny, and then Waffles. Good job, guys. You guys are the best fans.
Berlatsky, the main character of this story. Now, our friend Noah has some interesting takes. Pedophiles are essentially a stigmatized group. Certain people get designated as deviants. People hate them. Yes? And parents are tyrants. Parents is an oppressive class, like rich people or white people.
Why is there so much dead air?
I can never be free, can I?
No.
It always just just comes back. It all circles back, doesn't it?
Yep.
We're born onto the earth, bewildered and afraid. We spend our lives bewildered and afraid.
God damn it! Same shit, different day.
We encounter bedtime discourse, bewildered and afraid, and we reach the grave, just as bewildered as the day that we were born and the day that we encountered bedtime discourse. I can never escape. Yeah, my bedtime is now.
There actually is a huge fucking debate between, I think it's Stardust. Is it Stardust, Vaush, and DemonMama? Hold on, let me find this shit.
We're not doing. We'll do that in a separate segment. I am not even going to try and touch on that discourse in this. Let us just pretend it never happened. We pretend we do not see it.
He also wrote a few blogs on the Prostasia website. Child sex workers' biggest threat, the police. Okay, let's back up for a second. There's no such thing as a child sex worker, Noah. That's called a human trafficking victim.
Excuse me, wait, did I just miss something while sipping? Did I just miss something while sipping?
Workers' biggest threat, the police.
Okay. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait just a second here. Now, I have to say something. Because...
Wait, what?
Actually...
Hold on. There is a Loaderbox video called Addressing the Allegations, DemonMama, President Sunday, and Doe. Oh, we gotta save this for later. I don't know what's going on here, but this is becoming a part of this. Alright, I'm doing research while watching.
The police are really bad at helping children out of situations of abuse. That headline is easy to pick on, but holy fuck, is this the wrong take? Do you know what happens a lot? No, I'm not kidding you. Do you want to know what actually happens a lot?
That's not to do with this. Bomb, man. It's around the same time, though. It's December 2022.
Wait. Gayfesh. I recognize that, but that is a real thing.
Hold on. Wait, what is Gayfesh saying? Gayfesh. Come on, Gayfesh. Right, but he still called them child sex workers. Yep, Gayfesh is in there with the fucking pog.
That is an actual thing, okay?
Oh, it's about... Okay, never mind. Fuck.
Something that happens a lot is police. Listen, you fucking idiots. For 1 second, don't make any goddamn stupid memes or anything. Just
no, you don't tell me what to do.
Fucking listen for 1 second. Do you want to know what happens all the time? Is that there is a pedophile who pimps out children, okay? And the police fuck those children until they don't like the pimp anymore. And then they take down the pimp and then they continue abusing the children. This is something that has happened again and again and again. Pedophile cops is actually a massive fucking issue. This is a huge issue. All over the country. It's been exposed many times. There are child pimps who sell to the cops, and the cops will look the other way, sometimes forever. And those kids will never be helped. And those kids can't go to the cops because those kids have seen the faces of the cops. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? This is a real thing that has happened. If you do not believe me, go look it up.
Holy shit, okay, what about this one? This is older. It has nothing to do with this, I don't think. This one we gotta watch someday. This title, bro. Check out this title. Heated debate panel with DemonMama and Nicholas DeOrio, hosted by Stardust. This is around the same time. Is this hold on.
When he went on a rant about, I don't know, pro-lifers or whatever, he was genuinely serious. He was ranting about a group of people that he had genuine problems with. He was making everything is him.
I'm a fan of your product, but this shit suck, man. Like, I feel like, I don't know, this is the whole thing that gets lost in this conversation. I think that there's lots of ways to voice your opinion, and some of them can involve you losing your sponsors. And I'm not like, I don't know, I guess I don't get that bothered if Netflix makes a really, really stupid idea and runs a really, really bad special. And you might have mischaracterized me a little bit, but I enjoyed talking to you. But
what are you talking about, Testicle Johnson? I'm just saying that everything's...
Dude, Xan is smoking hardcore during this debate.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a pre-watch of this, but this is gonna be Kino content.
There are stories like this all across the country. If you think about it, it makes sense why a cop...
I don't think it is. Is this what I don't think that it's related to this. I think it sounds like it's related to something else, but we can put it on the schedule.
Who was a pedophile could easily get away with this and also put the victim in a worse place where the victim can't go to the cops because it's the cops who are paying the fees. Alice G says, especially immigrant child trafficking victims get arrested by the police. Here in Greece, someone got investigated by child sex abuse. They investigated the place where he took the kids. He found them, but arrested the kids, and the guy got minimum sentences for nothing. Probably because the cops were his patrons, okay? Cops are often the patrons of sex workers and child pimps. You know that this is a thing that already happens, right? A cop goes to a prostitute, says, hey, guess what? I'm a fucking cop. You're going to give me free service and I won't arrest you. All the time. All the fucking time. And if you don't think the same happens for child pimps, you're wrong. So, this is not to take away from Shoe's point, but that title is not what it is like, not necessarily what it seems to be, okay?
Rich people or white people. He also wrote a few blogs on the Prostasia website.
Child sex workers' biggest threat, the police.
Okay, let's back up for a second. There's no such thing as a child sex worker, Noah. That's called a human trafficking victim.
Yeah, that's true.
This one is called The Science Behind Adolescent...
Wait, what's gonna get clipped? What's gonna get clipped? I don't know how you could disagree with what I'm saying here. That title is like this Noah Berlatsky guy seems like a piece of shit, but you're literally ignoring a serious issue if you don't think that the police have a problem with literally utilizing child pimps. That is a real thing that happens. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure. Whatever. I don't fucking care. Everybody already says whatever the fuck they want. I feel like I've been very fair in this video.
Oh, yeah.
The police in my town had a pimp as a literal informant for them that got paid through Crime Stoppers until he got busted by the FBI for trafficking. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Look at this. Barry Manth, who ran a Columbia brothel, gets 18 months in prison. A Columbia man who ran a brothel on Van Diver Ave was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison on Monday. Barry Manth pleaded guilty on September 4th in U.S. District Court in the Western District of Missouri to using the internet to promote a prostitution business. Also charged in connection with operating the brothel was Ronald Clark, who was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Another man, Kenneth Jones, was sentenced to 15 years for sex trafficking of a minor after being arrested. The brothel was brought to the public's attention by Missourian reporting, which also exposed possible sex trafficking. So this is an informant who was an informant who was literally selling the children and making money off of it while pretending to be an informant. Do you see what I'm talking about? Sorry, did I say 30 months? Sorry, 30 months. 30 months. 18 months, yeah. Yes. Yes, everyone. I'm telling you, that is a real problem. As it turns out, cops have a lot of potential to do a lot of bad things. Do you also know another example of this is that regularly cops are actually involved in the drug trade themselves? They will bust their competitors and they will have deals with other ones. In fact, this is a storyline in multiple movies. Like, this is a well-known thing. The cops have no...
That doesn't prove anything. A movie's a movie. Movies are not real.
Have basically no oversight. So yes, sorry, I recognize that some people might want to say everything. But look, here's another example. Oh, God.
Should a 15-year-old be able to vote? Should a 13-year-old be able to decide when to go to bed? Should a 16-year-old be able to decide to sex with their significant other?
Okay, but...
Now let's see where we go.
Do you see? Let's continue.
A 12-year-old be allowed to choose what to eat.
She didn't even address it.
And what not to eat for dinner. Rather than outsourcing our ethics and ill-informed readings of neuroscience data, we need to acknowledge that the real corrupter of judgment, of kindness, of tolerance, is power. If we refuse to let young people advocate for themselves, or refuse to grant them bodily autonomy, it is not because there's something wrong with their decision-making capacity, it is because there's something wrong with ours. Therefore, let me touch your children. No.
What?
Yes. Yes, I know. I remember that story. This was one with the cops. Yes.
And this is true. People in positions of authority abuse children all the time. They don't even... The thing is they don't... Most of the time, I believe the percentage is about 60% of the time, somewhere around there, people that commit sexual offenses against children, all right, are not... They wouldn't, like, qualify as a diagnosis for a pedophile. They just, like, abusing their power.
Yep. Yeah, there's a bit of a jump in judgment happening here, because if you look at this, and I don't know anything really about this Noah Berlatsky guy outside of his association with this organization, but I just want to point out that, like, what he's saying here has nothing to do with child abuse. Like, what he says here is like, doesn't actually have anything to do with child abuse. So I don't really agree with Shu on this particular point. So far, this has been...
What? Oh, God. I'm so embarrassed, bro.
A bit, in my opinion, a bit of a stretch. Well, of course, but he didn't either, to be fair. Nowhere in here did he say...
Yeah, I gotta go grab the beer, I think.
...that children should be able to consent to sex. Like, this is jumping to conclusions. And again, this is one of the things that the reason why I want to talk about this, sorry, I'm just cleaning off a thing on my screen.
Oh, I know.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I get frustrated. Because there is, right here, we're talking about legitimate points. and this is jumping to a conclusion. I don't think that's fair. I think this is unfair of Shu unless we get more evidence down here. So let's find out.
Something wrong.
Do you have plenty of evidence? Okay, so the chat is, I think, gonna start. Actually, if you ignore the framing here, that is a valid point. Children are humans. Oh my god. Okay, Auden, Noah, go to jail. I hate this so much. I actually advocate for more child rights, but I still don't believe a child should be allowed to consent to sex with an adult. Well, that's good, Lady Hopium. I'm glad that you have the most basic. You need to have the most basic thing.
With their decision-making capacity, it is because there's something wrong with ours. Therefore, let me touch your children. No f***ing idea what he's getting at here. The echo chamber of alt-right conspiracy theorists and sexual conservatives who wield the stigma around pedophilia as a potent weapon to undermine the progress of the LGBT movement.
Okay,
so it is true that years ago.
Wait. Hold on just a second.
Who said say hi to Fawn for us? Who's Wednesday Minvera trolling?
There. Hold on. Do you see where I'm getting frustrated with this topic? This is true, by the way. This is...
Yeah, it's true, but that doesn't mean that you have to give it to him. You just, what if Osama bin Laden makes a good point? You gotta give it to him then?
It's objectively true. This is objectively true. Right-wing conspiracy theorists and sexual conservatives do wield the stigma around pedophilia to try and imply that gay people, bi people, trans people, lesbians are pedophiles.
The first person you read in chat then said that also has implications not discussed in this video per se. Okay, fair.
Wait.
Someone asks in chat, is shoeonhead bad?
Yeah, exactly. This is not the accusation this is not the accusation that Shu says it is. So let's keep going.
They then said, I'm confused about this. I thought pedophilia was bad.
So far, the...
DemonMama, it feels a little like condemning climate change advocacy because a billionaire says global warming is real. True, MX Dizzy.
First segment about Prostasia was fine. The second segment about...
Oh yeah, no, you guys can keep me fair and balanced. Don't worry. I know I can be, to use a horrible analogy here, I know I can be quite the wild stallion, alright?
Noah Berlatsky.
Look at the higher comment. Yeah, but this is the kind of implied in the language here. Okay. It's conflating a lot, says Somniostatic.
Has not been fair. Yeah, Lily Cade just did this. Lily Cade just did this, guys. We just talked about this. Like, come on.
In the progress of the LGBT movement. So it is true that years ago and still today, pedophilia was used to fearmonger about gay people. And all gay people aren't pedophiles, obviously. But here's the flaw in what you said. You are. Wow, look at all these crazy conservatives calling the LGBT community pedophiles. Isn't that f***ed up? Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with you?
So I also just found out he's written something about how Bernie Sanders has to be nicer to the liberal elite. That's just funny.
Okay, now that's embarrassing. That's really
Then I was thinking to myself, why does this Noah dude's account look so familiar? Turns out, he's the fucking journalist.
You're free to summon them here, Josh, if you know them. Maybe we could have a good conversation.
Who got mad at me like a year ago for criticizing the Netflix movie Cuties.
Oh boy, here we go.
What? No, dude, is DemonMama gonna defend Cuties? Oh, shit.
Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign targeting it, fueled in part by racism and sexism directed at a black woman filmmaker. Wrong. Leftists like shoeonhead and Vaush are critical of the film. shoeonhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk.
Oh yes, and that reminds me. Do you remember this guy who said I was too mean to pedophiles?
Oh yeah. By the way, this is the person who Mouthy tried to accuse
wait, what?
me of being, by the way. This...
Wait, MouthyInfidel tried to accuse him. They don't even look alike, okay? By the way, Amosia, you won't escape the wall.
Fucking disgusting piece of shit.
I feel that only at around the age of 4 are children perhaps able to consent to sexual...
And Minecraft, of course.
Well, he got arrested. All my haters are demons. May they not see the gates. Amen.
Is that out of context? No, Vermin. Amos Yee is a like pro ephebophilia guy. He's a pro pedophilia guy. Yeah, that's Amos Yee is like notorious for that. Yeah.
So let's go back to that map support group. Let's read a little more about it.
Okay. So, the Noah Berlatsky segment. This is a miss, in my opinion.
Why?
What Shu accused Noah Berlatsky of was, in my opinion, without substance. Yes, I agree that it's suspect that he runs a group like Prostasia, but what she
no cap
showed on screen there was quite frankly like not fair. That's like accusing him
no cap bullshit
of being a pedophile, which she did. She explicitly accused him of being a pedophile, based on like a couple of little blogs where he talked about like issues of youth liberation or whatever. Like that is not.
He runs an organization where minors can interact with adults that are attracted to minors. Or he ran an organization. I think that's plenty enough evidence for me. Okay, wait, which one am I reading? I liked you for the most part, but I remember how she kept bringing up maps during that Kink at Pride thing. She has a lot of brain room. I don't agree with that. This stream already feels like 7 hours long. I mean, that is true. Issue and I bet. I don't know which one you're pointing me. Amos Yee was released from prison like a year ago or so on the registry. He was for soliciting from a 14-year-old. Oh, gross.
That is an outrageous jump to conclusions. Yeah, I don't think that's fair, right? But I mean, that's a huge... The reason why I think this is...
I'm sorry, but if you have an organization where you are facilitating an online space where children can be predated upon by actual PDF, I'm sorry, but I think that makes you complicit. No, actually, you know what? I'm not sorry. I think it makes you complicit. All right, there's no fucking way he doesn't know what's going on.
Important is like, look, I don't like this guy. I remember him being like an anti-Bernie guy. I don't fucking like him. But like calling somebody a pedo is a pretty huge accusation. That's a pretty major accusation. I feel like you should have something other than he wrote a blog where he said that he thinks that like kids should have some ability to decide their lives, which like that's true though. Like in America, children get fucking hurt by their parents all the
I think he was also charged for possession of cheese pizza. Fuck, dude.
time because we don't have any protections for children whatsoever. This is one of the problems about this particular drama. Was he all in for Hillary? I can't fucking remember. Syllabic says, youth liberation is cool, but youth liberation while you are also the head of a map awareness organization is kind of sus. To be fair, we don't know.
No. There is no to be fair. Okay? There's no to be fair there. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is the kind of dumbassery that gets people hurt. There is no to be fair. All right? With this topic, there is no to be fair. If you run this type of organization, all right, people are going to think you're a fucking PDF file, and they have very good reasons to fucking think that.
We don't know when this person started work. We don't know, but we don't know the dates. Like, we can go back and check this. Do we need to go deeper? We probably do, right? Like, we need to go and
do we need to look at the dates?
Look at when the date of his article was published, which is not up on the screen. Here we go. This was 2016. When did he start this organization? All right, here we go. We're doing it. All right, we're doing it. Okay, let's do some live. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, this is the Prostasia website, okay? When did they found themselves? When were they founded? Can we find out where they were found when they were founded?
Click about.
Frequently asked questions. Who we are. Reports and finances. Here we go. 28.
Sargon of Akkad defended Yee on him saying stuff on PDF because free speech. Well, Sargon of Akkad is retarded.
Organization even existed.
Hold on. Sorry, I muted it.
So... Frequently asked questions. Who we are. Reports and finances. Here we go. 2018. Okay, hold on a second. 2018. This article was from 2016, guys. This article was written before this organization even existed.
So he still runs an organization that facilitates a I don't want to say it over and over again, but Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Does that accusation stick?
Somebody from the fucking CBR needs to get here right now and put me on my goddamn leash because I'm about to bite somebody. Well, she's taking a long time to fucking...
Jeremy Malcolm, Jay Snell, Candace Christensen, Maggie McNeil, Advisory Council, James Cantor, Craig Harper, Ian O'Brien, these people, staff, Noah Berlatsky, Communications Director, he, him. Okay, that is, I will say that this is the worst picture that anybody could ever put for this. Freelance writer and editor. So,
I don't think it's going
social
to
media
tell
attacks on
them.
Prostasia. Oh, look, this is it. Yeah. I don't know. Like, is this enough to call this guy a pedophile over? This is their latest article that's talking specifically about this.
Turn off your fucking microwave oven. It's beeping. Sue Phillips, well, you'd be happy to know that I've been parading these corpses around for months. What's up, a completely nobody? Ahoy! Have there been some new developments in this mess? What new insights are being gleaned from revisiting this fuck story? Well, the insights that I'm gleaning is that I was right. I was right to be freaked out. I was right to leave the community. I was right to be angry. And now I am going over all of this to give some people a chance to possibly say, hey, maybe I can exit this Breadtube thing and come to, I don't know what we're going to call it yet. I think we're just going to call it LeftTube. But we have to make a different structure because this shit is PR, absolute PR disaster. Like right now, she's like saying, well, is it unreasonable to call a guy a pedophile that is running an organization that provides online contact between children and people that have self-ID'd as being PDF file? Like, really? Like, we gotta look into that more? Like, that's just not sus in itself? DemonMama used to talk about how she likes body smells. Oh my god, dude. Zoo Phillips, you know all the cursed shit about everybody. Zoo Phillips, who are you really?
No, this is the one. This is the one that has it. Yeah, look, they're talking about it right here. They're talking about the MAP support group. That's this one. That is this group.
Yeah, I'll give you a MAP support group. Where's my AR?
So, yeah, this is just like people talking about stuff. I don't know. All right, well, let's continue. We got to finish the video. All I'm saying is just remember, if you're going to call somebody a pedophile, you should probably have fucking evidence of it beyond just his involvement.
Running an organization that it is evidence.
With one group and this article. And we haven't even seen what's in this article. Okay, let's continue, please. It's sus having a site that has a map support group. I agree with that. I agree that there is some questions. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of legitimate questions to be had there. So let's talk about that. This sort of group.
Completely nobody. To be perfectly honest, the entire demise of Breadtube or the YouTube online left is their prosperity to take frequent and belligerent victory laps without ever having first actually won anything. True. So Phillips, DemonMama unironically said trans people should start making HRT at home. Yeah, I don't know how they would do that. They would need to be a chemist.
That helps people who feel that way. And the problem is that there's
and I agree with that too, completely nobody. But I think this is a very good example. Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's going on, Emery?
I'm going down a rabbit hole, and it's pretty insane.
Which this rabbit hole or a different rabbit hole?
Egon Slovakian rabbit hole.
Oh my! Oh, you're doing the Egon Shalakian stuff. Oh, dude, we did that. That shit is crazy. Have you seen the Magic Triangle yet?
I did see it. I'm actually.
Are you freaked
I
out
haven't
right
watched
now?
all of it. I think I'm gonna watch all of it tomorrow, honestly. But I'm watching portions of the Impact documentary.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Is the whole argument that anti-cultists are like the real cultists, basically the real villains? Is that like the argument?
It's really difficult to like, I think, point down a specific type of rhetoric. What we came to the conclusion to after doing enough research was that that group was actually some kind of weird proxy group for Russian propaganda in Ukraine.
Well, no, I agree. I already saw that.
Yeah, but I don't. I think that the point is to just push anything against Ukraine. So I think anything, however you want to interpret it. I had a hard time like nailing down any specific type of narrative that made sense to me.
Yeah.
But I feel like you need to be on drugs for that shit to make sense.
I'm starting to speculate. I think because I was always wondering, I was like, okay, why did this specific when Destiny was looking through this, why did somebody like at 3 a.m. hit him up with the court doc?
That is weird.
And I was thinking to myself, was Destiny at this moment, he had a connection to helping out Ukraine, right? Didn't he?
Well, Destiny
was he not helping them at the time?
Well, I don't know if there was any helping in official capacity, but of course he was very like pro Ukraine, as a lot of people were.
Yeah, so like my guess is they were keeping an eye on him or something. Like
that's certainly possible. So what a lot of people I think miss about like in today's world of spycraft is that there's a lot of like monitoring of influencers like from big to small, but if you reach a certain point, yeah, it's certainly possible that they just did that to fuck with him. But
possibly, yeah.
It's gonna be really difficult to find out just because we don't know, like the IP address was obviously spoofed and stuff like that. So
yeah.
No, the Egon Shalakian shit had me kind of scared when we first went over it. I was like, holy shit.
I still don't know if that's a real person.
I don't know if he's a real person either. Nobody knows. If you want to get some really good deep info on that, Jordan and I worked on a really big doc from a couple months ago. That's got like all the different articles and videos. Some of the videos are quite long. We're talking like 4 or 5 hours long, but it's wacko shit, man. I went to bed that night too high, and I was like, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, and there's gonna be black men in suits outside my house.
This might be my side content project for when I'm not covering main topic things.
Yeah, Egon is a great. If you at Jordan Sis in my Discord, let me.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom Foolery, he'll be watching. He just sent me his video on the Balenciaga. Thank you, Tom. Okay, so I'll just add Jordan for you quick here.
Okay.
Also, Tom, I saw your video where you debate the DemonMama fan. I want to go over that, but like I have to make it a separate stream because it's 3 hours long. Let's see, Jordan. So Emery would like to enter the Egon Triangle. Please assist him.
Like when I was reading the Egon biography, like my speculation at this point, if like those videos, I'm not sure if those videos were him, if it was like AI, but if he was like a real person that they replaced him or something, um, but like if that guy's just not real at all, like I was reading that and I was like, this is like way too fucking detailed. Like, it feels like if this guy was completely made up, like maybe like this was based on a real person or something. I truly don't know.
No, that's the thing is we haven't come to a real determination either.
Yeah.
I think it's certainly possible that he is a real person somewhere, but I think that a lot of those videos were made using AI or other types of
Yeah.
like, you know, like trickery. So it makes him appear to be like some kind of demon.
Okay.
But no, it's very interesting. The other thing with Egon Shalakian too is if you dig deep enough into it, and we didn't end up going further with this just because at the time I was much smaller. But if
Yeah.
you research far enough into that, you will find out that the funding behind it is a lot of like weird Russian oligarch guys that are
Oh
involved
no, I
in.
already know that. It's
Okay,
a
yeah.
bunch of different shell companies and
So yeah,
I don't know everything based off name alone, but it was like it led me down to like literally this guy named Igor.
yes, Igor.
He like abuses women.
Yes, he's
That was
awful.
he had something called it was like a video about like getting rid of Satan. It was a bunch of gibberish or whatever. It was very odd. Yeah.
Thank you, the Real News Network. Welcome to
Oh,
chat.
they believe in vampires too. I was trying to see if I can find
Oh yeah, no,
any.
they believe in
Yeah.
all. It's I almost wonder if it's kind of like inspired by Scientology a little bit.
Yeah, probably.
Like they seem to kind of, they don't seem to have the same like fee structure, probably because like the fee structure for Scientology is ridiculous. But like it kind of goes into that same like area of like weird, you know, like conspiracy, like, oh, we know the real reason why, like, I don't know, man. It's the Igor guy though. I just want to mention quickly. So the Igor guy I actually know of just from true crime research, and
Yeah.
that guy is fucked up. Like that guy, there's no way that guy doesn't run like fucking like sex slave trade shit.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Yeah. Just based on what I seen, which is not even that much. I saw some video where like somebody spoke out about the sexual abuses there.
Yeah, no, it's and that's I have a hard time looking into that stuff in too much in depth because it seems to always come back to some Eastern European you know, like oligarch guy that wants to like put women in cages. I don't know, it always seems to come back to that. I don't know why. No offense to Eastern Europeans. I just
Yeah, there's about 8 hours of material on this documentary alone, and I was just like scrolling through it. I was just like, there's like a George Washington AI talking about how like this is going to be the most impactful um documentary in your entire life. And I thought it was going to be about climate change. I swear to God, I thought it was going to be like a big climate change like video, what we need to do. And I was like, okay, they're going to tell me about climate change. I skip around because I'm like, okay, like we're 5 minutes in, you're still giving me the introduction. I skip around and they're like, anti-cultists are the biggest problem in America, or like the biggest problem in society. And like cults, they try to smear cults as a bad thing, like a Jamestown or Ku Klux Klan or Charles Manson. And it's so
yeah,
ridiculous. It's like
that's
it's so
okay,
funny, but it's
bro.
also so disturbing. It's
But
like
also, why include Charles Manson? I don't know how well this is known, but I always
well,
share this as
Charles
fact.
Manson was
Well,
a leader
yeah,
of that
but no,
cult. Yeah.
Charles Manson was especially bad because he would like get like the girls pregnant, and then he'd make them leave the babies outside in the cold so they died of exposure.
Yeah, their argument was basically that there's bad cults, obviously, but like most cults are good, or not all cults are bad, and it's like, the anti-cultists are like framing us. Or
The
yeah,
cult groomers are out.
yeah, it was very odd. I've never heard that argument in my entire life where it's like, actually cults are good or not all cults are bad. Like you shouldn't listen to an anti-cultist. They're smearing us. It was very interesting.
Yeah, that seems to be a big thing within like what I would call like the new age cults or like the indigo children cults. So like basically popular cults from probably about the late 80s until now that have relied on this kind of synthesis between like traditional religious beliefs and like new age like hippie stuff.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to I have a day off tomorrow, so I'm gonna probably watch all of this, honestly.
I might stop by instead of streaming because Jordan's just got there's so much information, like we couldn't even get through the whole doc because it's like hours and hours, but man, I'd love to talk about it more.
Well, while I'm entertained and interested, I want to learn as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, so yeah, no, talk to Jordan. Jordan will give you everything you need.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of your hair. I gotta get some sleep.
That's true.
If I could, I would throw a raid, which isn't much, but it's like 6 people. I will
That's all
recommend
right.
it go to you.
They can come on over. We're doing some we're going over the Balenciaga and the prologue, which is the Castria drama. You remember that from a couple years ago?
Vaguely, the Balenciaga drama, the DemonMama shoeonhead stuff. I remember a little bit more clearly. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I'm going through all that stuff again. Mostly as a kind of like a de-radicalization thing for some people, just because I think that there's talking about like what do we do for people that have those problematic attractions in terms of like a medical setting, and then there's this, which I feel like enables a bunch of toxic shit. So, but I've got a whole list. I'll take a screenshot and show it to you. That this is how long I've been working on this. Half of these streams are unlisted now. But thank you for stopping by. We are always interested in Shalakian over here. I just don't want to go in the triangle again.
Well, I figured you knew about the Shalakian, but I didn't know if you explored it in depth. And
No. That kind of shit is my, like, I love that shit. I love, like, mysterious, like, weird, like, oh, this stuff is very shady and, like, obviously a front. Like, let's find out what's behind it, you know? I love that shit.
I think I might have to take, because you know where this started? You know how I got into this rabbit hole is like I was just watching
Did you watch
Erudite's video
on have you seen the Destiny? Hold on.
No, I did see it.
Oh, you've seen that? Yeah.
I'd seen it before. I knew about this before, but I was reminded of it. I was like, I want to watch that again because it was funny and it was an interesting skit, and like it communicated my point about bot farms, where I disagreed initially with Erudite, where she was talking about how bot farms are like the biggest threat to democracy. And in a sense, I still disagree because it's ultimately human nature to like fuck each other over. So I don't know if you can chalk it up to like bot farms as the biggest threat, but the point remains is that it is an insanely huge problem that we have.
Oh yeah, no, I agree, especially with
yeah.
From an environmental standpoint, particularly with like crypto coin mining and stuff like that. Like that's gonna be a huge thing. Oh, one thing I wanted to just mention with the Egon Shocky and stuff, I have noticed a weird parallel between like his like sort of like front for like fighting climate change, and did you know that Ghislaine Maxwell had like a weird organization about like buying parts of the ocean as quote unquote fighting climate change. I don't know if there's any connection there, but like it seems to be a like a scam that like more and more people with like resources are utilizing somehow. Maybe people are just very willing to donate their money like for that cause.
It's possible. Obviously, you probably know more about this specific lore than me, so I don't know if I could be like, yeah, you're insane, or no, like, no, there's something there.
But we'll find out tomorrow.
You know, I will say this: it wouldn't surprise me. You know, like it's Maxwell, it's Epstein. You know, it would not surprise me. I'll just put it that way.
Well, hey, you know, they gotta buy those sex slaves from somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was a horrible joke, especially considering the context of the stream.
Yeah. All right. We're getting the fuck out of here. Okay. We're going to. I'm guiding you guys to KelDoge. Go watch his content right now.
Oh, thank you, bud.
Dying down. All right.
Have a good night, man.
I'll probably listen to you as I fall asleep. Get out of here. All right.
All right. See you, bud.
Later.
Yes, Egon Chalakian, best weekend ever. That's okay. Since they're your only videos, really, and don't have many just videos. Well, I have many videos. Are you kidding? Oh, I don't have many just videos. I do have like 100 streams, but I feel like I do a good job chaptering it. I just need to get into editing it. You know, I'm freaking out. I used to know a cat named Igor from Belarus. He was a bit bent mentally, but he had a personal crusade against a CSAM producer who went by the Lord of the Rings. Listen. Now, be careful if you look into this shit, okay? Because some of these people, like, you know, there are people that are internet thugs, all right? And then there are actual international criminals. So just be careful, you know, like, don't accidentally get it, you know, view something bad or illegal. But anyway, now that I am extra pumped up because we get to talk about Egon Chalakian again, let us continue to analyze, because I don't like where this argument is going here.
Specifically said that there is a standard that's in place, or there's rules. In that article I just looked at, they said that there.
Thank you for the raid, Emery. I really appreciate that.
There are rules in place, that are to keep adults and children in their support groups separate. But that seems very sus to me to begin with. Why would you set up a single support group?
Well, completely nobody. You gotta know about Igor then, right? I'm not gonna say about how, but like, you know, he's pretty infamous for being a piece of shit.
That has both adults and children involved. To me, that's very sus. All of this done on the internet, all through chat rooms. I admit that that's a really big red flag.
Okay, I'm sorry. The fact that Doe keeps walking in the background here is not helping.
That's a huge red flag. Doesn't it seem to be a group?
You know him personally? Oh,
help them get help? It's hard to tell. That's the problem. That's the question going on here, is it's very hard to tell. And with things like this, you have to be very careful, because it's easy. The whole reason why the group is supposed to exist is to prevent abuse like this. And we know that children get put into positions, the children will get put into positions where they're abused by people with positions of power. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of questions.
Tomorrow I'm gonna go on Emery's stream and we're gonna do the Egon Chalakian, and then completely nobody, if you show up, because he starts earlier usually, you can, we'll see if you recognize him.
To be had here. That said, let's continue. And
that's Fawn in the back. Oh, that's not pseudo Fawn, my bad.
Let's go.
Did I say Doe? I'm sorry, Doe. I meant Fawn.
Let's continue and see where we go from here, okay? No, it is not Hannibal. That's another thing. This group is not run by mental health professionals.
Yeah, and the fact that it's not it should be a crime. Any type of thing like this needs to be run by mental health professionals for one really big reason, and that's the fact that mental health professionals are going to be the best type of safeguarding, because they can recognize red flag behaviors before anything even happens.
Well, he got arrested.
course he did.
All my haters are demons. May they not see the gates. Amen. So let's go back to that map support group. Let's
Excuse me. That is slandering of demonkind. I will not stand for the slander of demonkind. My goodness.
read a little more about it. Community rules. 1. You must be committed to never engaging.
In fact, that's one of my biggest oppositions to AA. Is I think that AA... Now, not all AA groups, alright? I don't want to slander all NA and AA groups, because some of them are fine. But especially some of the bigger ones, okay, you really gotta watch it, because they don't usually have a professional there monitoring. If you guys are familiar with 13th stepping, alright, that is a derogatory, misogynistic quest that people will go on in AA. They'll try to go in there just to hook up with people.
And sexual activity with a child.
Okay.
Well, f***ing organization already broke rule number 1. But anyway.
Okay. That...
Rule number 2. You must be at least 13 years old to join this chat. In case you missed that.
Okay.
13 years old. So that means there are whole-ass adults who admit they're attracted to children in private chat rooms with children. I'm going to commit a war crime.
That's what I was talking about.
I am going to commit.
That is precisely what I was just talking about. That is why there's a lot of very, very, very well-founded concern over that particular aspect. That is very not good. And
yeah, but this I don't understand. So then why are you so hesitant to call the people involved what they are?
Well, that's the thing, Somniostatic. It's hard to tell. Well, let's see. There was that article we just had up. Argo says it's for minors that think they might be MAPs, isn't it? Well, hold on a second. Hold on just a second here, because we just had this thing open. Let's look for ourselves, okay? DramaMama, we always go in and we find out the fucking shit, okay? Here we go. Hold on, let's find the piece. Okay. It's down here. Wait, where'd it go? It was a part with him. Not that one.
No, we are gonna contrast it with Shoe and Balenciaga. There's a reason, alright? There's a reason why I collected all these videos and why I said this is gonna be a long stream. But we gotta watch it in order, or else it's not gonna mean very much to people that don't understand it or weren't around. Alright?
Not this one. Okay, one of the things that people were specifically concerned about was the map support group that Prostasia works with, and especially with the fact that the group is open in some capacity to younger people, because people often start to recognize that they're a pedophile when they're an adolescent. So could you talk about why we work with that group and what kind of safeguards are in place? It's a peer support chat group, and it's there because experts have told us that having social support, such as peer support, reduces the risk that people will go onto an emotionally bad space where they're more at risk of offending. So what we've done to support the group is it already had very strict policies. You're not allowed to talk about children in a sexualized way. You're not allowed to post photos of them. And we've backed that up with some additional safeguards. For example, we've put in place scanning of images to make sure there's no child abuse images. We've made sure that minors and adults can't direct message each other. Messages are reviewed to make sure there's no funny business going on. And most importantly, perhaps, is a partnership that we established with Stop It Now, which is another charity that works on abuse prevention. They've trained helpline operators in the forum to provide a gateway to professional support, which of course is very important to and inaccessible to a lot of people who have this problem. Because not many professionals want to deal with this population, some professionals will report them to CPS even in the absence of them acting on their desires. And as you sort of alluded to, the reason why adolescents are included is because people start to realize their sexual attraction towards younger children when they're in their own adolescence. But if you look at the most common age for sexual offense against a child, it's normally committed by someone who's as young as 14 years of age. So if we don't serve that population, then there's a huge potential that young people will fall into bad patterns of offending before they've had the opportunity to receive any help. Another thing that we hear a lot is that we don't support therapy for MAPs. And I feel like the MAP support group is a really good example of how we actually do support professional help. We have our own Get Help page that has therapy resources, free options, various options for including like a sliding scale. We've put a lot of work into putting resources out there. We also raise money to provide professional support for free as well. We've got a fundraising campaign so that if you want to get a professional therapist and you can't find one or afford one, we can help out with that.
What? Say something. Come on. You brought it up, girly.
In fact, we don't have MAPs on our staff or board of advisors. So the idea we're actually representing MAPs, the one group is the one group that we're not representing. Well, no open ones, I guess, but I think there should be groups to represent them. But you know what? I think they should be led by them. And there are groups like that. B4U Act is an example of an organization that exists to preserve rights for them to access therapy, and to do so not with the objective of preventing sexual abuse, but for its own sake. Which is not to say they support it. So they want to be treated as human beings and then lead prevention as a separate issue. See, that to me is a little odd. Okay.
I don't get why she's so... What's with the, I don't get this. I don't understand this attitude.
So this is a conundrum, isn't it? Right? As far as we can tell here, as far as we can tell here, it isn't necessarily a private chat. What it sounds like is that they have a forum, not a private chat. However, we can acknowledge
that's not any why.
Look, see, this is their forum. Now you can join in, and it is technically private, but it appears that this group does actually have moderators who read all of the messages.
Well, okay, so fucking what? None of the moderators are licensed. None of the moderators have any fucking training. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
That's pretty complicated. They locked it down? Yeah, it probably was. It may have been open. Yeah, we do not wish for money to be a barrier. So you used to be able to join it. I think the key here is moderation, a lack of private messaging functions. Well, do we know? We don't know. We are shown some of the messages. All right, let's go see it then. Let's see the rest of the video. All right, let's watch the rest of the video and let's see. Let's do it. And then we'll give our takes.
Several war crimes.
She's acting like this is so painful.
So here's a screen cap of apparently what goes on in said chats. What's your age of attraction? Little boys are perfect. I think 1 to 7. Mine's 1 to 10. As long as it's before puberty, pretty much. Just an innocent support club dedicated to protecting children.
Oh, oops, sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I left the... I'm sorry. That was me. I thought I pressed the button, but I didn't. Okay, here we go.
Chats. What's your age of attraction?
Okay, so hold on. We're gonna have to hide the chat here so that you all can see. Just take a look here.
Little boys are perfect. I think 1 to 7. Mine's 1 to 10. As long as it's before puberty, pretty much. Just an innocent support.
And yeah, I will say it's pretty weird that they're like doing these emotes and things. That seems very, very, very inappropriate.
1 to 10. As long as it's before puberty, pretty much. Just an innocent support club dedicated to protecting children. My f***ing ass. Hey, so I'm actually editing this video right now, and while I was collecting screen caps, I saw an address at the bottom of their website, and so I was curious, and I googled it, and I swear to fucking god, right across the street from the building, listed on their website, is an elementary school. There's the elementary school, and there's the building. There's their building, there's the elementary school. 200 feet away. No, really, what the f*** is this? You couldn't even write this. I don't like it. Sorry, I don't like it. I don't like the vibes. Bad vibes. They have a forum. Let us now go! Read the big brains discussion.
All right,
I commonly hear the phrase, insert sexual activity, should be legal, as long as it's done between consenting adults. What does Prostasia think about the possibility of instead using the term consenting persons? Consenting adults is an unrealistically exclusionary term, but changing subjects...
Wait a second. Hold on. Who said this? Who said this? Why was the user... Wait, why was the person who said this cut out? Who said this? Was this another random user, or was this a person from the organization?
Term, but changing subjects. Do you know the age of consent here in Brazil is 14 years old? That's an interesting fact, isn't it?
See, now that type of message screams to me that something that is absolutely not appropriate.
No. Wow, there's another Brazilian here at the forum. I didn't know. What's going on, Brazil? Pedophiles are usually friendly and happy. Sometimes they do things they shouldn't, like breaking some law, but they usually try to reduce that to a minimum whenever possible. Oh my god. Ped means child. File is lover. File doesn't actually refer to pure sexual. Cope. Officer, you don't understand. I am in love with the 2-year-old. Did you know that even the sex offender registry is based on the stranger danger propaganda? The stranger danger propaganda is this. Very ugly, repulsive, hairy, fat, antisocial male who has no social life, who lurks around schools and gives sugar candies to children so children can follow him. Yes, the stranger danger propaganda is behind the sex offender registry. These registries are based on emotion and fear, and outrages for isolated cases that were propagated and exaggerated by the media. So people thought that kidnappings, rape, and abuse were everywhere. The fact that whole laws, registries, fears, and ideas are based on this stereotypical boogeyman simply proves that pedophilia is nothing more than a baseless fear. Why do people have problems admitting that pedophilia doesn't exist? It's entirely made-up concept that's used to describe sex between adult people and young people. Obscenity laws, in and of themselves, should be abolished. I personally think that offending files could become part of the LGBT community. Adults are often touch-deprived. Our workplaces are conscious of sexual harassment, and society has broadened culturally. Our need for touch is often fulfilled by children. The belief that pedophiles are sadistic abusers by nature is—
Yeah, this looks like Discord. I can't tell where any of this shit is. Like, it's really hard to tell where any of this is from.
deeply ingrained in law enforcement culture. I don't know about everyone else, but when someone tells me, insert person here touched a child, my reaction is, okay, if touching a child is a crime, then every parent should be in prison. Got it.
I always have to go through those again, because it's just like, I don't see how you could see this and think, this is fine, this is okay, this is totally safe.
Where would you want to live? My answers are Japan, Germany. Hard choice between Japan and USA. For some reason, I've thought about this, and it's been a factor in deciding where I want to move, even if I have zero plans on doing so. Well, I'll just go ahead and tell you guys, lol. Also Japan. Moving to Finland. It's not Japan, but it's so much easier to move to Finland, since Finland is pretty much the Japan of Europe when it comes to their laws, so that's nice.
Yeah, I took chat off the screen so that people could see these messages. Yeah.
The chat's really mad that they're not visible.
Anyway, thanks and good luck to you all. Unlike most anarchists, I believe that the concept of age-based hierarchy can and should be abolished. On Twitter, there appears to be a large amount of people who support making it a felony to look at children in public for sexual arousal. I'd like to see them try and stop me.
You know, actually, here in Canada, it is a crime. You can get in huge trouble if you're just, like, taking pictures of random children. I'm not kidding.
I think we have lost the war. What war, you may ask? The war for sexual rights, of course. They can't understand that pedophilia is an entirely made-up word. They can't understand that a majority of rapes are made by someone the child already knows. Rapes in quotes. The sheer audacity to use this Holocaust poem in defense of pedophilia? Unparalleled. Why are MAPs any more likely to commit criminal offenses? MAPs love children. They don't hurt them. I was a minor when
oh god. Yeah, I'm sure MAPs do love children.
I first started talking to MAPs on the internet. Wholesale hatred of men who admit attraction to teenage girls is a sickness of
Be careful, if you move to Germany, you might get touched by Tommy C.
modern society, in part caused by homosexuality and interracial relationships. Progress isn't made by appealing to the ruling class.
Why isn't she reacting to this at all?
The f do you mean ruling class? The ruling class are pedophiles like you. Why do you think Jeff Bezos built a rocket? When you're that rich and powerful, you don't have a soul anymore. You don't feel feelings anymore. The only way you get any sort of dopamine rush is when you shoot yourself into space or fuck children. Prostasia doesn't have a victim focus at all. All of their energy goes towards the normalization and the acceptance of pedophilia, hiding behind the left's language of social justice and the more libertarian right's language of free speech. They're basically just trying to hijack parts of every movement. So when I brought this up on Twitter, somebody who followed me was like, this is cancel culture. They were confused. They didn't understand why I was going on this witch hunt against an organization that was clearly, just trying to help people. So I've said this in other videos before, but I was one of those people that fell for this rhetoric. I believed it until I did more digging. You believe that there's good in everyone. You believe in rehabilitation. So do I. Tolerance is a great thing. But there's a line. And this is the line. We do not have to tolerate everything. Do not let these people take advantage of your kindness. That is the most serious I will ever be on this channel. But yeah, I just needed to talk about this because tax-exempted organization. So thank you guys for watching. If you would like to help support the channel and donate to my Patreon, that would be amazing. This video is most definitely demonetized. Understandably. I appreciate the help from my patrons. I love you all. And follow me on Twitter.
Holy shit. I think I made her video, reacting to Shoe, more transformative than DemonMama did. That's crazy.
And, that's it.
Alright. So, we have finished the shoe video, okay? Okay. We've finished the video. Now, this is only the beginning of the drama, just so you know. But oh, absolutely. Yeah, that sucked. Now, let's talk about this, okay?
The video sucked? The video sucked? The video was great. What are you talking about? The video was great. That video was funny. It was quick. It was only, it was only about 20 minutes. It was very informative.
Talk about this, in a couple of directions. So, there were a lot of accusations, specifically that this is a pedophile organization. And, I don't think that the evidence presented here is enough to say that. However, I will say that what is brought up here are very genuine concerns that should probably be looked at.
What do you mean, probably? I think they should be looked at, yes?
So, for example, the forum posts, we have no context or even identity whatsoever for any of those people. In the very first one asked what Prostasia's position was on a sort of key issue to this video, and the follow-up post implied that it was Prostasia's response, but did not appear to be actually Prostasia's response. So we don't know what their response was. We don't know what their response was. Now, you would expect on a support forum that there would be some people who are going to be lost, confused, wrong, dead wrong, and that the forum would be there for people to work out and grow and learn and prevent this sort of thing. But I just don't think that, I don't know that we have the evidence to accuse, especially in the way that shoeonhead did, accuse Noah Berlatsky of being a pedophile. I don't think that's fair. I don't even like the guy. In fact, most of his posts seem really, really poorly written, and I don't really like,
He was a part of an organization that connects literal PDF files to actual what? I don't know. What more do you need?
I didn't find his responses in that piece particularly motivating.
Excuse me, officer. We cannot accuse this person of pedophilia until we see the CP.
However, I think that we can. I think that it's a bit much to just go and call this random guy by name a pedophile. I think that's a bit much. And I also think that it's a bit much to call this organization a pedophile organization. Now, are there issues with the focus of Prostasia? Yes. I think that having a non-victim focused approach is probably not the best idea. No, did she call him one directly? Yes, she called him one directly. She said the difference between this and that is that you're a pedophile. I think it was back at the very tail end of this particular segment. Here.
Wrong. Leftists like shoeonhead and Vaush are critical of the film. Shoeonhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk. Oh yes, and that reminds me. Do you remember this guy who said I was too mean to pedos?
I feel that only at a...
I can't remember where
all my haters are demons. May they funny to me. Then I was thinking to myself, why does this Noah dude's account look so familiar? Turns out,
I think this is
he's the fucking journalist who got mad at me like a year ago for criticizing the Netflix movie Cuties. Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign targeting it, fueled in part by racism and sexism directed at a black woman filmmaker. Wrong. Leftists like shoeonhead and Vaush are critical of the film. Shoeonhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk. Oh yes, and that reminds me. Do you remember this guy?
Oh, okay. So I don't remember where it was. If anybody finds the timestamp, just send it to me so I can be correct.
It's a 20-minute video.
Because I know that that was said. Okay. No, she did. She did say it to Berlatsky. I feel like I agree with everything she was saying here. Okay, yeah, everybody's gonna go bonkers real quick, but listen, we gotta talk. We gotta actually have a talk about this, okay?
Oh, here comes the takes. All right, get your bowls, get your beers, get your illegal substances ready.
So, the video, and this is only the beginning of the drama, by the way. So, let us talk about the video. Okay, does Prostasia seem like a pedo organization? I think that's a bit much to say. Okay, I think it's a bit much to do that. However,
is it a bit much? Is it a bit much? Really? Really?
A couple of great points have been brought up here, and I would like to talk about them because I think it's important that we apply critique to a system like this, and I'll talk to you about that why in just a second. Alice G says, they don't even have age locks, so for minors to not access the forum posts, or even adults not accessing forum posts of other subjects posted by children, they don't have decent moderation for private messaging. This needs to be looked at. This reminds me of a children's chat site that was investigated 2 years ago that had a lot of pedos grooming kids, but the owners of those sites are still dismissing the accusations to this day, even with the proof. Here's the timestamp. Here we go. Thank you, Pansabi. Thank you. Shout out to Pansabi. Here we go.
Pedophilia was used to fearmonger about gay people. And all gay people aren't pedophiles, obviously. But here's the flaw in what you said, you are.
See, so she did. So Shu did call Noah Berlatsky a pedophile.
Yeah, rightly.
Which, to me, feels like a bit much. Okay, that feels like a bit of a jump. Okay. Now let's talk about the issues that I think are very, very legitimate here. So first of all, the forum. This forum seems to be a big issue. In my opinion, having an openly accessible forum where there is no reasonable expectation of being able to protect children who might show up to that forum, that has private messages available, that is a giant fuck up. That is a massive fuck up. And now I'm not going to go make an account on the website for the purpose of drama, but I've seen now multiple people allege that there is indeed, you know, I think it's reasonable to assume that there's a DM feature, and that's fucked, okay? Absolutely fucked, okay? And also, the fact that this organization seems, advocates for protecting children, but it does not actually advocate to protect victims. It has a focus mostly on the perpetrators of abuse, or the potential perpetrators of abuse, is questionable. So if you're making an organization with the purpose of protecting children, if you're going to go out of your way to say, whoa, we're protecting children, you should expect a lot of scrutiny, and you should have a lot of scrutiny. There should be people, other groups, that are able to make sure that you're actually doing what you say you're doing.
But then why are you I don't understand why you're defending the one guy then. The guy that facilitates these interactions, why are you saying, well, we can't say for sure. Okay.
You see, there's all kinds of people who claim to protect children. Priests?
Yeah, we'll go for about an hour, but she goes on a bathroom break. DramaMama investigates roundup and conclusions. So we'll end around here, but I've got it on 1 point. I've almost got it on 1.5, so
teachers, gym teachers, coaches, and these are the parents. All of these people claim to protect children, and they're most usually, those types of people are the people who have the most access to harm children and do harm children. So an organization that claims that
okay, so Josh is linking me to some chats that I'm missing here. Sorry, my eyes suck. So a compliment bot BD, it says, DemonMama, this is not a rehab group. These orgs pop up and always turn out to defend pedos and abuse minors. They may have good intentions, but there's research why pedophile anonymous online chat rooms that allowed minors aren't the norm. They don't work. Staff members clearly supported protecting pedophiles, not rehabilitating them. Prostasia is bad. It looks to me that 95% of the concerns are genuine, but it may be unfairly throwing some people or concepts under the bus, says Cotton something. There's another one here, if I can get it open. Okay, if my boomer brain can work. Oh, more from the first screenshot? Okay. So there are people pushing back on this. Let's see how many of them get muted.
It's going out there to protect children, which does not have a victim focus, is a big issue. That's a really big issue. And the police is another great example. So, do I think that Shu's suspicions of this organization are legitimate? Yes, I actually think that shoeonhead has very legitimate reasons to have questions about this organization, and I think that deeper journalism is absolutely required. Shoeonhead's research in this video was pathetic. I'm sorry. I know that.
Was it pathetic? I mean, yeah, it wasn't a professional dissertation, right? Like, you wouldn't submit it to get your PhD. I thought it was fine. Like, it was acceptable.
Might make some people very angry, but the claims versus the research was frankly pathetic. If this were done by somebody, even another Breadtuber, there would have been citations for where this was said. There would have been evidence provided as to whether there was a private DM feature. There would be evidence provided as to what security is in.
Oh, okay. Well, you go look at all the Breadtubers' descriptions and tell me who's got the most chapters
in place. That they claim is in place. You could have, Shu could have easily just done a segment of this video showing herself logging into the website to see if it does age checks or if it does anything. The research was very bad.
Why would you want to log on to the website? Why would you want to end up on a fucking list?
And I will especially say that, the segment on Noah Berlatsky could actually get Shu in trouble. Because Shu direct.
Well, if it does, then Noah Berlapsky's a piece of shit, okay? And I hope he rots in prison.
Accused him of being a pedophile. And her evidence was some blogs that he wrote before the organization was founded. That's not good, okay? That's not good at all. That's what we call, you know, false allegation. If you don't have the evidence, you're accusing, like, we just watched the clip where she straight up called a guy a pedophile based on a blog that was written before he was even a part of the organization. That's not good. Even if you don't like him. But let me notice something else, okay? Can I point out something else? Is that Shu admits to having a personal grudge with this guy. You realize that that undermines the seriousness of this video, right? When she goes, oh yeah, this guy is the guy who got mad at me and called me names on the internet, in the segment where she accuses him of being a pedophile, that seriously undermines the ability for this to be taken seriously as a piece of research or anything. So I find that to be a little bit concerning, and it damages the message of the video as well. Because I do think that Shu has some points here. The fact that the content of the forums alone is rather sus, but we also, how is this only the beginning of the drama? You'll see. You'll see. One said police are a threat. The other one was about youth liberation. No mention of pro-pedo content in either of his writings. Yeah, there's none. Yeah, there was no mention of anything like that.
He still is involved with the Am I having a stroke? Is this not absurdly abnormal? Looking back, there wouldn't be citations if Breadtube means what it means here. Exactly. Rando, I feel like part of the overall problem is that people get overly emotional about the topic in a way that isn't helpful. People talk a big game about what they want to do to PDFs, but what does it stop? I mean, that's fair. At the same time, though, like, I don't think this is the answer either. Like, if you want my real political answer on how to deal with this, I think that the best way to deal with it is to use the judicial system to establish an actual medical system for people that genuinely suffer from this. And if they show that they can, like, have self-control or whatever, then they can move into one of those neighborhoods where, like, there's no children allowed and shit like that. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think that if a person is genuinely, like, remorseful for what they did and, like, works towards that, I don't think they should have zero freedom. But I think that once you violate a child, I mean, you are a community security risk, and, like, you do need to be monitored 24/7.
Anything that we saw from him. So I think that's, yeah, I think that's very weak. And then we have a number of accusations that say that Prostasia is a pedophile organization, which I don't know that we have the evidence to say that. However, I will say that I think that we can conclude there is some very questionable decisions being made at this organization that I think are worthy of looking deeper into. And personally, I think it would be great if we had some, skilled journalists, look into this, like people who can actually get access to this information, people who can find out when they were founded, who founded them, who was involved with it, and what's going on now. Also, Shu mentioned something that was directly false, which I can show you right here. Let me just show you something that was false. During Shu's video, Shu stated that they no longer list who is involved with their organization online. But as you can see, this is their video right here.
MX Dizzy in chat. One said police are a threat. The other was about youth liberation. No mention of pro-pedo content in either of his writings, but that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. The fact that he's involved with this organization, I don't care if he's got no pedo writings or not. Like, the fact that he's a part of the organization, to me, is sus enough in itself.
This is their video this is their website right here. And if you go down to the bottom, who we are.
Alice G. I didn't even know it. Yeah, it reminds me of those pedo guys who hunt pedos, but in reality, they don't help actual children. They even accidentally help the pedo have victim status. Here are instances where a pedo got away with it. Hunted pedo mentality may have good intentions, but there needs to be a thorough investigation before doing so. I don't disagree. I don't think people should be engaging in recreational PDF, like hunting. I think that, that's something for law enforcement to do. At the same time, all right. Did you miss Emery? You did miss Emery talking to me about Egon Shalakian. Also, Tom Foolery says he doesn't want to go on J-Stock, sorry.
Our team. They do have their team listed here. They have everyone listed here. So Shu said that they were hiding who was in their group, but they don't. In fact, here was the one that she called out for being, for having problematic posts in the past. So it's actually just not true that this organization doesn't list their members. Which is a bit strange, you know?
Exactly, Rando. There's no way to tell what's in this
Alice
guy's
G says,
heart.
reminds me of those
You can only guess, but it doesn't even matter. What he's doing is wrong regardless of who or what he is. Exactly. To me, he's just as complicit for enabling it. Just as complicit. Josh, the Leo Convoy or sometimes Chris Hansen, although hugely Mama Max, yeah. So, but this, I don't even think these guys are pretending to be like PDF hunters. They want to normalize, alright, man-boy love, and that's fucked up.
pedo hunter guys who hunt pedos, but in reality they don't help children. They often accidentally help the pedo have a victim status. There are instances where a pedo got away with it. Yes, because they fuck up the investigations. Yeah, it's really bad. Did they change it? Maybe, but I don't think so. Like, I don't know how we would know that, because that's the problem. Shu didn't show anything. So Shu didn't show her work, which is a little bit problematic in this particular instance. I do agree.
She actually did, though. She literally showed the articles. What are you talking about?
That there's a lot of, we could Wayback Machine it, yeah, but we don't know when she made the video. So I don't know. There's some problems here. There's no tell of victim aid though. Well, let's find out. Let's find out. Home. Survivor trauma. Treatment without re-traumatization. 20 years ago, Kaiser Permanente Adverse Child Experience Study revolutionized our understanding of trauma's impact on survivors of abuse. Today, more and more health practitioners are transitioning to trauma-informed framework. For mental health professionals, I don't know. This seems to be talking specifically about victims.
Okay. See, you do this is the research you do before stream.
I don't know. Here's an article that they ran. Child marriage is not consensual. Here's an article that explicitly says that it's not consensual.
Yeah, but you know what? Is the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea a democracy? Yeah, there you go.
If you even think about child marriage, perhaps you think this kind of child abuse only happens in developing countries. Perhaps you think that here in the United States we would never allow such a travesty to befall our children. Well, you're wrong, and the statistics are shocking. From 2000 to 2010, nearly 250,000 minors were married, mostly girls, to married to much older men. 12 of our states do not even track child marriage. Wait, this is an article that's explicitly against child...
This is in 2021, by the way. This may have changed.
Marriage. At the age of 13, I was forced to marry my child care provider. He was a 32-year-old man whose care involved rape. This is anti-pedophile right here. This is firmly anti-pedophile. When I was silenced at age 13 about the truth of my situation, I was forced to marry in the best interest of the adults.
Yikes.
When was this posted? This was posted in January of this year.
For real, though, I think this is just being gullible. Like, just because they say that on their website don't mean that's their intention.
Consulting with law enforcement, advice to policymakers, consults to internet platforms, and have child protection experts in-house. FAQ. Okay.
Okay.
Is it...
Oh, speaking of that, this is your reminder to get the likes up, donate, share, alright? You can get a subscription at kick.com/KELDOG, or you can go to my Ko-Fi. The links are pinned in your respective chats. I will also send it through the chat itself. Thank you for watching.
Prostasia's position that existing laws against child sexual abuse are too strong. No, protecting children from sexual abuse is a vital function of the government.
Goodnight, completely nobody. Don't worry, it's a hard subject.
And this includes the criminalization of sex between adults and children under any circumstances, and of the possession of child sexual abuse.
What's up, Joe Romeo? We are watching a retrospective of DemonMama versus shoeonhead. Right now, we're doing the prologue, which is on Prostasia. a quote-unquote charity that allows minors and maps or PDF files to interact privately over instant message. And DemonMama is, for some reason, attempting to critique shoeonhead really hardcore on this. I don't know why. We watched a shoeonhead video right off the bat. I thought it was good. It was fine. It was funny.
Material. But a common mistake is to make laws that are broader to achieve those aims so that they harm others or even children themselves and may be unconstitutional. Another mistake is that laws are often not evidence-based, which means they could be ineffective. Does Prostasia work with CSA survivors, offenders, or those who are at risk of offending? No, we do not do so directly. Although CSA survivors are represented on our board, we are primarily an organization for policy advocacy and for the promotion of research. However, we do support research into CSA prevention that can be used by other groups and agencies that do work directly with these individuals. If you or someone you know requires assistance to avoid or to recover from CSA, we have a resource page with links to other groups that can help. Have you discovered abuse images? Here's where you can report it. Are you a survivor? Do you have sexual thoughts? Are your rights being infringed? Do none of the above apply? Guys...
She's just getting... It's like the opposite of Rainbow Passage. There's a bunch of red flags that she's just getting assaulted with. But she's like, well, the website looks fine.
This is why... Do you see why? Do you see why it's necessary that we look at these things?
No.
Do you see why it's necessary to, like... Look?
No, I don't. I
get it.
I
Nobody
mean,
likes complex answers.
I get why you'd want to look, but what I don't understand is this take. I don't understand this take at all.
Answers on things like this. But I think it's important that we don't just like what if somebody... Can we get to the next chapter of the drama? No, it's essential that we do this the right way. I mean, that's possible, Jessica Metal. There's a difference between intentions and outcomes, but like, okay, here's the question. Do we think that the research that was done by shoeonhead was enough to establish intentions or outcomes with regard to the allegations that were made? Do we really think that
well, the problem is you'd need a court of law to determine something like that. You can't just determine something like that based on vibes or a video. All right. Josh, Shoe's video, not extremely the most informative, could be more detailed, but not really the worst video. Well, it's like her normal video, like, format, you know? Like, it's not, I don't expect, a dissertation, alright? And neither should you.
Do we think that research and the accusations that were made both directly against Noah Berlatsky and secondly against the organization, is that enough? I don't think so. But those are huge allegations. So I am a little bit confused about what the goal was here, because it definitely doesn't no, but that guy Hamilton thing is incredible.
So like a girl being at the beach in a bikini.
Oh, whoop, sorry.
Incredibly sus. Okay, what was the guy? Which one was Guy Hamilton? Was that the guy who said the P in LGBT or whatever? Was that him? Was that the guy? I feel like it. I mean, like, look, I'm doing this live, guys. I'm doing this fucking right now, looking at the shit that they have on their website right now. And look at this. This is one of their #1 things, is CSA prevention. Reducing self-stigmatization can reduce effects in offending. Now let's take a look at this. Here's one that is questionable, right? Oh, yeah, okay. Is that guy still there? Is that guy... Wait, can we see if that guy's there before we come back to this? Hold on, let's see. That guy was named what? Guy something? Let's find him. He doesn't appear to be on here. He doesn't appear to actually be on here, though. Yeah, I don't even see him. I mean, was he there? Is he actually a part of the group? I don't even see him in here. Yeah, I don't see him. He might be unlisted. That's possible. But like but again, don't you have to like shouldn't we have evidence? No, Yi is not listed on here. No, my God, no. That would be ridiculous. Okay. They removed him after the allegations. Okay, that's conjecture. You're just guessing. Like, that's just guessing. Hold on, watch this. We can do this live. Let's do it. Let's see if it's been archived, and we'll see if he was up on here before. Do live investigations. This is why we do this shit. Okay. August. Here we go. October. Wait, look. October 6th. Let's jump back there, okay? Let's fucking jump back there, all right? Let's do it. Let's take a look. Let's let it load. This is the same list.
See, okay, listen. Maybe this is my preference, but I personally like it. Like, I don't mind research streams, but at the same time, I feel like if you're trying to make a specific point, it's a lot better to just be able to pull it up. Random, Jessica Metal died a few months back, I think. Unrelated to this, it was a health thing, I think. Oh, that's too bad. Shoes video, oh, I already read that. Windlebee's chat, yeah. Alice, a convicted SO, was a member of staff. Exactly. Exactly. Y'all get it. Y'all get it.
I don't see anybody different on this list. This is the same list of people. This is from over a month ago, before the video came out. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have... It doesn't allow me to... Well, I guess it does. Oh, it doesn't work. So I can't see all of these. Aaron wasn't there? Well, that could just be a normal change. Like, who's this guy? We don't know anything about him, right? That guy is no longer there anymore? Yeah. So he's not a part of the team anymore. So there's one difference. There's only 4 snapshots. The person who made that tweet was James Cartier. Guy as the convicted sex offender. Please correct this. Yes. I already corrected that. Yes. James Cartier was the guy who made the tweet. Which is... Where is he? Is he over here? No, is he even on here? James Cantor, you mean? This is the guy who made the tweet? But one tweet, I don't... Okay, look. I find that sus. But I don't think it's enough to cause it. Let's see here. Okay, we got this.
Oh, God. I don't like this. It's sus, but it's not enough. What do you mean it's sus, but it's not enough? What is your standard of... How much evidence does there need to be?
He's a speaker. Wait, that means he's spoken. Wait, this was not the guy. This was not the guy. No, this is not the guy. This is not the guy. No, it is not. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you this.
Wow, look at all these crazy conservatives calling the LGBT
so
community convicted sex offender Guy Hamilton Smith.
This is the guy. This is the guy who we don't know what he did. We don't know anything about this guy. Do you want to look it up?
Yeah, actually you do, because his registry type is 20 years, so you actually do know a bit about it.
The second guy.
And they also had convicted sex offender Jeff White on board.
Jeff White was the other one. Where do we don't see any evidence that this guy was on board. My name is Guy Hamilton Smith. I am a law student grad who's denied the ability to take the bar exam. I'm on the sex offender registry. I'm in a documentary film. Okay, let's see.
But will it be relevant, chat?
Okay, so he had child porn possession.
That's pretty fucking bad.
Okay. Jeff White was removed. Okay. But do you see where my problem comes with? By the way, Lil Monet, thank you very much for the bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Not going to be shouting out too much because we're in the middle.
You guys can throw money at me too. That's right.
Of this thing, but yes. So this guy, Jeff White, doesn't appear to be on it, but we don't have any evidence that he ever was, do we? Do we even have evidence that this guy was? Where can we look at this guy, Jeffrey Allen White? Let's see. Let's find out. Jeff White is Prostasia's research associate. Let's look. Jeff White is Prostasia's research associate. He's a social science major who assists with research, social media tasks, and is a liaison between Prostasia and its stakeholder communities. He focuses on the sociological and psychological science behind why sexual misconduct happens so we can put better things in place. This is Prostasia's...
Oh, God.
This is Prostasia's website. Or wait, this is prostasia.info. Are we sure this is the same Jeff White? Yeah, this is prostasia.info. We don't even know if this is like the same thing. Here's the one from the actual website. This is prostasia.org. Jeff White is Prostasia's research associate. Is that even the same guy? Is that the same fucking guy? I can't tell. Eden, Minnesota. University of Minnesota. Okay, it is kind of weird. But come on.
Just reaching for any sweep, though. Like, reaching for any sweep. Like, how likely is it that that's fake?
We don't, like, we would need to be sure of this, right? We don't even know, like, yeah, they're from the same state. But, like, how many people live...
Excuse me.
...in a state that might have the same name? Come on, though. Come on. Come on. Guys. Looking at them, they say they look very similar. Guys, come on.
Pause and read about keldoge because she's skimming. Okay, give me a sec. I just need to smoke a little bit of bulk. I got kind of a tummy ache.
I think we need more evidence than this. Do you see why I said that, like, an actual journalist needs to look into this sort of thing? Here, let's just
You
go out
could
of
just read the article.
curiosity. Let's see. Okay, just a cursory search reveals there are 113 people in Minneapolis, St. Paul area by the name Jeffrey White.
Yeah, and you can easily narrow them down by, like, looking at, like, one, where they reside, and two, their age.
113 people just in Minnesota. So this guy, who happens to not even live there necessarily, but just work in there, like, come on. Guys, that's a stretch. You got to be able to verify this. This can be verified. This can be verified.
Just someone go to it. Why didn't, okay, I'm not in Minnesota. If any of you are, you can go and access any of these records at your local courthouse, alright?
Right? Like, but do you see right now, though? Do you see right now what we're doing is called, like, Reddit investigation? Do you see how right now what we're doing is, we're doing the Reddit thing? Where none of us are investigators. None of us are paid investigators. None of us are even journalists. But there are huge accusations being achieved here. Yeah, we did it, Reddit. We don't know who this guy is. We don't even know if this is the actual guy.
I feel like it's pretty close. You know? I mean, not everybody with his name is gonna have a second-degree sexual assault charge.
Like, what is... I don't know. Like, you search this guy and there's 100,000 people named this. Listen, I'm not gonna say one way or another, but didn't Keemstar literally end somebody's life doing this shit?
Okay, how about you use some keywords? Also, the Keemstar thing is not comparable.
Can we not throw blind accusations? Don't go based off name or blurry photos. Thank you. Thank you. This is all armchair fact checking. So we don't know. We don't even know if this is the right guy. And as for this guy, now, Guy Hamilton Smith is, where is his involvement in here? Is he no longer a part of the organization? Where's this guy? I don't even see him here. What about this?
I'm at the White Castle. I don't see you here, dog.
Okay, so this is the org.
DMs again.
He's just...
I'm assuming you're sending me chats here. First, 4-paragraph link checks. Okay, Miss Izzy, it is true that children who sexed their own nudes can get placed on a sex offense registry. It's why I've hammered it into my younger sibs never to take nudes of themselves. Hey, it's Ice Beams. DemonMama, when Chud Logic was going over this video, someone who claimed to represent Prostasia came into the chat and tried to claim that map was a term that was used by professionals. They were yeeted from the chat when they couldn't substantiate the claim. Oh, hell yeah, let's go ice beams. Let's go ice beams, man.
The writer. Yeah, he just spoke on behalf of the organization.
Rando, I feel like DM isn't going deep enough, not giving it the true diligence, you know? She's kind of just skimming, and she didn't really look through that website like you would if you were trying to verify information. Well, exactly.
That doesn't mean anything. Wait, that doesn't mean anything. This guy is somebody who was convicted for possession, and he clearly has a story to tell of some sort. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
No, I actually don't.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
No.
Here's their Prostasia reports. Let's look at their 2020 report. Here's the organization. Primary prevention. Here's their goal. It's okay. In our 2018 report, we wrote, anybody can commit CSA, but nobody is predestined to do so. Our primary prevention approach is built upon this understanding, challenging the popular misconception that only pedophiles commit CSA, which is true. That is a true statement. It is not true that only people who are attracted to children do that. We talked about the fucking pimps. Pimps themselves aren't usually pedophiles. They pimp out children to pedophiles. They're doing a child sexual assault, but they themselves are not.
Yeah, we know.
It's ironic that in the same community that the public holds most responsible for CSA is also the community whose members find it most difficult to seek support, that they need to remain mentally healthy and law-abiding. During 2020, censorship of MAPs simply for seeking information or support and of professionals endeavoring to provide that support reached an all-time high, with Twitter making some particularly poor choices. The MAP Support Club exists as an independent, censorship-free peer support resource for MAPs who are fundamentally against child sexual abuse and who are committed to never harming children. Soma, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so, Soma. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think people have all kinds of reasons for doing terrible things, and as it turns out, there could be a lot of money to be made. I don't know that there's evidence to support that. Let's keep going. Okay, can you link that, please, Ghost Boy? If you have that, please. No, baby boy. Of course not. Research supports our belief that peer support for MAPs not only improves their own mental wellness, but also thereby promotes safety of the participants and those around.
A bitch according to who?
Them. MSC also provides a gateway for accessing professional support resources when peer support is not enough. Now remember, guys, this shit right here was before the shoe video. Like a year before the shoe video.
So?
We have just released a new staff screening policy on our website, which provides as follows. Prostasia will conduct a background check, and for this purpose, we will require the following information. The impetus for this development is that one of our volunteers was found to have an arrest record that had not been disclosed to Prostasia. As the record was not available on any public sex offense registry in the
Yeah, right. You have to disclose your records when you apply for the job. No cap. No cap. No cap. Hold on.
Of transparency, we have decided to require future volunteers to submit to a more detailed check. The volunteer in question is no longer associated with Prostasia. However, we are not revealing their identity because their arrest record was disclosed by doxing, and the person's physical safety and livelihood could be prejudiced by the circulation of information.
Oh no! The safety of the PDF files.
During their engagement, the volunteer helped compile a database of research articles used for our internal purposes, wrote one blog post that we have since unpublished, but which is available upon request with personal information redacted, and commenced work on a terminology document that has not been completed. This work will now be reviewed independently. If you have any feedback on our new screening policy, please post it here. We just watched the shoe video, Darwin Simp. You're late. Okay. So this appears to be referencing the Gee guy. The Gee guy.
Why didn't they do that before? Many jobs do basic background checks. Well, you should do basic background checks, and that's why for most like social work jobs, even if you aren't working in a position that requires like licensure, like you have to get a background check. You know, for anything. If you want to fucking just do the dishes, you got to get a background check. I don't believe that they didn't know, okay? There's no way they didn't know. Because you have to report it when you apply for the job.
Right? Because he was a speaker and a blogger. So this is referring them changing it. Apparently his information was not publicly available, and so when they brought him on as a speaker... What? They mentioned Tor?
Hey, what's up, Megahertz? The term map and PDF file are both bad terms. The term PDF file conflates attraction, involuntary, and sexual assault voluntary. Meanwhile, map is often associated with pro-CSA advocacy. Listen, I have an old school take on this, okay, and I think it's a take that the rest of the left should adopt. And you can say, well, you're biased because you were touched as a kid. But listen, a PDF file is a person that is attracted to minors. That is it. It is a paraphilia. It is well defined within the DSM. All right. Now there are people that are child molesters or people that commit assault, and that's a different group of people. In fact, more people that don't qualify under the requirements for the paraphilia of being a PDF file do offend against children, not because they're PDF files, but because they have a weird power imbalance thing. So I don't think we need any extra words or anything like that. I think that by giving it like some extra nice word, we're normalizing it inherently. Like we don't need to give it a special nice word. The fact of the matter is yeah, if you have attractions that are problematic, regardless if it's an age thing or whatever, you go to therapy. Like that's just what you do. Okay, you don't act on it. You make a choice to not act on those things. Doesn't mean you might not need help. By the way, thank you for subscribing, a Kemi Loveface. Yeah, map is a euphemism, but I don't see, I guess I just don't agree on the pedophile being a bad term thing, because it's literally a paraphilia. I don't know what else you'd call it. I feel like by calling it anything else, you'd be running at risk of normalizing it.
What? What are you talking about? Oh, right there. Yeah, but this is a separate topic. This is a completely separate topic. Also, this doesn't mean anything. What does this mean? What if this is... Yeah, but wait. What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? What if somebody's trying to access it from another country? What does that fucking mean? Well, we don't know, Ghost Boy. This is guys, this is all fucking speculation. What you all are doing right now is exactly the shit I'm talking about.
So now she's gonna start yelling at chat because they kind of learned a lesson. They're basically saying, you know, Tor is literally the CIA. That's not true. Pork corpse. So they're disagreeing with her a bit. Not like super aggressively, though.
This is all... Do you see? It's even happening in our chat.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
As we talk right now, everyone is desperately grasping at every straw they can, even if we don't have hard evidence. It mentions getting resources. That was White's job, and Guy Hamilton is still in the...
Yeah, Rando, that's how you would do it with person forward language thing.
Site. Let's look. How did you find this? How did you get to this post? Where did you find this shit? This looks like a defunct page.
The standard use of the term pedophiles for attraction. Yeah, the conditions among colloquialists, but creating a third term would inherit similar problems as map and isn't worth doing. I agree.
You're fine, Ghost Boy. I'm just pointing out. Wait, I'm just pointing out. Ah, here we have it. Here we have it. Wait, by the way, Jeffrey White, who finished political science and social science, who was mentioned on Prostasia, is not the same that Shu showed in her video. Look, this is the different one. This is the one.
Sorry, Megaritz. I might have misunderstood your first chat.
That's mentioned on the website, guys. This is the lawyer. This is not the same guy. So they've marked the wrong guy. This is the problem with Reddit investigations. Maybe. Well, the videos are already public. How do we know those aren't even the same people? We don't. This is the problem. This is the problem. These could be 3 different Jeff Whites. That's the problem. But the one who was cited in the Prostasia official paperwork is a lawyer who does research for them. Not even the same one. It's so frustrating. And this is the problem. This is the problem with moral panics. People take shortcuts because they believe there is an imminent danger. And when you take shortcuts, people can get really hurt, especially when the accusations.
What's up? What? Smile at the camera? This whole thing feels like a meaningless witch hunt? What a delusional freak.
Are this high, okay? So, we have some... Yeah, that's what, exactly, Soma. The real truth is don't name your kid Jeff White. That's a bad name. Just that name, we gotta just stop it. No more. No more. So, okay. Now let's type something up. You know what? Let's type it up. Let's do a type up here, shall we? Shall we do a big
QQ says lawyers can be pedos too. That's absolutely true.
Type up? I think we shall. Okay, hold on. Let's do a nice big type up. We'll make nice big letters here. We'll center it. How do we do that? Text.
That's why I just... in this particular video, I can't discern how intentional it is. But it just feels like DemonMama is trying to find any way to sweep for this organization. And it's like, dude, why?
How do I make things big? I don't do this ever. How do I make them bigger? I don't know how to do this. Shoe convo win? Eventually.
I'm just kidding. We all know why.
I don't know if she will talk to me. I think she might be a little scared of me. Okay.
I don't think she'd be scared of you. I think it would just be annoying as fuck.
Let's look at this here, okay? Okay. We gotta type up. Okay. Shoe video notes. 1. Serious issues brought up against the Prostasia forums. Legitimate. There are reasons to be concerned about the lack of moderation, private messaging features, and the type of advocacy that occurs on the forums. Okay. 2. Oh, you can do control and scroll? Okay, that's good. Let's make these bigger then. Oh, nice and big. Big letters. 2. Accusations against individual members. So, first is Noah Berlatsky. Accused of pedophilia. Evidence. 2016 blog post. Published before...
That's not the evidence, though. The evidence is that he's involved in a fucking very obviously sketchy organization. This...
Prostasia was founded in 2018. Yeah, we need some music. Hold on a second.
No, we don't need any music. Leave the music out of this.
Wait.
No music. I don't want it.
Hold on, let's see. What's it called? Here we go. Okay. This isn't dark enough. Hold on. Let's see. Let me get a sadder one. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We were doing our investigation. Our investigation onto the pedophiles and pedophile hunters on the internet.
Well, this makes it sound very serious.
Okay, we can look into that one. Okay, so let's keep going. Blog post referencing child liberation and inter-minor sexting issues. Now,
summarizing it just makes it worse.
I wish I had a cigarette, but I don't have any cigarettes. I'm literally all out of cigarettes. It sucks. I was gonna get some, but then I felt sad and I didn't get them. It's so wrong. I should have gotten cigarettes. So fucked. Okay. So, what else? What other evidence did we have against this guy? Posts against Bernie. And posts against Shoe.
Rando, him being a director doesn't prove he's a pedo. You could make a logical inference that he is, but it's not proof. And as I've said, it doesn't matter anyway. Well, I don't think it matters. I don't think we're gonna know, right? Like 100% either way, unless it's investigated by law enforcement. Which is why I always, I always emphasize that I think that, we should defer to law enforcement on this type of stuff. At the same time, I think the inference is quite obvious, And, like, I would be, you know, as someone that's been a professional childcare provider, all right, I would not let this person within a mile of my daycare.
And Vaush. Okay. Blunts are great, but I don't have any blunts right now either. I wish I had a blunt. Damn, daddy-o, that ain't fly. Maybe Fawn will give me some cigarettes. Oh yeah.
Fiending for cigarettes live.
Lightly defended. Cuties. Yeah, as we know, if you had any say on the Cuties drama, you must be wrong. Who else? Jeff White. No evidence. Wait, okay. Accused. Wait. Claimed. Wait. Jeff White. Jeff White is. Wait. Okay, so Jeff White. Unknown whether the Jeff White posted in the shoe video is the same one. Same Jeff White. There are literally hundreds of Jeff Whites in Minnesota. No evidence.
Okay, but here's the thing. They did give you a specific, like, legal doc. Like, you could go and put that in and, like, reverse image search it and shit like that. Like, you could call courthouse in Minnesota, ask them double check it. You could there's a lot of different resources in Minnesota, especially, like, for verifying this stuff that won't dox anyone. I'd say it's a rough 99% likelihood that he is, but that's not 100%. That's fair. The post against Bernie wasn't proof of that. That was just an add-on. Yeah, that was Fawn in the background. Charge. Dude, Fawn is, like, weirdly appearing in the background a lot in this.
Provided, showing they're the same person. Let's continue. Next, we have Guy, whatever his name is. What was the guy's name? Gotta bring up the guy. Guy Hamilton Smith.
The guy?
Here we go. Guy Hamilton Smith.
And also, another big red flag, too, is that they had a guy that was on staff that had a CP charge. So it's like, I don't know. To me, it's like the dude is almost one via negligence.
What do I need to do? What's going on here? What am I being told to add? Here we go. All right, everybody. Let's continue. Who else do we have? James Cantor.
Wow, chat's really soying out over the aesthetic right now. Is that something you guys like?
Okay, everybody.
So this is gonna be like her... She'll do this, and then she'll go over her final positions, basically.
Those networks is the Tor network, which is used in, and we'll type up conclusions. We'll zoom in here. Boink, boink. Here we go. Conclusions. The organization brands itself on protecting children. Wait, here's how we do this to make this a little bit easier. On protecting children from abuse.
Oh, we get
Many of their blog
we get to see MouthyInfidel.
Posts do indeed discuss how harm can be prevented and how victims can be victims and potential victims can
Thanks for all the subs, you guys, by the way. Let's fucking go.
be protected. However, their focus on protecting children is quite heavy-handed, given that their primary purpose is to research, is to fund and promote research about how to prevent child abuse and harm, as opposed to directly protecting children or working for victims. Oh, you want me to add this? Here we go. Here we go. The forums seem to be the most drastic of issues. In the blog posts published on the site, there is no doubt that, at least publicly, the organization does oppose child sexual abuse and the normalization of such. Their use of the term MAP, minor attracted, appears to mostly be out of a desire to connect with potential offenders before they offend.
Oh my god, dude, this is so bad. This is so bad.
While this is their stated goal, there is no evidence to the contrary that they do not take this goal seriously. Okay. None is provided by shoeonhead. Oh, interesting. CP deterrence campaign. We are committed to eliminating unlawful sexual images of minors, also known as child sexual abuse material, child sexual exploitation material, or child porn. But unlike other groups, we don't believe this can be done through law enforcement or tech alone. As a human problem, we have to take account of the humanity
Oh no.
of the perpetrators and offer a nuanced solution that addresses them in their complexity. 3 key interventions that Prostasia offers to reduce usage of unlawful images are our research into prevention, providing support for mental wellness for those at risk, and our CP deterrence campaign aimed at people actively searching for unlawful images. CP is the internet's colloquialism. Okay. Some will seek it out. Reaching out to them before they do could prevent a crime and could save a child from being victimized. Unlawful images can be found on the mainstream. One of those networks is the Tor network, which is used around the world by those wishing to
The Tor network is not mainstream.
access the internet for greater privacy. So far, Prostasia has a set of Google search ads, some shown here thanks to a generous in-kind donation from Google. But our objective is to do more, to include advertisements on things like DuckDuckGo, which will access the Tor network itself. So this was back when? When was this published? Okay. Oh, here we go, right over here. Are you looking for CP? Get help before it's too late. Most Tor network users hate CP. Are you one of them? Tor can be misused to find CP, but help is available to stop. These are their ads that they took out right here. This needs to go in the evidence that we have.
This doesn't really prove anything, though. Like, if they're willing to hire people that have, a history of abusing children, what does this prove?
Organization seems to have spent considerable money in preventing people from accessing.
DuckDuckGo can access some things on Tor network, yes, but it's really inconsistent.
Illicit, I guess, child porn, I guess CP.
And guys, Tor is not just like evil, like CP everywhere. It's mostly just like darknet markets for people to buy drugs and like nerd forums and like tech stuff. Or like journalists like releasing information that they can't publish in their own countries because it's illegal.
Okay, that was 2018. This was published in 2018. CSAM. Okay, that's a good word. CSAM, that's a good word. That's the better word to use. Yeah, but they received donation and spent it. Yeah. So, obviously they didn't spend their own money. They're a charity. People donate to them. So, yeah. Okay. All right, I think we've reached the end of this particular segment, everybody. Not of the drama segment, because we still have to actually get into what drama came along, and we have to see what legitimacy there is to it. But this is the review of the video itself, okay? So this is something important. So the organization seems to have spent considerable, donated obviously, money in preventing people from accessing it. And here we have the ads they took out that were directly involved with getting people not to look up child porn. So the idea that this is a pedophile organization to me seems a bit much.
I mean, hey, the North Korea claims to be democratic and for the people. So, I mean, Migrants, many darknet markets sell drugs and stolen IDs and such, but refuse to carry CP. Lots of darknet users and illegal buyers and sellers oppose CP. That's very true. Okay.
Can we yeah, the music ended. Sorry, I paused the music.
I'm not gonna elaborate anymore, but it's very true.
Can we acknowledge that there may have been a bit of a jumping the gun going on here?
No, I don't
Can we
think.
acknowledge that?
I don't think there was a jumping of the gun. I think you're minimizing
While
it.
there were some very questionable things shown in that video, that we don't have the context necessary. I think the gun may have been jumped. Okay, so far, but we're not done yet. Jumping the gun is generous.
Yeah, it is.
Phoebezen, I have been bouncing in and out of stream, but I fucking despise the use of map as a term. I seem to remember a decent-sized group of pedos trying to pass as LGBT, and that angers me so much. I recognize that. But, let me tell you something. Like I said before, if you're an organization that is trying to prevent people from getting child sexual assault materials, CSAM, if you're trying to stop somebody from getting there, you might have to use the term that they use for themselves. Do you recognize that, right? Because how else are you going to find those people who are looking for porn if you don't acknowledge the term that they're using to describe themselves? We've seen no evidence that they want to normalize the use of that term necessarily.
What?
Is the link that you sourced a reliable?
You literally read a whole paragraph about it. Do you have a TBI? Okay, am I talking to Westside Tyler right now?
Source at all? That is the website themselves. So of course they could be lying, but if we're going to accuse them of lying, we have to have evidence that they're lying. We have to have evidence.
Oh, hey, that was actually a pretty good sample size. So a lot of you know some of it about it, and then some of you don't know nothing. Okay.
That they're lying, if we think they're lying, and we don't have that evidence. We don't. In fact, and we have no reason to assume that they were lying 2 years or 3 years ago before this video even came out. Why would they be lying about what they're doing when they publicly report that spending? It's just the evidence is really thin.
Have you ever heard of cooking the books?
So right now we have some pretty sparse information and some pretty major allegations. Now, personally, I have some questions about this organization. But the forums are a massive problem. Yeah, the forums are a potential massive issue. The article was made by the person Shu called a pedo, but he seems to be suggesting the majority of underage sex workers are doing so consensually. I haven't read the whole thing, but I figured it'd be something you want to check. Let's look. Here's the article by Noah Berlatsky, who is called a pedophile. When most people hear human trafficking, they think of kidnapped, young, cis, mostly white girls sold into enforced sexual slavery by criminal gangs of mostly people of color. Lurid depictions of this kind of crime are common in film and television, like 2014's Eden, based on a now debunked true story, or 2017's Trafficked. Any underage person who trades sex is considered a trafficking victim under most legal definitions. But most of these underage trafficking victims are not kidnapped or coerced by pimps. Alexandra Lutnick, a lecturer at UC's Berkeley School of Social Welfare, estimates that only about 10% of underage people who trade sex are forced to do so. Even when force or coercion is present, kidnapping is extremely rare. Usually, young people are forced to trade sex by people they know, such as a significant other, a parent, or a guardian. Because the usual narratives about how underage trading sex are misleading, the usual interventions to help such people generally don't work. Sending police to arrest rings of kidnappers doesn't help when most young people who trade sex have not been kidnapped. To help underage people who trade sex, we need to meet people where they're at. We need to hear from them what their needs are, Lutnick told me. Okay, you guys are doing it again.
Why are you so upset at chat for being right? You know, if my chat is yelling at me because it's like the whole chat or the majority of the chat, all right, unless they're trolling you, which could happen. But you usually know that, right? Like you maybe that should click something in your brain, you know? Like that's why I like that my chat is a bit more chaotic, because I can have someone like QQ or whoever come in here and kind of kick me in the head if I'm being dumb. That's the whole point.
Do you notice what was being said here? Yes, that's what this is saying. This is saying that underage people don't see themselves as victims. Underage people often don't see themselves as victims because they think that the only way of being a victim of child sexual assault is to be kidnapped. This isn't even the article that Shu mentioned. This is, this person is telling the truth. And they're citing the data from actual studies. Like, this person isn't saying that they do it willingly. They're saying that they're forced into it, but they don't realize they're being forced into it. This is something that happens all the time. Why do you think so many kids get abused and don't find out until they're older? Because they didn't know what they were experiencing was the same. It's not the same article. Young people who trade sex are a diverse group. From a quarter to a third of them may be cis boys, according to one study, and they are disproportionately likely to be LGBT. What many of them share in common, though, is that adults and social support systems have, for one reason or another, failed them. They have been kicked out of their homes or fled their homes to avoid abuse. Underage people who trade sex are more likely to be queer because queer youth are more likely to be homeless. They start trading sex because that's a way they can obtain food or shelter for themselves or their loved ones. This is what happened to Kristen D'Angelo, a director of the Sex Workers Outreach Project, Sacramento, and a survivor of human trafficking. I entered the sex trade because I was engaged in survival. I needed a place to stay and I needed a roof over my head. I needed food to eat. D'Angelo was working in a massage parlor and did not have a pimp until she tried to get a fake ID so she could prove she was older. She started to work for the pimp to get the ID and then she was unable to escape him. Law enforcement did not rescue D'Angelo. They tried to arrest her. In some states, the laws have changed. People under 18 are no longer supposed to be arrested for prostitution. In California, 19 states, though, still allow children to be charged with prostitution offenses. The police are charging the children. Even in states where prostitution laws don't apply, a young person who trades sex may still be arrested for other charges, like lying to a police officer or vagrancy.
Okay.
Guys, I'm sorry, but so far, Noah Berlatsky is the one who's been most dunked on unfairly here. This guy was accused of being a pedophile because he wrote this article, which is just actually true.
No, that's not, no, that's not why people think he's a pedophile. Am I crazy? That's not why people think he's a pedophile. People think he's a pedophile because he runs a website that can connect minors and adults. That's why they think he's a pedophile. Oh, we got the downvotes coming, guys.
Yeah, but what do we know?
Make sure to like and subscribe. Fight the pedophiles by liking and subscribing. Thank you.
Shouldn't we all learn about fucking just reading the title and not reading the article?
No.
How frustrating. All right. So we got something else to look at, okay? It looks like the article shoe actually...
There are step-parents or not step who pimp out their children on their PDF. Yeah, that's true. That does happen.
Reference. Yeah, here's the article that was actually referenced. Here we go. Are we ready? Here we go. Child sex workers' biggest threat, the police. Which, remember, only the title of this article was shown. Shu did not show the actual article.
Okay, but, like, that doesn't address the main problem!
Yeah, I get you. Let's just look at it. The 2012 film Eden distills all of our culture's fears about underage sex trafficking into a single nightmare narrative. It shows dozens of young girls kidnapped from high school, forced into prostitution, then murdered when they get too old for their dissipated clientele. Immoral, heartless criminals preying on innocent, attractive, cis-sexual girls. This is a trafficking story that resonates. Eden was supposed to be based on the true life experience of a woman named Chung Kim, and when it was first released, it received rapturous media escalades. But it was later revealed that the film was largely fabricated. Indeed, the truth is much less sensational. Most domestic minors in the sex industry are not kidnapping victims. They're children who have fallen out with their parents, often because they are gay or trans, or have been forced from their homes, and they sell sex to survive. And the biggest danger they face is not from organized rings of predatory criminals, but from the police. That's one of the central insights in domestic minor sex trafficking beyond victims and villains. A new book by RTI international researcher Alexandra Lutnick. Youth in the sex trade are a criminalized and stigmatized population, and it's very difficult to survey them or get accurate statistics about their experiences. But Lutnick told me by email that in her research and those of others, it's not uncommon to hear that young people experience violence more often from law enforcement officials than any other group. In the worst cases, this violence takes the form of physical and sexual assault. Lutnick reports on one incident in which an underage trans woman in New Orleans was forced to have sex with a police officer in order to avoid arrest. What the fuck did I tell you people?
Wait, what year? This is important because the New Orleans police, department is, notorious for being corrupt. That's why I ask.
And let's keep reading, shall we? Shall we keep reading?
I don't know, are we?
I don't understand, the girl told her caseworker. If he's an undercover cop and I'm a minor, isn't he not supposed to, let me do that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And remember, this article was cited as evidence that Noah Berlatsky is a pedophile. Kristen D'Angelo, the director of the Sex Worker Outreach Project in Sacramento, told me by phone that this kind of police abuse is common and persistent. D'Angelo worked in a massage parlor when she was in high school in the 1970s and early 80s. There was this team, 2 police officers. One was Hispanic, one was Asian. That's all I remember, young men. They'd come over and pick me up and they would take turns doing that doing that with all of the girls over town. They'd take you out to the field, have sex with you. We would call it rape now. But back then, you just did what the police officer wanted. They'd dump you out in the field. It was surrounded by farmland, and you had to figure out a way to hitchhike back.
Well, that sucks.
In 2015, SWAP Sacramento interviewed 44 sex workers in the area. They reported similar police abuses to those D'Angelo experienced. The same stuff is happening today. You could almost remove the face, put in a different person, and everything would be the same. Jenny Heineman, a sociologist in the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, worked with the federally funded Commercial Sexual Exploitation of Children program in collaboration with research teams across the U.S. More than half the young people I interviewed stated they regularly perform sex acts for police officers in exchange for not being arrested. More than half the young people I interviewed state that they regularly perform sex acts for police officers in exchange for not being arrested. More than half of the young people interviewed stated they regularly perform sex acts for police officers in exchange to not be arrested. According to the sociologist doing
I heard you.
research on this at the University of Nevada, who works with the federally funded Commercial Sexual Exploitation of Children program. And remember, this was the article that shoeonhead showed as evidence that Noah Berlatsky was a pedophile. But but remember, Noah Berlatsky said mean things to Shoe. So, yeah, it's pretty heavy, Lady Hopium. I'm sorry about that.
Yes. Oh, it's a cat.
All right. She probably
Damn,
no,
son,
no,
where'd you find
no.
this?
Thank you for
And now we will
following. I'm sorry that I have to ban you for being a bot. But I'll take the follow. Megarit says... I think Shu's an idiot for using this article as evidence, but will DM get to the main accusations against Prostasia, which are more important? Well, I think Shu used both as evidence, so you can criticize her for this being weak evidence, but I think the primary evidence is obvious.
Music back. Okay? No, you cannot be, I'm sorry, you can't be charitable when she posted the article without reading the article. Shu used the title of the article to gather clicks and anger and accuse a guy of being a pedophile who, I'm sorry, there's no evidence of that. That is not okay. That's not okay, guys. That's just not cool. Okay? But there's been a Twitter spat. She releases a new video on Prostasia, an organization for child protection, and in the video she makes a joke about game-ending pedos, and the following Twitter battle occurs. Here we go. I don't get why people's brains shut off when they start talking about pedophilia. Doing anything sexual to kids is immoral. Being a pedophile isn't. I have no idea why people think it's okay to joke about murdering people for an attraction they have no control over. Pretty gross.
Ew.
Okay. So, all right. Now, we talked about this. There was a lot of jokes about killing people. Now, to be fair, there was one joke and then a bunch of accusations. But honestly, is MouthyInfidel wrong here?
What?
What he's talking about is somebody who has the attraction but doesn't necessarily offend. The entire purpose of that organization is to prevent those people from ever offending in the first place. I don't actually think Mouthy's off here.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Am I gonna agree with Mouthy by the end of this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Wait a second. I'm not going to conclude early. Okay, she does immediately start laughing and make it clear that she thinks that pedophiles should receive therapy to get the help they need. But you're still right that she did joke about killing them. Okay, fair from Know Nothing here. Fair from Know Nothing. Yeah, but I mean, would we accept this line for any other group? Like, she clearly holds anti-pedophile, even non-offending pedophile sentiment, and then she jokes about killing them. Like, what if Fuentes made a joke about killing black people and then just said, just joking? Okay, this is terrible, though.
Okay, what in the fuck is MouthyInfidel on? No wonder that guy disappeared. What kind of drugs do you need to take that position? Okay, buddy.
Of course I remember that panel, Nuts. This is a terrible argument to make. Please, that's so bad. That's so bad. Mouthy. Okay, well, okay, so we went from slightly correct to dude, what the fuck. Absolutely incredible hill to die on. Please do continue. This is a bad hill to die on, I agree. Well, okay. Okay, hold on. Got the shoe block for saying that pedophiles shouldn't be considered deserving of death due to attraction they have no control over. Especially weird given shoe's positive relationship with Vaush. I'm even against consuming CP. Okay. Okay. And this is where the DGG debate bro brain disease is most clearly visible.
Oh yes, that's. I think they all have a brain disease. I'm glad I was gotten out of it. Josh, it's a normie take though. No one distinguishes if they're non-offending. It's disgusting to think about it that way. What do you mean?
This is the debate bro brain disease. Yeah, I think I will die on this hill, actually. The sloppy rhetoric you engage in about pedophilia exacerbates child sexual abuse, and that deserves to be called out. You should be deeply ashamed of yourself. There's an emerging consensus among researchers that having pedophilic interest is not synonymous with child sexual abuse or other amoral behavior. Nevertheless, misconceptions about pedophilia are highly prevalent among the general public and mental health.
Oh no, what about the pedophiles?
Well, I don't know what this fucking thing is. This is meaningless to me. Like, we don't know what this is from. Oh, I guess we do down here. Psych info, database record, American Psychological Association. Okay, so he's citing a study here. He's got some data to back up that claim. Yeah, that was debate tactics, obviously, but...
Yeah, but I don't see why it needs to be done in, like, a way that's so head patty, if that makes sense. It's sort of like if you were to get up every day and someone was like, "Yeah, good job, Keldoge, you didn't murder anyone today." Like, I don't think you need I don't think you need special props just because you didn't do the bare minimum, just because you did the bare minimum to maintain your humanity.
Trying to paint me as a child abuse sympathizer for saying we shouldn't call for the death of non-offending pedophiles while simping for the dude who defends CP consumption is just peak internet politics. Okay, this is clout bullshit. This is clout bullshit. Months ago, I was called sex negative because I was too against children being exposed to sexual stuff when the kink at pride discourse was going on. Oh, we know how that was. That was fucking stupid. Now I'm called a pedophile for saying that people shouldn't be killed for something they can't control. Feels bad. All right, dude. You self-victimize a little harder there. You engage in pretty toxic online discourse. The difference between me and Shu is that she says things in order to virtue signal about being anti-pedophile and pander to her audience. And
Hey, Ritz, I don't think it's head patty to say it's bad to joke about killing people who haven't committed CSA. Here's the deal. I think it does depend on the context and where you're saying it. So for example, all right, I don't believe in capital punishment. I don't think the state should be able to just kill you for any reason, okay? Any reason. At the same time, though, when we're looking at these micro conversations... Sorry, my cats are summoning the devil. When we look at these micro conversations, like, I get really worried about people looking at this and then, like, letting down their guard in regards to, like, red flags and stuff, because this isn't, like, a class. This isn't, like, a professor talking to you. This isn't, like, you're at, like, a conference or something. So, like, I think it's important to talk about treatment plans and stuff then, but I think that, like, I'm just gonna be honest here. I think that if you have really degenerate inclinations like that, like, you just need to expect and accept that people are gonna have a very angry reaction to that, because, like, a lot of people, including myself, like, have been very, like, negatively affected by being victims of CSA. So, like, I think that if, like, you need to be able to be self-aware enough to say, well, why are people so angry about this? Because, like, let's be real. Like, most of the people saying that shit are joking. Like, they aren't actually going to go out and, like, do anything to PDF files. In fact, I've been very vocally against what I would call non-professional PDF hunting, which is basically people that go off and do their own operations without the consultation or cooperation of law enforcement, because they often then create a situation where they jeopardize the case. Did I finish the video? Almost. You're right about people seeing this and letting their guard down and not seeing red flags, says Josh. If you have a mental disorder where you have constant homicidal ideation, then you would be proud to not think about it for a while, right? Well, I'm not saying that person can't be proud individually, but I don't think they should be given, like, a head pat on the back. Like, I think that we need to use shame for some things in society, and being a PDF file is one of them. Because I think that the normalization of that can happen really, really quickly, since as a society, we haven't even figured out how to solve the problem yet. Like, child abuse is an epidemic, and has been an epidemic for a long time. Alright, I really think we need to focus on fixing that, or finding solutions to that, and I really don't care if a PDF file is upset because somebody made a joke about killing all PDF files. Like, sorry, but there are more important things to do. People make jokes at me all the time to go and jump off a fucking bridge because I look funny or I talk funny or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm sorry, but I have no I just have no sympathy for that. I have no sympathy at all. No sympathy.
Doing so harms children. I actually care about preventing abuse. So now we've reached the point where it's just two people who are calling each other pedophiles without evidence. I understand, Ghost Boy. I feel you. This dude is the toxic debate bro? Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
QQ, do you remember MouthyInfidel? That guy was fucking retarded.
And he got retweeted by the Prostasia Foundation. No, Mouthy, the difference between me and you is I don't get retweeted by the pedophile organization, and you do. Getting
that was a pretty good own.
Good use out of this meme today. Everyone on the side of Shoe, and Mouthy on the side of Prostasia. Shoe is insinuating a connection between me and Amos Yee. Oh, it sucks, doesn't it, you asshole? Hey!
MouthyInfidel used to be a DGGer. He just notoriously had horrible takes. He's kind of like Mindwaves.
Hey, you remember when this motherfucker did the exact same thing to me? Do you remember when he got his post removed from fucking Reddit for putting a picture of, for putting my face split down the middle with Amos Yee on one side and says, I do the practice, you do the theory? Do you remember that?
I mean, I don't support that. That was fucked up.
I guess it feels bad, you fucking loser. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? Amos Yee defended child molestation. The reason I take issue with you is that I'm concerned with preventing child molestation, not a modicum of integrity. Moronic. Idiotic intervening.
So some of you are like a bit shocked at the discourse here. This was the discourse in 2021. We are nearing the era of Destiny's career where he entertained therapeutic CP as a possible solution to child abuse. Alright, rando. People's insane psychotic violent fantasization normalizes insane psychotic violence. You can see it bleed over into other areas like politics or religion. IMO doesn't help and it hurts overall. I can compromise with you on that. I don't think that people should be using really violent rhetoric towards anybody, probably. But at the same time, though, I just don't have any sympathy for the pedophile. I just don't. I don't know if I'm capable of it. Read my chats before rando. Okay, how far back? So we got ACAB. Which ones? Maybe a slight point for DM, but Berlansky is still sus for this org. Don't know why you'd have this take on Twitter. Even with the nuance, that's a normie take, though. No one distinguishes. If they're non-offending, it's disgusting to think about that way. I don't think it's disgusting to think about PDF if it is someone who does offend or doesn't offend. Most people don't see a difference, because either way it requires you to think about harm towards children or a cause. Most people are averse to that, to thinking about it. And then when you're talking about mental disorders... You found the Xan video on Shoe and MouthyInfidel? Oh, based.
Interaction. Idiotic interaction. Shoeonhead continues to defend her rhetoric about pedophilia after being prevented with evidence that this rhetoric exacerbates child...
And no judging anybody that's in the chat in any of these videos. No judgment. Absolutely none. Why aren't we judging? Why aren't we judging? Because... This was like 3 years ago, and chatters don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They just don't. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm just saying they don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and they don't get it.
Sexual abuse. Why does shoeonhead want kids to be molested so badly? Very bizarre behavior. And now we've gotten to the point where this is just fucking stupid. Isn't this guy—
That's very rude.
a DGGer? This guy is the DGGer. So this is the point where it just goes off the rails, right? I don't even think he's a socialist, is he? Okay, so by the end of it, I do not agree with Mouthy at all. I think Mouthy's being a dumb fuck. Mouthy imbecile? Yeah. Mouthy is the guy all Twitter people talk about when they complain about debate bros. Actually, I don't know, maybe these days, but yeah.
Hold on, what date's this? November 7th, 2021.
Centrist arc? Wait, the centrist arc? I don't think I'd be... Hello, Doe. Hello, Doe. Welcome. You happen to come at the conclusion time for this first segment. We've been on this for how many hours? How many hours have we been doing this shit? How badly do I want to die? 3.5 hours we've been on this shit. This has been an in-depth investigation. I have almost no brains left. But guess what? We have now reached the end of the drama fight, and we will soon be able to give my thoughts and reads on the entire situation. But first, I have to go to the bathroom. So, I would like it if you all would please take this opportunity to go to my YouTube channel, press the like button, and, you know...
No, actually go to my YouTube channel, press like and sub, okay? We'll be doing more of this all the time. You can also participate in all my polls and shit, and then you get to decide what we do.
All that stuff. This is the Mouthy versus Shoe stuff. And yeah, we've gone in a deep... I'm about to give the roundup if you want the roundup, though. We can basically... Like, we're past all the bad stuff. No bathroom song, because that would be... You can just listen to the jazz, okay? Just listen to the comfy, free jazz. No bathroom song. That would be very, very poor taste at the end of this segment, okay? Please?
Oh, come on.
Please. Please. Just chill for a minute. Press the like button. I'll be back in just a moment. Will you refill this with soda and ice? Thank you. I'll be right back. Just chill. Just chill.
What's the date? Tell me your date. 7th. I'm doing my own little doc over here. So Xanderhal came out with that video on November 7th, 2021, and DemonMama then comes right up with the alley-oop on November 8th.
All right, everybody, I'm back. I'm back, everybody. That's really funny. I didn't know that, though. You gotta pressure me for the sepia filter? Okay. I get you, Wednesday. We're gonna round it up, and then we're gonna go into another segment, because we got other stuff to do tonight, believe it or not. I know. Believe it or fucking not, we got other things to do tonight. Yeah. Wait, who am I again? Yeah, exactly. Hold on a second. Let me do the... How do I do it? I think I can do that. Hold on. How do I do it? Wait, I got this one. Hold on.
Oh my god, how... What is happening?
There we go. I can't do the sepia? I don't know how to do this. Wait, maybe I can. Ooh.
Learn to use your camera.
There we go. All right, everybody. Hold on. That's almost right. This is almost correct. More orangey? Yeah. There we go. So there I was, everybody. Is this good? How's this? Okay. So there we were, investigating yet another example of people calling each other pedophiles on the internet. And I felt like something was up. There was something wrong with it when this shoe-on-head girl came strolling into my office, telling me that there was a pedophile organization and that MouthyInfidel was supporting them. And I was just like, I sat there and I took a drag from my cigarette and I said, you know, I think I gotta look into this. I think I gotta find out what's underneath this. Yeah, there was something fishy going on.
Just so cringe.
I could tell from the get-go. Why is it turning?
I'm gonna end it all, dude.
Red.
And in
I
Minecraft.
got redder.
I think part of why it gets so heated as a topic is because people are afraid that they'll be called a pedo defender if they don't have an extremist take on how to punish PDFs. So it's uncomfy not to. Maybe I'm being overly cynical though. I mean, personally, like I said, my answer to that is if my actual take is I oppose the death penalty, but like, I do think that we need a very robust and like safe system so that we don't have pedophiles reoffending.
That's weird. Anyway. So we started our investigation at the source itself. Shoe-on-head had put out a video about the Prostasia organization, which she accused of being a pedophile organization. Now, Mouthy had a problem with this. Seemed to think that Shoe was just doing it to virtue signal for clout. And what's the conclusion? A bunch of people called everyone pedophiles on the internet with no evidence whatsoever. Shoe-on-head called an organization a pedophile organization without even close to the amount of evidence necessary to support that.
Oh, this pisses me off so much.
Accusation. Shoe-on-head directly accused one of the associated members of that organization of being a pedophile, literally misrepresenting the article that he wrote, an article in which he talked about the fact that a lot of times police use the fact that they can arrest people to actually rape children. So, as it turns out, everybody was wrong in this. Which, it comes as no surprise. Because when you do a bunch of slacker internet journalism and you make huge accusations without ever even reading the articles that you cited, it turns out that a bunch of dumb people on the internet just end up calling each other pedophiles with no evidence whatsoever. We have no evidence that Mouthy's a pedophile. We have no evidence that shoe-on-head's a pedophile. We have no evidence that Noah Berlatsky is a pedophile. And we have no evidence that the Prostasia company, the Prostasia organization, is a pedophile organization, despite the fact that the accusations were levied in the video. Now, what we do have is some strange, weird, and uncomfortable topics that nobody really wants to talk about. But they need to be talked about, and that need to have something done about them. So I have to ask myself, do we really think that the story by Shoe-on-head is going to result in any sort of journalist actually looking into this organization? Or was it just a clickbait article that could quickly pick on a random target on the internet and make, relatively heinous accusations against them without any evidence? Well, the answer is, it's the second one. It was a quick buck on YouTube with a bunch of frivolous accusations and only a handful of genuine concerns actually brought up. It's unfortunate because
that's bad faith. My intuition is to say that shame doesn't work because you can't shame the shameless. They just create justifications and mental barriers to any opposing arguments so as to protect themselves from it. Fear is obviously more motivating in this regard. We'll have to look up, how, particularly, Nordic countries deal with this, because I think a big part of the issue is that, prisons in the United States aren't focused on rehabilitation, so...
As you can see, it took us 3.5 hours to undo what a 20-minute video, put out. But the reality is that Shoe-on-head's video did not provide the evidence necessary for the claims it made. And in fact, it may have even accused multiple people of crimes they did not commit. One of the most egregious mistakes in Shoe-on-head's video was showing the profile of an alleged member of the Prostasia organization, Jeffrey Allen White, and showing that member, who was supposedly a member of the organization, as a child molester. But we actually never received the evidence to see whether the Jeffrey Allen White, who was shown on the screen as a child molester, is the same Jeffrey Allen White who works at the organization. As it turns out, there are a lot of people in the state of Minnesota named Jeffrey White. And the one who's shown as a part of their organization appears to be older than the one who was convicted of child molestation. The articles that were used as evidence of Noah Berlatsky's pedophilia, which, mind you, was direct. I can bring you right up to this, I can bring this right up to you. We know where it was. Did not say what they were purported to say. The article that Shu cited, the police being a problem for victims of child sexual assault, as it turns out, was talking about the fact that the police are often involved in the child rape rings that they are supposed to, supposedly, protect against. But Shu didn't take the time to do that research. So what we have on our hands is yet another situation of a bunch of people going on the internet and calling each other pedophiles with no concern for what the outcome might be and no concern for the evidence at hand. And I gotta say, coming to the end of this here DramaMama, I think we can say that we've closed the book on this particular investigation. Because, as far as we can tell, no one in this situation is a pedophile. Just a bunch of people calling each other pedophiles. Oh, except for the cops. The cops are pedophiles. That much is true. Don't forget that. The cops are pedophiles. Like by and large, they are huge perpetrators of pedophilia and child abuse. So, yeah, there's that. That's a takeaway.
Someone in chat says Shu is a confirmed chudophile. What the fuck does that mean?
We learned in our 3 hours. Our three hours is that the cops fucking are kid diddlers. Good timing for the end of that track, huh? You want to buy me a deerstalker and a pipe for DramaMama wrap-ups? Please. I seriously, no, I want to do an outfit. I have an outfit that I want to do. Was this productive? Was this productive?
No.
Are you laughing at that? Yeah. Was this productive?
No.
Deerstalker, yeah, I mean, I do like that. I think it was, yes. I think it was productive. Nuts, of course you're not gonna, because you like... I think it was productive.
They're accusing her of being a fan of Chud Logic.
There's the end of the track, too. We got to the end of the jazz track, or the chill thing. Are we still in the segment, or can we get rid of the sepia? We'll get rid of the sepia now. Well, I want to wrap it up. Yeah, we cleared out some bullshit. Was this productive? No and yes. On one hand, it took us 3.5 hours to unravel a 20-minute video and the drama that unfolded from the drama. But on the other hand, oh no, why are we getting internet problems? Ooh, we're getting some internet problems.
It's the FBI.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
You want to hear the one with the least credible sex about the poll? Okay, I think that's probably Xanderhal.
Kadama says, I literally traded sex with cops before as a 14-year-old to get out of several arrests. I'm very, very sorry you had to deal with that. That is terrible. That is terrible, Kadama. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm getting some.
Well, Chud Logic wasn't as, he had a different perspective at this time.
I'm on my side. The internet's having issues. It's windy out, so it's probably that.
Wow,
All right, let's take off the sepia tone, shall we? No. There's a playback issue right now. I don't know what it is. It's a problem on my end, I think. Or maybe YouTube's end. I'm still curious if you disagree with Mouthy's fundamental assessment. We'll answer that afterwards.
Are you gonna go over Mouthy or
not?
not?
Shit, that's spooky. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the white. No! What was the color? I don't know. Pick the green. I don't know what I was supposed to do. How do I... And you can have access to it if you join the Discord, the DemonMama Discord. For most of the day. Like, that shit's bad.
The DemonMama Discord, where minors are allowed. That's right. And she died on that fucking hill. Literally. Alright, I want more voting. I want more voting before we move on. So I will play a little bit of Pokemon while we wait for more votes, okay? I'm not gonna play for like an hour. I'm just gonna play for like a round or two. Don't worry. Well, I'm so glad people are looking at the Balenciaga thing again. It always rubbed me the wrong way, and I don't even like shoeonhead. I just think she didn't have malicious intent when she made that vid. No, that is true. I will limit myself to 1 or 2 rounds. I just want more votes. That's all. I just want more votes. But you're welcome, Will. No, a big reason why I'm going over this again. And I'll be real, it's personal. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, at the time, I was like, hey, this is, like, fucked up. Like, this is, like, a bad position to take on this. Like, why are you guys doing this? And, this is actually probably what pushed me more. I think that Vaush had a pretty sane take. This probably pushed me more towards keffals and stuff, because they had same takes on this. Now, keffals and DemonMama, I don't think get along very well, but, like, still, you know, like, I think Xanderhal was being kind of a clout demon. I remember Brooks talked to Sunday about the Balenciaga thing. They talked about the photographer and stuff in a lot more depth than DM did. Yeah, I actually pulled up an article that I'm gonna read before, like, when we pick the next one, I picked up an article about it. None of you can say that I'm not the most autistic, okay, left tuber on here. I think they had a way better take overall. Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. I mean, Brooks and President Sunday aren't stupid. Like, President Sunday, I think, just needs to maybe get a little bit better at networking, if that makes sense, you know? Like he should definitely come and do my humanization piece in the hot tub, but he won't do it. He won't do it, chat. So we've moved past the prologue, which is great. And now we can move on to the main thing. So I have picked up a Guardian article here, and once you guys are done voting, we will read it. It's very short, but it's very concise. Xanderhal burned multiple bridges over the Balenciaga thing. I remember that. Yeah, because he was upset at shoeonhead. So his shit is going to be the real shit, but like I said, so I'll show you here, Will. Alright. I went to the trouble, and Josh helped me a lot. Alright? Tom Foolery also helped me. Into finding literally everything on this. This is literally everything that exists. Because he fell out with Shoe. Yeah. So that's why I want to go over all of this. This one we don't really need to go over. Like, if we can, like, it's just the same shit from that other thing, but it's still a link. I'll provide all these links again in the description. We're probably gonna have to split this up just because, but, yeah, no, I wanted to be very exact with this particular retrospective, because I think if you follow it over a timeline, it shows that, like, LeftTube or Breadtube or whatever you want to reference them as, you know, really lost, like, its gumption because it didn't want to take a sane stance, you know? I'm confused about a lot of why that blew up, so that's why we're looking at it. I know a lot of all this is from what happened when Xan burned Keffals and the Balenciaga was revisited, and how Cans acted over time, or how Xan, you mean, acted over time. Yeah, so we're gonna see, like, the changes over time, alright? But first I need you guys to vote in the poll more. I know one thing to look at that Xan said. Okay, well, can you give me a timestamp or something? We need to open my emulator for... This is literally a phone emulator. It emulates an Android. It's kind of cool, except for the whole fucking like, there's like ads in it. I don't get it. Arizona Autism United. Holy shit. Oh, I guess, we'll keep the ads off the screen. Well, do you have one that doesn't show... Do you have one that, that doesn't have ads on it? Stop it. Stop being so loud. Shut up. Ah! Where's sound? Excuse me? Hold on. That's true, we did meet that way. Okay. How do I... Oh, no, no. How... I desperately want to get rid of these advertisements. How do I do that? Is there just not a way to do that? Whatever. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll do what we did last time. Which was, I took chat and I just covered the ads with chat. Hold on. This also gives me a little bit of a break from presenting, just FYI, it's been 5 hours, okay, I can have a little bit of a break. No one can complain that I don't grind hard enough, dude. I live in the land of fucking work your ass off until you die of natural causes. So my grandpa, my grandma, everybody did that. Here, watch, I can make you guys completely opaque. So you just completely cover it up. Okay. We just have to refresh. Alright, there we go. No ads on my goddamn stream. Will you make this a video? I'm gonna try to. Marx would say that if you're working yourself to death, you're working too much. Listen, as long as it's on my own terms. Hey, did you ever do a second reaction to the British Runner's Talent video? I didn't. We could change things up if you guys wanted, and we could do that. Do you want me to do a... Here, let's do a topic poll. Let's put tie tent on the poll. We're gonna put H3 versus Denims. More Balenciaga drama. So you guys can vote on that again while I play, alright? And I can even see, okay, exactly what you're saying. Well, just vote in the poll, okay? Because then I can have like a little break and, you know, that's what the poll is for. For the democratic shit. Alright, so I guess I can open something. Hold on, we gotta turn this music down or I'm gonna have a fucking... I'm gonna have a cow! Oh, okay, I can't... What? That's it? Okay, I guess we won't have... I guess we just won't have music? Okay. Well, let me, I just need to fix the volume mixer. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why when these things always start, they're like, would you like it to be extremely loud? Like, no, actually I don't. Actually. What do you mean tickets? I can't get a new ticket. Can you change the audio output that's given from the emulator? I just don't know if I can do it like on startup all the time is the problem. I'll find a better emulator. Okay guys, hope for big money on this. I'll take that incinerator. Based. Yeah, no, I just had to go to the settings and adjust it. It's like I said, it just starts out loud. It's like Steam games. Okay. Cool. This is my friend code, by the way, if anybody wants to add me on this game. Wow, Tie Tent is winning. That's crazy. You guys, you gotta fight. I want to see some debates in chat. All right. I fucking hate all these. I wish I just had one that just said fuck you. Like, it just fuck you. Like, can I just not, can I have the option to not have one? I'm gonna look for new friends. No, that's right. It won't do anything if I click on it now. What's for Wonder Pick? Oh, Demon. He's my friend. Ooh. I'll get a sneak peek. Okay, that's good. I didn't want that card. Alright, I'll take it. This is my one friend, by the way. It's just some dude named Demon. Don't really know what's going on there. Why does this look so much smaller? Hold on. There we go. Oh, maybe we can open an extra pack here. Maybe? Yes? Bitch! It's fine, we'll do one game and then we'll do whatever you guys have selected. So, I'm trying to beat, like, all these. They're kind of hard. This one, what do I have left? I only have the time glass left, which is, I don't have any decks that rare yet. So, okay. I'll tell him that for you. I promise. Oh, it's my first move, sorry. Why did I pick this one? I should have picked the dark deck. Alright, whatever. Well, that's cute. I hate this dumb thing. We have to kill it as soon as possible. Perfect. Good night, Josh. Oh, I hate this cape. It's a bitch cape. Made for bitches. Bitch cape. Okay, well, we got another Eevee. That's fine. I almost would rather wait to evolve him. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, there we go. Aww. That was gay. I know I'm probably gonna get owned here. It is expert level though. Alright, we're gonna try something, folks. Will it work? Who knows? Oh no, shit, he's gonna. Ah, fuck. I fell for it. I fell for it. Sucker. It's alright. We can't win all the time. I used the wrong deck though. That might have been the problem. Because for this one, you want to use a dark deck. Alright, I'll do one more, and then it looks like we're gonna get Titan. Man, I'm just getting fucked. Alright, what do we got here? Oop. This cape of fucking bullshit, bro. Cape of bullshit. Okay, oh. Well, that's all pretty good, honestly. Be nice if I could have gotten, Alright, this is for this guy. Why do I have water? Huh? Oh no, that's dark. I'm retarded. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, now we're gonna do something a little different. Kind of baiting him a little bit. There we go. Okay, so now I already have these on the field. Okay. Come on, heads. Fuck. Ouch. The only thing is if he kills this guy. I don't think I have enough. I can't retreat either, so I'm fucked again. Or, hold on. I know I just wasted that card, but it's alright. It's ultimately a better move for me. What the fuck? Gay. To be fair, it is expert, so you can't laugh at me a ton. Alright? Alright, what do we got? We want Titan? Alright, let's finish. Let's do the... You know what? Here's what we'll do. Yes, I want to close the whole thing. Alright, so this Balenciaga part in the middle is going to be really heavy. So here's what we're going to do. We obviously want Balenciaga and the other thing. So I'm going to move the other two things for tomorrow, okay? So we're going to go to tomorrow. We're going to post the other shit. People are sick of Ethan, Destiny, Hassan. Here's what we're going to do. So, as a sort of palette cleanser, we're going to watch the British Runner's video, and then we can go back to Balenciaga stuff. Because originally, when I did look at the British Runner's video, I was really tired and didn't give it a very good review. So this is going to be the actual review, okay? Let me fix chat settings here, and then we'll get on going. I should probably get a darker desktop background. I feel like that might help. Hey. Alright. I must be smaller. So we are going to watch the British Runner's video again. And I will give critiques. Now, there was one part that the British Runner had to cut out due to the copyright strike. After consulting with my legal team, I've been informed that... And I'm not joking, we did consult a lawyer on this. I've been informed that they'd be willing to do a cease and desist, but they question whether or not he could pay out any damages. So they were like, "Are you sure that's what you want to do?" and my parents were like, "No." But I tried, okay? And to be fair, like, what's the point in doing a cease and desist and doing all that if they don't think he's gonna pay out? So let's find the British Runner's video, and then I'll also change the title. No, I'm retarded. I just googled British Runner, and I was like, why didn't the video just pop up? Why wouldn't that happen? Alright. So, I've heard good and bad things. The first time I watched this, it seemed fine. But let's watch it again.
Then why?
It's about an hour to an hour 51:20. So it'll get us to the daytime. Or rather, when EST wakes up. Oh man, Aiko is doing something very interesting. No, and I can't stream snipe. No. Man, when will Aiko let me call in? When can I be a part of the Cool Kids Club? I promise I won't be too weird, unless you guys want me to be weird. What window was I gonna open? So, we're gonna watch it on... just because we've already seen it, but I want to give it an actual good review, so... Alright, let's go.
Westside Tyler is a guy on the internet. A political and drama streamer who went from serving in the military to writing a couple of books, some articles, and even creating an audio series that garnered him with some awards. But now he has destroyed any credibility he once had through his own self-destructive downward spiral, where he has shown past and present communities who he really is, a rat in the system. Someone who leaves out context and information that goes against the narratives he creates. A person who accuses those critical of him of being predators, or at the very least being permissive of it. In this video, I will be providing you with a timeline of Tyler's recent history spanning over the course of the last 8 months, where you will see the context Tyler failed to provide in his smears, giving to you the insight into his cycle of manipulative and deceptive behavior, and allowing you to see what Tyler would rather keep buried.
It's part of the market. People are like, I don't want you to turn into content. I want to be content. Call me a lol cow. Call me a fucking asshole.
Be careful what you wish for, Tyler.
Paraphilias should be kept secret. And I think it kind of opens the door to kink shaming. You knew that he was doing it is bad. Now he's done it again, extra bad, and then you're talking to him after he's done it. Like, bro, you're talking to him at all. It's fucking weird. He's trying to fucking literally. You just say it's hearsay, dumb fuck. Just say it's hearsay and you don't care. I'm using you for advertising, okay?
Wait, so you're actively encouraging children to lie to you so they can hide in your server, Tyler?
You are misrepresenting what Balji said.
Ew.
Do you still have a wife, or is she in the freezer?
But people stare at me and I know that they're gonna go home.
I love that's the clip of Aiko. That is she have a wife or is she in the freezer?
Later and crack one out to the thought of me naked.
You said several conversations, Tyler. Where were these several conversations?
Like trying to cyberstalk my wife's fucking Goodreads.
Well, this is against Sunday's principles. And I'm like, isn't firing your editor over meaningless drama also against yours, motherfucker?
Beckett sweeps for Sunday. Fucking Diesel sweeps for Beckett. I want you idiots to talk about me. I want you to talk about me.
Tyler has a tendency to go overboard. He has a tendency to go overboard with accusations that he hasn't fully substantiated.
He's working with somebody, willingly working, and still fucking willingly working with somebody after they one side record someone like that. And it's not even the first time, it's multiple times. It's unethical.
Let me tell you something, folks. President Sunday isn't even a real president. He's just some loser with a webcam and an ego.
Guys, did anyone really... Well, wait, no. I asked this before and someone said this was a joke. And I thought that I was like, do people really think he's a president?
In order for us to understand the motivations behind Tyler's antics, we first need to explore the beginnings to his beef with President Sunday, which brings us back to 2024, where Tyler had once described his
Mantis was here!
association with Sunday to be a brief but friendly one, where the two had their political conversations both on stream and in private. However, this acquaintanceship
Tyler crapping all the way, holding with the boys, the cold one is his wife's head. Oh, speaking of that, I'll go get some beers. That'll make this more fun.
would soon end after President Sunday had given Tyler some criticism on a video Tyler had made against the YouTuber DemonMama. In the build-up to this event,
he's not even a real Sunday!
and Tyler had talked to someone known as Glooby, who had been DemonMama's former thumbnail artist and Discord moderator, where Glooby had told him of his experiences with DemonMama's community and her partner Fawn. After this, Tyler had begun his investigation by talking with President Sunday to get some background information on DemonMama, since he had been friends with her. In Sunday's recollection of the conversations, Tyler...
Hold on, sorry. I just have to add this to my notes. Okay, my notes are extremely important. Alright. Or else I don't remember what the fuck Or else I don't remember what the fuck I did during stream.
had told him that he believes something criminal had been happening in her Discord, and Sunday had given him what he could to help in his investigation. Tyler also spoke with Beckett from Cope and Sieve, since he had a video up on his channel that went through the degenerate tweets Fawn had made, and the moments from DemonMama's appearances on other people's streams. An important note to consider here is that Sunday has openly spoken about how he confronted DemonMama after seeing the video from Beckett's channel, where by his own description of his conversation he had questioned her, and DemonMama had downplayed Fawn's behavior to be the result of them being an edgy teenager at the time these tweets were being made, and wasn't indicative of nefarious activity online, where she assured him that this person had nothing to do with the channel or the community. However, DemonMama's assurances would turn out to be false when Tyler had released his hit piece video on the 8th of August 2024, which mostly comprised of an interview he gave to Glooby where he talked about his dealings with Fawn and DemonMama, where Tyler—
Now I'm going to reveal some secret lore for you all. He's just melted milkshake with some sprinkles and a cherry. I have some secret lore for you all, okay? Alright?
showed screenshot evidence of Fawn grooming Glooby with explicit artwork in order to get Glooby more comfortable with drawing these images, which was also backed up with the screenshots of Glooby's conversations with DemonMama. On the same day as the release, Sunday had gone live to react to the contents of the video, where he put his biases on full display, explaining to his audience that he had been friends or had associated with DemonMama, but that he liked Tyler as well, which Sunday had been fair in his analysis of the video, where he even gave Glooby a spot on his stream to help him wrap his head around what had been shown in conjunction to what was being said, as there had been moments in the video that were anecdotal and hadn't been proved, such as Tyler's allegation that DemonMama had been stealing Glooby's wages, when there could be other factors to explain why DemonMama couldn't afford to pay Glooby the full amount. Another point of contention had been that the video didn't disclose whether or not DemonMama had been aware that they were speaking to a minor at the time of these messages being made. Sunday had also been shocked to see that Tyler had doxed DemonMama by showing her LinkedIn page, which is something many people felt was an unnecessary element to show in his video, as that type of information has the potential to present a risk to those surrounding DemonMama, such as her friends, family, and past colleagues, who could have been oblivious to what was happening online. So, needless to say, it's a reckless move by someone who has worked within journalism before and should have already known of those potential
To be fair, not that I want to be fair to Tyler, like, that stuff was publicly available, right? And does anyone know?
Consequences before moving forward, but a saving grace here is when Tyler makes it clear that he had contacted law enforcement about the situation, which is the correct way of handling these things, since the authorities will be more equipped to assess and handle the case, rather than someone who wants to take matters into their own hands, which could have disastrous consequences. Sunday had also taken issues with Tyler asking Glooby more leading questions rather than open ones, which Sunday felt had tainted Glooby's testimony in this case. However, at the end part of his stream, Sunday did say that if DemonMama had been aware of the age of Glooby, then it would be completely unacceptable in his eyes.
Knowing what Fawn is posting on Twitter and allowing those communications to take place is irresponsible. Allowing Fawn to be connected with the channel, well, it's connected with people's reputations and connected with a vulnerable community, given that stuff's going on, even just on an optics level, is irresponsible. If DemonMama was aware of the age of the person, Glooby in this case, who Fawn is sending this stuff to, and didn't immediately cut that off, immediately stop that, and immediately cut off access to her community by Fawn, then that's unacceptable.
I never understood why there was so much resistance to just not allowing minors in that Discord. This was something I heavily pushed for because I was like, dude, this is really stressing out, like, your whole community. Like, can you just please do this? And she just, like, refused. It was weird as fuck. Like, I don't think I've ever had that much resistance to that.
The other stuff I need more specifics on, because it's unclear to me. Like, I need to know more. Like, for example, if it was the case that during the month when this person wasn't paid well, if they didn't have an agreement and the pay was based upon how well the channel's doing, and for whatever reason they just weren't producing content that month, or they weren't producing, or like all of the income made was coming from the streams, I don't know.
While there had been many ready and willing to write Tyler off for the doxing out of their own principles, Beckett had given Tyler some charitability by explaining to others that this had been his first hit piece video, and that the display of recklessness here was out of a lack of experience. While Tyler took issues with the criticism levied against him, Sunday's criticism had struck a nerve with him, which would show the cracks in Tyler's ego, where Sunday had told Tyler that while there was enough evidence on Fawn to levy this allegation, there wasn't enough evidence to show that DemonMama had knowingly been letting a minor be victimized, because he doesn't disclose whether or not DemonMama had been aware of Glooby's age, which Sunday says that if she didn't, then that would be very irresponsible on her part, and he previously said that if she did, then that is completely unacceptable, which Tyler claims this had been Sunday running defense for DemonMama and victim blaming Glooby. And after Tyler had Sunday muted in his server, Sunday had messaged Tyler telling him that he had seen enough to distance himself from DemonMama and that he will be disconnecting his community from hers. However, he also told Tyler that they need to look deeper into this, as DemonMama could respond by saying how how she was unaware of Glooby's age, and if Tyler had nothing that suggested otherwise, then it would be Glooby's word against DemonMama's. So it's not exactly running cover or defense for DemonMama when Sunday is telling Tyler to continue digging into this story, as surely if Sunday was really running cover for this person, then he would have told Tyler to drop it, right? But Sunday doesn't do that here. Instead, he gets no answer from Tyler and decides to go looking for something that would suggest that DemonMama would know that Glooby had been a minor at the time of these messages being made, as Sunday was concerned that the evidence of DemonMama being fully aware of everything would end up being deleted, which he soon found how Glooby's age was a well-known fact in her community, as they would regularly make light of it, and he sent the evidence to Tyler, but again there was no answer from Tyler. That was until later, when Tyler had written up an entire manifesto in his Discord, claiming all sorts of things
Oh god, I forgot about
to
this.
try and discredit Sunday's critiques on him, where he says that Sunday had tried poisoning the well against him because of how he introduced Tyler to his stream.
I like that Tyler doesn't have a stomach for bullshit. I think that makes us somewhat kindred spirits in a way. Tyler has a tendency to go overboard. He has a tendency to go overboard with accusations that he hasn't fully substantiated. He has a tendency.
Listen, I understand that they were friends at one time, but I feel like that it's more of a tendency, or rather less of a tendency and more of an anger issue. That's kind of the feeling I get.
He has a tendency to let his aggression go ahead of his analysis. I don't know what's happened here. I haven't seen it yet. But if I see, for example, a claim that is being stretched from information that cannot support it, I will point that out.
Which sounds like a pretty accurate description to me, judging by his most recent antics. However, Tyler doesn't include that Sunday had spoken about what he liked from Tyler too, so it doesn't look like a point to poison the well, but to give an overview of what he has seen from Tyler in the past. But I guess if you don't stroke this guy's ego by saying nothing but nice things, then you must be poisoning the well against him. Another point Tyler brings up is how
of course,
unethical Sunday is for covering his video, since Sunday had been friends with DemonMama, because in Tyler's eyes, that would give him a clear bias in his coverage. And he isn't wrong. A bias could affect the way you portray a story. However, it doesn't necessarily preclude an objective take. It all depends on the person giving that take, if they have the ability to be objective to the facts, regardless of their biases. However, from what I've seen, Sunday had gone into Tyler's video with the intention to look for the truth of the matter, where he listened to what Glooby had to say before coming down to his conclusions.
Glooby, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind asking you a couple of questions in DMs if you're comfortable with that.
If he had allowed his biases to rule, he wouldn't have done any of that. Tyler also took great offense to Sunday, saying how he has a tendency to make unevidenced or unsubstantiated claims. However, in this essay, he does just that, when he makes the claim that he had several conversations where Sunday had downplayed Glooby's story and ran cover for DemonMama, which Sunday had combated this by showing their private conversations which didn't show anything of substance to what Tyler had been talking about. But Tyler's community did not like this, as releasing private conversations is frowned upon. But considering that Tyler is making the claim that Sunday was holding water for these people, how else would he defend himself from that? So I think showing the private conversations is justified here. However, Tyler would later change what he says here in his debate with Sunday, that these conversations actually didn't happen in the DMs, but now in voice calls that weren't recorded, which is very convenient to his story, as there would be no way to verify if he is telling the truth or not. Which would give either side the ability to claim whatever they like, and we can't tell who is telling the truth here.
You say, and I quote, I have had several conversations with you. This is what you posted in your server.
Yeah.
I have had several conversations with you where you ran cover for these individuals, meaning DemonMama, Fawn, et al., downplayed even the possibility of abuse, all the while suggesting the more severe issues likely didn't extend as far as I suspected. Tyler, I went through all of my DMs specifically to show.
Yeah, does it say DMs, you dumb motherfucker?
Well, then where do we have these conversations? Well, hang on, no. This is good. Where did we? It does not. So where do we have these conversations? We called each other, I think, once or twice. The first was to talk about. Tyler, what are you referring to?
I'm referring
you said several conversations, Tyler. Where were these several conversations?
Every time I talk to you, you're trying to run cover for
but clearly not.
But Tyler's side only gives us more questions rather than answers, such as, why would Tyler continue to talk to Sunday if he was really running cover for DemonMama or holding water for PDF files? As he says, these had been several conversations. Why would Tyler continue to have Sunday in his community if he knew he was to be defending this stuff? Why wouldn't Tyler record the calls to expose how Sunday was to be doing all of this stuff? See, it's because of those holes in Tyler's story that I'm more inclined to believe that Sunday hadn't been doing any of those things, and that this was an attempt to discredit criticism. But it gets better, as in their debate, Tyler argues that Sunday should just say how his claims are hearsay or rumors.
He's trying to fucking little. You just say it's hearsay, dumb fuck. You say it's hearsay and you don't care.
Excuse me? That's not hearsay. That's a lie. We have not had that interaction.
You know what hearsay? You can't prove it's a lie. Your fucking own actions prove.
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, your defense as an self-avowed journalist is you can't prove what I said was a lie. That was literally his argument. You can't prove what I said was a lie. Just say it's hearsay. It's hearsay. You don't believe it. Just move on. That's literally what Tyler said. It's okay if I make stuff up about what you said and accuse you of carrying water for groomers and pedophiles and child abusers. Just pretend it's hearsay. It's okay. It's okay, Sunday.
When I would have thought someone who would want their side to be seen as the truth wouldn't tell others to talk about their claims as to be just a rumor. But at the near end of the stream, Tyler, the same person who had been making these accusations towards Sunday with nothing to show for it, then started playing the victim after Sunday had given him a taste of his own medicine, insulting him at the expense of his TBI.
Fine. If somebody wants to call me a bitch for having like a little bit of an emotional reaction to this, I was trying to be really cool about it, and I'm normally not like fucking broke up, but I gotta say this is like an absolute betrayal. It like literally heartbroken because I was trying not to have it go this way, and it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad, man.
Yeah, he feels betrayed. So let me get this straight. Tyler is free to go around making unsubstantiated claims towards Sunday, making out he holds water for pedophiles and groomers with nothing to show for it. But as soon as he gets insulted, suddenly, he's the victim. Tyler's not a professional journalist at all. He's a professional crybully. Now, don't get me wrong, if Sunday had just been picking on Tyler without...
See, I actually agree with that a lot. I know that there were some people that had a lot of stuff for this. British people are the worst to listen to when it comes to drama. I know, but this is what we've got. I told this guy I would give him an actual good review and not some sleepy, lazy-ass one. I actually do agree with this. I think that Tyler is incredibly good at being a crybully. Tom, have you ever had Tyler call in? Maybe we should do that. That could be fun.
Tyler provoking him, then I would give Tyler more sympathy here. But it's really rich coming from a guy who accuses those who give him criticism to be holding water for pedophiles or to be permissive of predation because he got a little bit of pushback on a video he made. And even Glooby had spoken up about the bickering between the pair, stating that it wasn't helping his case, but he could see both sides. Which another element to this beef is how Tyler views himself as infallible, that his videos are complete masterpieces.
That's 100% his fault. There's no Tyler could have done any better. I literally do not take a single lick of I messed that up. There's just people trying to fucking like, I don't know. It seems like everyone involved. No, literally no. Shut the fuck up. I was perfect. I acted literally above board the entire time.
When this is simply not true, there is always going to be something to improve upon, and criticism on your work will help you to recognize that reality. But because Tyler is incapable of seeing things from an alternative perspective, history will repeat itself. After this, the response had come through from DemonMama's side, where she had done Tyler a favor by showing her DMs with Glooby that proved that she was aware that Glooby was a minor within her employ. And Sunday had pointed...
Here's the secret lore. Are you ready, Tom? I've agreed with everything so far. Are you ready, Tom, for the secret lore? No, he modded a hippie dip. No, he modded hippie dippy I was on one time and then tried talking shit about me after. Oh, what a bitch, yo. Alright, so here's the secret lore. See this apology video right here? Guess which little rascal, okay, went around and said, hey, why don't you try doing an apology video? Why don't you try addressing this? And I pressed, and look what I gave you. To be fair, I didn't know that was going to be the conclusion. I thought that it would be like a better conclusion, but this video would not have happened without me, okay? It wasn't just me, but it wouldn't have happened without me.
That out in his coverage and ultimately condemned DemonMama. But Tyler just ignored those details.
You're welcome!
As he continues to claim that Sunday had been running cover for DemonMama, even though he has never been able to prove his claims to be true. Going back to the debate, however, Sunday had mentioned to Tyler that he had a conversation with his mods, where they agreed that Tyler was on the verge of becoming a lolcow due to his...
Thank you, Tom. A lot of my stuff when I first started out was behind the scenes, so it's kind of nice to see all the work, like, come to fruition, you know?
Behavior behind the scenes and on stream, concerning Sunday being critical of him.
Oh no, Osu, did you call me a fucking lolcow? You little...
You said you're verging close to it. Osu is a good person to keep around. You should listen to Osu. Osu's got a head on his shoulders. Sorry, Killjoy. My apologies.
However, people had spoken to Sunday, claiming that one of Tyler's Discord moderators, Osu, had said that Sunday had taken the call out of context, and
Mover and Shaker, thank you.
people said that he should apologize to Osu and Killjoy, which led Sunday to leak the call they had to show no such misrepresentation taking place.
I mean, I'll try to reach out. I've been thinking about making a post because he talks often, I'm pretty sure you've heard it before, of someone becoming a lolcow, and that's literally what he's on the precipice of doing, is being free content.
Yeah. And to be clear, I don't want him to be free content. That's a headache for me. I don't benefit from this.
Yeah.
But the leaking of the call presented...
Is that true, Sunday? Is that true? Is that true? Because I feel like later you may have used him for content.
Another issue, as according to Killjoy, they weren't aware that they were being recorded in this call, which is something I think Sunday could have been more transparent with at the time, considering he doesn't make it known in the leaked call that he had been recording them, but I can understand why he felt recording.
So does Sunday just like record all his calls? I'm starting to think that, and I don't necessarily have anything against that, but I think that you should be transparent about it.
The call was to be necessary, considering how Tyler had made claims about their private conversations before, and because they weren't recorded, the claims couldn't be verified, so Sunday recorded the call so that this could not happen again. And Tyler used this to his advantage in his accusations towards Sunday, using Killjoy's family against him because they were audible in the background of the leaked call.
One of the biggest reasons they're banned is because they're fucking creepy. Legitimately fucking weird. They recorded my mod. While like he didn't know that he was being recorded, so he didn't take like precautions to not have his wife and kid around him, and this freak fucking like recorded the dude's wife and kid in the background. Just absolutely disgusting. Like literally you should quit.
Which, yeah, I think if Sunday had been transparent about having the call be on the record, then Killjoy may have isolated himself from his family so they wouldn't have been picked up by his microphone. However, for Tyler to portray it as Sunday did this because he is some sort of sicko or he is a freak is a dishonest framing, as this looks more like an indirect consequence of not informing Killjoy he was to record the call, and doesn't look to have been intentional to record Killjoy's family in the process on Sunday's part. Tyler also used this to justify to his audience of why he had been removing people from his community, when the actual reason for it had been because they didn't see eye to eye with Tyler. That because they don't feel the same way about Sunday.
Lame complaint from dude. Tyler is like the king of like lame ass like cry bully shit. This guy, okay, consider how small of an account I am. Okay, I'm barely to being able to get monetized, and this guy. This guy called me out in front of his 300 viewers and said that I was a part of the Groomer Defense League. I'm the little guy criticizing him, and I've been elevated to Groomer Defense League.
That Tyler does, it gives him the justification to smear them as whatever he likes.
Unironically, like I don't know how his community doesn't hate him, which is why I'm fine having them banned. Like the Groomer Defense League allegations are never gonna get beaten.
Ironic.
And I don't want to talk to because I don't want their disgusting shit to rub off on me. It's so fucking creepy. Do you know, my audience, you guys would actually hold me to task. It would be a bad thing if I was like, oh hey, I secretly recorded this other asshole's mod while his wife and kid were unaware in the room. You guys would fucking unsub. You would leave. His audience doesn't. They're fucking weird.
Which it's pretty bizarre that Tyler holds so much vitriol to the point he is willing to create unevidenced claims to slander those who once gave him criticism, pushback, or had a disagreement with him.
And I think it's happened in most cases too. The only thing I can think where it hasn't happened is with maybe Beckett. But even then, I'm pretty sure he burned the Beckett bridge eventually. He just didn't burn it as disastrously as he normally would.
Defending fucking groomers, Groomer fucking Defense League, recording people's family without fucking notification. Like the strongest defenders of the people over there. Okay, ew, quarantine, ew. That's all you have to react. Ew, ew. This motherfucker's out here talking about me and shit. I'm just like, ugh. And actually, the one time I fucking dropped a bomb on a guy, I held a laser on him. Literally, I looked at the guy, and I held a laser on him until he fucking died.
In the fallout between the streamers, Sunday had gone over the debate he had with Tyler.
Now, I like that he highlights this, because I actually think that this is a very, like, telling comment by Tyler. You know, now, to be fair, this is anecdotal evidence from me, so, you know, take that for what you will. But, you know, I have several family members that are in the U.S. military, you know, a lot of them that have been in the Air Force. My grandpas were in the Army in World War II. and I had a couple of great uncles that were in Vietnam and the Korean War. And, you know, throughout my entire life, the only people that ever talked positively about their service were my grandpas, because it's World War II, right? And that makes sense. Now, my great uncles and my uncle that were in the Korean War and the Vietnam, and also one was in Desert Storm, you know, they don't act like that. They don't talk about it positively. They don't brag about killing people. They don't try to justify it. You know, one of my great uncles I feel really bad for, because he was like very, you know, he like flew bombers in Vietnam. And, you know, I think he became very religious at the end of his life because, you know, he probably didn't want to go to hell for setting people on fire, you know? And then Tyler acts like this, and it just makes me shake my head, you know?
Meticulous fashion, with each segment of the analysis being uploaded as edited VODs, with thumbnails that were basically calling Tyler a lolcow, which brace yourselves for this one, as Tyler takes stupidity to a whole new level, where he says the milk in the thumbnails is actually supposed to be cum.
But then we do start getting the cum nails, right? Birth of a lolcow, that's fine.
Oh, God.
Manipulator, whatever. This is still one of the craziest ones. This is the one where I'm like busting a fat fucking nut as a cow, right? My covered up to my fucking ankles in quote unquote milk. The most normal shit, all these blowjob mouths and this fucking this cum issue.
Okay, excuse me. Is this what? Can anyone in the chat confirm this? All right, I, being an AFAB person that mostly only dates other AFAB people, this is not a cum mouth.
Quote unquote milk. The most normal shit, all these blowjob mouths and this fucking this cum issue.
Bro, if you think that looks like cum, I'd suggest going to see a doctor about that. And in Sunday's coverage, he came across Tyler telling his story of how a random woman at the gym had seen his dick and smiled at him, apparently.
I have been hot for a while, all right? You don't have to believe that. If I'm not your type, it's fine. But people stare at me, and I know that they're gonna go home later and crack one out to the thought of me naked.
No.
It happens. It is what it is. I can't... Until you've been walking around at the gym and a woman you've never seen before looks at your dick and smiles, I don't know how to convince you that there's just a different way to live in this life.
And Sunday had made some comments on the story, with one in particular being that Tyler talks about dick a lot. Which, yeah, Tyler does have a habit of bringing up dick a lot. Like the man is sexually frustrated or something.
Are you sucking the cock for the love of the game?
But when Tyler had seen Sunday make these comments, he turned that into Sunday is obsessed with...
I must quote this famous Tyler quote. I don't have it on the soundboard, so I will imitate it for your enjoyment. It's Bo Black's in a dress. Is his cock's out? His cock's out! Woo! Okay.
With him, to the point Sunday apparently wanted to sleep with him, which is something Tyler says about everyone. For example, Destiny compared Tyler's likeness to that of Daniel Radcliffe, and Tyler responded like so.
He put me up on screen, and Destiny's just like, God damn, this guy's as hot as fuck. Let's compare him to other hot guys. Yeah. Destiny.
I guess the milk was reference to lolcow, hence milk, not something else. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. So, I actually, that particular clip, I actually went and clipped from President Sunday's stream at the time. Let me go to my clips here. And I think he used it to make the video, because I clipped it pretty good. But I can't confirm that. That's just, you know... Where's my clips? Thank you. What are my viewers up to? Alright, so... we will find it, don't worry, because it wasn't that long ago. So this is what this clip is of, okay? The cow thing.
It's Milking Tyler's content time, content time, content time, Milking Tyler's content time because he's a cow.
Now, I personally don't interpret...
It's Milking Tyler's content...
Listen, Sunday, I know you want to sing about it, but we can't do that again. That does not scream sexual at me. That does not that does not seem like it compliments.
Destiny was fucking distracted about my fucking jaw.
Daniel Radcliffe and this guy? A little bit, right? Like cousins.
Destiny was over there just like fucking like literally downloading me into his spank bank. Like I watched it in his eyes.
Right. And Sunday's comments about this had led Tyler into creating a whole song about it.
Hey, it's weird. Oh, the Brokeback Mountain shit.
Oh, by the way, so the British Runner made a AI song with it, and Tyler copyright struck it. I wanted to send him a cease and desist, but the lawyer said I don't think he'll pay out.
Hey, it's weird how you keep talking about my dick. Hey, it's weird how everything seems sexual.
The lawyer said I don't think he'll pay out. I still can't. I can't believe it.
When you talk about me, you weird fucking asshole. Is it sexual harassment? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care. I wish you'd stop talking about what I got going on down there.
And after this, Tyler went out of his way to share his thoughts about doxing and why he cannot respect the boundaries and privacy of other people because they just so happen to show their faces online.
Somehow, I don't know what permutation it traveled through, but nowadays everybody tries to treat fucking YouTubers like they're all superheroes with like a fucking secret identity. And like, if anybody finds out my real name, my family will be at risk. I wear the mask to protect those closest to me. Like, bro, your literal fucking face is on the internet. It's not even like you're not even wearing a fucking mask. It's your fucking head, your whole ass head, and your unmodulated voice. Like, are you? That's more valuable than your name. If they find you out in the fucking woods and you're dead, that's what they're gonna use to identify you because it's your fucking head. It's one of the things you can't change. You can change your name. And this whole like, you can't say people's names when their fucking faces are public in front of hundreds of thousands of people a month, and they intentionally turn on cameras and like attention seek on the internet with their literal fucking face is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. I can't respect it. I can't. It's impossible.
He's absolutely trying to justify doxing. You guys, Tyler loves doxing. Like he wants to be an internet thug, okay? He's on the internet because he's an internet thug.
For me to respect it at all. Like, oh my god. You shared this person's...
The name is probably more identifying than the face for most purposes. The name is more useful to stalker harassers than the face, exactly. Especially if you know how to, like, erase your online footprint. Now, personally, if I were Tyler, I would not dox me, okay?
Real name. Like, they're with their fucking face on the internet. Are you fucking stupid? You know everyone knows your name too, right?
My dad is about one more incident from having a fucking blowout, and like, just because so I would not do this in case of a really extreme circumstance, but my uncle is pretty high up in the Air Force and could and unless Tyler's lying about being in the Marines, could probably figure out who his thing is. Because see, the thing about people in the military is that they're also accountable to the military. That's what a court-martial is.
What do you fucking mean? What is this clown show shit? Like, it's the stupidest... This is old internet in my mind. This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. This would be... It just got out of control. But this would be a 4chan post back in the day where everyone was making fun of somebody because it's like, oh, fucking, like, literally green text, puts fucking whole face on the internet, records self for hours.
And I don't say that to be an internet tough guy or anything like that. It's just I feel very strongly that Tyler bullies people. Like Diorio won't cover him because he's worried about getting a copyright strike. A lot of people won't. So, Keldoge's uncle, I have a particular set of skills. He does have a particular set of skills, dude. That guy can fly any plane. Alright? I remember once when I was really little, he took me up in like a plane and I got to sit in like what was like the engineer's seat, which is like the seat behind the captain and the co-pilot. It was cool as fuck. But yeah, no, I say that because I feel like if he goes far enough, somebody's got to do something, all right? And I've got lots of plans.
On the internet, talks about their hobbies on the internet, begs for money, begs for money on the internet with their real face. Lol, please don't share my real name. I don't want anyone...
Oh, speaking of that, I forgot. I please give me your money. This is my real face. I didn't buy it in Mexico.
want to know who I actually am. Shut the fuck up. I can't fucking take it. It's like I was giving people grace because other people have been here in this fucking they've been in these spots before me, you know, a little bit longer. I cannot. It's the stupidest shit. It's clown show. I have no fucking respect for it. None.
It's clown world
at all. Whoa, you! Holy shit! You just shared that person's name. I'm playing a recording of them in their own home that they shared. They've been talking into a microphone on the internet for half a fucking decade.
Not gonna lie here, Tyler, that's a bit of a red flag and some insane foreshadowing you've got there. Like, just because you like to overshare about your personal baggage doesn't mean you get to reveal personal details about others without their consent. And when I say overshare, I mean to the point where Tyler reveals personal details about himself to the public. For example, a quick Google search of his books brought me to his website, and on the About page, he lists all of the places he's lived at, like this is the prologue to his autobiography, and he also romanticizes his time in the military like he wants to be the next American sniper or something. Who knows, Tyler? Maybe you are just one more book away from having a film be made about you. I can picture it now. The American Grunt. Or maybe the Sandbag Brigade. And these events had attracted another streamer, Aiko, where she had reacted to Tyler's content, which included his war stories to his lesser-known moments. And at some point, a random viewer donated to Aiko.
Okay, so I just have to say that A-logging Tyler in Aiko's community has been one of the funnest things I've ever done. I know that sounds mean, but to be fair, we weren't like super fucked up about it. We just thought he was weird, alright? Like, that's it. It was so much fun. And he ruined it. Megaritz, I also know that even when someone's name is possible to find, this is different from when a name is easy to find. The latter can lead to much more harassment. That's true. That's true.
Through stream elements, where users can choose to be referred to as by a specific name that will appear next to their message, and the name had been Tyler's wife, which Aiko's community had turned into a meme. While the real identity of this chatter had been unknown, Aiko's followers had been curious, so they began trying to find out who they had been within their community. This is why you will see messages like this pop up, which I'm not going to lie, when I first saw this, I thought that they were looking for the real deal, not just some random chatter. So
okay, listen, just a clue, or just like a hint for you guys. If the marshallist says it, he's probably joking.
For clarification, this message means that they have identified who the donator had been, not that they were looking for Tyler's real wife online. However, this didn't stop Tyler from weaving a story together that they weren't looking for a random donator or chatter, but they were actually stalking his wife, which can be seen in a script for a hit piece video he never released. And for good reason, because it makes himself look like a crybully in comparison to both Aiko and Sunday, where he shows when Sunday had made some comments in relation to his gym story, and Sunday explaining his comments to Aiko, which the reason Tyler refers to these events is because he tried to make out that Aiko and Sunday were issuing a sexual harassment campaign against him in their communities, when the only person I've heard make things sexual is Tyler.
God, you want to fuck me so bad, don't you? Noah, do you want to fuck me? Do you want to fuck me, Noah? Do you want to fuck my mouth, Noah? Noah, do you want to fuck me, Noah? Put your little lolcow thing. Noah, do you want to see your cum in my mouth because I look like your dad, Noah?
Tyler in the script also documents all of the donation messages that had been made at his expense in Aiko's streams, with the most notable one being
I love that he has a folder on his computer, you guys, and he tracks the donations. I'm not kidding.
how Tyler had murdered his wife and kept her remains in a freezer, along with some other messages that are pretty messed up things to say, even in a donation message. But because Tyler was the one who
No, they weren't. He said the fucked up stuff first, and we replied, and it was funny. That's the one criticism I have for this video, is that, yeah, some of the stuff out of context, it does look a little fucked up, but, like, it was escalatory. Like, when we first started interacting with Tyler, like, we were not so aggressive or not so, like, aggro, but then what happened is he kept making really weird comments and, like, calling us pedophiles and, like, making really weird, harassing comments towards Aiko, and it's like, well, what do you do? This also sounds homophobic to say that about Sunday. Yeah, but a lot of people are homophobic to Sunday. It's a problem.
Set the standard for what he deems to be acceptable behavior online. Again, my sympathy for him goes out the window. As let's not forget that Tyler was the one who made claims against...
Thank you for following, but are you a bot? Yes, you are, but thank you for following anyway.
Sunday that he couldn't substantiate. But when it's the other way around, Tyler runs to his hug box and cries on the shoulders of his own viewers. So much for being an internet tough guy. See, Tyler thinks it's funny to make out that Sunday holds water for PDF files and even downright says Sunday is one near the end of this script. But when a random chatter donates something like this, he takes great issue with it. Basically, if Tyler can dish it out, then he should be able to take it back. But instead, he just shows how much of a hypocritical rat he really is. And then Tyler accuses Sunday and Aiko's community.
It's Tipster! Good morning, friendo. If you come to kill your Doge, keldoge opposes bot brights, hell yeah.
Of being freaks, drug addicts, sexual deviants, and sycophants. In another—
Listen. Mr. Okay, I need to talk to Tyler one-on-one like a father would to a son. Listen, you lazy motherfucker, okay? I used to be a drug addict, and this July I will be opioid free for 9 years. Fuck you, okay? You are still on opioids, and honestly, you're gay. And the fact that you need to say that I'm a fucking pedophile because you can't, you know, criticize me in any other way also makes you gay. Honestly, maybe you're projecting onto me. Just, you know, some people said, you know, hey, you know, are you 18? You know, and even I'm 34. Alright, so I think Tyler should remain 500 feet away from me at all times. You're always killing your Doge, you sexy bitch. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pappy. Zeppo, I have literally never heard Sunday make anything sexual ever. I don't see where Tyler's getting that from. It's because he wants to fuck Sunday. Immigrants, Tyler's script did not precisely say Sunday was a PDF file, but that he was a PDF file enthusiast. What the fuck?
Another area of the script, Tyler had claimed that the members in Sunday's Discord were stalking his wife in the real world because they had looked up his wife's Goodreads page and began talking about what she read and rated on the website. But I don't know if I would call that to be stalking. Sure, it's weird, considering how Tyler's wife doesn't appear in his videos and isn't another streamer or creator, so they don't have much of a reason to be looking up her Goodreads page. But I think to put this on the same level as stalking is a bit excessive, but hey, that's just me. But once Sunday had seen this
I think people were just curious.
Taking place in his own community, he put a stop to it, telling people to stop holding discussions about Tyler's wife in his server, and after that, the behavior coming from these individuals had stopped. Which for some reason, Tyler says that this was happening in Aiko's server as well. However, I haven't seen it.
Now, I can personally testify that Aiko's server is pretty well managed. Like, they would not tolerate this in any way.
Any evidence of this taking place in Aiko's Discord. Regardless, Tyler characterizes this to be a limp-wristed form of moderation by Sunday, even though people had stopped going through the Goodreads list. And Tyler acts like simply stopping this process from occurring isn't good enough, and argues that Sunday and Aiko should ban these people from their streams and Discords. However, we will see that this standard is one that Tyler is willing to push onto others, but just not himself. As at the beginning of the year, someone from Tyler's community and Discord, known as Kill Mickey Mouse, had popped up in Aiko's Discord server, where they actively encouraged people to go through Tyler's social media to
And this was weird, because this person was, like, very pushy.
find images of his real wife. However, people from Aiko's community hadn't been interested in this information, and one of the moderators, Cosmo Kitty, had seen this and went to Killjoy to inform him of this development, which Killjoy had added the moderator and Tyler to a group chat so they could talk about what this person had been saying behind his back. However, Tyler wasn't shocked to see someone from his own community had been saying this stuff at all. Instead, he just throws accusations towards Cosmo Kitty, like he isn't concerned about Kill Mickey Mouse saying these things, and he even confirms that he had been in communication with this person, which has led people to the conclusion that Tyler had sent Kill Mickey Mouse to say these things in hopes Aiko's community would take the bait and begin posting stuff from his personal social media account, so that he would have something more substantial to point to if or when he had made a hit piece against Aiko. Which if Tyler did send this person to say these things, then that's pretty insane, as imagine using your own wife or loved one as bait to settle an internet beef with another creator or streamer. And here's the thing, Tyler wants people who went through the Goodreads page or those who donated to Aiko to be banned, so surely he would live by this standard himself, right? Well, no actually. As you can see, Kill Mickey Mouse to this day is still an active member of this community, where they haven't been banned from Tyler's Discord.
What? Okay, I did know that, but it still shocks me every time. Because that person was absolutely trying to get people to dox.
server or his streams. So if Tyler won't enforce this standard on his own community, then why should he expect more from other people? See, all Tyler deals in is double standards. It's a nothing burger when he or his community engage.
Yeah, how do you give Hamlet 3 stars? What the fuck? Hamlet is objectively the best Shakespearean play.
Is in this type of behavior, but when people from other communities do it, then it's suddenly a massive issue for him. And when Tyler was done talking to Ico's moderator, he had a go at Killjoy for adding him to the group chat like he did something wrong, when all Killjoy had done was get him in contact with someone who had information for him, which the conversation ended with Killjoy saying that he wouldn't be doing that again. But something that is evident here is how Tyler manipulates the narrative in his script, when he frames how his feud had begun with Sunday, being quote, ass mad because Tyler didn't want to be his friend anymore. Yeah, that's the reason. It couldn't have been because Tyler had made claims that couldn't be verified, making out Sunday was defending or covering for DemonMama when he wasn't, and Tyler being unable to accept the criticism on his work or conduct. But no, it's because Tyler simply didn't want to be friends anymore. This is gaslighting at its finest.
Now I'm gonna say all kinds of fucked up shit about him. I don't give a fuck. I don't like the guy. I fucking despise Tyler. You're black. I am. How could you not be?
So now we know the lore between Westside Tyler and President Sunday, we can unpack the more recent stuff within the commentary community where his—
I actually think this was a pretty good... Now, QQ is going to accuse me of glazing, as usual. But I actually think that this is a good amount of, like, backstory for this. I don't think you need to really understand more than that. Bad Empanada, who hates almost everyone, also hates Tyler. Tyler also hates almost everyone. True.
history repeats itself as Tyler had gone after Beckett from Conceive because he had worked on a video alongside, you guessed it, President Sunday. You see, on the 20th of January, both Beckett and Sunday had uploaded 2 videos on the political streamer Destiny, who had since been in hot water in the sex tape scandal after he had sent the video to someone, and it later had been leaked by an anonymous user. While it wasn't clear who was in the video, some had suspected it was a woman known as Pixie, and behind the scenes, someone by the name of Straighterade had been passing around a set of text messages between Not So Erudite and Pixie to various different YouTubers, causing this information to circulate around the community to the point that random community members also had access to these screenshots. And from this, people were convinced that at some point in time, these messages would surface within a video, which Sunday and Beckett had come together to make their own videos concerning these messages, which they had made over the course of a few days. Where Sunday's video had been a hit piece of Destiny, where he told his audience that Destiny had a history of using material against other people to blackmail them to achieve his own ends. However, Sunday had also said that Pixie was trying to extort Destiny, since it could be seen in the text messages that Pixie wanted Destiny to lose a significant amount of money from what had recently happened with the leaks. However, Pixie's side to this is that she wanted Destiny to recognize that his actions have consequences, so she feels making him lose a significant amount of money would prevent this from happening to someone else in the future. But in the text messages, she does say that the money can be given to a charity rather than receiving it herself. And now Pixie is pursuing this in a lawsuit against Destiny rather than negotiating behind the scenes. Beckett's video, on the other hand, was a walkthrough of the text messages and showing the conversation between Sunday and Straighterade, giving us just the facts with minimal commentary, which Beckett and Sunday had been criticized for these videos by the wider community. But one critique that had been levied against Sunday had been involving Nicholas DiOrio, as Sunday had again been recording the call without being transparent of this with Nick, which Tyler would use to push his narratives against Sunday once again, which Beckett had said that he was initially unaware that Nick's conversation was to be used in Sunday's video. But once he had been made aware, Beckett wanted Nick to know ahead of time and had disagreed with Nick's involvement.
Sunday wanted to include Nick in the video. We argued back and forth, and I said that's a bad idea. I don't think Nick should have been included in the video. You'll actually notice in mine, I censor out Nicholas DiOrio's name in the DMs. I really didn't think Nick should be included, but I pressured Sunday to talk to him. I also contacted Nick on the 18th.
What's going on? Yeah, this looks, I don't know. This looks not great. I saw another post that came up.
So, Nick, listen. Listen, buddy. I like you, okay?
I made him phone you. Well, I want that on record. I made him phone you.
He did not make me phone. He did not make me phone you. We had a conversation. We deliberated for a long time. And I also wanted on record, since you're doing that, you dickhead, but you conceded it to me by the end of it.
But Tyler in this stream claims that Beckett did not reach out to Nick, when Tyler wouldn't be able to know that off of the back end of either Sunday's or Beckett's videos. And Tyler had every opportunity to reach out to Beckett to conduct an interview, considering how he has him added on Discord, but decided not to. Instead, he would rather throw out claims about what happened, rather than looking for the truth of the matter, because these things just don't matter to him. And he has the goal to call himself a journalist. Nah, just your average shit stirrer, more like.
He knew that Sunday, and this is in this video and other ones, he knew that Sunday was going to single part.
The journalist thing is such a weird front to me, because he's just not good at it. Like, he's not good at answering your basic who, where, when, why. He rambles on for hours and hours. Alright? He yaps more than I do. How the hell does that even happen?
Already record Nick, didn't warn Nick ahead of time.
Next time when Beckett calls and he says he really needs to talk about something, I should start picking those up more.
Yeah, you really should, bro.
I'm sorry. I've been having so much IRL shit right now. I've been out of it. I barely got a stream this weekend. I only had 3 hours to stream tonight.
It's like the stuff with Nick, right? Like, I clearly wasn't a fan of that. And I clearly pushed to make sure that at least Nick had a heads up. I don't, you know, I can't control Sunday. He made that choice.
That was like a really good thing that they did. That was a genuine really good thing that he did.
He was trying to get a hold of Nick, but I was like, I don't want to go live with anything or send anything out until you've spoken to him. And I'd reached out to Nick as well.
However, Becca had said that if he had more time in the making of his video, that he would have done things differently, and that he apologized to Pixie in regards to making the video. However, Tyler does make a good point when it comes to coming out with a victim story without first going to them, but as we will soon see, this is another standard he pushes but doesn't live by. And on top of that, Tyler then started to argue that Beckett was unethical and untrustworthy because he just so happens to associate with someone Tyler doesn't like. And
Beckett and Stardust, Stardust is now rebranded to Small Talk. But Beckett and Star did used to date, yeah, but they broke up, like, you know, it's had to have been like 5 months ago now.
this wasn't just happening on stream, but behind the scenes as well.
And that's public, by the way.
With Tyler going after Beckett's network connections with other creators in the space.
He's working with somebody, willingly working, and still fucking willingly working with somebody after they one side record someone like that. And it's not even the first time, it's multiple times. It's unethical. Like, Beckett is an unethical person for doing that. You're unethical, Beckett, you're unethical. That, raw, respond to that. You knew that he was doing it is bad. Now he's done it again, extra bad, and then you're talking to him after he's done it like, oh, I don't know if we should record this. Bro, you're talking to him at all, he's fucking weird. You're fucking weird for associating him with him. That's weird. That's weird? You're fucking weird. You're fucking weird as shit for that. Like, suspicious. And you don't talk to Beckett. Don't talk to Beckett on background. Because he hangs out with Sunday. Sunday does single party recordings. There's no reason to not assume as well that Beckett won't too. Is that a crazy thing? I'm saying protect yourself. Don't talk to Beckett. He might record you because he doesn't mind it. Is that crazy to say? I don't talk to Beckett. He hangs out with Mr. DM Leaker about everything. I would say don't trust him with anything. I can't trust you, Beckett. I cannot.
Which Tyler had then gone to the Upblock stream to vent his grievances against Beckett, which after the stream, Falgi had approached Tyler in good faith, messaging him his concerns and giving him some advice because Falgi saw Tyler as a friend. But instead of accepting what Falgi had to say about the direction he was steering his criticisms in, Tyler just dismissed it altogether, claiming he knew not of what these issues were, and that they sounded like they had been invented by someone else. And when Tyler didn't get a reply—
Bro, that's so— I have literally no idea what you're concerned about. These seem like issues somebody else invented because they're new to me.
From Falgi straight away. He went to
asshole, bro.
Cloudy, Falgi's girlfriend, talking to her about a terrified wall of text. So Tyler's response to Falgi showing concern is to go and talk shit behind his back. And while Beckett had been talking about Destiny on his stream, he took a moment to talk about his issues with Tyler.
Tyler, if you see this, you, like everyone else, have every right to criticize me. But when you were getting shit, and a load of people wanted to burn you to the ground, I didn't. I provided you charitability. And you've said, well, Sunday threw him under a bus. You also threw me under a fucking bus, you twat. And I didn't—
You let her call me soy.
Scream at you. I didn't shout about it. I provided you charitability. The fact that you cannot muster up an ounce of charitability for me is frankly fucking gross. And whatever else is to be said about Sunday or anyone involved in this, they were fucking right about you, and I should have listened. I shouldn't have vouched for you with anyone else. You absolute fucking scumbag.
Which, as we have already seen, Tyler is a critic who cannot handle criticism. So this went as far as one could expect, with Tyler hiding in his Discord server, writing, "Bro, you can't give me charitability. I was fucking right. I've been right the entire time. I literally never missed. The people who came after me failed because I was right. If your only rebuttal to everything I said is, Tyler yelled at me, and that's mean, then you're not the man of integrity I believed you to be, and there is no loss in your departure. When you're up at 2 a.m., American time, molding about me in a cope stream with PDF files, groomers, drug addicts, and dog fuckers. Remember, you earned the company you keep." Which, this struck me as odd considering a month prior to this point, Tyler described Beckett as one of his favorite drama channels.
So everybody, this is Beckett Krabs from Cope and Seethe. Pretty fucking solid. One of my favorite drama channels, actually. Not to glaze too much.
So Tyler took no issues with Beckett up to this point, but as soon as Beckett had worked on a video with someone Tyler has a personal grudge against, all of a sudden Beckett now associates with PDF files, groomers, and drug addicts.
his BPD has been activated.
Apparently, but doesn't this line sound familiar? Well, it should, because Tyler used the same line against Aiko and Sunday, where he claimed that their communities had been full of freaks, drug addicts, sexual deviants, and sycophants. Like, Tyler is that much of a loser that he feels like he needs to invent issues so he can justify why he had a falling out. Like he needs to be perceived as the good guy in every scenario, and if you don't think so, well, he'll just get rid of you. It's his way or the highway in his community. Also, isn't it crazy when he says, "You're not the man of integrity I believed you to be"? So in Tyler's mind, Beckett should just be completely fine with someone going after his network connections with other creators, or calling for his departure from the community, claiming him to be unethical and untrustworthy, all because he was willing to work with President Sunday for a video. And after this, Tyler had started pedo-jacketing people for simply associating with President Sunday in his fight for attention.
Anybody who associates with President Sunday in any sense of the word is a fucking weirdo, a freak, and probably a sex criminal. I'm just gonna say that. I don't give a fuck. It is guilt by association.
Where is this sex criminal bullshit coming from? I've actually never understood it. I hope British Runner maybe explains it a little bit more in depth, but like, he's that mad that President Sunday doesn't want to be his friend?
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. If you talk to President Sunday, if you're nice to him, if you invite him into your chat, if you have him unbanned, if it's anything more than just like literally he's here so that I can get freak show comments out of him, you're weird. Chud Logic, weird. Queeman, you are the actual other co-chair of the Groomer Defense League, defending fucking lolly, pedophile.
However, all I've heard Queeman
going after Queeman
say about Lolly is how he doesn't actually care all that much about it.
This is the exact bullshit they were trying to pull. I remember, I do not give a fuck about Lolly. Okay, I cannot overstate this. I don't want to give anyone the impression I'm going after Nux about Lolly. I don't care. I don't care.
But wouldn't it be very inconvenient to Tyler's narrative here? If only just a year ago, Tyler had said something similar when he was sweeping for Vaush's Lollicon folder.
But let me just clarify regarding Vaush especially, because I have had to ban people because of this shit. My stance on the whole fucking disgusting world of lolly porn, I find it repugnant. I just think it's gross. I don't find it to be some sort of extraordinary moral failing, and I don't think that it necessarily means prescriptively I can describe you as something. A lot of the people in that area just give that vibe, but generally I just don't give a shit about cartoon drawings. I don't want to prescribe morality to doodles that people do, because it's just the cops don't care. You know what I mean? Like, the police don't care. It's not a crime. I feel like getting into gigantic internet slap fights with anybody about like cartoons.
Damn, son,
is
where'd
just
you
excessive,
find this?
especially, you know, whatever.
Thank
Now,
you for
actual
the
possession
follow.
of.
But are you a bot? Stop, guys. I don't do promoters. I am the promoter, but thank you for the follow. Okay, I do the promoting. All right.
Illicit materials, child, like CSA materials against children, that you would chipper without hesitation. Like, you got to get got. But like, I just don't care. I can't expend the energy. I don't like want to talk about it excessively. Obviously, kind of like, who does? But I just don't care, I think is what I want to say. And there's plenty of stuff to be mad at people on the internet, and usually whatever kind of porn they're into is just the most not ever the top of why to be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that true?
And I think it kind of opens the door to kink shaming.
But hey, it could always be worse. For instance, Tyler could have said that everyone has a paraphilia. But what are the chances of that happening?
Paraphilias should be kept secret, because it's an aspect of your personality. It should be kept secret.
This is such a good catch, you guys.
Oh, gender.
Like, this is such a good catch. It says so much about his personality. Regardless of if you have an issue with, like, the narrative of the video or the structure, I do think British Runner is really doing a really good job at, like, utilizing the clips that are out there in a way that isn't dishonest, in my opinion. He was saying that in defense of Vaush, too. Oh yeah. Oh, I know. We all know about Vaush here, as a fallen Vaush fan, okay?
You can write this down. I want to fuck a woman as a horse.
Secret, or at least in confidence. This is just a thing that needs to be explicitly said, especially on the left, where I feel like a lot of people are way too comfortable oversharing graphic aspects of their existence with other people. It's, you know, been a problem in other communities, obviously, and it never goes anywhere good. If you have a fetish, if you have a paraphilia, whether or not it's like normal or whatever, I don't care to hear your arguments at all, because I just don't want to know things about you. That's pretty much what it boils down to, and you'll never convince me otherwise. You can literally never convince me that other people just don't want to know things about you that would be highly uncomfortable to them, that they'll never need to know. No one will ever need to know your paraphilias. They never need to know them. Everybody has them. That's fine. In certain contexts, you can even discuss them openly with other consenting adults.
This explains why he looked up Chud Logic's feed on Google, isn't it?
I don't know, guys. That kind of looks like a self-report to me. However, later in his conversation with Morale, he said this.
So your opinion on Lolly went from it's just cartoons to thinking it's full-on like pedophilia once you found out that Vaush watches Lolly.
No, I've always thought it was fucking pedophilia.
So Tyler has gone on the record to say that he always thought Lolly was pedophilic when Tyler had swept for Lolly in the past, saying how he doesn't see
Morale was a real one for that, okay? Maybe someday he'll stop hating
it as an extraordinary moral failing, that it's just cartoons to him, which isn't a good look. So it's either Tyler was ignorant of Lolicon in the past and had been defending Vaush for the clout, or Tyler was running cover for something he recognizes to be pedophilic. So which one is it, Tyler? Because it can't be both.
You're a fucking weirdo. All of them. Chud Logic, you're weird as fuck for having him in your spicy chat. You're weird as fuck. Chud Logic is weird as fuck for having the spicy chat that's full of literal pedophiles. I don't give a fuck. That's fucking mad weird. You got a fucking breeding ground for pedos. Fucking weird. Sunday's there. Fucking weird. Morale's there. The dog fucking pedophile. The guy that jokes about fucking 17-year-old, 14-year-olds. Fucking weird.
Which it is known that Morale has made jokes about 17-year-olds before, but he's like 20, so I don't think you can argue that he is a PDF file for simply making the...
I think he is actually older than that, but to be fair, that's nitpicky. It's not really like a key to the video.
These jokes. But Morale had denied making jokes about anyone younger than that age, which I think Tyler just pulled that completely out of his own ass, especially since he doesn't show anything that backs up what he says here. No screenshots, no audio or video clips, just his own word of mouth. And personally, I'm going to need more than just a ramble to believe in the wild claims he's making here. The other claim he makes here about Morale is because not that long ago, Morale had used a debate trap argument against Tyler.
And now inside this room, Westside Tyler, there is a folding white picnic table, and right next to it is the most beautiful golden retriever you've ever seen. Now this golden retriever jumps up onto the table and looks at you, and he starts talking.
Why is it a golden retriever?
Claims Westside Tyler.
Why is it a golden retriever?
It has the mentality of a human, okay? 30-year-old Tyler, okay?
That's me barking, I'm sorry.
Why? I don't know why.
No, I can't say okay. You can't ask me okay.
I don't know why.
What, this just happened? Why?
This just happens. Listen, Tyler. This dog proclaims it is a magic dog. It has the mentality of a 30-year-old woman, and it tells you, or it asks you more so, Westside Tyler. It says, listen, I can fully consent, and I'm going to give you an offer. Every single time you have sex with me, I will pay you $50,000, and you can do this as many times as you want. Nobody will. No, listen, I'm not done. I'm not done.
No, I am. I'm fucking left in the talking dog, bro.
Okay, how about this? Let me finish it.
Here's a real question. No.
You're running. The answer is no. You're running. You think a fucking Marine that's so damn country wouldn't be so much of a coward to run from dog wars? Now, soldier, you sit the fuck down, and you answer my goddamn hypothetical. You killed for this fucking country. Now you're gonna tell me you want to fuck dogs? Do you understand me?
I'm out. You said fuck a dog. Out.
I'd fuck that dog.
I know you would.
Megaritz, I would do everything in my power not to be in that situation. Jordan Peterson.
And I don't think it takes a nuclear engineer to work out that Morale says these things to people as a way to get a reaction out of them or for shock humor. And while this had been happening, Tyler had pruned Killjoy from his mod team in his Discord. And when Killjoy had confronted Tyler on this, he told him that he was pulling people who associate with Beckett because he was worried that they would give out statements, showing how Tyler distrusts the people who help him to run his Discord. And soon after this, Tyler...
What? That's sus. I wonder what he means by that?
Had fired his editor Ash, which with the timing of this and Tyler's history of removing those who disagree with his points, I think it looks pretty suspect that he fired Ash during this time, which I don't think firing your editor over some petty drama would be justifiable in the slightest. And Tyler later said that if Ash had spoken up as to why she had been fired, then he will sue her.
But you're not protecting them anyway, Tyler. You fired them because they disagreed with you.
No, I didn't.
This is exactly how Jordan reacts to debate questions he doesn't like. True.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. How do you know that?
Yes, you did.
Did they break the confidentiality agreement and tell you?
I was told that.
By who? Because I know she wouldn't break the confidentiality agreement because she wouldn't. And if you say she did, you're going to get her in fucking sued. He really tried to throw fucking poor Ash under the bus. There is a confidentiality clause in the contract to just not talk about specifically behind the scenes stuff because I have a business and...
we actually have seen the Jubilee video, but I watched it on Twitch and Kick because it'll get me copyright struck.
I'm not going to let you access especially other people's confidential information. Tyler, you're literally threatening to sue your ex-employees so much for workers' rights. I won't threaten to sue anybody. I'll just sue them. If someone breaks a fucking contract with me, that's not your right. That's not I'm a leftist. That is not a worker's right I'm ever fighting for.
However, the confidentiality clause isn't specific to if the contractor, or Ash in this case, can speak about the reasons for her role being terminated. So if Ash wants to speak about why she had been fired or let go, then I think based on this, Ash should have every right to talk about what happened, regardless of anything Tyler says. But based on how he acts, it just seems like regardless of what the contract states, Tyler will just make new rules to accommodate whatever situation he finds himself in. And if we look back at what Tyler said to Killjoy, that he was removing those who have an association with Beckett, then this would have broken his contract with Ash, considering how the contract states in the 4th clause, independent contractor status. The contractor has every right to perform services for others during the term of this agreement. So if Tyler fired Ash over who she associates with or does business with, like how Tyler says to Killjoy, then he would have broken his own contract with Ash. But all Tyler seeks to do with the charade is to silence Ash, which this threat gives Tyler all of the power to come out with a story, and unless Ash wants to get sued, she wouldn't be able to contest what was being said, allowing Tyler to have narrative control, which is a downright slimy move to make. Which all this effort to silence Ash just tells me that the reason for getting rid of her must not have been a decent one, or at least an ethical one. However, Tyler did speak on this with the reason he gave to his community being that she had apparently been passive-aggressive with other staff members and had been given an ultimatum, which I'm not going to lie, that sounds like what he does in his own streams, considering Tyler's history of removing people who don't agree with his positions, so this all just sounds like a projection on his part. But if this really was the reason, then...
let's see. Meredith, I've seen clips of it. That's what the quote from memory was from. I think Peterson defines belief in a way that implies it is impossible to lie. He thinks it's wrong to lie. But his position implies more weirdly that lying is impossible? Really? I don't even know how you could get to that conclusion.
Why go into so much effort to silence Ash? Like, it just doesn't add up. Which Diesel had come out with his opinion on why Ash had been fired, because she said that she hopes Beckett and Tyler would work things out and resolve this falling out. However, based on Tyler's past actions of pedo-jacketing people who associate
What a monster.
With President Sunday and removing people who don't agree with him, maybe Ash had told Tyler that he was going too far with this and had asked him to stop, since accusing people of doing these things with absolutely no proof to back yourself up with isn't something most people are going to be permissive of. And Faugi from the Ops had decided to post a call he had with Tyler on Twitter, and Tyler had quote tweeted this with, "I'm always right," which just seems to be referring to when Tyler said he can't trust people in the community because they just so happen to disagree with him. But what about the contents of the call? Well, I'm afraid there was no call.
What's up, Rena? Lying is my only passion. Jordan Peterson cannot take this from me. Based.
But it was just a rickroll. But the funny thing is, Tyler didn't even watch the video before running his mouth on Twitter, so he ended up embarrassing himself over nothing. But later on, he realized his folly by actually watching the video this time, and he tried to walk it back, playing it off as some sort of joke. But Cloudy wasn't having any of it. After this, FBS Diesel had covered the drama happening between Beckett and Tyler, where he was later joined by Kristen Ark, Beckett, and Faugi, where Diesel didn't take sides, but had been critical of Tyler, misconstruing things to his audience regarding what Faugi...
Oh, I wonder what Chris the Narc said. Maybe we'll have to go watch this at some point.
He had said to him before, but on the following day, Tyler had talked about Diesel's stream, where he whined about how they didn't ask him to come onto the stream.
Shit was pathetic. Fuck.
Margaret, I can later send a post I wrote where I argue with Peterson's definition has this implication. Oh, that'd be cool to see.
Fucking Cloudy mauling, bro. What a flip. Dude, Jesus Christ. Cloudy fucking like 2 days ago, he just really cares about you. He just really wants you to... I'm worried about you. Oh my god, take him seriously. He wouldn't say this if he wasn't really worried about you. Like, you ain't got any fucking... Don't fucking ever tell me you're worried about me. I've like gouged a guy's eye once. Because of a argument over house keys. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need. No one needs to look out.
That's extremely psychotic.
Out for me. What do you fuck? I didn't fucking ask for that. Stop. Here's my thing for that whole community. Stop doing people favors they didn't fucking ask for. Was that ever returned? Was that answered? People like, it's like 2.5 hours. I'm gonna have to listen to it. But either that or I'm just gonna fucking hop into these people's streams like randomly when I'm off and just be like, all right, it's time to talk. What the fuck? I heard you got something to say. You all had your little...
Come on, you can hop in here, Tyler, anytime.
Little fucking pity party, and I wasn't invited. Why does Scarlet Reaper? Why do all the pedophiles get invited to talk on, but you don't want to talk to me?
Seppo, he also defined worship as placing something higher on your hierarchy of appreciation than something else, even though almost every theologianist ever would disagree with that. Yeah, that's true. Rando, he also tried to rip a guy's ear off when he was a bouncer, but the ear was too slippery. Ew.
You gotta get your little fucking crew together to hold each other, guys. What is son of a gun?
When all you have to do is ask to be brought into the call. It's that simple. But I guess the internet tough guy just wasn't feeling it that night. He also said that the ops had been colluding with his mod team, which is how he justifies to his audience why he had burned that bridge. However, Falgi's side to this had been that one of Tyler's mods had turned up in his Discord to argue against the members of the server, and that's what Tyler claims to be colluding with his mod team. However, in my personal experience with the ops, this would be very out of character for them, as they have always held Tyler in such high regard and had nothing but nice things to say about him since I've known them. So I don't really think that they were colluding with his mod team. And while talking about the op block, Tyler goes on a tangent claiming that he misled them because he didn't trust them, but that he wanted them to do things for him, which totally doesn't make him sound manipulative or untrustworthy in the slightest.
You came to me in private and told me things. I didn't trust you, so I fucking misled you.
Makes me so sad that Tyler's wife is real and not just a schizophrenic delusion. Yeah, same.
Because I want you guys to do stuff for me so that it's more fun. He says there's a common excuse. He's saying it's all part of his plan. I could never be tricked. It just keeps fucking happening. The thing I say is gonna happen keeps fucking happening.
Now, the op block, Falgi, had developed quite a good relationship with Tyler, I thought. I thought they were friends, to be honest.
As your friend or former friend, however you view me, I am sad for you, dude. Like, I just am.
The second he finds out that you were on here, Falgi, I don't think there's gonna be a friendship left.
That's fine. Like,
I don't know, like, the way that everything has gone so far, he hasn't really respected you at all. I don't, it's like, I don't know, I just wouldn't want to expend my energy on someone that is acting how he's acted. Has acted with you. If you have the bandwidth for that, sure, but I don't think I could personally.
So, like, I just keep getting confronted with this idea of me that these guys have to try to make true because it's so fucking crushingly depressing that they're wrong. You're doing a service to them that they were not doing before, which does put you on top of the fucking barrel here, I gotta say.
Ugh. This is just a mess. It's just a mess right now.
I'm gonna get you to say you fucked up. You're not getting out of it. Don't worry about that. You came to me in private and told me things. I didn't trust you, so I fucking misled you.
But if Tyler had been lying to Falgi and the ops all this time, does that mean that he was also lying about his story to do with President Sunday as well? Considering it was...
I mean, I would say it's likely.
Tyler who told them about his side of things to do with the fallout. But when he addresses that Falgi or Beckett had helped him in the past, all he says to that is, nobody asked them to do that. Which, I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty ungrateful to me. And Tyler also got annoyed.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, it's technically true. Like, yeah, maybe you didn't ask them, but it's still an asshole thing to act like they didn't do shit.
People claiming that he was having a crash out or a meltdown, and he started talking about what a real crash out would look like.
We need more mailmen need to shoot up postal centers. All right, it's too many of these fucking school shooting shit.
Disavow.
Fuck that, that's done. Okay, we need the people to go unironically postal as adults again, so y'all can see what a fucking crash out looks like.
No version. But then Tyler...
Bro, that's a little concerning.
Had decided to confirm to his audience that President Sunday is now an actual groomer without sufficient evidence to back this up. The story goes that someone known as River had joined President Sunday's Discord server back in December 2023, when she had been 17, a month away from turning 18, since her birthday is on the 31st of January. Once the moderator Titan had become aware of River's age, he allowed her to stay in the Discord, and told her to stay in the book channel, since that was the channel she was interested in. And he also told her to not participate in other channels until her 18th birthday. And when this was brought to Sunday's attention, they made an exception to their no under 18s rule since she was nearly 18. What?
I was gonna say them, like, if you're like a month away from turning 18, it's like, well, okay.
Tyler claims here, however, is that Sunday had made the exception so he could groom River to stalk his wife by going through her Goodreads page.
This is also happening in fucking, in Sunday's Discord. He's got a kid hanging out with people that are fucking, like, trying to cyber stalk my wife's fucking Goodreads, talking to each other. So, like, they're just involved. This is grooming.
But all Tyler shows to back this claim up is that River had commented on these things and hadn't actively been participating in posting things from a Goodreads page, merely saying that a book made her laugh once or twice, or her posting a comment from Tipster. So she isn't really participating in...
She posted a comment from Tipster. Dude, Tipster! I'm the boo boss to Bo Black's Mario. That's funny.
this Goodreads list, or being led to do such things in these screenshots. But strangely enough, Tyler decided to show off this screenshot that goes completely against his own narrative, since it clearly shows Sunday telling people to stop posting this stuff. But Tyler insists that Sunday wants people to do it, which shows Tyler to be making a leap of logic here, not fully taking everything into account so he can build a timeline that is faithful to the facts, which is why the story Tyler comes out with hardly makes any sense. What Tyler would need to show in order to prove his claim to be true would be evidence of Sunday in
Tyler not realizing that it's his fault that freaks online are looking into his wife is unreal. Well, especially with the things that he says about other people's family members. And the things that he says about, other, you know, what he wants to do to other people. You know, you'd think there'd be self-awareness there.
Instructing or preparing River to do these things, like how he did in the DemonMama video, but Tyler doesn't show that here. Instead, he focuses in on what other people in the server had talked about when River was 18, even though in one of the screenshots, River is nowhere to be seen. Which it should be pointed out that when Tyler was presenting these screenshots, he continuously referred to River as a child, when that is incorrect, which indicates that Tyler had been unaware of the age of the person he was labeling to be as such, which this was brought up in his debate with Sunday.
Your whole fucking community, hold on, I got you. Let me just talk. This is the fucking person posting in your Discord, by the way. By the way, this is my River on September 7th, 2024. I'm watching the Octopian Tyler tent of today, and I'm just worried for President Sunday regarding the father remark. I swear, the moment Tyler brings up paternal issues as a gotcha, I won't even rain hell on him. It's gonna be worse. As someone who has grown confusedly numb resentment for his—
Dude, how do we get Star to Photoshop, like do the same Photoshop like Bo Blacks and Nicholas, but instead have President Sunday be the dad and Tyler be the kid?
His man whore of a father.
What?
Sunday over here talking about how I look like his dad.
What is this referring to? Sorry, what are you reading?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. He's so vitriolic and unhinged that obviously people are going to look into his loved ones as well. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah.
This is the person that's in your server. This is the stuff that they talk about.
What are you reading though? They're not in my server right now, Tyler. What are you talking about?
They were. It's from September.
This September?
Yes.
When they were in
Were
the
they
adult,
18
yes.
then?
Yes.
Are you sure?
And for Tyler to come down to the conclusion that someone had been groomed, then he would have had to have seen evidence of this taking place. And from what I've seen from Tyler and his reputation, if he had seen something of substance, such as a conversation between Sunday and River, where it clearly shows him preparing River for something, then Tyler would not have hesitated to show it, like how he had done so before in the DemonMama video, where he showed conversations between Glooby, Fawn, and DemonMama. So the fact that Tyler doesn't show any such conversations to be happening between Sunday and River is pretty telling to me. And I recently had a conversation with Tyler's former moderator and researcher Killjoy, who looked into this story for him, where I asked him if Tyler actually held any evidence of Sunday doing what he claims.
How much evidence does Tyler have of Sunday being a groomer?
I would say none. I haven't seen any, even the evidence Tyler presented in
Killjoy sounds kind of like Reservoir.
his debate was nothing. Before I was removed as mod, we gathered everything that was in our server that was presented by that individual in the debate. I can't remember their name off the top of my head.
So Tyler has absolutely nothing to even suggest that Sunday had groomed anyone.
Up until I got removed from the mod world, absolutely not, nothing, zero. And in the debate, he said he'd been holding on to that particular screenshot for a while, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I've never seen this. Why was I not informed of this? You know, and if he believed there was grooming, why did he sit on it? You know,
No, that's a really good question. If you think that there's actual illegal behavior going on or predatory behavior, why would you sit on it?
It stinks. I don't believe he has anything from what I've seen. He didn't have anything. From what I've looked into on Sunday, he doesn't have anything.
In your opinion, what do you think Tyler was trying to get out of this?
My opinion, I think he's just on a life ruination warpath. He wants Sunday to not have a job. He wants him off the internet.
And he continued his claim by saying that Sunday had been sweeping for DemonMama when Sunday had done the opposite, telling people that they need to look deeper into Glooby's case to counteract any response she could give. But I guess to Tyler, that just must mean that Sunday was sweeping because he didn't stroke his ego before telling him that more work was needed. And he then clumps people like Beckett, Diesel, and Falgi into this, acting like they are permissive of people like DemonMama.
Sunday was sweeping for DemonMama. DemonMama swept for Vaush. Fucking Alec Gunter swept for DemonMama and...
I mean, you swept for Vaush too until it was inconvenient.
Vaush. Beckett sweeps for Sunday. Fucking Diesel sweeps for Beckett. Op sweep for Diesel. It's just a bunch of people in a big fucking...
Now Tyler, don't be shy. Remember, you had been sweeping for Vaush's lolicon folder when you said it wasn't an extraordinary moral failing, or when you said that the criticism could open the door to kink shaming.
I don't find it to be some sort of extraordinary moral failing, and I don't think that it necessarily means prescriptively I can describe you as something. There's plenty of stuff to be mad at people on the internet, and usually whatever kind of porn they're into is
the extremely broad use of groomer is right-wing style intentional sloppiness. Yeah, that's actually a theory I've kind of had about Tyler, is like maybe he is just a grifter, you know?
just the most not ever the top of why to be what you should be upset with them about, you know what I mean? And I think it kind of opens the door to kink shaming.
But another part to his claims is where he said Sunday had a sexual fascination with him, and that Sunday had been teaching River this stuff, which, again, he doesn't show any evidence of that taking place.
God, that's so delusional.
Not only are you fucking exposing this child to gross sexual fucking conduct, you're also teaching them these disgusting fucking ways of existing, right? Teaching them...
How are you doing there, buddy?
To cyberstalk people, to hyper-focus on the sexual characteristics of other individuals online.
However, what Tyler had been referring to here had been the thumbnails Sunday had made for his videos regarding Tyler, which he still continues to claim that the milk in the pictures is actually cum, which, again, that's pretty weird, Tyler. You need to go see the doctors about that.
And despite the fact that he has a weird psychosexual fucking fascination with me and makes a bunch of thumbnails of me with cum in my mouth.
But when Tyler was given the opportunity to speak to Sunday, he claims that Sunday was attention-seeking in his chat, when he is making a serious allegation here. So I don't get how someone responding to his claims is to be attention-seeking. And on top of that, Tyler then thought it was a good idea to dox Sunday by revealing his name on stream.
You were in my fucking chat! You were in my fucking chat begging for attention. Noah.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
That's doxing, isn't it? That's against TOS. Fuck this guy.
Running?
That's against TOS.
Running? Are you running? Do you want to have a conversation?
I'm not running.
Why'd you say my name so many times?
I'm actually gonna toast you.
Noah.
I didn't dox myself, Tyler.
I did.
I hate
Noah. You keep saying my...
I hate it when people do that. Like, especially if it's like another online person. Like, I've told y'all that my name is Dallas, so I guess it's a little bit different, but like, I don't know. When someone just randomly like throws out a person's first name, it's like, whoa, bro, like, you okay?
Fucking name, I wanted to say yours too, I know.
Bruh. In another moment of this stream, Tyler throws out some wild claims that Sunday had been in the DMs with River, or in his own words, with a child. But when Sunday challenged him on this, Tyler resorts to lying, claiming he never brought up DMs in the first place. Like his claims are nothing more than just a big joke to him.
Kid about their future and their past and all that sort of shit. You in the fucking DMs with a child? You following children on Twitter? You following children on fucking Discord? You got children in your fucking friends list that told you they're fucking that's fucking weird, man. That's strange as shit.
What DMs, Tyler? Tyler, what DMs?
We're doing this whole thing again.
Yeah, what DMs, Tyler? Tyler, where are the DMs? Bring up the DMs, Tyler.
How do we have it?
How do you not know where your DMs are, Tyler? You did this whole thing.
WS. Oh, I know. Guys, you edited the page rolls in January.
Damn, he fell right over. He fell right over when he got G-checked.
How's it going? How's it going with the DMs, Tyler? Tyler, how are the DMs going?
No, I didn't say...
Where are the DMs, Tyler? Yes, you did. Where are the DMs, Tyler? That's what you're looking for. I think the TBI is kind of acting up a little bit, Tyler. You're not following your own sentences. Where's the,
This is a great editing sequence, by the way.
Where are the DMs, Tyler?
I still don't believe his name is Noah. He looks more like a Eugene or Edwin. I don't know. All I know is that President Sunday, I would like to do a humanizing interview with you in my hot tub where we wear suits, and I will buy all the booze and I'll buy all the food, okay? Fuck it. I'll buy drugs. Legal ones.
Where are the DMs, Tyler? Tyler, we're waiting for DMs.
No one said there's DMs.
Oh, now there's no DMs? Now there's no DMs.
You're in the fucking DMs with it.
Listen, Sunday, if you do this hot tub thing with me, I can get you whatever you desire. Whatever you desire.
Child.
And after this, Tyler had advertised his debate with Sunday to be Sunday admitting to grooming, which is lying by omission, since Sunday didn't actually admit to anything other than allowing River to stay in the Discord. But what about River's side? Surely people would like to hear the story from the person Tyler has been dressing up to be a victim of grooming. Well, she told a very different story from the one Tyler had spun to his audience, where she quote-tweeted Tyler and showed proof of her birth date to be the 31st of January 2006, which makes her 19 at this time, and she said no one had done anything to her, which goes against what Tyler insists this happened, regardless of the fact that he doesn't show anything that connects his
Someone should clip that, what I just said, and send it to Sunday, okay?
claims together. And I recently had a conversation with River to get her account of the events. And one of the questions I presented to her had been if Tyler had reached out to interview her, like how he did with Glooby in the DemonMama story, as River's absence in this case is a notable contrast, but she told me that he didn't direct a word to her prior to making this accusation, and had even said that when she wrote in Tyler's livestream chat, his moderators had hidden her messages. Which, if this is true, then it paints the picture that Tyler and his moderators didn't want River
guilty
to share her side, which is very suspicious, as normally when making these accusations, you would want a victim to give a statement to the audience so the claims can carry more weight. It's almost like Tyler didn't want River to give her account, maybe because it would be very inconvenient to his narrative if River's statement didn't align with what he was saying, which this is something Tyler previously criticized Beckett and Sunday for doing with Pixie's story.
And despite the fact that those people have not given any sense of consent to you trying to pursue that story and won't talk to you. The victim won't talk to you, but you're going to pursue it anyway against their will. Because you feel like you know better than them.
So this begs the question, if Tyler really stood behind what he says here, then why is River saying he didn't reach out to her, interviewing her to get as much information
Everything is becoming Goldeneye soundtrack all the time. It's a good soundtrack.
as possible, or to at least ask for her permission to run her story? Remember, Tyler, you argued that it is wrong to come out with a victim's story without their consent. But if Tyler really believes that River had been the victim of grooming by President Sunday, then why wouldn't he go to her? And I think it's pretty evident that Tyler didn't go to River before coming out with this accusation. As I said before, Tyler thought River had been 17 in September 2024, when she turned 18 at the end of January 2024. So if Tyler had talked to River, then I think he would have at least asked for clarification about her age during these times.
How do you guys, you know what, I'm going to disagree with QQ here. I think that this video is good. I think it's above average. I like that it, is full of receipts. And I also, there's a little bit of narrativizing that I think could be worked on, and we'll talk about that when I get to the end, but I'm really enjoying this, and I think, I really like the editing and how, like, the tone of the video is,
So he can get the story correct. The next question I presented to River had been about any possible DMs she may have had with Sunday, where she clarified to me that she talked to Sunday about certain members in the community, which she also said that these conversations took place when she was 18, and the only conversation she had with anyone when she was 17 had been Titan, when he told her to stay in the book channel until she turned 18, which fits with Titan's account of the events. And River explained further that these conversations in the server weren't that frequent, as she didn't interact with the pair all that much. River also denies that she had been pushed, instructed, or that the people were trying to get her involved or more comfortable with looking up Tyler's wife's Goodreads page. And as I've said before, River can only be seen to be commenting on these things, not actively participating in the activity. And something Tyler doesn't talk about here is that the Goodreads list hadn't been in the book channel, but was in the drama discussion channel, which I think the reason Tyler didn't mention this was because he wanted to give off the impression that the channel Titan told River to remain in had consisted of the Goodreads stuff, so he could continue to fuel his accusations. And when I asked River how she felt about Tyler making these claims that she was the victim of grooming, she said the whole thing made her feel like a doormat, that her side wasn't taken into account or consideration. As in her account, she tried to say something in Tyler's chat, but was muted and her messages were deleted by his moderators, which if Tyler was under the impression that something criminal, predatory, or nefarious had been happening in Sunday's Discord server, then he would have listened to her side, like how he did with Glooby. But surely the self-proclaimed journalist who values the truth, his integrity, and credibility would do his due diligence in providing his audience with an update to the story. Or to possibly retract what he previously said, right? Wrong. There was no retraction from Tyler, no update to the story. Instead, he continued plodding along like nothing even happened.
You can come in and watch my shit all the time because I don't lie.
Yeah, you're clearly an honest guy, Tyler.
Oh man, see, this is this is a sign. If somebody is really fucking like, I don't lie, I'm never gonna lie to you. I always tell the truth. That's your sign that there's weird shit.
When River posted her side of the story, why do you think Tyler didn't make an update to the story? Why do you think he just ignored it?
Because he doesn't care. He doesn't want River's side of the story. He wants a weapon against Sunday, and River complicates that.
In what way?
So if he interviewed River and River didn't give him the dunk he wanted, it would be bad for him. He wanted a tool to use against Sunday, and River, the person, isn't good for that. River, the idea is, River, the minor in 2023, is River, the person who is an adult now, who doesn't like Tyler isn't.
But why would Tyler, the man who claims to care about morals and ethics, do this?
Now I'm gonna say all kinds of fucked up shit about him. I don't give a fuck. I don't like the guy. I fucking despise it. Tyler, you're biased. I am. How could you not be? I want you idiots to talk about me. I want you to talk about me. Because it gets more eyes on me, and all I have to do is be more base than you, and I steal your little...
Oh, be careful what you wish for, sweetie.
...followers. They come and fucking... They secretly love watch me, and then they come back to you, and they're like, oh, I hate him. I'm using you for advertising, okay? It's me, in my career. It's the same as Rosanna Pansino's feet, okay? You're getting...
What?
Getting played, kid. Not even really.
Ah yes, just for some attention, subscribers, and for something to attack President Sunday with.
Sunday, I hope you fucking die. I don't know how to say this in a better way.
That's so mean.
I wish for your demise. I'm too old.
River's parasocial weirdo, though. I've had issues with comments that they've made from over 3 years ago. Wait, are you saying that sarcastically?
Do you give a fuck? I'll ruin your life.
So Tyler is perfectly comfortable with confirming someone is a groomer when he hasn't got sufficient evidence to show how he was able to come down to that conclusion, let alone to convince other people. And believe it or not, but this actually goes against one of Tyler's principles he brought up in the DemonMama story, as to discredit Sunday's critiques, where he made the point that you shouldn't trust what Sunday says because he previously had been friends or associated with DemonMama, as that would give him a bias in his coverage of Gloopy's story that could affect the way he portrays things. But here, Tyler says he despises President Sunday, that he will say the most messed up things about him imaginable because he doesn't like the guy, which would make him biased against the person he is accusing of grooming someone with at best the most finicky evidence one could expect. So surely by his own principle...
No, they are one of the few people I have actual beef with. Oh, damn.
He wouldn't be a suitable candidate to come out with this story, and instead should have gotten a third party involved who has no such biases clouding their better judgment, so that this case could remain objective to the facts. Which I think is fair to say that Tyler's bias against Sunday has played a big role in his portrayal of the events, as he overlooks things that go against his narrative and doesn't even entertain the idea of reaching out to the person he claims is a victim, because it wouldn't run with his narrative, and thus wouldn't grant him the outcome he wants to achieve. And if we apply the same standards Tyler pushes onto others onto him, then why should we trust anything he says in regards to his coverage of President Sunday, which Tyler in the past has made arguments in bad faith towards President Sunday to make him out to be the worst type of person imaginable. And as I've said before, this type of allegation has the potential to ruin someone's life regardless if they are innocent or guilty of the claims against them, as some people will just run with the story based on face value, so the proper care and attention to detail is critical when looking at these cases. As
Zach, have a great night. They keldoge in chat. Oh, thank you, Zach. You have one too. Tom stopped by and we had a fun little exchange. I think I might call in. I think me, Mantis, and Tom and you should have like a little panel, you know?
on one hand, you could end up accusing someone who is innocent of the claims you are making, or on the other.
I think it would go really well. I know everyone hates Mantis, but I like Mantis. You wanna know why? Because when Mantis can actually talk, she actually has a lot of interesting things to say. We gotta pick a good subject though. Like, we gotta pick something not too spicy, but still entertaining.
On the other hand, you could end up messing up the case altogether if all avenues of evidence aren't taken into account or consideration. And in Tyler's presentation, he has left a lot up to interpretation, as he cannot in good faith confirm that Sunday had groomed anyone, because he needs to show Sunday and River to be having a conversation that clearly shows Sunday to be doing what he claims. And this explains why Tyler had made such a poor allegation towards President Sunday. Through his own hate for the guy, Tyler maintained a narrow focus on the story, which looks like he went into this case with his mind already made up, looking for something he could attack Sunday over, rather than looking for the truth of the matter, which shows a lack of care for what should be taken as truth or how we come down to conclusions, as Tyler didn't even care to consider how one of the screenshots goes against his narrative, because his story all hinges on Sunday wanting people to document Tyler's wife's Goodreads page, but the screenshot shows Sunday didn't want people to do this, telling people not to discuss Tyler's wife in his server at all. And after this, Tyler had begun to encourage his followers to begin reporting President Sunday to the police, despite the lack of evidence there is against President Sunday, and how River's statement contradicts the story Tyler comes out with. And eventually Stardust had reached out to Tyler, coming to him with her advice concerning the President Sunday stuff, and she actively dislikes Sunday. Some may even say she hates Sunday, but even she turned around to Tyler and told him that unless he is 100% sure of what he is claiming actually happened, then he should refrain from making these allegations. But Tyler responds by taking what Stardust says to a ridiculous—
Whoa, British runner, okay? I gotta give an applause to that, alright? You wanna know why? Hold on, let me find it, please. Where's please clap? What happened to my please clap? the fuck? Oh, here it is.
Please clap.
See, I gotta give him props for that because a lot of people don't like Star. So the fact that British Runner has just, you know, gone straight through the facts here, I applaud that, okay? I applaud that. It's very good. It's very good.
Ridiculous level.
To keep doing debates that way, but unless you have 100% proof that someone is doing child endangerment, you should refrain from accusing. And then, if you do have proof, you should just call the police on them. To be honest, right? Don't mention it. 100% proof, by the way. 100% proof of somebody being a pedophile is literally watching them like fuck a kid. So the minimum standard is to observe a child being brutalized before you say anything. Well, that's retarded.
So Tyler is taking what Stardust says here to an absurd level so he can handwave any responsibility for making his previous accusations towards President Sunday when he didn't provide any evidence that matches what he claimed had happened.
But then Tyler had slipped up in this stream by saying that Stardust thinks that President Sunday is an actual PDF file.
It keeps going. Thanks. Okay, so yeah, this is all within a minute, and then this is the next minute. And if you have enough evidence, then you go to an authority and you make sure you don't fuck up their potential investigation by tipping off the offender that you're going after them, which is not a thing. Right, like
that is absolutely a thing, you fucking retard. Why? That's why Leo Convoy was so problematic.
Okay, what? Prove that. How is it going to happen? So are you saying that like I shouldn't have said anything because you think President Sunday is actually a pedophile? Like what do you?
Which is a poor choice of words there, Tyler, because it seems to me that he wouldn't say this if he really thought what he previously said was the actual case. So which one is it, Tyler? Is Sunday a PDF file, or isn't he one? Pick a lane, buddy, as it seems like Tyler doesn't actually think that Sunday is a groomer at all, and had just said those things as a way to slight him, because of how he feels towards the person.
Now I'm gonna say all kinds of fucked up shit about him. I don't give a fuck. I don't like the guy. I fucking despise him. Tyler, you're biased. I am. How could you not be?
And later, Tyler in the messages had twisted something Becca had spoken about when reacting to Lewis McClung's video on Dream's past controversies.
Beckett is your boyfriend, correct? During a live stream, he said 17-year-olds aren't kids and it's okay to give them access to servers where adults are sharing pornography. Do you agree with that statement?
The context here is that back in 2020, someone in Dream's Discord server had shared some fan art that had been not safe for work, which Dream had described like so.
In like one of the Dream SMP chats or whatever, there was like a fan art porn image shown. Now, obviously, that's not something that should be shown regardless to anybody. It doesn't matter what the affiliation is, but or like what their, I guess, age is, unless they, or whatever. But to give context, because I think it is important to this situation, is it was a bunch of Dream SMP people in a call looking at the fact that fans were drawing crazy art like that and making fun of it and being like, oh my god, this is crazy, this is disgusting. No one should do this, essentially. And to give context to like an image, I guess I don't know how to say this without it being kind of, it's not graphic, but like it is. I think it was like a Bad Boy Halo Minecraft character with like a penis and a Skeppy Minecraft character.
Which, yeah, the fan art of the Dream SMP has a reputation of being pretty degenerate, shipping those who appeared on the SMP together, which is very grim and gross to say the least. However, in Lewis's video, he had ignored what Dream said and insisted that it was actually Dream who shared the material with Tubbo, who had been 17 at the time, despite Dream stating that he wasn't involved, where he implied that Dream was grooming Tubbo, which Beckett had made the point that Dream should moderate the Discord heavily, and that he doesn't agree with having not safe for work in people's Discord servers. However, since this was an isolated event rather than a clear pattern of behavior, he wouldn't call that to be grooming.
But like, I agree. Don't go in the Discord, delete it, but it's like off one image, and it's like, what do you want? They're Minecraft YouTubers. They're obviously going to be kids around. Yes, you should heavily moderate and police that Discord. I don't know what that Discord community looked like. I don't think that if you have a Discord that is like, has under 18-year-olds in it, you should put pornography in it. Okay?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good policy, and I don't understand why people don't follow it. It just shows that Dream has higher standards than DemonMama. True.
Real fucking simple. In fact, I'd go further. I don't think you should have not safe for work channels in your Discord. I think it's stop gooning in Discord. Beckett is your boyfriend, correct? During a live stream, he said 17-year-olds aren't kids and it's okay to give them access to servers where adults are sharing pornography. Do you agree with that statement? That's not what I said. What I said, and this is, okay, kind of stripped out the context of this. This is in reference to Lewis McClung's video, where he brings up the stuff around Dream and the fact that Tommy Innit was in a Discord at like 17, where someone showed some pornography, or like there was like a risque image, and it made people uncomfortable. And my point was, that doesn't make Dream a groomer. It doesn't make anybody in that Discord a groomer. That's my point. It's like, we've got to the point now where any random image being shared is like, well, pedophiles in that fucking server. Remove those images. I don't think you should have, like, there should be no, like, not safe for work stuff in those servers. My point is, calling those people pedophiles and groomers is just too far. That's all I'm saying. If you want to disagree with that, if you want, like...
Does anyone know how to spell DJ Mule? And Beckett is spitting here, okay? I can't disagree with the right opinion. Oops, I'm blocking him. Sorry, Beckett. 'Cause I don't know how to fucking spell this guy's name. I need some help. I need help!
If you're in a Discord and you think there might be minors around and you're saying stuff like that, well, this is the argument of people saying that Cam Nuggets is a pedophile. It's an insane position, and we all know it's fucking insane.
Thank you, QQ.
Never said it was okay. In fact, I actively said that I wouldn't have that in my own Discords, and I'm not okay with it.
And Tyler knows this, since he was actively watching the stream as this part had unfolded.
And there is a big difference as well. If you're trying to start a relationship with somebody who's like 16, 17, and you're in your like mid-20s, yeah, that's fucking wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get your shit together.
So to say that Beckett had said that he thinks it's okay to give 17-year-olds access to servers where quote-unquote adults are sharing this stuff is a complete lie. And the age of the individual hadn't
He has a podcast called Red Planet with Sophie from Mars. Oh, okay.
been disclosed by either party. So my question here is
I'm vaguely familiar with DJ Mule, but I just haven't had time to see any of his content.
does Tyler know what the age of the person had been? As he says in the message that it had been an adult who did this. But for all we know, the person who shared the material could have been a teenager, which just shows that Tyler, the self-proclaimed journalist, had taken everything Lewis said at face value, despite how he ignored parts of Dream's statements on the matter and didn't provide any evidence to contradict Dream's side of things. Again, Tyler shows how much the truth matters to him. However, Beckett did say 17-year-olds aren't kids, but he also said that they are still minors. This is what Tyler does. He takes a small percentage of the truth and twists it into something else that he can use to slander people who once gave him criticism. That is how petty and malicious this guy is. And Tyler continued to lie about Beckett, where he even ropes Faugi and Diesel into this.
Gallons of charitability to assume that you're not a fucking absolute nonce just for saying it's cool to have kids draw porn for adults. That's just a crime. You should double check. You should go ask a judge if what you said was legal. Maybe he'll give you the ounce of charity.
QQ, you have legal expertise. DJ Mule's kind of a moron. Fun fact, says Rando, he called himself Mule because he is a drug dealer, and I'm pretty sure sold weed, etc. to Sophie from Mars. Oh, wow. Okay, I have a question for QQ that is legal related. Do you think that with Tyler, anything that he says would be like pursuable under like a slander or like a libel suit just because it's so extreme?
And you can see what that actually fucking weighs. You hold it in your hands. But like Ops, Falgy, Cloudy, you fucking wingnuts, Diesel, I mean, are you guys even gonna fucking do it, or is it gonna be Tyler's crazy?
Which again, Beckett didn't say that it's okay for kids to be doing any of that. This is in reference to Beckett's comments on Just a Robot, where Jar had asked someone to draw another YouTuber lewd, which they did. And 2 months after they drew the image, they told him that they had been 17 at the time, which Beckett made the point that he wouldn't call Jar a PDF file over that.
It's like the fucking Jar thing. Skullcat, Jar, when I was 17, made me draw lewds. Fuck off! I don't. Fuck off. Fuck all the way off. I'm just done. I'm done. We're calling people pedophiles over fucking nothing, and I'm tired of it.
And after this, Faugi had decided to respond to Tyler's claims about the ops colluding with his mod team, or that they were actively lying about him.
Tyler ends the call saying, yeah, I don't know why you're still friends with Beckett. I wouldn't associate myself with him. And honestly speaking, I'm going to be culling people from my community who associate with him. I know he's said it to another person in a DM that the specific reason why they were taken off the mod team was because of the close proximity to Beckett. Now, this is not the person he paid. This is the person on the mod team that said, hey, I don't like that you have a personal relationship, or that your friends have a personal relationship with Beckett.
But when they were showing what Tyler was too afraid to show his audience, Tyler had gone to the ops channel to try and derail Faugi's stream by trash talking in the chat. However, I will say that something positive came out of this stream, and that had been Diesel and Tyler arranging for a call to be had so they could talk things out. However, Tyler had planned to make this a main event on his channel, but when Diesel had seen that he planned to livestream,
I don't know, it seems unlikely. You can watch F-Bomb's 10 minutes defamation video on Sunday. At the end of it, he talks about a case where someone lost because they called someone a pedo, I think, but I never looked into that case. Opblock is a freak, by the way. I I got that feeling, just based off of the name.
The call out to his viewers. Diesel had told him that the call wasn't going to be on a live stream, since he gets pretty argumentative and performative when he has his cheerleaders to back him up. Which this does look intentional on Tyler's part, that he planned to put Diesel in a tough spot. So if Diesel left the call, he could turn around and tell his audience that he made Diesel run, like how he does to other creators or streamers. But maybe I'm giving Tyler too much credit here, as it could have just been a miscommunication on his part as well. However, something that I also find interesting is how this creates a conflict with his opinions on recording calls, as he is perfectly fine with airing out a call with Diesel on his live stream, but when people record the calls they have with others so they can't take things out of context, suddenly it's unethical to do so. And later on, Tyler had titled one of his videos as "Drama channels cannot handle light criticism." Yeah, apparently according to Tyler, lying about other people, pedo-jacketing without proof,
Insane projection.
doxing and making allegations because someone made a joke should be considered as light criticism. This guy is straight up delusional.
No, everybody. Tyler's off his medication. Tyler's just shotgunning credible allegations and fucking hitting.
Which I had a lovely conversation with Tyler in his comment section, where I pointed out the inconsistencies between what he said happened in the President Sunday stuff and River's accounts of the events. And he straight up told me that anyone who disagrees with him are just sweeping for pedos, like he wants to become the next Mama Mac.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh god, no! Oh no! No! QQ, why would you do this? No!
But then Tyler started saying how he was planning to ruin Beckett's business by going to other YouTubers, telling them how Beckett apparently lies about people.
Oh, talk about attack your personal relationships, bro. You haven't even fucking had that happen yet. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to fuck up y'all's business permanently. Because you fucking let me. That's it.
By the way, QQ, you've taught Josh something. He's currently like archiving DemonMama's chat from that old video. He did a whole stream in his boxers. Why? Well, he claims to be researching cases about SA. Very weird, dude. Do not let that person around women or children.
I'm gonna try to get the biggest names that I can get to answer for your fuck ups. That's what I want to know, because I know, like, here's the thing. I know Beckett's done research for bigger names by far than Diesel. And so I want them to tell me, like, have you double checked all of his shit? Because he lies this easy. It's pretty easy to fucking mislead. He seems like a fucking scumbag, so.
Which is incredible that the same guy who lies about others for attention or to discredit his critics is now claiming that the person he had been smearing is a liar. But to combat this, Beckett had shown on his live stream one of his research documents he had made on another YouTuber, where it shows a detailed description of the past events they had been a part of and other relevant details to do with their content and what had transpired within it, where there are also links put in the document to back up what had been written. And personally, I'm more inclined to side with the person who shows proof to back up their claims rather than the person who does not and has to resort to lying about people for attention and gaslighting their audience. After this, President Sunday's channel had been demonetized due to someone flagging one of his streams, which Tyler had made this comment about the whole thing.
Over saying, like, a thing that you did is actually against TOS and then you lose everything? Yeah, dipshit, I'll do it. What, you thought I was gonna be too good to do that? That's fucking funny. That's fucking hilarious. I'll tell that story at Thanksgiving. What happened? This year, there's a guy, he's fucking Canadian, right? And he's never had a real job.
That's a Jenny Matrux document? What's that?
In his life. And he was making shit on.
The document was heavily flawed, and this British runner guy didn't even look into it. Okay, so that's your primary criticism then?
YouTube. And he said the craziest shit about me, right? He called me like a war criminal and stuff. It is what it is. You know, people can have their opinions. But like, he made it personal, and I fucking hate the guy. And I found out that this YouTube thing is the only way that he makes money. And he left himself open, so I just fucking ran his pockets. I just ran his shit. What? Like, yeah, we just reported him. He lost everything.
Jerry Matrix is the owner of Cope and Seeth, Beckett's researcher. I see.
But I don't think it takes a nuclear engineer to work out that either Tyler or someone from his community had done this, especially when you factor in that Tyler has openly bragged before about flagging Ico streams because of what a random chatter had said about him. But if that's not the case, then I'm sure Tyler wouldn't have a problem with showing his report history on his next live stream. And Tyler later doxed Sunday again by revealing his full name to the
Yeah, I know she was paid by Woo. For the most part, I feel like the lore has been accurate. Although, like, that's a good criticism with the document. You know, people should read through things in their entirety before making a video.
public in his video called Slop Mafia.
Extortion, Florida law.
Answer, no. styled President Sunday after his eponymous YouTube channel. On January 20th, 2025, President Sunday released Exposing the Destiny Abuse Machine,
which resulted
of a conspiracy that Jenny is just Beckett in a dress.
in people from his community going to President Sunday's social media platforms
I
to
don't know, you'd have to ask Star about that. No?
find photos to post in his Discord.
Jenny is obese. Oh my god. Rando, Tyler has to lie or he doesn't feel confident people will agree with him. That's my reading of this psyche. Yeah, I do see him as a very insecure dude. Probably pretty lonely. You know, he's stuck in the past. Jenny was taking woo money to get lap band surgery. Not joking. What's lap band surgery?
Fred.
He has a channel in his server called GDL. I found photos of myself in there that I didn't know existed. They are trolling my, they're trolling my, like, Facebook pages of members of my family.
Dude, imagine that, like, Tyler has, like, a folder on his computer and it's all just pictures of President Sunday.
They found pictures of me from 9 years ago.
So let's back up for a second here. If Tyler calls posting screenshots from a Goodreads page stalking, then what would he call this? Because it seems to me Tyler is permissive of this happening in his Discord server, since the photos are still there to this day. So Tyler must think that this type of behavior is perfectly acceptable when it happens to those he doesn't like. Again, does Tyler have
Oh, okay, so if they stop eating, I see.
any principles? As through his actions or inactions, we can see he is very inconsistent with these things. Almost like Tyler doesn't know where to draw the line or doesn't know when enough is enough. As remember in Sunday...
I don't know if he doesn't know. I think it's more on purpose than that. Like, I think he has more of negative intentions with that. But you know, I'm not in his brain, but just because I've had, you know, a lot of interactions with him, I've watched a lot of his content. It doesn't feel accidental or like some kind of disability to me. It feels very intentional. Zeppo, that is a fucking weird since Jenny has notoriety for deciding if other trans people are valid or not based on if they pass or not. Well, clearly she hasn't met my passoid ass. No, Jenny never even leaves her house, really. She's a shut-in. Damn.
His Discord, he drew the line in the sand, told people to knock it off, to stop holding discussions on Tyler's wife. And from what I can see, people had stopped, as there wasn't any more screenshots or messages talking about the Goodreads list. But here, Tyler has made no such attempt to draw the line, and just lets it happen. And Tyler continued to smear those who previously worked for him, such as Ash and Killjoy, where he attacks their character by calling them untrustworthy and stupid, which is poisoning the well, since he actively tells people that no one should work with them.
In the background where they're like, Tyler fired his fucking mods or something. I didn't fire my mods. I got rid of Killjoy and I got rid of Ash because they couldn't be trusted because they're in those communities. But basically, like, that shit came out and people were whining at me on Twitter and stuff like, what the fuck y'all fucking idiots talking about? But basically, yeah, I couldn't trust those people, got rid of them. I've been proven right since, because all of the drama that I've been in it since has not had the same issues in server as it did before, because those guys would always blow shit out of proportion. The Killjoy especially, I found out, was like in everybody else's DMs. Like, Killjoy is an untrustworthy person. I have to hammer that.
Killjoy is pretty stupid. I keep hearing about Killjoy, but I never see them in chat. Ash, even more stupid. Maybe they have me blocked. That's good.
At home, Killjoy, if you're listening to this, you're a deeply untrustworthy person. I will never, and no one should work with you.
Which to that I say it is very convenient that these people who worked with Tyler in the past.
By the way, I know that a lot of people don't think of YouTube as this very professional place, but like going live and then discussing like issues with your staff or whatever, extremely unprofessional. Extremely like bad, like you know, taste, like very poor taste. Like, I understand people don't consider their YouTube channels to be the same thing as regular business, but you know, I think that people should, and that going out and doing this out in the open, all right, is just not. It's not good. You're not gonna get anything that you want. I think this is him intentionally stirring drama. I don't think there's really any reasonable explanation other than that. Ash used the name Eric's Blue. I'm unfamiliar.
Edited his VODs, did research for him, moderated his Discord server for him, and other things behind the scenes for months, suddenly became untrustworthy and stupid just as soon as they stopped working for him. If these people were really everything Tyler describes them to be, then why would Tyler have worked with them for all those months? Like, it really just doesn't make any sense in the grand scheme of things. What this looks like to me is that Tyler is bitter about losing those who once helped him and is now distanced from him. But recently Beckett, Faugi, and Diesel and others had done a drinking stream, where Beckett had revealed that he is still...
Oh my god, QQ, were you around for this stream? I watched a lot of this stream and it was wild.
Friends with Tyler on Discord.
I still have him friended. I can add him right now. I can add Westside Tyler right now.
Which Beckett certainly did add Tyler to the group, hoping that Tyler would jump into the call. But once again, Tyler ran away, fleeing from the prospect to destroy those he had been smearing. I wonder why, which just shows how much of a coward this guy actually is, perfectly willing to smear and slander others in the comfort of his own live streams where he can pull the strings. But when they invite him to their home turf, suddenly he is nowhere to be seen and instead runs away from the call. But hang on.
Yeah, the drunk stream that he deleted, I just happened to catch it live, and like, it was wild.
On a second. I thought Beckett was supposed to be permissive of some pretty nefarious things. At least that's what Tyler had said before, right? And that Beckett was...
Before anyone asked, no, I don't have an archive copy. I felt that it would be unethical to do so just because of how drunk he was, you know? Missed it, and Beckett refuses to release the VOD. Did you miss the part about Woo? I did not miss the part about Woo. I caught most of it. He said a bunch of really interesting things. Like, I don't know, I really liked that he kept, like, trying to get dick pics from, like, not DJ Mule. I'm forgetting there's, like, the black guy. Fuck, I can't remember his name. But he's really popular with, like, the really, like, softy, like, left tubers. He kept, like, trying to get dick pics from him. Oh, fuck, I did it again. It's okay. Luckily, Tyler wears enough different sweaters. He said more about Woo and that. Wish you took notes. I should have recorded it. No, they talked about, from what I remember vividly, alright? So that it can be at least on a recording, because I'm not going to delete this VOD. He said that Woo, yes, FPS Diesel, I think, that Woo offered them $500 for an initial hit piece, and that she had offered Jenny even more money to make additional hit pieces on, like, basically her personal enemies. And he said it pretty, like, straightforward like that. The only, like, actual number I got, though, was the $500, which I thought was kind of... I mean, come on, Woo. Like, aren't you supposed to be a fucking, like, millionaire or billionaire or whatever? Like, and you're only gonna throw out $500? Like, come on, bro. You gotta throw out more money than that to bribe. Jenny took over $5,000 from Woo later on. Okay, yeah, that's the one that I'm missing. But no, I don't... Peckett probably did say that exact number, but I do very vividly remember him saying that Woo offered him $500 to do a story, but he declined, but Jenny began doing them. I'm having so much this morning. QQ, how do you know everything ever? Because QQ's the best. FPS Diesel sells short stack goblin explicit body pillows on his merch store. Ew! But yeah, no, that was the funniest part, is he kept trying to hit up FPS Diesel for dick pics, like, super openly, and in my head, I'm like, man, I really hope FPS Diesel's into this, or else he probably feels weird as fuck.
Apparently lies about people.
Oh, talk about attack your personal relationships, bro. You haven't even fucking had that happen yet. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to fuck up y'all's business permanently. Because you fucking let me. That's it.
Yeah, he did. Now, to be fair, again, Beckett was really drunk. I'm not a fan of Beckett, alright? But I also, you know, I've been very drunk and said some dumbass shit a long time ago. Just because it's not online doesn't mean it shouldn't count. Like, I don't want to go too hard on him, because that would make me a hypocrite. It's too explicit to even show on stream. Yeah. Well, from what I understand is that Smaggle was hanging out with them. And I was actually messaging people because he started talking, Beckett had started talking about Star, which I was like, oh shit, that could be bad. Diesel and Beckett are best friends. They may even be dating. That's my theory. Ooh. Romance. But no, Smaggle was there. Oh, the body pillows are too explicit. That's weird. I'll have to look that up just out of curiosity. But no, I actually messaged a couple people and then they eventually just turned off the stream. So, thank you, Smaggle? Question mark?
I'm gonna try to get the biggest names that I can get to answer for your fuck ups. That's what I want to know, because I know, like, here's the thing. I know Beckett's done research for bigger names by far than Diesel. And so I want them to tell me, like, have you double checked all of his shit? Because he lies this easy. He's pretty easy to fucking mislead. He seems like a fucking scumbag, so.
Which is incredible that the same guy who lies about others for attention or to discredit his critics is now claiming that the person he had been smearing is a liar. But to combat this, Beckett had shown on his live stream one of his research documents he had made on another YouTuber, where it shows a detailed description of the past events they had been a part of and other relevant details to do with their content and what had transpired within it, where there are also links put in the document to back up what had been
Do you think Beckett has one of the body pillows?
written. And personally, I'm more inclined to side with the person who shows proof to back up their claims rather than the person who does not and has to resort to lying about people for attention and gaslighting their audience. After this, President Sunday's channel had been demonetized due to someone flagging one of his streams, which Tyler had made this comment about the whole thing.
I actually think that's really fucked up. I think that going over and even if you hate somebody, okay, even if you fucking hate them, going over and false flagging their shit so they get demonetized is a shitty thing to do. And like the vast majority of situations, I'll give you like extreme edge cases, but I'm really against that shit.
Like, a thing that you did is actually against TOS and then you lose everything? Yeah, dipshit, I'll do it. What, you thought I was gonna be too good to do that? That's fucking funny. That's fucking hilarious. I'll tell that story at Thanksgiving. What happened? This year, there's a guy, he's fucking Canadian, right? And he's never had a real job in his life. And he was making shit on YouTube. And he said the craziest shit about me, right? He called me like a war criminal and stuff. It is what it is. You know, people can have their opinions. But like, he made it personal, and I fucking hate the guy. And I found out that this YouTube thing is the only way that he makes money. And he left himself open, so I just fucking ran his pockets. I just ran his shit. What? Like, yeah, we just reported him. He lost everything.
But I don't think it takes a nuclear engineer to work out that either Tyler or someone from his community.
Wait, did he just confess to that?
And I fucking hate the guy. And I found out that this YouTube thing is the only way that he makes money. And he left himself open, so I just fucking ran his pockets. I just ran his shit. What? Like, yeah, we just reported him. He lost everything.
But
wow, what a fucking cunt.
I don't think it takes a nuclear engineer to work out that either Tyler or someone from his community had done this, especially when you factor in that Tyler has openly bragged before about flagging Ico streams because of what a random chatter had said about him. But if that's not the case, then I'm sure Tyler wouldn't have a problem with
kinda hilarious, you can't lie to
showing
you.
his report history on his next live stream. And Tyler
Yeah, he just said that shit. He snitched on himself.
later docked Sunday again by revealing his full name to the public in his video called Slop Mafia.
Extortion, Florida law.
Enter Noah styled President Sunday after his eponymous YouTube channel on January 20th, 2025.
Hoping that Tyler would jump into the call, but once again, Tyler ran away, fleeing from the prospect to destroy what he actually is, perfectly willing to smear and slander others in the comfort of his own live streams, where he can pull
My apologies for the wrong timestamp. I desperately need to get rid of this from Warpiger Mouse.
the strings. But when they invite him to their home turf, suddenly he is nowhere to be seen and instead runs away from the call. But hang on a second. I thought Beckett was supposed to be permissive of some pretty nefarious things. At least that's what Tyler had said before, right? And that Beckett was untrustworthy because of who he associates with, that being President Sunday. So if Tyler really believed what he was telling others, then why does he still have Beckett added as a friend on Discord? Why is he still connected with those in their mutuals if they are all bad people in his eyes? That doesn't make any sense. If Tyler really stood
Oh, thank you, QQ.
by what he said in his streams, then surely he wouldn't entertain the idea of having any connection or affiliation with them behind the scenes. But then Tyler had received a strike for a TOS violation, specifically for doxing President Sunday, which he
Womp womp. Rando, I honestly don't think he did it. He might have just said he did because he's a liar. Sunday's channel got in relation to VODs about the, it was about the Unabomber. I don't know, dude. Tyler's one of those people where, like, I think that he plays a little dumb sometimes, and he'll do some, what he perceives to be gay oppy shit. Like, I really do think that he's really, negative intentioned, or he has malicious intentions. Maybe Tyler made reports, but who is to say that was what did it? Yeah. I mean, if you can find, like, someone's content that has maybe, like, an accidental violation and you report it enough, I'm sure it'll fuck up monetization.
responded with this.
The game's in the background. I got a channel strike for cyberbullying President Sunday.
All suffering is the surface of knowledge.
No is a guy in Canada. President Sunday has officially been cyberbullied. LMAO, homie, how do you get cyberbullied? Ha 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 ha. Like, just close your eyes, walk away from the computer. What the fuck are you talking about? LMAO. But the cathedral and Noah specifically also.
You could have been a Philosophy Tube fan. It could have been Philosophy Tube fans. So I didn't even think of that. It's a good point.
Also known online as President Sunday. It's his real name.
I thought you were saying you could have been. I was like, what happened? But I know what you mean.
It's his actual real name. I don't give a shit. He's been brigading my channel, and they have been mass reporting my videos.
Man, this guy is such a crybaby. Tyler doxes someone and then cries, "Brigading! They're brigading my channel! Please give me your sympathy!" Which Tyler deserves absolutely no sympathy from anyone, as he effectively—
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? This is like... They should make anime illegal, bro.
did this to himself.
Stop talking about my dick. Please stop going live and talking about my dick. Sunday, stop going live.
In conclusion,
Okay, they had a post on their subreddit about Sunday, QQ says, in regards to Philosophy Tube. Okay, that makes sense.
Westside Tyler is a critic who cannot handle criticism, and when he is criticized, he resorts to manipulating the truth, making unsubstantiated claims, accusing his detractors of being predators, or in an attempt to dismiss the points they made against him. He is a hypocritical rat who turns on those who have helped him in the past on the back end of associating with those he doesn't like or has had a falling out with. That you personally have to have the same views as he does and dislike those he has a grudge against, or he will just get rid of you altogether and smear you as whatever he likes in his next live stream. In his grudge against President Sunday, he had built false foundations around him, poisoning the bigger picture by gaslighting others, claiming how he was perfect, that he could do no better than what he did, which is a far cry from what really happened, where he will go so far as to throw around hard-hitting accusations like cheap buzzwords, which will only strike a blow to his credibility in the future, where he will throw out threats to
QQ, yeah, Diesel Researcher's cases about TSA has made CPS and FBI reports, but he's just a moron who sells not safe for work body pillows. Well, at least you don't have to be smart to fill out a form.
Towards his former workers in an attempt to silence them so they can't respond to his smears. And all Tyler has managed to accomplish in his smear campaigns is prove President Sunday right about him. He's a liar, a manipulator, unhinged, a coward. He is the Westside lolcow, and he only has himself to blame for this outcome, as all this began with him not being able to accept someone's criticism on one of his videos. And all Tyler can do to refute anything you say is how you sweep, because it's easier to dismiss the argument than actually counter it.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Oh, that was good timing, even if it was spam. Hey! I never told you to play. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Alright, guys, I gotta piss. Okay? And then you know what we're gonna do, as the final thing, so that I'm not here for too long and I can keep going for tomorrow. Let's review. Now, it depends on how long it is. So let's see how long it is first, alright? So, Tom Foolery linked me a video essay that he did on Balenciaga. I'm not into goblins, to be honest. Big boob elf girls, though. Okay, we can do this. It's 2 hours. So this is a video essay that Tom made. It's breaking down the misinformation pushed by the far left. Will respond to Vaush, Denims, DemonMama, and Xanderhal, plus prove their lies and slander against shoeonhead in her Balenciaga video. Okay, so let's see how Tom did. Now this is older, but I just want to see how he does here. Okay. Also, in terms of the British Runner's video, I gotta say, I do think QQ has a good point with not getting into the documents enough. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10. I think the editing was good. I think for the most part, he, you know, the British Runner, like, did a good job at, like, showing, like, evidence, like, right on the screen. I think that he certainly, like, made jabs at Tyler, but, like, I think that he was very fair to everybody else that was mentioned. And I just really liked the editing and, like, the pacing. I think it had, like, the perfect, like, sections of each of the things that Tyler does. So, yeah, I would give that a solid 8 out of 10. I would. Now let's see how Mr. Tom Foolery does. You can tell this is old. Holy shit. This is from 2023, but it's from Jan 1, so let's see. We're gonna put it on 1.25.
What's up, fools? Do I have a great one for you today? Today we're going to be talking about the Balenciaga story and how shoeonhead put out a tweet.
Oh, I might have to watch it at speed. I feel like I'm ruining the music.
Just explaining a bunch of simple facts, and the left's heads exploded. So let's start at the beginning. shoeonhead posted on Twitter, the brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products recently, which included very purposely poorly hidden court documents about virtual child porn. Normal stuff. So then, if we go take a look at the pictures that she posted, there are pictures of two girls, both holding teddy bears. One is wearing kind of punk types of clothes. The other one is wearing very BDSM-like gear. Then other one is wearing...
This is very BDSM shit. Like, you really can't deny that.
Very BDSM-like gear. Then there's also another picture that is from another photo shoot of a purse. It's a business-like setting on a desk with lots of documents and papers. But if you zoom in on one of those papers, you will see that there is a document about child pornography. So of course, there are lots of Republicans who take this post and start running with it, talking about how Balenciaga is in bed with the Democrats, and they start getting into Pizzagate, QAnon sorts of crap. It doesn't seem to be the majority of people, but there are a lot of them, and some of them are fairly prominent as well. The left turns around and blames the fact that right-wingers are crazy on shoeonhead. Obviously, they're not blaming shoeonhead for right-wingers being crazy, but they are acting like she should know better than to talk about...
Okay, I just have to say, I wish he would do this more. I don't know if Tom's still here, but I really like when he does, like, the blended background versus, like, the solid color. I think the blended background, like, is better contrasted with his, like, outfits.
About true things, and should instead not talk about true things, because then right-wingers will take some grand narrative and run with it. Right-wingers are going to do this anyways, and when I say right-wingers, I'm not really talking about right-wingers. We're talking about QAnoners, we're talking about Pizzagators, we're talking...
Racism! Racism! In the subtitles, Cuban honors.
About conspiracy theorist types of people. Crap, I guess that's generally just Republican.
Yeah, dude, I love buying my pets, fucking, degenerate, like, BDSM costumes. Very normal.
Republicans these days. But there's not really anything Shu can do about that, except for just saying, I don't believe in this conspiracy theory. I just think it's weird that they put this stuff out. And I do think Shu should have done that. I do think that she should have said something like, I don't believe that this is a conspiracy. I don't think that this is something crazy or nefarious happening here. So I will do that now. Virtue signal points. I don't think there's a crazy Pizzagate conspiracy theory where they're locking kids up and raping them. Yes, thank you. I'm willing to do the virtue signal because I don't have any balls. But I don't know that I necessarily require this of
At least he's honest.
Shoeonhead in order for her to post the tweet whatsoever. I think it's good if she does it.
Pizza gators.
But I don't think it's necessary. What's the...
Hey, you know, he would know about pizza from Pizza Hut. I love Pizza Hut,
What is
bro.
that? What is that called again, Vaush?
Supererogatory.
Ah, thank you. It is a supererogatory action that I think would be cool, but it is not required for her to say something true. I could say that the sky is blue, and then everybody runs off and starts talking about how the sky is actually blue because Jewish people are pumping chemicals into the air to make us more feminine, and these lefties would blame me for
damn it, I've been exposed.
Acknowledging that the sky was blue. They would say, you never should have said the sky was blue. Now you started this conspiracy theory. I'm talking about a very small group of leftists on the internet, but they have followings. They're not necessarily irrelevant. And so I would like to talk about the insane arguments that they've made. So the insane leftists that we're going to talk about today is Denims, DemonMama, Xanderhal, and we'll touch on a little bit of Vaush stuff as well. Shoeonhead went on.
Yes, it's a quadruple hate video. Let's go.
Make a video about this entire Balenciaga scandal, and then also responded to a bunch of the lefties online who are making horrible critiques of her. Yes, she could have done a better job pushing back at those conspiracy theories. She claims that Balenciaga deleted their Twitter because of her, when they claim they deleted their Twitter because they're protesting Elon Musk, which I guess makes them the first big company to do that. I have trouble believing that Balenciaga deleted their Twitter in the most convenient timing possible. No big company would actually delete their Twitter because of Elon Musk. None of them are going to protest these things and actually lose the ability to gain followers. In the middle of a scandal, they just happen to decide that they're going to protest Elon Musk's takeover and delete their Twitter. Then they also deleted all of the pictures off their Instagram. This one also has a bit of a gray area because yes, it is true, as you will hear them mention over and over, Balenciaga always deletes all of their photos every time they come out with a new line. But right now, they haven't come out with a new line. They just deleted all of their photos. And also, this was their spring 2023 line. It hasn't even come out yet. They're not releasing some new line right now that they need to make room for. And I don't think they normally do that. They don't normally delete all of their photos before the line has even come out. It just looks like they're in damage control mode and they're trying to get rid of all of this stuff while apologizing for it and kind of ignoring it at the same time.
Anyway, the company is currently under
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty typical corporate response.
fire for their new holiday collection photo shoot. And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl on a couch with a very
So I'm glad that I clicked on, because I couldn't find Shu's original video.
worried, sad look on her face.
Dude, the kid, no, Shu, the kid didn't have a sad face on her look. That's how all models look.
This take from Denim.
Wait, what?
One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face.
Dude, the kid, no, Shu, the kid didn't have a sad face on her look. That's how all models look.
The kid didn't have a sad face on her look? That's how all models look? Denims, are you okay?
Look. This take from Denims isn't particularly egregious. It is true that models tend to give very serious looks when they are modeling, but not normally kids. Kids are normally smiling in their pictures. It's odd to have kids giving you a very serious stare down in a picture, but these kids are not doing the serious look either. One looks very terrified. The other one looks very sad.
Also, alcohol. People literally bring their kids to fucking Applebee's and then get...
I don't know about very, but I can definitely see that, you know, they don't look comfortable.
Like 5 margaritas. Okay, come on.
Well done, Denims. You are correct. It is true that some parents will take their kids to Applebee's while the parents drink alcohol. But there's no parents in this picture. There is a kid standing by themselves with a bunch of half-full or empty alcohol containers in front of them. In art, we normally use objects and things to send messages that other people will understand through cultural norms. So I would like to know, what kind of message do you think it's sending? There's a bunch of containers that we would traditionally use for alcohol laid out in front of a child. In one picture, the child is standing on the couch like they just got totally wasted and now they're getting a little crazy. Normally, kids are not supposed to stand on the couch with their shoes. They're not supposed to jump around on the couch. They're getting a little rebellious, getting a little wild. And then there's another picture right after where the kid is laying down in front of all of these things like they're sleeping one off. Now, I did go to Balenciaga's website and I found a picture of the flask and it turns out it says H2O on the flask. So I'm assuming that's water that's in all of the wine glass.
Oh, is this trying to... Were they trying to, like, fucking market water in some really edgy way? Jesus Christ.
So I'm assuming it's all meant to be ironic and funny, like the kid is getting drunk off of water. It just becomes more and more obvious as we go through all of these people's reviews that none of them understand art or the messages that are being sent at all.
But anyway, to make things even worse, right on their homepage, right next to that photo shoot, was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case related to child creepy. Coincidence.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I gotta say this. Denims is wearing a skin-colored shirt, alright? And I think it's not fair. It's not fair. Why? Why? Why, God?
Evidently, 2 days before.
No, it's not creepy. No, Shu, you're the only one who sees this. It's not creepy. I'm telling you this. Like,
how is it not creepy? Why would they put why would they put those papers in there like that? It's even as just like a selection for a prop. I think that's creepy.
from a place of love, okay? The pictures are not creepy. Okay? Also, those are from 2 different photo shoots.
We're going to hear this line a lot. They're from 2 different photo shoots. It is true that in Shu's original tweet, she said photo shoot, so it makes it sound like they're just from 1 photo shoot, but she does not say that in the video. So I don't know why Denims is mentioning that. But literally everybody who reviews this video will mention that they're from 2 different photo shoots for some reason. It doesn't make it any less creepy that they're from 2 different photo shoots. It's just not relevant whatsoever. But they are throwing out everything that they can in these reviews to just see what sticks. Let's just throw out as much bullcrap as possible. Saying it's not creepy to put stuff about child pornography in a purse ad, I feel like Denims just commonly misses the most obvious stuff on a consistent basis. The stuff that comes to mind right now is like, you know, Destiny playing a quip for her where she says she'll suck the meat off of his if he can prove that a guy said something, and then he plays it and she still acts dumb afterwards like she doesn't understand.
Okay, Steven, I'm gonna tell you what, all right? I will suck the meat off your if you can get Richard Wolff to say that he didn't mean dividends when he said dividends.
There was more recently a tweet from her where she thinks it's so crazy
okay
that a guy would fall in love with a girl just because she has a big juicy booty.
Tom! This is actually pretty good.
Other guys would do that. As if like, she's just never met men before. Men don't marry for lust, just like guys watch Denims for her political takes. And now here
they watch Denims for her 2 good points.
She is acting like it's perfectly normal to put stuff about child porn in your purse ad.
How is that not creepy? Any normal person looking at like this image, the only thing that they see is the purse. And the text here, by the way, is unbelievably small.
Now, I want to be clear here. There is a possibility that there's somewhat of a cultural barrier. I don't know if Denims is from planet Earth, but here we have websites like 4chan and Kiwi Farms. We have groups of people who follow around a person who made a Sonichu comic and log every little bit of information about their life. Yeah, I think I can expect that people will go and read the little text on a purse ad.
The worst part is that it doesn't mention the fact that Ravana had a great tweet on it. She had a great thread on it where she said, oh, I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but if anyone can find it, please post it in chat.
Oh, this is the worst part. It's the worst part. It's Ravana, guys. Ravana. Yeah, Ravana. Of course. Shu, what were you thinking? You should have put Ravana's tweet in your video. This is the worst part. I don't have anything, like, particularly against Ravana. She's just not a very smart person. I've had her on the show before. She's not a horrible person. I've also had Denims on. I've also had DemonMama on. I've also had Vaush on. I'm burning all the bridges today. If you weren't one of the 4 people that I mentioned at the beginning of this video, don't you worry. You'll catch some strays eventually. But right now, we got strays heading out towards Ravana. But Ravana works for
Tom, no. Tom, don't betray. Just kidding.
TYT. She's one of those people who will say that, like, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty, or Amaranth's boyfriend was trying to kill her dogs and she went live as a cry for help.
To be fair, this video was made in 2022. So, we weren't aware of Amaranth's boyfriend's, extreme assholery, like, in explicit detail.
She downplayed the Jesse Smollett situation. Like, so let's see what Ravana had to say about this, please. This is going to be the worst part, right? This is the worst part, that this tweet was not included. So I cannot wait for this completely enlightening information here.
Essentially, public court cases are not subject to the same copyright laws that everything else is. You are allowed to have public court documents or whatever in your photo shoots. Okay? Yes, exactly. Public court record cases aren't subject to copyright takedown. They probably did one of two things, chat. Okay? They probably just printed out a bunch of law documents.
This is extremely ironic considering the current situation.
You want to know why? Because they're not copyright based. You don't have to worry about getting your shit taken down. Okay? And you want a bunch of official looking paperwork to make like the photograph like look good or whatever. Okay?
Thank God for Ravana. Man, essentially the argument is you're allowed to put it there. Other things you're not allowed to put there, but this paper, you're allowed to put it there. That's why shoeonhead totally should have included this tweet so that people knew that this is not copywritten and you can put it in there. You're allowed. And so now it's not weird or creepy because you're allowed to do it. So
who was making that? That's just such a dumb argument. Like, who the fuck, who cares about a copyright thing? It's just weird.
I could totally sit here and say that I'm going to grab a little and I'm going to take them and I'm going to really just them and just all up in there. It's okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't not do that.
It's not weird. It's not creepy. I'm allowed to say it. There are so many other things that you're allowed to put in there that are not pedo docs. I work for a company. We also need papers like this sometimes. We already have some drawn up that just have random words on them that we made ourselves.
Fun fact, articles are copyrighted materials. Court documents are not. Printing out random SCOTUS cases to have it official looking documents in photo shoots is extremely common practice. And there is another post here somewhere that says, I'm not defending the industry, for fuck's sake. The fashion industry is riddled with problems. I'm just saying this because I know, because my friend is a photographer who asks to use my Westlaw subscription to print SCOTUS decisions for his shoots. It's also not pedo documents. It's a case where the court made it easier to prosecute people for child porn, for the love of God.
What were we thinking? It's not pedo papers. It has nothing to do with pedophilia. It's just child porn, that's all. So I work in linguistic marketing. One of the things that I do is I write scripts for different ads, and then when I finish, I hand it off to some other people.
Tom, I have to confess to you. Maybe we can have an argument about this later. This is just marketing. I don't know what the linguistic thing is. It's just marketing and sales, but it's okay. I'm a sales guy too. Like I get it. All right. I get it, but it's just marketing. It's just sales. But like I said, I'm a sales guy too. But we gotta drop the linguist stuff.
Who will go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And I work for a much smaller company than Balenciaga. Balenciaga is a massive fashion designer company with tons of celebrities wearing their stuff on a consistent basis, walking around with their logo that looks like the big black logo from Robin Big. They must have tons of people going through this with magnifying glasses and everything. And somehow
he's a cunning linguist, like that Deep Purple song. This is rando. Zeppo, Tom's version of Sweet Baby Inc. Oh, come on.
Place that they picked happened to be the one that had
Mantis has control of Tom. He's fine.
The documents there, and they chose to use the documents when you can get documents from tons of different things. It doesn't just have to be Supreme Court papers. It seems like Supreme Court papers would have a higher chance of having some like really egregious crimes and stuff on there, but they happened to pick the place that had the Supreme Court papers and this specific Supreme Court paper, and they just so happened to use those Supreme Court papers on this day, and those are the ones that they got. And everybody just so happened to not look at the papers that they were putting in the photo shoot, and that just so happens to be the paper that is showing to where you can see the text and read what is on it and tell what it is that they're talking about. And then somebody just so happened to not look at the letters that are totally sticking out. These are all huge coincidences, but I do believe this story. I do believe that that is how they got these papers. But it's just a lot of coincidences in a row. It is very odd, and it is crazy that this is how it happened. And
you could also argue that there was some intentionality behind it and that it got signed off due to a coincidence. You know, like, being in management, some people just sign off on shit. They don't even look at it, which is a huge mistake, but it does happen.
Nobody caught it.
Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal, just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head. And I don't think Brittany Venti is either, so if either of us, we do not have information that will
Dude,
lead
not
to
associating yourself with Brittany Venti, dude. Why do people? Oh my god, it's like the constant thing that I'm so confused about. The number of times I've had disagreements with other content creators because I just want to like tell them like stop associating yourself with the weirdest people on the planet.
Wait,
Stop doing it.
Hold on, you guys. Denims is actually doing commentary here. What happened?
No, who's Brittany Venti? She's like a fucking right winger, like an actual hardcore right winger.
Oh no, not a right winger. It's things like these that actually make me wonder if any of these people have real friends in the real world. I don't know what most of my friends' political
they do not
takes are actually. Like, we don't sit around talking about whether or not people should own the means of production or what we should be doing about global warming. So I probably have friends that are actual right-wingers. I know people on the internet who are actual right-wingers that I talk to and associate myself with. But then I start to think of the people that Denims associates herself with on the left.
Did you hear about what happened at the party last night? People walked up to Melina and said, I'm gonna get your husband's channel deleted from YouTube if he doesn't know. Yeah. Chuck Logic did like a thing on it. She's such a giga chat.
Hello, keffals. Can't wait to meet you at TwitchCon.
Can't we just say it's a weird thing that they did and move on? Nope, not on the internet.
You're the one who won't do it. You're the one who can't even admit that something.
Wait, I'm confused about what was wrong with that. What? Was this a joke that Keffals said, or was she serious? Oh, that probably was serious. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. That gets a sad horn. Hold on, I got one for this. I think. I don't have the sad horn? Where's my fucking sad horn? Where is it? Motherfucker. I have a fucking... Whatever, I'm just gonna give it this.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass on.
Listen, this is just cringe.
Especially.
Wasn't that in Keffals' manifesto? You blacked out all the bad stuff she did? QQ, no, this is actually during a time when I wasn't online. I was having a normie arc, like, during this particular, like, period. You guys have to remember, I didn't become friendly with Keffals until after all the controversial stuff happened. I joined CBR after all of that. That's why my lore sucks so bad with her. Because I got to know her, like over Discord. I didn't get to know her and Tipster over, like, their content. So, like, it's kind of, like, a different process. So, like, I see shit like this and I go, ugh. Why didn't I intervene sooner?
Chuck Logic did like a thing on it.
She's such a giga chat. Hello, keffals. Can't wait to meet you at TwitchCon.
Can't we just say it's a weird...
I don't understand what's wrong with them being in the hot tub, though. Maybe that's just him baiting.
Weird thing that they did and move on? Nope, not on the internet.
People tend to actually give her kind of a pass on this one, because they made up later. True.
You're the one who won't do it. You're the one who can't even admit that something was weird about this. That's you. I don't know, maybe she's saying she's one of the crazy people on the internet who just can't let things go, but like shoeonhead just talking about this and just saying it's a thing is what made it blow up. She just wanted to say it was weird and move on. It's everybody else freaking out on Twitter about this that led to her making this video. And now people like you...
Oh yeah, it was a stupid, shitty, dumb thing to say. I don't know why. That's why I said I should have intervened sooner, okay? I should have intervened sooner, but I was... when this video came out... This was Jan 1, 2023. I don't think I'd even started streaming yet. I was not having a good time though, IRL, so that's all I'll say about that.
Viewing the video the way that you do. That's why I guess 4 or 5 weeks later I'm releasing this video.
Yeah, you don't need a million different conspiracy theories. Companies can just be making stuff for outrage. Okay? They can be doing stuff purposefully for outrage. Outrage is lucrative? Exactly. Like, I feel very uncomfortable making... I think that there is absolutely no difference between the people who say Jews control the world because there are a few Jewish people that have money.
And now you believe that.
And they're like, but look at this. And wasn't it weird that these guys met up here? And wasn't this weird? I see no difference between that and this. No difference. You are taking some amount of information that is not conclusive and you are jumping to assumption. When you don't have the information on this, you don't have that. You're just assuming something completely, you know? And it's super frustrating.
Denims sees no difference between somebody pointing out that there is a bear wearing BDSM gear and there is a paper referencing child pornography. She sees no difference between...
New video essay idea for Tom, okay? He redoes the would you do a man or a bear, but instead he makes the bear be like a dominatrix. I want to see how that would affect answers.
Between that and Jewish cabal conspiracy theories. And you can go back and watch the Vaush. She wasn't responding to chatters who were pushing conspiracy theories. At no point has shoeonhead pushed any conspiracy theory whatsoever in this video. It's possible she's done it in the past somewhere, I don't know, but I know she has not done it here. I don't really watch shoeonhead stuff. She's kind of dumb. She's not a very smart person. I believe...
I disagree. I actually, shoeonhead I watched, her, like, when she was, you know, just starting YouTube. She was one of the people that actually inspired me to start, like, debating against TERFs and stuff like that, which led me to all this other shit. So, thank you, Shoe.
She debated Hunter Avalon a while back, saying that, like, it's good to advocate for violence against people if they're rich.
What, we're gonna fucking rise up and kill the rich people?
There are people that, yes, there are people that unironically believe this. Absolutely, yes, you know this, Jill.
Okay, that's a bad thing to you?
Okay, so you're doing it, though. You just you're proving my point.
Okay.
No, you're proving my point right now, because now, I thought it was just a meme.
It is a meme. However,
I mean, not really.
However, you're actually kind of okay with it. You've
cool.
memed yourself into the radical position, Shu.
I'm just saying, if we all took a guillotine all together, the left and right held hands, and wheeled a guillotine to Jeff Bezos' mansion, I'm just saying it would be kind of cool.
But yeah, shoeonhead did not say anything conspiratorial, and Denims is not responding to anything conspiratorial. Denims had just finished her required 2-minute speech about how Nestle is bad. I believe leftists have to do 6 of those a stream in order to
be fair, Nestle is bad. Nestle has destroyed the environment in the global south for water.
Out of the gulags. The only reason they mention Nestle in the first place is because they just don't understand things very well. She says she went to business school. Moving on. There is no conspiracy theory here. shoeonhead has not pushed any conspiracy theory, and that is what Denims is responding to right now. Okay, Google, lights on. Okay, Google, left light off.
Left lamp, the Hawk's light, and the Joker light are on.
Left light off.
Wait. He has a Joker light? He has a Joker light? Heck, Nestle has destroyed Vancouver Island. Well, I think people underestimate how damaging, like, bottled water is to the environment.
Got it. Turning the left lamp off.
What was I saying? There's no conspiracy theory here. Nobody's pushed a conspiracy theory. Nothing that shoeonhead has said is conspiratorial. Not only that, but she has actually literally said that she doesn't.
Zeppo says, you know that when it rains here, the water becomes Nestle's property when it hits the ground. Well, they should clean up the fucking bay then. It's dirty as hell out there. Rando, using a voice-operated home assistant equal massive L. Hey now, some of us have problems seeing, okay? And do use voice assistants, okay?
believe in the conspiracy theories in this video.
I don't know if that makes sense, chat.
Shut the hell up. So fellow paranoid schizophrenics started digging and found more creepy things in the photos from Balenciaga. And this has spiraled into a much bigger conspiracy. This is the thing with conspiracies though. They're always rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are unexplained about the world and people just kind of feel helpless and powerless, people understandably start to look for answers.
I mean, I know it's not that dirty. The otters and the birds like it and stuff, but I gotta get shoes to walk out further. I'm afraid I'm gonna step on something and get bit.
And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the rich and powerful doing what they do in secret now out in the open. Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company fucks up,
I completely disagree. It's not a fuck up on their end. From their perspective, they're making
How is it not a fuck up? Are you serious, Denims? Are you I know I've already used this one.
God damn it! Same shit, different day.
fuck ton of money off of all of the extra traction that they've gotten. This is like a very successful campaign for them. If their goal was to do outrage bait, which obviously I wish I could talk to the shareholders and the people who made these decisions, I would argue that most of them would say that this was a huge success. I hate when I fuck up and accidentally increase my stock value. I don't know. I'm of the belief that like money is a good enough reason for people to be complete pieces of garbage. Like that money is enough of like a motivator for people to become scum.
Oh, we're self-reporting.
That you don't need any other pedo shit to do any of that other stuff.
I love the way she completely just breezes right by everything that shoeonhead just said and then continues to argue against conspiracy theories. And then she just moves on to another untrue argument, which is that shareholders are happy with this. Balenciaga is owned by a $15 billion conglomerate named Kering. Kering owns a bunch of other fashion brands like Gucci, Saint Laurent, Bottega Veneta, as well as others. And Kering has shareholders, which means that there is a fiduciary responsibility not to lose them money. So when this entire thing came out, they decided to sue the photographer who did the line. As it turns out, the photographer didn't make any of those decisions. He had already done a line where he was taking pictures of kids with a bunch of stuff laid out in front of them, like toys. Balenciaga liked what it was he was doing, so they wanted to use their brand and insert it into this style of photography. So they got that photographer to do it, but that photographer didn't choose what was in the pictures, what the kids were wearing.
Oh, that sucks. They sued what? That sucks. They sued them? But they
wearing what the bears were wearing, so the lawsuit was retracted pretty much the next day. And since then, Kering stocks have been dropping. Balenciaga has put out multiple statements apologizing.
Y'all okay? 14% of you are trapped in Tyler's freezer.
And even if we go look at their Instagram now, there are things on there which is just an apology explaining that they screwed up, and that's all that's going to be there for a while because they're not ready to come out with a new line. As explained earlier, this is their spring 2023 line. They're still doing fashion shows and stuff on this. There have been fashion awards that have been taken away from Balenciaga over this scandal. Kim Kardashian, their largest influencer representing their brand, has said that she's reconsidering their relationship, and news outlets all across the board have been condemning Balenciaga and this photo shoot. And I'm not just talking about Fox News or right-wing outlets. I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah. Also, Goosey, thank you so much for the 5 gift subbies. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I gotta disagree a bit. There are people who rep Balenciaga who publicly won't anymore. The reality is that right now, Balenciaga might be a brand risk for very big actors and like actresses. However, once everybody forgets about this, just like they forget about everything, just like Nike.
This is another just very poorly thought out take from Denims here. Somebody who works for Balenciaga worked really hard on getting celebrities to wear their stuff out in public. And this has been like a huge thing for Balenciaga to see huge celebrities and influencers regularly out in public on TMZ, on the tabloids, wearing their stuff. So yes, maybe in the long run, people will forget about this. It'll fade away.
I gotta apologize to like some of the women and the gay men and the other fashion people in my audience. I don't get it. Why would you wear this shit? It doesn't look functional at all. Like this lady's wearing a table blanket thing. This looks normal. This looks okay, I guess.
They apologized, so it's not that big of a deal anymore. All of that work that's been put into this, building relationships, networking with large celebrities, a lot of that work is damaged now, and I don't think that the small amount of brand recognition that they get from negative publicity is worth throwing all of that work into the garbage. I think we've already spent a long time on Denims. We have other people to get to, so I'm just going to run through the last couple timestamps that I have on this stream.
Most of the people who follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently cancelled. Now, I use the term cancelled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't cancelled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shoeonhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time—
I think this is actually very accurate. I think this is a tweet that kind of blew up, and I think that it's very accurate. I think she genuinely believes that—
Wow, Denims, really? That's so bad faith, bro.
That, like, it's sus that a company would do, like, a punk shoot or something.
Oh yeah, Denims, you right. Yeah, that's what Shoeonhead was complaining about, was putting punk in the photo shoot. She thinks that's super sus. Yeah, you right. Again, when you're making art, you are putting in references to send some type of message. So when we look at this photographer's line and we see all of the things that people are laying out in front of them, we are told a story about them and their lives. And so in these photographs where we put alcohol containers, bears wearing clothes that the rest of us associate with BDSM, and it doesn't matter if you think they are actually BDSM clothes. It's not relevant whatsoever. What matters is that when most people look at this, they see something that looks like BDSM.
Which is very sad, you know?
I'm the day after another anti-gay terror attack. I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT.
Read the tweet too. She didn't read it. No.
But it didn't have anything to do with gay people, though. We watched this video. You know, like, that's why I've got all these videos, because we're gonna watch all the different contexts. This one's kind of nice because it summarizes it for people, you know. And then when we get to the streams, it'll be less confusing. But she literally didn't say anything about gay people. You could maybe argue, oh, there's like some kind of implication, but like, there was nothing about gay people in there.
Oh, that's not what they said. They didn't say that you yourself are bringing up gay people. She didn't say that. This person didn't say that you are asking for gay people to be shit on or whatever. The person tweeting this said, you did this thing knowingly, when you know that conservatives will take this and they will use it as an opportunity to put pedophiles in the same group as gay people and find a reason to, like, dehumanize gay people more.
Let's talk about the Xanderhal tweet, since he's the one that we're moving on to next. When Shoeonhead first—
Hell yeah, let's go.
—made her original tweet, people like Xanderhal went ahead and quote tweeted her, complaining that she is giving fuel to right-wingers to complain about gay people, and it's right after a anti-gay terrorist attack. I can't help but notice that in Xanderhal's picture, there's a blue sky. I feel like he's trying to dog whistle to all of the anti-Semites that Jewish people are pumping blue chemicals into our air to feminize our men. I believe to like some degree that you need to be responsible with what it is that you're saying. So if you're consistently talking about 1350, that black people, 13% of the United States, commit 50% of violent crimes, I think it's probably good to have some sort of caveat there that says, I don't believe that black people are bad or that we need an ethno-state or anything like that. But I also wonder, how far do we take this? If just mentioning that something pedophilic is in a major brand's ad campaign is automatically fuel for homophobic people to start talking about the gays putting pro-pedophile imagery into our zeitgeist once again, then do we also start saying that maybe trans people shouldn't be openly trans because this is also going to fuel that fire? Or that gay people shouldn't be openly gay?
It's okay. We figured that one out with Drew.
Because that's also going to fuel that fire? Of course not, but I think what we would say is if you have a bunch of quote tweets and retweets and comments from people saying very hateful things and using the information that you put out to spread conspiracy theories, I think we would say that you should put out a comment that pushes back against these people so that they understand that that is not the reason that you put the information out. More than just acknowledging the truth of the matter that these things were in the Balenciaga campaigns, what probably fuels this—
Okay. It's not that dirty. Mirando, luckily light switches are tactile. Use your Use your... I don't know what that is. To walk to the light switch. Zeppo, it's because we pumped the raw sewage into the ocean. Fun that this is do you condemn Hamas? True. It's true, but everybody's gone crazy. We'll have Israel-Palestine talk with Tom, okay? I wonder if I can sell him on my delusional 3-state solution.
Even more is a bunch of leftists downplaying it and pretending like it didn't happen or it's not that big of a deal whatsoever. All of a sudden, they don't know what BDSM is. They think that because the Supreme Court ruling was against child pornography, this changes everything. Like everyone thought it was the Supreme Court ruling that was legalizing child pornography. They just make the worst arguments possible, showing their hand that they are doing their best to justify this ad campaign.
Why don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because I said and did nothing wrong? I mean this with the most—
Oh, no. Shoot.
Rando, Chevrolet legs, like Chevrolet, the car company, but it's your legs. Whoa.
Oh, no. Someone in chat said that she addressed it, but she didn't address it.
Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that.
And the rest of Denims covering this is literally her just continuing to pretend that shoeonhead is pushing a conspiracy theory and continuing to act like she never addressed the fact that she's not pushing a conspiracy theory. So we're going to move on to Xanderhal. Xanderhal is a left-wing content creator that lots of people have called a Vaush clone or something like that. He does and says really stupid stuff on a regular basis, and most of the time we make excuses for him because he's very young. But they don't start happening less and less the older that he gets.
He's not even very young anymore. He's like 25? Is that correct?
So people just kind of have stopped making those excuses for him. And this coverage of shoeonhead's video is no exception. Now, please just bear with me. We are going to go over some Xanderhal clips. I know he is so hard to watch. The way that he talks is just insanely pompous, and the long pauses that he adds in are just excruciating. Like, the cringe physically hurts. But please don't go anywhere. Watch. I'm not going to cut out all of the silence of him sitting there being weird, mainly because I'm a dick. So grab your stress balls, squeeze them tight. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna get—
You know what? Now I'm gonna get murdered by Spicy. This is actually pretty good. Now,
through this together.
He is not using as many clips as like TheBritishRunner, but he's also going through 4 people. I think he's around Turkey Tom's age. Maybe. But that's still like they're in their mid-20s. You gotta grow up sometime.
In the meantime, our old friend shoeonheads, who I recently called out for some problematic behavior. And that is her constant, signaling to the far right. What I mean by that is, shoeonhead has a massive Nazi audience. I'm not just talking about normal conservatives and like centrist right-leaning people.
Massive? She's got a massive right-wing audience? Is that what I heard? Massive?
And you know what else is massive?
But like Nazis, like full-on neo-Nazis. shoeonhead has a lot of them in her audience. And it's not just in her audience. shoeonhead loves hanging out with Nazis. She really, really does. shoeonhead loves the company of neo-Nazis. Okay?
I think this is so fucked up because they were like friends. Like for example, if one day like Zeppo like hooked up a stream and was like, fucking KelDoge is a fucking Nazi motherfucker, it just said like, that fucking hurt, yo.
She loves their aesthetics, lots of their beliefs, and probably doesn't disagree with a lot of their worldviews. Well, she kind of started a whole new conspiracy on Twitter, Well, not started, but popularized among the massive amount of right-wingers on Twitter that follow her and basically use her feed as a source of propaganda info, popularized a new conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory that Balenciaga is a pedophilic corporation that is sneaking pro-pedo imagery in their media to signal some message to other pedos or something. It's literally like the New World Order, the Illuminati put...
They don't even know. Like, they're trying to make it about like this conspiracy thing. They don't even know like what conspiracy. I've heard them cite like every fucking like conspiracy, Fuck you, we both know it is the other way around. I would never do that. What the fuck?
The thing on the dollar bills, so like we all so the super sleuths online know about it, but the normies don't.
Listen, for people that I am actually friends with, I don't think you understand how much I love you, okay? How much listen, like if I lost like one of you, all right, I would be sad. I'd have to grow out my hair so it'd be like Lil Raze's, and I'd have to become a pop punk singer, okay?
No, because they want it. Like, yeah, it's literally not like it's just conspiracy shit.
So you can already see what this kind of review is gonna be like. shoeonhead has lots of Nazis in her audience. She loves Nazis. She agrees with their beliefs. She agrees with their worldview. Do you know what we call people like that? We call them Nazis. So he's trying to call shoeonhead a Nazi without calling her a Nazi. Which again, I don't agree with shoeonhead on a lot of her political beliefs, but I would never call her a Nazi. She's definitely on the left. But then he goes on to say that she popularized a conspiracy theory, which again, she didn't push any conspiracy theories, but he goes on to describe some conspiracy theory that I have not seen her push anywhere, and nor does he pull up the evidence of her pushing this either. Let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit, because this is his response to her video. He had already done a whole video just responding to her tweet.
Sure, here we go. shoeonhead brought this to the attention of conservative Twitter.
And we will watch these videos in their entirety.
The article's coming out about it. The American conservative, Balenciaga and the Pedo Bear, Fashion House indulges in sick pedo...
Except the Denims one, because it'll be boring and I can't find it.
File imagery and ad campaign. And of course, what do you think is going on here? Shoe's tweet, you know, literally, thank you, Shoe. And then we all know that polyamory and pedophilia, that's right, polyamory and pedophilia, they view these on the same level, are the next barriers to fall. We are very nearly there with polyamory. Our elites are pushing the boundaries on pedophilia. I don't know what's going to be scarier, that the backlash when it comes might make the backlash to Weimar look like child's play. That was the Nazis taking over. That's the backlash they're referring to in Weimar Germany was backlash. They mean the Nazis taking over.
Yeah, Xanderhal, it's actually, the rest of us know this. It's super weird to compare everything to Weimar Germany or Nazis. But here he is, again, conservatives said some crazy stuff. This is shoeonhead's fault. I would assume he's also very pissed off with whoever it was that came out with the Epstein story. I'm sure he was freaking out about how that was such irresponsible
Chat, what did he mean by that?
Journalism to let everybody know something that was actually happening. Because it fueled the fire of the far right. And everything that we do should be dictated on how the far right is going to react to it. So that was the first video that he put out on this subject, and it's titled Why I'm Burning the shoeonhead Bridge. And his overall argument throughout this is he wishes she would be more responsible with the way she puts these things out. And if that was his entire argument, I would actually be okay with this. If all you said is, it's not what you did, it's what you didn't do. It's not that you recognized something that's obviously true, it's that you didn't put a caveat right after that. That would all be great, that would all be fine, but that's obviously not what he did. He even says in the video that he knows that all of these Nazi relationships are nothing new, that the way that she handles her platform is nothing new, that he's known all of these things the entire time they were friends.
And her getting backlash for it really arguably started with me calling her out, which was a pretty big deal in the lefty sphere, considering that me and shoeonhead have been friends for a fair amount of time now. The reason why I called shoeonhead out and what I called her out for,
I'm not gonna lie. All right, people are gonna call me lame for this, but I like the seal. I think it's funny.
Was a repeated behavior that just at this point was not showing any signs of slowing down, and certainly not of ever stopping, despite the fact that she'd already kind of realized, she should have already realized what consequences her behavior was having, and she should have already adapted her behavior by that point.
And then he goes on to criticize her for the people that she's friends with and the people that she hangs out with. But at no point is he taking responsibility for platforming her or for being friendly with her. It's all just very hypocritical, and it's just a big virtue signal to say, hey everybody, look at me, I'm one of the good ones. Which is his entire career is just one big virtue signal. So when he
It's true. Xanderhal's entire career has been what I would like to call the beta mating dance, alright? All the time, okay? He's just sitting there and he's like, I'm white and I'm male. I'm white and I'm male. And that's all Xanderhal fucking does. I don't have balls or dick, okay? And I got bigger balls and a dick than that man.
Admits this is nothing new. He admits that this is the way it's always been, and he condemns her for hanging out with
and I bet Tom Foolery would agree.
People who are like her. It's exactly what we've seen 1,000 times with big content creators, where you get to be friends with them for just long enough to leech all of the clout off of them, and then at the first chance you get, you burn that bridge to bring back all of the people who were upset with you for being nice to them in the first place. You get the clout, you get to pull some of their viewers over, and you also...
I don't get this. In, like, traditional business, like, this would be bad, like, for your brand. Or for, like, whatever you're trying to sell, because, like, you want, you know, you want your customers to stay, right? And, like, if you help each other, if you help each other out, which is why I love to help people out, too, okay? Like, then you open up the opportunity to, like, have other cool collaborations or business opportunities. I don't get the whole, I'm gonna suck your clout and then stab you in the back bullshit. That's middle school bullshit.
Get to call them a Nazi for the virtue signal, when she hasn't changed any of her positions. As he said, she's always been doing this stuff, so she didn't change. This is nothing new. There's absolutely no new information here for Xanderhal, so he just decided to do this out of nowhere. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting how that plays out, eh?
Well, she kind of started a whole new conspiracy on Twitter, you know? Well, not started, but popularized among the massive amount of right-wingers on Twitter.
See, this is so dumb, because at the time, you already had all these conspiracies going around due to QAnon influencers. Like, what?
That follow her and basically use her feed as a source of propaganda info.
Shoeonhead did not popularize a conspiracy theory. As we've already been over, she never pushed the conspiracy theory whatsoever. She put out true statements. Some people took those true statements and turned them into false statements. You are also taking her true statements and turning them into incorrect statements. And I debate the far right on a consistent basis, so I can tell you, again, they are...
Rena, hi guys, I just did my grocery shopping. I got ice cream. Yummy. How's the Mr. Foolery video going? You know what? Listen, I understand some people will find this controversial. I think this so far has been pretty good. It's been pretty entertaining. It's definitely got, like, a little bit of Willie Mac vibes, but that's okay. Like, we all are inspired by different people. I've never done a video essay, so I'm assuming, you know. But I think this is pretty good. It's pretty entertaining.
Less likely to take some information from some leftists that they disagree with and say, hey, look, this person that we don't agree with and this person that we don't trust for information said something that we actually agree with. That is less likely to happen. What's more likely to happen is to show a bunch of leftists so adamantly pushing back against Shoeonhead's tweet, which was so innocent in the first place.
The person I quote tweeted that started all of this was a guy named Pedro L. Gonzalez, who, as you can see in this post made by Hey It's Vadim, Shoeonhead and this Pedro Gonzalez guy are like actual friends. Oh, here's an interesting one. Why are you as a father?
This is very stalkery to me. Like, I don't do this, you guys. I don't look at who you follow. I don't care. I think if you're doing this, you got control issues. Unless it's somebody saying something really bad, which Shoe isn't doing.
Father, so obsessed with the concerning growing normalization of pedophilia. Do you guys really think there's actually a growing normalization of pedophilia? In like Western society, outside of conservative space?
I think people have this wrong. I don't think it's a growing normalization of pedophilia. I think that Western culture has overly sexualized, especially young girls. And I think that this has always been a huge issue. But because now we have the internet and we're much more connected, these things are coming to the light instead of being hidden, you know? Because back, for example, there's a reason why they called, like, the 60s, 70s, and 80s the golden time of being a serial killer. Because they didn't have the tech all the time to track people. But now, okay, now we're able to actually see everything that's going on. And so I don't think this is anything new. I think this has been a problem forever that we're being exposed to now because of technology. Seppo, I think there is a real discussion to be had if we can accept someone who was a Nazi but claims to be reformed now. I mean, listen, I believe in looking at people's actions versus their words, which is why I am friends with some controversial people. Because even though they might say some dumb shit sometimes, they're, there for me. like, as a real good friend, and, I think that when you look at if someone's reformed or not, I think it's really just good to, like, look at their actions, you know? Like, they're probably gonna screw up a little bit, like, in terms of what they say or getting along with someone. But I think that you can definitely tell with a person's actions, like, if they're serious about getting, you know, reformed or not.
That want to lower the age of consent so that, like, old men can marry 13-year-old girls. Do you think outside of conservative spaces there is a growing normalization of pedophilia? There is not. This is conspiracy brain, that alone. Here's her shitting on a lefty and a Nazi agreeing. And then it goes even further as well. Here's him saying transgender ideology is quite literally a crime against humanity. They're good friends. Like, they're actually, they have combos and stuff. These are not just strangers or like, we're Twitter moots or whatever. There was another screenshot where she thanks him for talking about a particular topic on Tucker Carlson. He went on Tucker. Oh, yeah, here we go. Important note, the exchanges I posted are far from the only convos. Are they besties? I don't fucking know, lol. However, I definitely think it should be noted that Shu totally influenced his talking points on Tucker Carlson one time. So yeah, he went on Tucker Carlson. Now, you're probably asking, what is this guy's relevance? Well, the tweet that I quote tweeted that started this was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think shoeonhead fucking knows this person means when they say groomer?
I think shoeonhead probably is taking them literally. Zeppo, I've been deep diving into the music of a certain George Birdie, and he is interesting, but he definitely did some shitty stuff in the 90s. You can always separate the art from the artist.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But are you a bot? Alright, are you a bot? Yes. They're telling me that I'm doing great for someone new on Kick, so I'm assuming that means that I'm doing okay. Do you guys want to see my Kick achievements actually quick? Check it out. Just making sure I don't actually, like, I don't show anything I don't want to. Check it out, brah. This is why you guys gotta get some more Kick subs, alright? I need 30 more Kick subs, and I need more chatters. This one is gonna be the hard one, is the 50 viewers. But even if we look to, like, Kick partner, I am, you know, I'm getting there. But like I said, it's the average viewers where we're gonna, I already did Path to Creator, but we're getting close, okay? So if you can, shoot me a reach total of 10 subscribers, unless it's shoot me a subscription on Kick, alright? Or just come hang out on Kick sometimes. Because I'm doing very well on Kick. I don't know why. But let's fucking go, Kick. Woo!
So yes, I'm not fucking stupid, or at least not as stupid as shoeonhead fans, or at least as stupid as shoeonhead wants her fans to be. I'm not dumb. I can read, or I can think, I can put two and two together, all right? There's a
what if I disagree?
Very clear pattern happening here.
This is actually like the same exact level of evidence that Nazis require of their thought leaders. Well, what do you think they mean? Exactly. This is dumb.
Rena, lol, one of my friends is a journalist who has appeared on Tucker Carlson. I can't imagine judging people based on if they've interacted with Tucker Carlson. Well, yeah, dude, how many of us streamers, all right? If Tucker Carlson was like, come on my show, I'd be like, hell yeah. Would it be a super friendly conversation where we agreed on everything? Absolutely not. I'd probably troll him a bit. But if any of those guys asked, I'd say, hell yeah. He was quote tweeted by Hassan and because he was detained in Israel. I wonder what Zan would say about him.
You are stupid. This is a really stupid line of logic here. And especially adding in, oh, she influenced some talking points on Tucker Carlson. Oh no! no, not talking points on Tucker Carlson. When that is bad, I don't know anymore. I don't know what's happening. There are a bunch of right-wingers out there who actually do conflate grooming with being LGBTQ, but it's definitely not as common as the left makes it seem. There's a left-wing propaganda outlet out there called Media Matters. It's pretty much the left-wing version of Project Veritas. And
I wouldn't say that. I gotta disagree with Tom here. Media Matters is definitely more ethical than Project Veritas.
a lot of these thoughts start with them. Media Matters consistently conflates being LGBT.
Now, to be fair, Media Matters is a think tank. It is a think tank. That's true. All right, so it is going to create like talking points for people on the left or center left, but they don't engage in the same kind of unethical behavior as Veritas. Like, for example, with Project Veritas, they'll dress up as people and pretend to be other people and like create these scenarios. But as far as I'm aware, Media Matters doesn't do that.
LGBTQ with being a groomer or a cross-dresser or a drag queen. They recently posted a stat where they talk about how since Elon Musk took over Twitter, anti-LGBTQ posts have been growing. They list off people like Blair White, Tim Pool, and if you go and actually look at the posts that they're talking about, a lot of them have absolutely nothing to do with LGBTQ. They just conflate LGBTQ with grooming. It is possible that some of these people are actually just dog whistling about the LGBTQ by saying words like groomer, but I don't think that's most of them, especially people like Tim Pool and Blair White. I don't think that's what they're doing. They can still be disgusting people without you having to make up positions for them to take. And drag queens are not part of the LGBTQ. There are definitely tons of people who do drag who are part of the
Well, I mean, a lot of them are
LGBTQ, but drag in and of itself, there isn't a D in LGBTQ because drag is not a sexuality. It's not necessarily a sexual thing. And for that, I will allow my buddy Hunter Avalone to explain.
Drag does not typically involve nudity or stripping, which are more common in Burlesque, a separate form of entertainment, explicitly sexual and profane.
It's called burlesque. Burlesque. Hunter. Oh, buddy.
Language is common in performances meant for adult audiences. So no, drag does not typically involve nudity or stripping.
So yeah, drag is not necessarily sexual. Burlesque is kind of the sexual version of drag.
It's called burlesque.
Burlesque is almost always going to be sexual. But again, we see lots of examples in right-wing media of actual drag events with children there that are sexual. We can see them dancing provocatively, taking clothes off, dancing on tables where children can see up their skirts, and lefties will still defend these things for some reason.
Now, to be fair, there are a lot of now, and he would probably, I think Tom Foolery would probably concede to this now. There are quite a few clips from that era, right? And they're not actually at pride parades. They're at other parades, or like especially with like foreign ones. There was a really big one that came out of Brazil that people would share a lot. And actually, it wasn't a pride parade. It was a fertility festival. So you got to be careful with those pictures because, like, for example, there's a picture of the girl that's like with the two guys with like the dog BDSM suits on. That wasn't at a pride parade. That was at like an event, like a private event that the parents like chose to take that girl to, you know? Pizza Hut University has failed him. It's okay. I will educate him.
You don't have to be against drag in order to say that you don't want these sexual things around children. But I will say most of the time, right-wingers are saying that there's something happening at a drag event, nothing bad happened, there's nothing nefarious going on, there's nothing sexual going on, and all of their heads explode anyways because they're using words like groomer incorrectly to say that children are being groomed into being trans or gay or something like that, when that's not what the word groomer is generally used to mean. Normally, we're talking about sexual things around children over long periods of time so that eventually they will engage in sexual actions with you. That is not what happens at a drag event where they see a drag person do something sexual for 30 seconds and then they never see that drag queen ever again. So let's talk about the way that both the left and the right use labels. Both the left and the right use labels to stigmatize their political enemies. But the left has been much more effective at this strategy. They have words like homophobe, transphobe, xenophobe. The labels have been stigmatized so much so that
I think that when this video was made, this argument was more relevant. I think today, though, I think the right has more of a monopoly on, like, buzzwords. And I think it goes back and forth like a pendulum. I think that, I mean, I personally look forward to what I would like to call the end of woke scoldry on the left, but at the same time, like, back when I was growing up, you know, it was the conservatives and the Republicans that were offended at everything, you know? Like, Harry Potter was banned from my school library for teaching witchy stuff, quote unquote. You know, like, they didn't want gay people because how are they going to explain to little Johnny, oh, that two guys can be in a relationship, and they need the nanny state to redefine marriage for them. So it goes back and forth. Monster Energy is satanic. Listen, I have cherry Pepsi, and that's what I care about.
Just one of these labels being placed on you can ruin your entire life. And this is a really good thing, and we've seen a lot of progress through this strategy. Trans rights and gay rights, we have made legislative and cultural changes at unprecedented rates. But then eventually we got to a point where the left just started throwing these labels at anybody they don't like. If we're going to stigmatize these labels as much as
the biggest criticism I have for this video, and I'm sure Tom would understand this, I think, is that I don't like it when people just say the left. I don't like it when people just say the right. I like it when people are more specific, because I think that when you're more specific, you don't end up alienating people, because there are people like me who, like, I understand what he's saying. I understand his frustration. I understand what point he's trying to get across. But, like, a regular lefty, excuse me, you know, it's going to turn them off because they're going to feel like they're being generalized. I think that the right wing has that a little bit less, but only because of the authoritarian personality aspect. So, lefties, I guess, just try to toughen up a little bit. I don't know, though. I don't even know if he'd agree with this now.
we need to be very responsible in the way that we use them. You can ruin somebody's life just by calling them a homophobe on Twitter. They can lose their job, they can lose their friends, and we can argue if those things are an overreaction, but those things are good if we want to stigmatize homophobia.
I'm sorry, Josh. Josh says, you made me have a nightmare about DemonMama and Doe. They visited my house, and I had to talk Doe out of unaliving themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. Well, please enjoy tomfoolery. This is actually pretty interesting.
And transphobia. So the right decided to use the same exact strategy where they start taking labels that are already stigmatized.
So Tom shot me a message while I was streaming and said, hey, here's a video on Balenciaga I've done. And I said, oh, sick. I'll play it. And then, yeah. And I think that this is good. In terms of at least explaining the basics. Again, I've got issues with the way that he phrases stuff. Tom shot you? Yeah, he shot me a message. Not with a gun. What do you mean? He's not Hassan, alright? He's not, have you guys seen his, okay, we gotta pause for a second here so I can show y'all what happens. Yo, everyone's talking about JStock and, like, Sherry, and I was going through that shit. I don't want them to leave me alone. Like, leave me alone. Alright, so this is a yeet tweet, okay? So, Hassan is about to pull out a gun. Alright? Alright? Where's the sound? Oh.
Pussy. And not only that, but also, I like that this is the new meta. People are like, dude, I can't believe you were waving a gun around. Good luck, dude. Guy comes in here, says, I'm going to assassinate you. I say, good luck, and do this. And now the soy right is fucking crying about it. Okay. Good luck.
Wait, doesn't the thing fall out?
What am I supposed to do if I'm the endless recipient of death threats? I can't even have a little bit of fun with it?
Where'd he drop it?
Is waving a gun around on Twitch considered a crime or breaking terms of service? This is not a real gun. Pussy. And not only that, but also, I like that this is the new meta. People are like, dude, I can't believe you were waving a gun around. Good luck, dude. Guy comes in here, says, I'm going to assassinate you. I say, good luck, and do this. And now the soy right is fucking crying about it. Okay. Good luck.
If there's one where it falls out, hold on. Star's got it on here. I know Star's got it on here. I know she has it. I saw her posting it. This here.
Fucking dude who is advocating.
Okay, I found it. All right, it slowed down. It slowed down. My fellow gun enthusiasts, all right, enjoy this.
This fucking dude who is advocating to this fucking dude who's advocating to hang me for treason is mad at me, okay, is mad at me and doesn't realize that
look at Stardust, bro. Look at her.
doesn't realize that Trump is going to cook his family. Okay?
What? He's just pointing it at himself too. Why is he treating it like a fidget toy? I don't know.
Stars. I had to do it. I'm sorry. I just, holy shit, dude. How embarrassing.
And just throw them at people on the left. Words like groomer and pedophile. And each side is using these labels incredibly irresponsibly. The problem isn't that we shouldn't be using the labels at all. The problem is that we should have a required amount of evidence before we feel comfortable applying the label to somebody and possibly drowning them in harassment and insane amounts of hate. So if somebody on the right starts saying that this person is Jewish, therefore you should just go ahead and assume that their intentions are nefarious. The left does the same thing with the right, where they say this is a conservative, therefore their intentions are definitely nefarious. And we can talk about how big of a difference there is between one outcome and the other, but right now I'm only discussing how these things are incorrect logically speaking. Now, different people might have different levels of evidence that they require for these sorts of things, but media matters should not be
Damn Tom's outfit. Is that a good damn or a bad damn?
meeting the required level of evidence for anybody. So yes, people can talk about drag queens as a way to talk about the LGBTQ because there is a lot of overlap. But we can't just say because that's a possibility, now that is what's happening. If this is enough evidence for you to believe that Tim Pool is a transphobe, then there should be more than enough evidence for you to believe that there's a Jewish cabal controlling the world. So we're going to break this down real quick. Right-wingers are incorrect when they say things like, these people did something sexual around minors, therefore they are now groomers. But if you go to any website that's explaining what grooming is, desensitizing children to sexual imagery is always one of those things. So if you do see children around something sexual, these are signs of grooming, but it is not grooming in and of itself. A guy can't run up to a little girl in a parking lot, open up his trench coat and flash the little girl and then run off, and then we just call this grooming. The little kid has not now been groomed. But if parents are regularly taking their kids to shows where sexual imagery is being shown, these are signs of grooming.
It's like,
but the parents...
Wait, hold on. It's like, hey kids, time to listen to Tom-style outfit?
Not now groomed the child. So the right-wingers get this stuff wrong regularly. But then when you turn around and you see a bunch of lefties defending parents exposing their children to sexual imagery, and if they are defending this on a regular basis, these people would sound like groomers. That does not make them groomers, but they are defending grooming-like actions and signs of grooming. Things that should be signs of grooming, they seem to defend them. I just can't blame somebody who sees leftists on a consistent basis on Twitter defending things that are pedophilic, and then they come to the conclusion that these people want to normalize pedophilia. This is, again, a very small group of people, and so I'm not going to dwell on this too much. And this is something that a bunch of these guys bring up as well, is that attacking a bunch of pedophiles is not helpful on the internet.
She proceeded to, like, sort of imply that me, Hunter Avalone, ContraPoints, and the Surfs are pedophiles because we unfollowed her over... I guess we all unfollowed her over similar things. In reality, we probably all unfollowed her because shoeonhead has a tendency to try to turn, like, pedo hunting into some sort of fun ARG internet game that she and her fans do together, and it's like, hey guys, let's go hunt pedos together. It's like an ARG. Let's go have... Isn't this fun, guys?
Nothing that she said looked like she was calling you guys pedophiles. She has an idea that you guys want to normalize pedophilia, not that you are pedophiles. And it does seem like you guys are overly defensive about this subject, going so far as to say some things that are incorrect.
I will say, with this specific group of people, I think that's true. Gives the vibe like, hey, they're fellow kids meme. Oh, I don't know. I'm just old, I guess, so I don't know. But I think for that specific group of people, it is true. I think of the broader left, it isn't. But I think with this specific group, it is.
She is also saying things that are incorrect because she's overly obsessed with things like pedo hunting. But all of this stuff where you're treating her like a conspiracy theorist or acting like she pushed a conspiracy theory or started a conspiracy theory, all of these things are just blatantly incorrect.
The thing I disagreed with Hunter on was the fact that he was like, we should destigmatize pedophilia. That I don't agree with. Society does not need to
If only you saw this Tom video then. I don't know. I actually like having, like, personal experience and stuff with people before I watch videos like these, because I tend to, when I see people generalize a lot, I tend to have, like, a very negative association with that, but, like, because I know Tom, like, it's a little bit different. Like, I know what he's, like, mean or is, like, trying to say, I think.
Stigmatize pedophilia for them to be helped and to prevent them. We don't need to do that. That's normalizing.
So now it's time for me to piss literally everybody off. If you thought that I was placating to the right, it's all good. They're all about to be super pissed off right now. Is there a group of people that is advocating for normalizing pedophilia? Yes, very small group of people. Then there's another group of people who advocate for destigmatizing pedophilia. There is a difference between destigmatizing and normalizing, and we can talk about that sometime. But this is the wrong way to word it. And I've even made this mistake before by saying that we should destigmatize pedophilia. We don't want to destigmatize pedophilia. We do want to destigmatize non-offending pedophiles. These people should be able to live in the world if they have done nothing wrong and go about their lives without worrying about getting attacked all the time. And it's probably better to have some people open about what their predilections are so that the rest of us can keep a close eye on them. There are pedophiles out there who want help and want to do better. When I say pedophile, I mean somebody who is attracted to prepubescent children. Not like what Xanderhal just said, where they want to marry a 13-year-old. We're talking about prepubescent children. So destigmatizing a non-offending...
This is where I gotta... Aiko Rules Raid! What's up, you guys? We're watching some Tom Tent, I suppose. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much, Aiko. Oh my god. I feel so honored. So we're doing some deep diving into Balenciaga. Tom sent me a video essay that he made. I actually don't think it's half bad, but there are criticisms that I have. So thank you so much, Aiko. You're the best. You're the real MVP. And I think it's really interesting because when I watched, we were watching this video. This is actually from 2020. Hold on, I gotta check again. Just so you guys get the
pedophile.
full context here. So this video is actually from Jan 1, 2023. So some of the takes in it are not going to be up to date with what's going on. I know, it's Ico Raid. Thank you guys. Even if you don't plan on sticking with me, please give me a sub and a like. That'd be great. I'm really close to monetization. Or stick with us for the rest of this tomfoolery video. Which I actually think of the video essays that I've seen of him, this is a better one. You may get bots. It's okay. It's alright. I already got botted to over 500 one time. I'm not getting tricked again. Alright? I'm not getting tricked again. But I appreciate all you guys being here. Hey Scally, what's up? So basically we're going over this as like a summary of the Balenciaga and all the drama that happened. There's been a bunch of people that's come into chat tonight who've been like, I really, really want to rehash this. Once we're done with this, I gotta stop because I'm gonna hit the limit here. But, in my next stream, okay, I'll show you guys my research that I've done, okay? I'm gonna brag a little bit. So, we're gonna go over this in depth. Or I'm going over this in depth. So, ignore the Tyler one. So, we already did this. We did this prequel, alright? And then we're gonna watch Tom's video. And then tomorrow, I'm gonna go through each of these streams. And some of them have been unlisted for a long time. Josh and I did a lot of research to find all of this. So, we're gonna fix the Balenciaga problem, alright? Dad is home. I'm the dad.
Would be a good thing. Destigmatizing pedophilia or normalizing pedophilia.
Now, he's talking about destigmatizing, like, not offending pedophiles right now, which was, like, a common argument at that time, or it was, you know, still a common argument at that time. You had Destiny do the whole, oh, maybe we should do the ethical, quote-unquote, CP thing, which is ridiculous. And, well, I don't disagree that people that do have those inclinations should get help. I also feel like you shouldn't get a pat on the back for, you know, doing, like, a very basic thing. Like yeah, that would be like if Joe came in here and I was like, congratulations, Joe, you didn't commit a murder today. Like, you know what I mean?
Those would be bad things. And then pedo hunting only stigmatizes pedophiles more so. Talking about killing pedophiles, talking about hurting them, treating them like they are inhuman. These things are not helpful to fighting against pedophilia. These things are not helpful to stopping pedophiles. And if anything, it's probably only detrimental for everyone, especially for victims of child molestation.
Remember what I said by these people think cruelty is a virtue? I said it earlier in stream that these are the types of people who think cruelty is a virtue. I wasn't kidding.
I literally, this guy is so dumb. Seriously, he is too stupid. This is how he started.
This video contains a montage of dumb people, all right? So you'll be satisfied with that. Shitty. You didn't stab someone today? Yay! Morale had like 1.5k viewers, definitely being botted. Unless YT Elgo started recommending Morale heavily, but unlikely. I haven't been recommended him. I've weirdly only been recommended Tipster Stalker. Oh, thank you, Shinny.
His video off.
Alright, well everybody, it seems that I have pissed off a whole lot of people once again. What else is new? Just always upsetting the worst people out there, aren't I? With that said,
I know, he's saying that to destigmatize so they get professional help, but I think it needs to be done in an extremely careful way. Like, you know, something that's like coordinated by people that have specific degrees in like that area of psychology, just so we don't accidentally encourage it.
I mean just last night, got unbanned from Twitter. I was on a 1-week suspension due to mass reporting. Now granted, I did actually break TOS. I told a transphobe to Roblox themselves in fairly great detail. I'm surprised that I got
so glad to see you guys all here. We got Freddy. I didn't see Freddy. We got Freddy, Scally, Joe. We got all the people.
suspended temporarily and not permanently for that. Regardless, though, I do not regret it. It was Giga Chat as fuck. I got a week-long suspension, and now I'm back.
I get a little upset watching people like Xanderhal sometimes because he used to be far right. He should understand these things better. Everybody attacks their political enemies online. Everybody is mean to their political enemies. He is no exception, but he's blinded to the hypocrisy because he thinks he's right. Not being transphobic doesn't make you right. If it was just 10, 15, 20 years ago, it would actually make you wrong. You would be transphobic right with the—
No, Destiny isn't ethical. Although when this video was made, again, we weren't aware of Destiny's crimes.
The rest of the world. As long as we've recorded human history, trans people have been stigmatized. Now, it's still good to stigmatize transphobes, but you're not superior to them just because you happen to get out. I also used to be far right, and I'm one of the few exceptions that did not go from one stupid, far crazy ideology on the right to a dumb, stupid, far crazy ideology.
Listen, Tom. I used to be on the right, okay? And now I'm a market socialist. Some people say I'm some kind of crazy omniliberal. The tankies say I'm a neocon pretending to be a socialist. Other people say, oh, you're just an extreme left. No, I am a market socialist, all right? And that is, I don't consider that on the extreme left. I consider that the enlightened centrism of the left, okay? Rena, I'm so glad I was born normal. Shinny, well, I ended up here in the end, so I guess all's well that ends well. True.
On the left, I went from ignorant positions to well-informed positions. You went from ignorant positions to ignorant.
That's true. Josh used to be in Zan's audience. In fact, Josh is one of my first fans. I stole him from Xanderhal. Megaritz, queering the binary between the markets and socialism. You're a dirty centrist. See, I don't mind. I'm one of those people where I like to have like a variety of political perspectives around me, or else I get fucking bored.
Positions. Actually, now that I think about it, this reminds me of somebody.
I'm biased. Of course, I'm going to be biased as fuck. But you.
Oh, I forgot about this guy. Oh, do you guys remember this guy? I forgot about him.
It's rad and cool and good, actually, to be...
Oh, you're from libertarian land? I used to be a huge right libertarian.
Biased. So if your main criticism of this video is that I'm biased, then, well, duh.
Now, as we continue, you will see Xanderhal goes on to hit every single lefty talking point. Back to back to back to back within like a 2-minute frame.
Conveniently, right there was a court case.
Oh, by the way, my understanding of this court document from all of the big brain lefties that researched what document this was, this is a
Destiny.
Court case that determined that you cannot go online or onto a public platform or just anything like that and pretend that you have CP. So it doesn't really seem like this is
R.I.P. DJ Mule Churu.
Some like secret, message put in there. Not to mention these are two different photo shoots. Like these aren't part of the same photo shoot for the record. Like on top of that, there is a good likelihood.
Shinny, there is a concept just called civil libertarianism, which is a pretty centrist concept. Left libertarianism overlaps quite a bit with civil libertarianism. There's just some differences between the definition of property rights.
That the documents used here were printed out because court documents, Supreme Court documents in particular, are not copyrighted. And this could be a case of...
Look, I can't spell. That's my problem.
Very unfortunate, placing. But what I don't believe that this is a conspiracy to signal to pedos that, like, Balenciaga is pro-pedo or something. Like, what do you think this is? Some New World Order dog whistling shit?
Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they...
I don't know why Xanderhal is accusing her of, like, the New World Order thing. We watched this video without any reaction to it, and this makes no sense. Like, it's literally, like, gobbledygook. It's like Tyler. Xanderhal is having a Tyler moment right now. There are also a spectrum of capitalist reformer and anti-capitalist positions called left libertarian. Yes. Corporations are themselves authoritarian entities which stifle actual economic liberty. Actually, if you look at a lot of huge corporations, they have tons of inefficiencies and waste. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know if we got any econ people in the audience, but like, a lot of these really huge corporations just, they waste shit all the time. All the time. Josh, still, why even use that specific court case? Someone said, why would they pay attention to what they're printing? I don't understand why they did that. I feel like the backlash was warranted.
delete their Twitter account. But they
Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Okay, so Balenciaga does sort of like a Fortnite chapter reset type thing every few months when they drop a new clothing line or whatever.
He deleted every single photo off of their Instagram page. Why are you running?
Wait, she's actually running. Okay, cool. Okay, so just demonstrably lying. Just actually unironically, openly lying.
It almost feels like this has to be like a targeted cancel towards shoeonhead. When you have all the people who are all friends throwing out all the same lazy talk.
Well, I feel like with Zan, it was more of like I want to end my friendship with you in a way that's as painful as possible thing.
Talking points. Yes, Balenciaga takes their stuff down when there's a new clothing line. Where's the new clothing line? It's just a picture of their apology. And according to the website High Snobiety, Balenciaga put
maybe that's the new clothing line.
That clothing line up just days before shoeonhead's tweet came out.
This is demonstrably lying.
Xanderhal is the only person lying here. The only difference is when I call him a liar, I pull up the evidence to prove it, and he just says she's lying over and over, calls her a conspiracy theorist over and over, and just never shows us how he got this information. Now that he's gotten all the talking points out of the way, his criticisms really go downhill from here.
Back when like Breadtube was rising, there was a reason why she started throwing in with lefty content creators like me and Vaush and, you know, all of us, right? It's because the left-wing content started to be more culturally dominant.
Zeppo, as someone from his audience, Zan had been searching for something as grounds to burn the shoe bridge for a while. Really? What a fucking douchebag. Megaritz, I'm guessing Balenciaga basically did it to be edgy. I think that's why, yes. That seems to be the more likely possibility compared to A, pure accident, and B, pedo conspiracy. I think it was probably down to one designer or something, and, you know, they fucked up. They fucked it up. It happens. Does that mean I don't think they should have faced consequences? No. I think that they faced, you know, the amount of backlash that was warranted.
Right-wing channels were getting dunked on and made fun of and turned into memes nonstop.
This never happened. The biggest channels in the political sphere have always been channels like Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, PragerU, Dave Rubin, Jordan Peterson.
Well, no more Steven Crowder.
And then you got your one lefty, TYT. It was politically viable to move to the left.
Oh, TYT. Just imagine, you guys, me, like thinking about when TYT wasn't shit to the song of the Titanic song, okay?
When Xanderhal moved to the left. But it was never more politically viable on YouTube to be on the left than it is on the right. That time period never happened.
And now that the right is dominant again, notice how she's like showing fucking MAGA rap videos in her videos and congratulating them.
But those rap videos are really, I mean, I don't, to be fair, I don't know the context she showed them in, but they were pretty fucking funny and bad. Pretty sure it was with one person being edgy putting it in there. Okay, the question is, Asepo, who does he have left at this point? It seems like he burned every single bridge just because he did. Shinny, I'm like somewhere between libertarian and anarchist, but not anarcho-communism or ANCAP. I think governments just sort of suck, but not sure what the best way of not sucking can exist, but also don't. Like, I feel like just like the left libertarian label is really good for that, like as a generic label. Like, I have a hard time finding a specific label too, unless we're getting into really autistic stuff. I think can never actually establish a government that isn't just gonna get corrupted anyway. Megaritz, Roderick Long has written some fascinating stuff on left libertarianism. Yeah, left libertarianism and market socialism and that kind of, again, I would call it like the enlightened centrist part of the left is pretty underdeveloped theory-wise, so who knows? We could be it could be a big thing, alright?
You're stupid if you can't see it.
And you're delusional if you do see it. She never congratulated these guys. That didn't happen. If you do see it, you're schizophrenic. You're just trying...
Well, welcome to the stream for you, because I'm the CEO of autism.
Way too hard here, Xanderhal. All she was saying was that her tweet popped off so much that everybody's talking about it, and it's even ended up in rap songs. And you took that and said she's congratulating MAGA rappers?
Even vandalizing Balenciaga stores. Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal, just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head now.
So she's just like full on Like the Jews are gonna get her, I guess. So now she's like a martyr who's gonna get like
Oh, that was a joke. Come on, Xanderhal.
killed by the Jews for fighting against their like pedo agenda or something. Is that what she believes? Okay.
This is not a bit that he's doing. I did not clip this out of context. It's just him continuing to muddy the waters as much as possible with absolutely no evidence. I'm pretty sure this is a bit by Shu. It's meant to be funny, but on top of that, she's always been a populist. She's always hated rich people. She's always thought that they...
Hold on, Megaritz. Long has made an interesting argument that Milton Friedman's shareholder theory was wrong in a very different way than everyone thinks. I know what you're talking about, and I should do a stream on it because it's incredibly weird.
We're all criminals and corrupt. I mentioned
and interesting.
Earlier, she thinks it's okay to advocate for violence against rich people. This is just who she is, and it's who she's always been. But it has nothing to do with the Jews, and she never mentioned the Jews. Xanderhal just is insanely bad faith. The faith is so bad. There's a lot of bad, and there's a lot of faith. And this comes together to make him so bad faith.
The best part about this, though, has to be I was fact-checked by Twitter, and this is what they said. Although Shu often makes comments to cause amusement or laughter, this is an authentic Balenciaga marketing photograph. It contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in United States v. Williams, which upheld a part of federal child pornography law. I've never seen one of these fact-checker things just be like, fact-check true. I know Shu likes to get a little...
Does the fact check say, yes, your conspiracy theory about...
Did you know Tom robbed a drug dealer? I didn't, but it doesn't surprise me.
Jewish pedophile...
Guys gotta remember, I can't be too judgmental, because I was an opioid addict for a long time. Now, I've been opioid-free for 9 years this month. So now you all have to congratulate me.
Elites is real, or did it say, yes, this is a real photo from a Balenciaga photo shoot, and yes, that document does seem to be the court document people are saying it does, that it is. Something that no one is arguing against. No one has argued, A, that those aren't real Balenciaga photos, or B, that that is not what that document actually is. Have you seen anybody argue any of those points? That those weren't real Balenciaga photo shoot photos, or that document was misidentified? I have not seen a single person make those claims. We're shadowboxing.
Thank you, guys. For real. I don't mean to be like, oh, no. But it did take a lot of work, okay? The fact that next year I'll be celebrating, like, my 10-year opioid-free anniversary is crazy. It's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Right now, Shu, what are you doing?
It's just the...
Yeah, other far right people claim that, but not Shu.
Cherry on top at the end of this for him to say that she's shadowboxing. After he missed everything she said by a mile. She's saying she wishes the fact checker would just say that her post was true, and that in general, she's never seen a fact checker just say true. She did not say that the fact checker says that her post is true. It's pretty obvious by watching any of shoeonhead or Xanderhal's content that neither one of them really engage with fact checkers very often, but they actually do fairly often just say true. I could have timestamped almost literally everything that came out of his mouth during this stream. I'd actually rather not spend forever on his insanity. I think I've made my case pretty clear here. So let's just go ahead and cut to the moment of truth.
Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement. Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that.
Oh my god, he used the same sound effect that I was gonna do if there wasn't gonna be a sound effect.
I never claim to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar...
Okay, so they aren't doing anything to kids.
Yes.
So the worst case scenario is it was a kind of weird photo shoot.
Yes.
And a different photo shoot with a weird document.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's all it was. You're admitting that. You don't think that there's some child sex trafficking pedo ring in the basement? See, so apparently it's just subliminal messaging. That's what she thinks it is?
His face!
Conspiracy brain is wild. I wish I thought...
I'm sorry. I gotta get... I gotta get... We're making kick emotes, and I'm collecting faces, okay? I hate that the print screen on... No! The print screen on this keyboard is fucking terrible.
Child sex trafficking?
Yeah.
Pedo ring in the basement? See, so apparently it's just subliminal messaging?
Okay, this one's better, actually.
That's what she thinks it is? Conspiracy brain is wild. I wish I thought the world was this... You know, the world actually...
No, Xanderhal, I wish you thought.
...is this exciting, but not in the way that she thinks it is. It's more of like a terrifying excitement, you know?
He was so close. He was so close. I don't know what just happened. This guy is allergic to the truth. He is allergic to reality. He just goes right back to pretending that she's spreading conspiracy theories after she blatantly says that she does not believe in the conspiracy theories, and he has no conspiracy theories to show that she's pushed At no point throughout his entire video does he say, here's the conspiracy theory right here. This is the thing that's conspiratorial. It's like dealing with a drug addict. You can't help them until they choose to help themselves. We gotta move on.
This is going to be a wild one. So get comfy, get cozy. I made you some hot chocolate. Look, it's got marshmallows in it.
Yummy.
So for those of you who don't know, because I sure as hell did not before all of this.
Oh, this is gonna be the best part. Let's see. Shinny, I threw my friend needles out when she wanted to quit with that and got stressed out before and got drunk, and things have been fucked up since then. She gave them to me. Not that all that is that, but in her case was, oh, you should take them to a pharmacy. They'll dispose them for you. They won't even ask in most places. So just so you know, you can also buy a special container to dispose of them from, and you can take them to a recycling center.
Yeah, it is kind of funny this. Like, I'm so quirky, hot chocolate before I talk about how I accidentally started a...
Good luck for your friend, by the way. The first month is really hard. The first 3 months is hard. Once you get to like a year, though, it starts to get a lot better.
Mass deranged conspiracy theory.
I don't want to do this again. Oh boy.
Oh, you're gonna do it again, Tom, and you're gonna like it.
Boy. Yeah, very much DJ Mule energy. That's true.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
This is a goth bear. This is a bear with...
How is it a goth? Well, I have to make myself small, okay? It's just a goth bear, you guys. Do you fellow goths, do you walk around in assless chaps?
Gothic outfit. You can literally buy everything like this in every mall in America at a Hot Topic. Only you make that shit sexual. It is you.
You cannot buy this at a Hot Topic everywhere. There's no way.
Who saw a leather harness and immediately went to BDSM.
This is not an argument in DemonMama's favor. So nothing is objectively BDSM, just as nothing is objectively goth. There's a pattern that we've recognized over time. We put a label on that pattern so that we can communicate it. That label, communicating that pattern, in this case, is BDSM. And it seems...
Joe, maybe that's the bear's culture.
Like most news outlets, most of the people on Twitter, most of everybody thinks that Balenciaga is putting BDSM clothes on these bears. Now, I actually agree that specific bear does look a bit more like a punk type of bear, but the other purple bear looks like it's wearing BDSM.
That is absolutely, that is undeniable, all right? Undeniable.
The sky is not objectively blue.
He's arguing against DemonMama, but he is arguing against the fact that DemonMama and Xanderhal accused Shu of, like, engaging in right-wing conspiracies when she wasn't. And if you watch the original video, I don't even think it gives that impression. Like, maybe if you're right-wing already, or maybe if you have extremist views already, but, like, I really don't get it. So Tom doesn't think that the Balenciaga thing is, like, some crazy-ass conspiracy, but he's disagreeing with the framing that Xanderhal, DemonMama, we already covered Denims, and then I guess he's going to cover Vaush briefly as well.
Blue, the sky is a color, and we generally use the word blue to communicate a specific type of color.
All you have to do is cross the Mexican border, and over there it's aqua.
And most people would say that the sky matches the color that we would label blue, just as people would look at the clothes on that bear and say that those clothes match what we would generally call BDSM. She's doing my job. Is she gonna argue against all of her own points? If tomorrow we decided to start calling the sky green, then the sky would just be green. We wouldn't be wrong. Definitions come from how most people use a word. People aren't sexualizing the bear. They are saying that the clothes on the bear match a pattern, and that pattern is sexual. I'm talking about logic. I feel like the lefties are probably falling asleep at this point.
I'm actually extremely awake.
Give me just a second. Turn Joker light purple. Logic is like a scientific process that we use to come to truth statements. So both the far right and the far left have already been pre-programmed to discount logic. I feel like I need to add something else. Hold on. So now that we have all the lefties paying attention again, you can't pick and choose when you...
Man, apparently this video was scripted for me to laugh specifically. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I've got fucking brain rot so bad.
Like logic and when you don't like logic. Doing debates or being a debate bro does not mean that you actually like logic or that you use logic, at least not correctly. Debates are just meant to challenge the thought process that you've been using and compare it to somebody else's. So when we have a ton of lefty content creators who make video essays complaining about debate bros, the issue in those video essays is not that they are debate bros. The issue is that
It's okay, Shinny. We're gonna go over DemonMama in more detail because of my personal beef with her.
debate bros are coming to logical conclusions that the video essayists are not happy with. And then we get to lefties like Xanderhal, DemonMama, Vaush, where they do debates, but they do the same exact thing, where they all of a sudden decide to exclude logic when logical conclusions no longer come to the conclusions that they want them to.
It's funny too, because in my video that I did on this conspiracy theory already, I pointed out that you can find literally at Petco, in every Petco in America, leather harnesses for dogs that look identical to the ones that are being put on these bears.
So why are you dressing your dogs in BDSM outfits? Listen, I've taken care of a lot of animals. I walk my cats, you guys. I walk my cats. I have never, in my 34 years of living, seen a dog strap thing that looks like a BDSM thing. Okay? I know the difference. I've never seen it. So I don't know where DemonMama is getting her pet stuff, but I don't know if we want to finish that thought, okay?
When I show a picture of BDSM clothes that look like what the bear is wearing, I show a picture with the same exact design, the same exact bolts on the straps, the same exact collar, the same exact ring, but this one has a leash attached to it because that's what they do in BDSM. DemonMama shows a picture of something that looks nothing like BDSM and looks...
Have the Balenciaga designers ever publicly stated their intentions? Yes. They apologized and then they fired some people, I believe. Zeppo, wouldn't it be weird to put kids in a pet harness anyway? Like, very sus behavior? Yeah, you don't... If you feel like you need to put your kids on a leash, okay... there's a $40 consultation fee on my Ko-Fi, alright? I will tell you how to make that stop.
Nothing like the clothes that are on the bear.
Oh no! Oh no, everybody! Everybody, oh god, no, hold on. It's loading, I have to show you. Oh no! Petco.com! Oh no! They're selling pedophile...
But that's not what that looks like.
Where?
I'm a blind motherfucker. I can tell it's not what that looks like.
Oh no, everybody! They're selling fetish wear on Petco.com! Oh, holy shit! We're doomed!
Shinny, it might, yeah. See, that's what I'm thinking. Shinny, is that it was edgy and it went too far. I don't think there's any weird conspiracy or anything, but I do think it's weird that some of, this whole situation, because I was a DemonMama viewer, actually made me leave her community because I thought it was so fucking weird. It's so easy to be like, wow, that was a weird fucking thing that they did. Oh, okay, let's move on to something else.
Everybody, we need to get your weapons!
There's a toddler there. Yeah, there are leashes for toddlers, but they're really not necessary. Rena, that's retarded. Even if the harness was bought at Petco, I know DemonMama has seen how many gooners buy actual dog slash pet gear for kink. Joe, maybe the dog goes along with the motorcycle rides as protection.
Pedos are coming! Shoes pedophiles are coming!
Again, DemonMama pretty much just destroys her entire argument. Let's assume for a second that what the dog is wearing actually does look like what the bear is wearing. A huge part of BDSM is dehumanizing each other. That is like part of the kink, is treating somebody like they are an animal or less than human. So if you could actually find Petco wear for dogs that looks like BDSM wear, everybody'd be like, yeah, Duh. Like, these people literally wear dog collars, leashes, harnesses. They are meant to look like dog wear. So if you're finding stuff for dogs that looks like what's on the bear, you're pretty much admitting this looks like BDSM. I thought she did like kink stuff.
True.
BDSM stuff. What has happened? And it's funny just watching people be so blatantly wrong, yet their chat is not going to call them out. They're not going to hold them accountable. Because
Well, as we watched earlier, in DemonMama's, in our prologue, all right, this is very old from 2021 when we looked at Prostasia. She literally muted and banned everybody that disagreed with her.
Mama goes on to actually complain about shoeonhead wearing clothes that look like BDSM type clothing, and now says that shoeonhead is wearing pedophile clothes. Shoeonhead's criticism was never that BDSM
Oh, I agree with that, Shinny. I have no problem with kink, you know, as long as you're safe and it's between consenting adults, you know, but like, I also would like you to not do it in front of me, so keep it in your house. Or a kink party, or I don't know, whatever they call those things.
Clothes are pedophile clothes. This never happened. Again, she's not coming anywhere close to shoeonhead's criticisms. Shoeonhead's problem is that a child is holding a bear that is wearing sexualized clothing.
Uh-oh, I've just been sent yet another image of shoeonhead posting to thousands of her fans, many of whom are children, pictures of her in literal bondage gear. Uh-oh. Oh no, everybody. Oh shit. Oh no. A second hypocrisy is striking the shoe. Oh no. Uh-oh, everybody.
Wait, where's the bondage wear?
Yikers! Yikers! Looks like shoeonhead should be the subject of the next pedo.
Oh, because she has like a loose dog collar on? Oh god. Spare me!
Hunting. What is she hiding? What is shoeonhead hiding from us all?
The only way for them to engage in this conversation whatsoever is to not engage with anybody else. They can make up their own narrative about pedophiles, about conspiracy theories that does not latch on to reality whatsoever, as long as it makes the right people look bad.
Yeah, it's just because of the collar, but it's still not comparable because the collar was clearly like loose. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of, I can't tell if it's a joke picture or a real picture is what I'm saying. Also, guys, why are you in guys, stop going in Tyler's freezer. What are you doing? Tyler's trapping all my chatters. Did you hear Aiko is buying a choker? I didn't, but, I gotta say I approve. Alright.
They believe that talking about pedophilia and grooming whatsoever is automatically bad for the LGBTQ. So instead of them just being like, yeah, this is really bad, but it has nothing to do with gay or
that's all I gotta say about this.
Hey, you shoved this whole bottle up your ass.
Hell yeah!
Trans people, they go ahead and just discount the entire narrative, because if they acknowledged reality whatsoever, that would give fuel to the right-wingers.
And also, they're on the bear. I'm just, this is what I'm talking about the conspiracy theory crap. It's just, only Shu is making this, and Shu is spinning it into a narrative.
Oh, also, I just gotta let you guys know, I'm sure you guys are more friendly to this, because this is more Twitch poll. So, if you see anyone's name in chat, remember this is a couple years ago, don't judge them, alright? No judging for a couple years ago if you're a chatter.
Now, maybe it's
unless you say something really fucked up.
Possible that during this video, shoeonhead brings out evidence that these children were abused. But let's find out if that actually happens.
Again, I have not seen Shu say anything about these children being abused, but the clothes being on the bear does not change anything. And this is a fundamental misunderstanding that DemonMama has with cultural norms on a consistent basis. And this is actually a logical mistake made by a lot of...
Tom, dude, you know it's bad when Foolery is like, you're fucking autistic, bro.
Lefties, where they see studies that say that children who grow up around nudity are less likely to be traumatized by nudity later on in life, and so therefore they believe it's okay to expose children to sexual things because they believe that they'll be less likely to be traumatized by sexual things. The problem is that, one, we don't live in a society where children are constantly exposed to sexual things, therefore it would be detrimental to them and cause trauma. Two, being exposed to nudity is not the same thing as being exposed to sexual imagery. And three, we've
there you go, buddy.
Having sexual things around children for a good reason, and the reason for that is to avoid children being abused. So if you do see children with sexual things or around sexual imagery, these should be red flags for everybody else around. These social norms are meant to protect children. So while we've already talked about the fact that pedo hunting is not helpful for stopping child molestation, the Balenciaga story is not about pedo hunting. There's not a pedophile here. There's no pedophiles around. People are upset that they are breaking the social norms of allowing children to hold sexual things, be around sexual things, to where if this was normalized over time, we would also be normalizing the red flags that are meant to protect children. So while I understand most people see something like these videos from DemonMama and they think this is somebody who wants to normalize sexualizing children, what she actually wants to do is break down social norms and put into place new norms that won't be as harmful. The problem is that you can't break down social norms if you don't understand them in the first place, and she should probably be acknowledging the facts of the matter first before she goes on to just pretend that those social norms don't exist whatsoever. Because she's continuing to pretend that this is a narrative that only shoeonhead believes in, when, as I've gone over, almost every mainstream news outlet has pretty much said the same exact thing.
Wait, Josh, did you mean to send me screenshots? Because all I got was text. Joe, if I am to be an example, I would say overall my exposure to sexuality early was beneficial. Mine was not, but I also spent a lot of time in Europe in my mid-20s, and I do think that because there nudity, not sexual nudity, but just regular nudity is more normalized. And I think that I found that more comfortable, just because they have a lot less violence. Like, in Canada, it's actually the same. They're a lot more likely to censor something violent than nudity. Oh, no, just talking. Okay.
Everybody's upset about this and thinks it's weird, except for Denims, Xanderhal, and DemonMama. As DemonMama explained earlier, this is actually the second video that she did on this. She did another video just on the tweet, and that was the video where she showed the dog harness. But in this second video, she
actually makes, let's count how many videos DemonMama made on this. Okay, we'll just do these. 1, 2. Okay, so this is mostly a mix between Vaush, DemonMama, Xanderhal, Vaush, Destiny, DemonMama. I got Tom Foolery stuff here, and then Xanderhal getting mad at Keffals with shoeonhead, which was actually pretty funny.
Continuously says that Shu did push a conspiracy theory on social media.
Surrounded by Balenciaga items, chains, and a whole ass leash. A little weird, a little sussy. Like, the picture's just...
Little sussy, a little weird. So it's your vibes is what you're saying. So you're saying is, you and your fans... Let me just get this clear. You and your fans alleged a pedophile conspiracy. And by the way, shoeonhead did repeatedly on social media claim that this was a pedophile conspiracy.
So with Xanderhal, Denims, and DemonMama all continuously saying that shoeonheads pushed the conspiracy theory, I feel like I've got to be missing something. I've already gone over all of their videos. Now, it is true that all of these people have already proven themselves to be unreliable sources in the past. But just as Project Veritas has proven themselves to be unreliable in the past as well, that doesn't mean that
I don't like that Tom is comparing Project Veritas to Media Matters here. I think that that's not a good comparison, but it's okay. I will talk to him about it.
Everything they ever come out with, I can just immediately discount it because they were unreliable sources before. I've already gone through DemonMama's first video a couple of times, but that's apparently where she goes over all the social media stuff, so I'm gonna go over it one more time and see if I can find...
What? Sheedy6 was... I made my roommate watch Straw Dogs and Deliverance in the last week. Sexual violence, but also just violence, but movies. Also, he's like 50, so don't think I corrupted him. Well, if he's like 50, I'm sure he can handle it. Zeppo, do you think that the context of future dramas makes this hit different? Yes.
Any conspiracy theories in there?
So, Xanderhal says, shoeonhead on her way to once again...
In fact, that's exactly why I am going over this stuff again. Because I think that after everything that's happened within the last year, I think it's a good idea. And some people might disagree with this or not like it. I think it's a good idea to go back and kind of look at where did Breadtube really go wrong? Or where did LeftTube really get, entrapped in this permanent state of cringe? Does that make sense? And it's not all of LeftTube. But, Destiny ended up being a sexual predator. Vaush wants to, yeah, I mean, it's been disappointing, I think, alright? Where is my Vaush one? I'm not as good at Ico at this yet.
you can write this down. I want to fuck a woman as a horse.
Use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people. But this time, one day after an anti-gay terror attack. By the way, fucking based Xanderhal. Can we get some motherfucking hypers in chat for Xanderhal having the balls and the spine and the giga...
No, boo. I want to see boos and chat. Boo, boo.
Chat energy to be a real trans ally? Because unironically, that's what it looks like. Xanderhal out here fucking spitting and showing you all how it's done.
No, no.
Real talk, you gotta be ashamed of yourself. Old as you is.
I replied to this and I said, Shu, what are you trying to imply here? Because it kind of sounds like you're trying to imply something. Naming the serfs, hunter, and contrapoints, specifically naming contrapoints first, and then saying, ooh, it's weird and normal that they would unfollow me over my insane schizo posting about pedophilia. I wonder, chat, what do you think that Shu was trying to say about contrapoints, the most famous trans YouTuber, I believe, the largest trans YouTuber in the world?
But doesn't ContraPoints hates all these guys, though? From my understanding.
I wonder what shoeonhead could be trying to imply by saying that it's normal and cool.
I've always found these people to be insufferable. Yeah, I wish I did earlier. Josh, people claim Shu's giving a wink and a nod to the far right and homophobes with the Balenciaga shit. Shinny want to make him watch Cannibal Holocaust. Oh my god.
When she gets unfollowed.
So I did go back and watch the entire first video for a third time. That last clip is the closest thing that I can find that sounds like maybe shoeonhead is pushing a conspiracy theory, where she says that all of these people have blocked her over pedo stuff. But again, if DemonMama and these other people got their way, they would be normalizing pedophilia, and that's just not conspiratorial. That's just fact.
This is
I agree with you, Zeppo. Bringing ContraPoints into this is bad faith.
One more. I'm gonna call on Merrick here because Merrick really nailed it. Merrick says, I was molested as a kid, and when you come up with Rube Goldberg machine Da Vinci Code methods of spotting the pedophile in companies and ads, you spit in the face of victims. You're not helping, you just want to feel in control. This is about you, not about helping others. I actually wanted to say more honest and harsher things in my book.
I didn't interpret that the same way DemonMama did. Let's listen to that again. Okay?
In control. This is you, and when you come up, I'm gonna call on Merrick here because Merrick really nailed it. Merrick says, I was molested as a kid, and when you come up with Rube Goldberg machine Da Vinci Code methods of spotting the pedophile in companies and ads, you spit in the face of victims. You're not helping, you just want to feel in control. This is about you, not about helping others. I actually wanted to say more honest and harsher things, and my boyfriend won't let me.
Keep the pimp hand strong.
If you really care about child victims, you'd be looking at the data and you'd be approaching at this from a practical and not a fantasy perspective. I wish I could empathize with you, conspiracy-brained culture warrior, but it's hard when I know how much damage you're doing. The truth is not a point-and-click adventure. Most kids are hurt by their family and friends. I didn't fit that, and my story is boring still. Grow up. I get for y'all that's very exciting to feel like you're uncovering something and a political tool to wield, but those of us who've survived this, it's not a fucking game. It's a lifetime of suffering. Stop. You're not heroes.
So if DemonMama agrees with Merrick's post, this is actually starting to make sense. I now understand why they are so confused. Merrick's post has nothing to do with shoeonhead. It might be directed at shoeonhead. Merrick is that stupid, but Merrick's talking about pedo hunting. What shoeonhead did with Balenciaga is not pedo hunting. She said it's not normal, it's weird.
See, I interpreted that as Merrick just yelling at the far right in general. Like, I don't know if she's... I can't remember, but I interpreted that a bit differently. Arena, it sounds like a lot of them and a lot of the audience used to be far right and have swung the other way. Maybe. I mean, I could never, being a blind, transgender, autistic gay, okay? Despite my extreme whiteness, I was never accepted by the far right. We would get drunk as fuck and watch fucked up movies. That's always fun.
And it's sus. She didn't point out a pedophile and say, go get him. As I agreed earlier, that is something that shoeonhead does, and that is something that's detrimental, but that is not what's happening in this case. Because again, this is like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, TMZ, Forbes, literally everybody has covered this story. Everybody thinks this is weird. Shoeonhead was just...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna give Merrick a pass, because I think if you're a victim of CSA, this shit is just gonna, regardless of what people say, if they say shit inflammatory, it's just gonna piss you off.
The person who broke the story. This is not the same thing as pedo hunting. Pointing out somebody breaking a social norm and saying, yo, what the hell, bro? We're not going and attacking them and we're not sending people after them. shoeonhead didn't do any of these things. She pointed it out, Balenciaga apologized, and for the rest of us, that was good enough until the lefties all came out and started making stuff up.
Just so we're clear, you alleged a pedophile conspiracy because you thought it looked a little sussy. Remember what I read just before this about how this actually damages, like literally, recordedly, markedly, every single anti-child abuse organization in the United States essentially signed off on a letter saying that this ruins their ability to actually help people?
Those organizations speaking out against these things were speaking out against QAnon conspiracy theories about human trafficking. shoeonhead says over and over, this is weird, this is sus, this isn't normal. She is not talking about human trafficking.
Anybody, political committee, public office holder, candidate, or media outlet who lends any credibility to QAnon conspiracies related to human trafficking actively harms the fight against human trafficking. Let's keep that all in our mind. We'll react to the video and we'll see how it goes, okay? Because I have a feeling that this video is probably just going to dance around the issue and never actually address the fact that every single person who is actually helping children, every single person who has actually devoted their lives to saving children from abuse.
Yep.
People who their paycheck is working for a nonprofit, spending days counseling or investigating or assisting or getting them set up with legal things, not fucking making videos on the internet like Shoe or even myself. But hey, at least I'm not the one propagating conspiracy theories that every single other person who actually does this stuff in the world says, please do not do, because it makes it impossible for us to actually help kids.
I will put money on this right now. I will put $5,000 on this right now if you go and ask those organizations if they think it is just as harmful for somebody to conflate a QAnon conspiracy theory or human trafficking conspiracy theory with somebody just pointing out something that's sus.
Is this bet still redeemable? Because I can call somebody right now that works for CFS. Is this Tom? Is this still redeemable?
I guarantee they will say that that is just as bad because you end up muddying the waters as much as possible, making it hard to tell the difference between an actual QAnon conspiracy theorist and somebody just pointing out a fact. This is the worst poisoning of the well I have ever seen. But I get it. This is just a big virtue signal for you. You just want to pretend like you're cool so you can
Rena, God, DemonMama is so self-righteous and condescending for no reason. I agree.
Complete everything all as though it's all...
She says I am a soulless husk, by the way.
One big mashed up thing. These are not the same things. These are completely different things and they are not related in any way.
Because you see, DemonMama is a streamer that cares about truth. DemonMama is a streamer with a spine. And DemonMama actually cares about the issues.
See, as I've gone through my journey of becoming a content creator, this is a red flag. If a content creator is telling you, I am the one that tells the truth, I have the one true vision, you know, all that shit, that's authoritarian, okay? You'll never come to this channel and I'll say, look, I've got my opinion, I'll respect other people's opinions. Some opinions I think are better than others, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I am the voice of, you know, righteousness. Like, I think DemonMama approaches this as more of like a preacher type of thing, and I don't think you can. I think that does bad shit. All right. I don't hate DemonMama, but I think as much as Tom spouts crap, so does DemonMama. Oh yeah, sounds like a cult.
She talks about.
So this is actually disgusting. I cannot imagine being this deranged. And her followers and everybody in the chat sitting there and nodding along. What happened to these people? What went wrong in their lives? I feel like I've already made my case on DemonMama as well. Anytime I do video essays, the video essays are about the truth. I have not always been good at telling the truth. When I was younger, I was on pain medication for a while because I had a bunch of health issues. I got addicted to my pain medication and over time moved up to stronger and stronger things until I was a full-fledged heroin addict with needles and everything. I didn't have any skills or anything because I dropped out of school, so I pretty much became a con man and I became really good at manipulating people because I needed a way to support my heroin addiction financially. Eventually, I went to prison, I got out, decided to get clean, and turned my entire life around. But the part that was really hard for me to change about myself, the part that I really struggled with, was telling the truth. Lying had always been a game to me, and I just enjoyed manipulating people, but now, all of a sudden, I'm catching myself after.
Tom, this is a little... I don't know if... Well, I mean, I guess he's admitting to it.
I lie and sitting there wondering, why the hell did I just do that? And I spent years just focusing on myself and just focusing on being an honest person. It's not easy. Once you get used to lying to yourself and everybody around you enables this behavior, it's almost impossible at that point to pull yourself out. So when I do video essays, I focus on people being dishonest because they don't care so much about the content creator in and of themselves.
I'm sure you've said this, Shinny.
I care about all of the people in the audience who are being misled and who are enabling that content creator. Like, she starts off talking.
I will say that I am absolutely addicted. Like, one of the things that I am absolutely addicted to with streaming is I love that I have a really varied audience and I can get all these different perspectives and I can be like, whoa, you know, like I can think of things from a different angle. I'm the kind of person where I like to be outside of the box. I don't like to be a label. So it's like, I've learned so much about people. Like, it's crazy. Oh no, Tom, you shouldn't have brought up your history of dishonesty. Chinny, but person who I know was doing things with sharp objects. Her friend went to someone's house. Ooh, uh-oh.
About child trafficking when that isn't related to this at all, and she poisons the well as much as possible. Like, during most of this video, it actually sounds like DemonMama is talking about herself.
Anyway, the company is currently under fire for their new holiday collection photo shoot. And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl.
Notice that?
Girl on a couch with a very worried.
I already am catching the sleights of hand. You are going to feel weird when you see these photos. Do you know what that's called? That's so interesting. It's called priming your audience? Yeah. Poisoning the well? Yeah.
I mean, you would know about priming your audience, wouldn't you? You would know about that, wouldn't you? Megaritz, I think it's okay to admit to these sorts of things in one's history. It should be a thoughtful decision whether to mention it, not off the cuff, but I don't think they're obliged to keep it a secret. Oh, and they're coming into conflict. Damn. Well, I hope you guys are safe, alright? Josh, play the oh shit sound bite. Play the oh shit sound bite. Alright, I can do that. Hold on. I got too many sound bites, y'all.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Interesting. Yeah, it's a literal sales technique. Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, let's continue.
I don't think DemonMama even knows what poisoning the well is, because she literally poisoned the well the entire time before she started, and I've been poisoning the well this entire time as well. I've talked about how every single person that I've mentioned is stupid if I actually think that they're stupid. I'm not trying to be a dick. I actually don't respect these people, and I don't think that they're capable of engaging on a level like this. I think that all of them have such a bias that blinds them to anything and everything that does not align with the narratives that they have already bought into. And then DemonMama goes on to say all of the same stuff that everybody says.
Shoeonhead says that it's well, let's get her words. Let's just rewind real quick. I want to hear what her exact words on this were.
The purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case.
He did. No, me and him have talked about that. You know, I think that.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Thank you for following, but are you a bot? Oh boy. The bots are out in force, you guys. This is like the 5th one in the last hour.
Related to child pornography. Creepy.
A court case related to child pornography. Well, you know, it's interesting because me and a lot of other people went and looked into it. And actually, if you go read the actual court case, it actually is quite apparent that this is a court case that makes it easier to prosecute child pornography.
So she says it's interesting that Shoeonhead says that this is related to child pornography, and then she goes on to explain that it's just a Supreme Court case about child pornography. I am so lost. Like, DemonMama literally says the
Shinny, I'm just an alcoholic and a stoner. I am just, I'm California sober. I do drink occasionally. I was gonna drink tonight, and then I just got too engaged intellectually. Megaritz, there's been so many bots with basically the same message. True. Well, actually. Yeah, no, I think, it's kind of funny, because I feel like with Tom, because I also, you know, like, was an opioid addict, like, I get it. I don't approve of all the things he does, obviously. But, like, I feel like I kind of get it, you know?
words actually. She says, well, it's actually about this. Normally when you say that, it sounds like you're disagreeing with the other person. All you did was just confirm what she said. I thought maybe in shoeonhead's original tweet thread, she said something that made it sound like,
oh, be careful with DXM though. Okay, just so you know, it's the same thing with ketamine and any other dissociative. If you use it too much, you can get like bladder problems and like kidney stones and stuff, so just be careful.
the court case actually was legalizing child porn.
Ketamine is better than DXM, yes.
Because
have fun, by the way.
Everybody we've covered says the same thing. I didn't understand why they were saying this over and over.
And also remember that you can always take more, but you can't take less.
So I went ahead and pulled up the
Be safe
tweet once more. And I was not enlightened to some new mind-blowing information that made this make sense whatsoever. Just below the OP, shoeonhead references Ashcroft versus free speech. And it was a US Supreme Court case that was actually making it easier to convict people who had computer-generated child pornography. Now, if I keep scrolling down, Merrick corrects her and says that actually it's United States versus Williams, not the Ashcroft case, just stating that it's something else that would make it easier to prosecute people with child pornography. So even if you say that shoeonhead got it wrong and this is the correct one, both of these cases are things that pedophiles would not be happy with. Both of these things are anti-pedophile. So you can keep arguing against shoeonhead as though she's saying that this is a case that makes child pornography legal or something like that. I don't know where you're getting that from, but that is obviously not what she's saying, and that's obviously not what she believes.
Actually, real quick, I'm going to take a question from chat. Huffy says, I think we should at least be able...
Oh, speaking of this, I'd like to advertise this so many of you are here, alright? Shrooms Foundation. So I take acid a couple times a year. So I've decided to use one of my times, okay, on watching cursed Brianna Wu videos. That's going to be happening in the next couple days, alright? So the stream will be titled Brianna Wu versus LSD. I'm currently looking for a trip sitter just in case, but like it's gonna be wild, okay?
To admit it's a little weird to have that court document in a random unrelated photo shoot. I don't think it indicates a secret cabal, but it's odd to say the least. Many things in the world are odd. Supreme Court cases, such as this one, are in the public domain. Let me propose something. What if the artist just had a bad idea? Like, what if the artist was trying to make like a statement?
Oh, Rena, I think it's actually going to be hilarious because I've done, when I say I've done a lot of acid, I don't mean like in a row. It's just, I've done it a couple times a year for a while, and I find it more controllable than shrooms, so it's actually going to be really funny. I may even come up with an insightful thought. You'll be watching Brianna Wu videos in that state? That sounds frightening. Listen, you guys, if y'all want, here's my Discord, alright? You can spam my fucking, Gen chat with suggestions for what I should watch of Brianna Wu, okay? The funnier, the better. Oops, that's donate. We don't need that one. I mean, you should donate. That helps me a lot. But yeah, no, that is it's part of the Nutto to 500. All right, it's gonna be great. It was very upsetting to me in that state.
Or something that like, wow, we censor certain types of art, bro, and they're just kind of dumb.
Oh, hold on, I missed your first chat. Megara, it's my friend put on a documentary about Trump's corruption while we were high once, and I had to ask her to turn it off. I get that. I personally don't have issues with that. I just watch a lot of documentaries, I think, because I'm super autistic, so really all I watch are documentaries, like the couple animes that I like, and YouTube, and I also like The Office, the US Office, but that's about it. And The Lion King. The only time I took acid, I took mushies, drunk smoke weed, DXM, and Ellis. Holy fuck, that sounds like a lot.
What if they just chose a random paper? You don't even know. We don't know the reason why the artist put that in there, but you want them to be sued and fired, and you're willing to allege a pedophilic conspiracy? What the fuck?
Her chatter's just like, dude, why can't we just say it's weird? Like, we don't have to say there's a...
Yeah, Reno, that's probably a good idea. I have a weird brain. Psychedelics and weed seem to be very, like, positive experiences for me. Mushrooms, not as much. but like I've had a lot of really great experiences on DMT.
Ball or anything like that. We can.
Do we have to watch Slayers? Can we watch like Tenchi Muyo GXP or something?
Just admit this is weird, right? And she immediately goes to the, well, it's not copywritten. And then she goes back to arguing against pedophilic conspiracies. The chatter was not pushing a cabal conspiracy theory. I don't know why she keeps doing this.
I went to Balenciaga's website, and lo and behold, it was real. The creepy photo shoots, the CP document, everything was right there.
The CP document? It wasn't a CP document. You manipulative fuck. You lying, manipulative fuck. It is a public domain court document about a case that made it easier to prosecute child porn. You manipulative slimeball.
I had no idea the entire internet started talking about it, because once a tweet of mine starts to blow up, I just mute it and just move on with my day. My tweet was
bullshit. Bullshit. When this originally came out, we went through her comments. She was replying to comments.
Okay, DemonMama, you've done the exact same fucking shit. Shut the fuck up.
It's bullshit. Do shoeonhead fans really buy this shit? Do shoeonhead fans really eat from the trough like this? This person has no respect for
Look,
you.
I don't even need to be a shoeonhead fan to see that this is all bullshit. You know, when DemonMama first started streaming, she was actually more similar to my style of streaming. And, you know, it's really disappointing that it turned out this way. Like, genuinely.
I'm thinking the same
I want my money back.
exact thing about DemonMama fans right now. When I saw her say that, I thought, okay, maybe it's in her original stream. Because she did a whole stream on the original tweet and then cut that into a video. But in the video, she definitely does not go over shoeonhead replying to comments. And I thought maybe that's where the conspiracy theories are. Maybe I can finally find the conspiracy theories. So I went back, watched the entire stream. Still nothing. Not only are the conspiracy theories not there, but on top of that, she does not go through shoeonhead's comments, and she doesn't show shoeonhead replying to other people. In the clip where she just said, we saw it, I'm assuming she's saying that they saw it on stream and that they all went over it together. Now, DemonMama came into that stream very prepared, and she had all of her things about child
agree with that, Megaritz.
abuse and sex trafficking and all of those other unrelated things. So it's possible now that she actually went over shoeonhead replying to the comments in like a Discord with other people while they were doing research for that stream. So I've already gone through shoeonhead's threads. I have not found anything conspiratorial in there. Not only that, I haven't even seen her replying to other people in her comments. It's possible that they exist, I just don't see them, and it's very frustrating that all of these streamers keep seeming to reference things that they're refusing to show us or show any evidence of, while
it's because they don't exist.
Literally everything that they're talking about hinges on that information. Like, let's say that it actually turns out that all of the things that they're saying actually are true and shoeonhead really was pushing a conspiracy theory. This wouldn't change any of my video because that's kind of on them to show us that information if that's what all of their videos are about. I only wanted to play like 2 or 3 clips from DemonMama's show, but the more I watched, the more I felt like I had to say something. So I've already made my point on most of this stuff, so we can just rapid fire through it all real quick.
Checked and said that this is a real photo, which nobody ever doubted that it was a real photo. And the fact checker also held the argument that it was a law against child pornography.
Shoe never said otherwise.
She's oh my God.
I've never seen one of these fact checker things just be like, fact check true. I know.
Oh my God! Oh my fucking God, she did it! It said that it was a law against child pornography, you fucking idiot! Are you for real?
She still never said otherwise.
With Balenciaga facing a firestorm over a series of disturbing new ads.
Oh yeah, I love it. TMZ. Oh yeah, TMZ is the best source ever, shoeonhead. What quality investigative pedo hunting you're doing here, citing fucking TMZ.
Eyes and ears were on their highest profile partner for comment. Kim finally released a statement on Sunday calling herself disgusted and outraged.
Are you denying that Kim said that she was disgusted and outraged?
Meanwhile,
Dr. Pepper grew!
Her ex-husband, Kanye West, after going on InfoWars and saying, quote, "There are a lot of things I love about Hitler," ran defense for Balenciaga.
And now all of a sudden, everyone is so outraged and focused on Balenciaga, but then we're still aborting our kids.
I forgot about this, okay? They need to make this like a Fortnite character.
Still fornicating, but oh, we don't wear Balenciaga now.
Hey, Shu. Real question here. Have you ever thought about why he might have done that? Have you ever thought about why he would want to pivot attention from Balenciaga towards his own enemies?
Rena never cared for shoeonhead, but it's crazy they all got so angry at her for this. Yes, because so now that we're having hindsight, right? So now we know what we know about Vaush, we know what we know about Destiny. This is a part of my whole thing where, like, I want to get people to realize that they don't have to stay, like, in those audiences. I'm not saying they necessarily have to move to my audience, but, like, we're gonna do this right over here. Okay, we're gonna do it the right way. Armored Skeptic is more interesting than Shoe. Dude, I think Armored Skeptic is, like, a grifter for conspiracy videos, which I actually support.
Towards his own political ends? Interesting how that goes, huh? This is just more well poisoning. Let's go, though.
It is just blatantly obvious that she does not know what well poisoning is.
This is the thing with conspiracies, though. They're always rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are unexplained about the world.
Did he just eat out of peanut butter? Hold on, what?
Obvious that she does not know what well poisoning is.
He is eating Skippy.
This is the thing with conspiracies, though. They're always rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are unexplained about the world, and people just kind of feel helpless and powerless, people understandably start to look for answers elsewhere. And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the
Oh, Shinny, I love conspiracies, okay? We watch conspiracy videos on here when I can find good ones.
and powerful, doing what they do in secret, now out in the open. Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing, where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement?
This is going to be interesting.
Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge...
On Twitter, by the way, shoeonhead was going around in her comments saying that this was a literal pedo conspiracy.
Evidence, please.
Saying that people who don't agree with her insane posting were defending pedophiles.
Yeah.
She said that this was this was pedo shit.
True.
That people were defending pedo shit.
Hey, shoeonhead, this fact check just says true.
Oh my God, like I could just, do we want to just bring some of these up?
Whoa, what was that? Yeah, please, pull some of them up. Yeah. Wait, where did that other one go?
Like I've got, you could just, they're all over the place. She said this to all kinds of people.
So many. There's so many conspiracy theories. I can't even pick one.
She was saying all over.
Pics or it didn't happen. Come on, DemonMama.
Over the place that this is pedo shit. What's with the pedo shit? Stop defending the pedo shit.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What are you fucking talking about?
What are you talking about? These things are pedophilic and you are defending them.
You retreated because you have no spine. You won't stand by the fact that you have blood on hands.
Up from $1 billion company, and when $1 billion company f***ed up, who better to come to their defense?
I hate it, by the way, that DemonMama refers to shoeonhead like that. I understand if people don't like shoeonhead. She can be contradictory sometimes, alright? There's certainly like, you know, criticisms you can make, but blood on hands? Really? Really? Really?
Spare me your tears,
Damn,
bitch.
son, where'd
Not
you find
interested.
this?
Thank you. Oh my God, it's the same one.
Then the progressive left.
Who better to come to their defense than them putting out a fake PR statement that you gobble up because you're brain dead, and then your followers all gobble it up as they fucking bury an artist who didn't do anything wrong. You haven't even proven that the artist did anything wrong. You haven't even proved that the artist even had negative intent. All you know is that there was a document in a photo and nothing more. That's it. And other things. People were drawing lines to the connections, which you never show.
Well, yeah, she didn't make any of those claims, so she's not...
What exactly does she mean? That she has blood on her hands? Asked Serena. Well, so DemonMama, for some reason, believes that shoeonhead is trying to, like, make a subtle anti-LGBT message. She basically thinks that by Shoe saying that Balenciaga stuff is weird, that she's implying that, like, LGBT people are groomers and shit, which I can't connect that in my head, personally. And like I said, I'm pretty gay and trans. So I think, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not saying that DemonMama has done any crimes, but I think this might be a self-report type of thing, you know, a little bit. You haven't seen this one, DemonMama, the Sora backfill tonight? No. And if you guys come tomorrow, her other stuff it's wild. It's all wild.
going to show any of that stuff. But while you're complaining about her not showing things that she never claimed, you did not show any of the things that you claimed, which was conspiracy theories. You went on to say that she called people pedos and said that people were defending pedo stuff, but that's all true. This is pedo stuff. As you keep saying that this is not a pedo document, it is a document about pedophilia, so the rest of us are calling it a pedo document. And even if the stuff that she was saying about the pedo stuff wasn't true, it still wouldn't be a conspiracy theory. But the conspiracy theory part, that is on you, that is for you to show, and you have not shown that whatsoever. You just hear her say that she doesn't believe in any of the conspiracy theories, and you just continue to accuse her of conspiracy theories without saying what those conspiracy theories are, and then you go on to name a bunch of things that are not conspiratorial whatsoever. On top of that, yeah, she never blamed the photographer. She never went off about the photographer. I don't know why you're acting like she cares so much about the photographer.
Can we stop pretending Shu is an ally yet? Shoeonhead belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shu herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this point. You are a Nazi. Shu is literally just a Nazi.
Why are you nodding to this? How?
Yeah, Shu is a Nazi. Shoeonhead is a fascist and a danger to our community. This is—
So these are just random people who disagreed with her? A lot of people have come to accuse me, just for disagreeing with Shu, of being a pedophile, which, you know, when people keep saying pedophiles get the wood chipper, you gotta do this, that, and the other thing, when there's people perpetuating a groomer panic right now, when there are people saying that they're going to kill anybody that they think is a pedophile, you know, it almost makes me feel like maybe Shu is just being a little bit of a professional victim again. Kind of seems like Shu is just doing a big boo-hoo routine after she borrowed from Brittany Venti and then popularized a conspiracy theory that has absolutely no evidence to support it.
Oh my god, bro.
I keep trying to move on, but I've just never heard somebody be so wrong and so hypocritical so many times in a row just like this, back to back, right after she just finished showing you that a bunch of people on the internet are calling her a Nazi. You go on to say that those are just a bunch of random people, but you have people calling you a pedophile. And you—
What's up, Banani's Moose? She kind of grew on me. I didn't like her as much a couple of years ago. She's pretty funny now. Yeah, I mean, I always really enjoyed when she would go over, like, TERF content. She was, like, one of my inspirations at the time for making, Our Gender Cynical. But, yeah, she is... I really think it's important to go back and look at DemonMama's behavior, honestly, considering all the stuff that happened with Glooby. I just, you know, just to be safe. We can figure out why she left the internet.
Complain about the fact that people are threatening pedophiles with violence, as though the left doesn't constantly say things like punch a Nazi or Nazis shouldn't have rights. Your entire chat is spamming true while they are calling her a Nazi. Now, I do think that Shoeonhead should do more to condemn her fan base, and I definitely think that people like that should be banned and blocked, but—
Wait, hold on. What was that username? Was that Bad Empanada? Oh, no, never mind. I'm retarded.
Shoeonhead should do more to condemn her fan base, and I definitely think that people like that should be banned and blocked. But you can't say that it's just a bunch of random people for her, but then for you, it's super important? Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. For now, we're moving on to Vaush. Vaush is the ringleader here, and I was actually very happy with the beginning of his video because he disagrees with, like, all of the main talking points that we've heard so far.
I think the most moral thing that you can do with the Balenciaga situation is for the entire world to do this. At Balenciaga. No far-right moral panic. No, like, insane, this means that QAnon is real, actually. This is what I want. I think this is literally, like, the morally correct way to handle it.
Let's go! We finally get to review somebody with half a brain! Oh my goodness! I mean, it looks like we can just wrap it up. He agrees with literally her entire thing, so that's it.
Earlier, my man, Zan, who never misses, by the way, posted a video called Destroying Shoeonhead's Life.
See, this is why Xanderhal ended up this way. Because you kept gassing him up when he was acting fucking stupid. That's not what you do. Alright? You pull them aside, like Tipster will sometimes pull me aside and say, listen, you absolute retard. You need to stop doing this and do this instead. And then you know what I say? Okay. Megaritz, I think this is when in the midst of the height of the groomer panic in 2022, where lots of people were pushing imagined and vague LGBT grooming connections. I think the leftist backlash to Shu was in part an over-defensive overreaction against the groomer panic. I think that's true. I just think we should never do that again. You know? I just think we should be really careful when we do this stuff, especially now. The far right does claim they go after groomers, but also just jumps in LGBT people with it. Well, Yeah, that's a much bigger conversation, but we'll get into that. No idea if that was what you were referencing, but funny name, shitty ass kid. Zan never misses, bro, no. Ringleader, Cherry, ew. Never misses, ask him about Joe Biden, Vaush, do it. Zan kind of pushed him to this point. Yeah.
Response to me. Shu blocked Zan. Zan called out Shu over a thing. I forget all the details. Yes, that's right. Oh, DM also did a video, right, which released earlier. That's right. DemonMama.
Speaking of that, don't forget to subscribe, you guys. We're trying to get to 500, okay? Trying to get monetized. Help me a lot, okay? I'm legally blind. All I got is an e-bike. Alright.
Also never misses. Zan is probably right, but she was... legitimately, I can't even think of that many... I can't think of any time that Zan's missed. Does Zan miss? I think Zan misses.
Zan objectively missed. DemonMama missed pretty hard too.
Okay, so basically Shu did something and that means I have to talk about it because everyone holds me to account for everything she's ever done. I don't know why this keeps happening.
Well, Hey It's Vadim and all of these lefties decided to hold Shu accountable for some right-winger that she's quote tweeted a couple of times. They decided to hold her accountable for the messed up stuff that he says, so you guys are actual friends. You guys have actually talked to each other.
And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face, surrounded by alcohol and holding a teddy bear, a teddy bear that was wearing a full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying...
Alcohol? Yeah, aren't there like wine glasses down here? This is a glass. That's not BDSM. Okay, I'm just going to ignore chat. Let's ignore chat. That's fine. It says H2O. It's a hip flask that says H2O. Do you get it? Like, do you get... Okay, yeah, we're just going to ignore chat on this. Okay, I do think the Balenciaga images are weird. That is a BDSM harness. I don't care if you're aware of some, like, esoteric other explanation. We're talking about what, like, the public perceives it.
Josh, Zan kind of... I regret going along with the Xander from Mrs. Line. It's okay. We all make mistakes, you guys. I used to be a huge fan of Vaush. There's a decent chance you'll see me in chat here.
There's always another way you can interpret basically anything. That's a BDSM harness. This is alcohol coated. These are literally wine and champagne glasses. If you disagree, you're stupid, and I'm sorry. That right there is like a hip flask. It's kind of weird. I don't think it's QAnon, pedo, gate, red pill, whatever. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I've said this a
Good morning, Winter Rose. We are having a good time watching a Foolery video of all things.
million times. Let's go on.
This is so nice. I think I'm gonna cry. This has been so hard, and to finally hear somebody who makes some sense, it's just... I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next one.
That was a separate photo shoot, but it was there.
Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they delete their Twitter account, but they deleted every single photo off of...
Horseman is spitting here. The horse lolly thing is just so unfortunate. You know, and he actually... I think he could have addressed it in a way that actually was, you know, like, functional, but he chose not to, so whatever.
Of their Instagram page.
I'm not mad. Don't tell the papers I'm mad.
Why are you running? Why are you running? So I actually found all this out because I saw a TikTok on my Twitter.
So I heard that apparently Balenciaga frequently does Instagram purges. I don't know if they frequently leave Twitter, but I think they do the Insta purges. I don't know if that's related necessarily to this. Okay, oh god, please chat. Please chat. If you can just hold your shit together, by the end of this, we will all be happier. If you can just calm down and not inject your opinions into this and let me do this. Please. Stop. Okay? The thing that happens every time is you guys get riled up to attack Shu, so you make bad criticisms, and that shit sets me off. I don't like seeing people do that with Nazis, let alone Shu, somebody that I'm actually on good terms with, okay? So if you
what happened, bro?
Despise me being on good terms with Shu, if you want to see that come to an end, then it's in your best interest to shut up and let me offer the criticisms, okay? Because I can do it better than you can.
Base true. Let's go.
Here we go with Vaush acting like Shu doesn't know exactly what she's doing, just patronizing as from decoy tricks in chat, okay? You have never left your house. Let's not even talk about not knowing Shu. You know, you've never spoken to another human, okay? You're an experiment, all right? You're living in a computer simulation. You have no idea.
After Vaush started off his video talking about how DemonMama and Xanderhal never miss, oh, please to God, I hope he sees this video. He has no idea how hard he is ripping on them right now. These chatters are all just pre-programmed by Xanderhal and DemonMama to say all of these idiotic things. The stupid things that he's upset with the chatters for saying are just stupid things that they got from DemonMama and Xanderhal. These are all the same talking points. If he thinks these dumb chatters have never left their house, I'm pretty sure he thinks DemonMama and Xanderhal have never left their houses. All that chatter did was just point out that shoeonhead's actually using this secret coded messaging, and she's actually trying to hide what it is she's really saying and what she's really doing. And they're circling this stuff and drawing lines from it, and they're finding all of the codes and the hidden messaging. And their problems actually start with them being socialists. If they understood capitalism, they would understand that their demand for crazy right-wingers is not as high as the supply. This is why they just start to eat their own. Isn't cannibalism like also a socialist thing?
Well, that's not...
Let's just...
We'll discuss this later, Tom. That's not how that works.
Let's just hold on for a second. For anybody who thought, I'll just skip ahead to the Vaush part and see what...
You know, not exploitation films trying to explain lolcows like King Cobra is so much more difficult, or Christian as a basic example. Yeah, I just, when people ask me what I do for my streaming hobby, I say I cover political and drama topics, and then when they're like, oh, what kind of political and drama topics? I'm just like, oh, you know, like the same kind of stuff as TMZ. And then some of them will come and look up my profile and think I'm either really funny or incredibly offensive. Josh. Zan even said that about talking about shoot of Vaush, but then is a hypocrite with keffals. True. Megaritz, the flat earth community is full of extreme lolcows and really bad scandals. Oh, based. It is almost the worst community in the world. And when I say based, I just mean it's based for content. Yeah, maybe just don't.
happened there. You are going to be very confused. There is over an hour and a half of context leading up to this point. This is us just taking everything and wrapping it up in a nice tiny little bow. But you will not get that bow.
You can post it, Zeppo.
You will not see the bow. You can continue watching if you'd like, but nothing is going to make sense to you if you did not watch everything before this.
Right off the bat, we've got a couple of issues in terms of, again, not position-wise, but in terms of, like, what the outcome of this rhetoric and behavior is. Emboldening the right. Not to, like, leaving aside the fact that her initial characterization of people's response to Balenciaga left out the fact that it was the far right who jumped in it, not people. Leaving aside...
Yeah, Megaritz, you can always DM me and give me any suggestions for anybody you think is really interesting, and I'll check it out.
The fact she didn't mention that Brittany is a Nazi. This is relevant info. You know, moral panics coming from, like, the far right are different from just, oh, people are concerned about. It is a critical distinction, you know? And then she jumps into this, oh, haha, if I get assassinated. Again, this isn't about positions. Nothing she's saying here is explicitly far right, or even, by the way, explicitly incorrect. I've made jokes about, you know, oh, bullet in the back of my head, whatever. But as we're going to see, there's kind of a pattern of, like, I don't think Shu's far right, but holy shit, does she go out of her way to not make them angry with her, you know? But we'll get to it.
So yeah, this is him just continuing to agree with all of my positions up until now. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what she did. It's what she didn't do that you can have a problem with. Which Xanderhal and DemonMama and Denims fans can all pretend that that's what their real criticism was. But no, you guys threw in all of the conspiracy bullcrap, which completely ruined your entire argument.
Even if I removed my brain and replaced it with a little toy monkey with symbols or whatever they have going on up there, even if I saw it from their point of view, if the issue they have with all of this is that I shouldn't be talking about this.
This is like just, this is such a standard response, isn't it? That when somebody does something wrong or says something stupid or it gets blown out into the wrong way or whatever, and then, like, in response to my attempted cancellation, they want to silence me. They don't want me to talk. It's just like the standard thing that comes out, you know?
Oh, here we go. Oh no. Vaush, watch this freaking video. Watch this freaking video, bro. Oh, nobody's saying this. Who's saying this? Oh, what? No one says this. That is literally what your friends are saying. You got Xanderhal, you got Merrick, you got DemonMama, you got Denims, you got all their fans, you got all the people that she shows tweets from online, which is probably all of their fans. I don't think that these people are very common, so I would assume that all of the dumb lefties all congregate in very small particular places. But she is not strawmanning, and this is not lazy argumentation. This is who she is actually dealing with. They are not upset that she didn't give the correct caveats after she made the tweet. They are upset that she made the tweet at all. They are upset with the actual position. They are mad that she said it whatsoever.
Think of, for example, Bill Barr, right? That's the name, right? Bill Barr? He's the guy I'm thinking of, right? He's the guy who has the talk show. He did the thing. Yeah.
Internet mixing with IRL is interesting. That is true. That is very true.
Maher. No, not Bill Burr. Bill Maher. I was in between those two. Bill Maher. Anyway, Bill Maher. Bill Maher is not, you know, a far-right guy. However, he has talked about, trans...
I gotta say, I don't know, how does chat feel about Bill Maher? I think he's an annoying cunt, I'm not gonna lie.
people as a social contagion on his show.
I don't think the Bill Barr or Bill Burr or Bill Maher, crap, I recorded that to make fun of him and now I'm screwing it up. I don't think that that analogy is very apt, honestly, because Bill Maher has actually said things against trans people and doesn't seem to believe in like gender and that sort of crap. But I do think the overall point is correct, that it is a good thing to push back against your audience if they are saying things that are wrong or incorrect. In the sphere that we are in, our jobs are to educate the people that watch us. We also want to be entertaining as well, but if you're going to be entertaining and mislead people, you need to be upfront about that in the beginning. Nobody gets online for a crowd to watch them and just says like, oh, what? There's no difference between me and them.
Well, Bill Hicks is a good comedian, but Bill Maher thinks he's very special because he's like a moderate Democrat. Like he's like, oh, these fucking kids. Like, he's literally just old man yelling at cloud these days.
They're all the same. No, there's tons of people watching you. There's nobody watching them. Them posting something in the chat is not at all equal to somebody saying something up on screen. And if you gain a following over time, you are given authority that maybe is undeserved, but that's still a responsibility that you need to take on and take care of. And that's really something that shoeonhead needs to learn about. So though the analogy was not really apt, I agree with the message. But there is another analogy that also was not an apt analogy and totally missed the mark.
I'll give you another example in another historical situation that we're probably not that familiar with, so that I can break up the mold a little bit, okay? Nazi Germany.
No, not that one. No, the other one. We're not doing Vaush Nazi analogies today. Sorry.
I mean, I can bring this back to the most simple possible example to explain how psychotic this would be, okay? Imagine that you have a roommate and a friend. They're the same person. You're friends with the roommate. And you enter the kitchen while they're cooking. And, you know, they're making like something, they're pulling something out of the oven. And you walk in and you say, oh, hi, friend. But because you turn the corner too sharply right as they're getting up with the thing they got out of the oven, you end up hitting them in the shoulder, causing them to drop, I don't know, boiling.
Will, I didn't know much about Bill Maher in the past, but he seems to be significantly to the right of center left nowadays. Yeah, he was considered more of a lefty back in the 2000s. Jon Stewart on What This Fuck was pretty funny, talking about COVID. Oh, Stephen Colbert. I miss Stephen Colbert. Megaretz is religious. 2008 was maybe mildly funny.
Hot, like lasagna. Yeah, lasagna. They shatter the glass. It hits their foot. 400-degree lasagna gets everywhere. Broken glass all over their foot. Third-degree burns. Dinner is ruined. Everything is okay. Now, obviously, you got to go to the hospital for this. That's gonna hurt, you know. And they're in the hospital, you know, and you follow along, whatever. And they're there, you know, their foot's got bandages, and they're like, don't you have something you want to say? And you're like, what? They're like, you hit me. You hit my shoulder. You made this happen. And you're like, I waved my arm to say hi to you. I didn't mean to knock the lasagna. And they're like, okay, I know you didn't mean to, but like, and you're like, what did I do? You have a problem with me waving hi to you? Should I not wave hi at you in the future? Like, what do you have an issue with that? Should I stop doing that? Is that what you want from me? Do you think I'm making a joke? That's exactly what's happening here, with no exaggeration.
So that's a great analogy by Vaush. I actually love it, but it is not apt. And the reason it's not apt is because it's as if the person who has the food dropped the food and then said, why did you murder everybody? I can imagine that for somebody like shoeonhead, it's hard to focus on the real criticisms when you have content creators like DemonMama, like Xanderhal, making the disgusting criticisms that they've been making. Calling her a Nazi, they start calling her a conspiracy theorist, they accuse her of saying all sorts of things that she never said. We have Merrick on Twitter weaponizing her trauma against shoeonhead to accuse her of things that she's not doing. And I don't think it's crazy if the person who initially bumped into them doesn't say, oh, I'm so sorry I bumped into you and knocked your food over. Instead, they say, I didn't murder anybody. What is wrong with you? You're a freaking psycho. Yes, shoeonhead should have said, hey, I don't believe in these conspiracy theories. We shouldn't go attack trans people. We shouldn't go harass anybody. And those things would have been great from the start, but they didn't happen at the start. And then a bunch of people flooded her with a bunch of insanity. So I don't want to give her a pass on this, but I also need to take in all of the context. And I'm just not sure that Vaush has all of that information when he's reviewing this video.
I want to be clear here, seen in my entire life very, very few
honestly, probably not. Like, and the reason why I say that is because when you create content, you tend to spend a lot less time watching content in your free time just to kind of get away, you know, like to have some touching grass time. And it's certainly possible because, I mean, a lot of these streams that we're going to go through are, you know, they're long. They're long. It's necessary, but they're long. Jon Stewart is a bit more left than me, but he's funny and he is good at articulating his points. Stephen Colbert wrote a really good book about that.
Instances of people on the left actually enabling pedophilia.
Well, that's nice for Vaush that he hasn't seen these things, but everybody who watched this video has seen dozens of examples of it.
What harm comes from this? Who gives a shit, dude? It's a kid holding a teddy bear. How traumatizing. People love to misunderstand fashion. It's so tiring. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion, Mom. Look it up. Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com. Oh no, they're selling pedophile wear.
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a
Will, wow, that was a very artistic comparison of Vaush's part, to be honest. In that scenario, you should probably just be nice and apologize for your role in the lasagna incident. Well, yeah, exactly. You know, and it is autistic. I think Vaush, one of the things I've noticed about him is I think he does have a hard time acknowledging, like, when he does tism, you know?
BDSM harness. Maybe shoeonhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on shoeonhead.
It's very strange that DM's video is being intercut here. The rest of this had everything censored, like every tweet shown. Zan's tweet, everything. I don't know why the clip chimping is happening from here. That seems very strange.
On head's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself. Wow.
Okay, just to be perfectly clear, okay? I think those Balenciaga photos were sussy. However, no, it's not pedophilic to have a kid pose in a photo and they're holding a bear that has a leather harness. You do no good to children at all. You do literally nothing to help anyone with this, like, ridiculous fear-based, like, moral panic version of looking for... It is sussy, but there is a line between, like, sussy and pedophilia. Go back and watch a Cartoon Network show from the 90s, and you're going to find some episodes that are a little sussy. That's not the same as them being promotions of pedophilia. That's the point of sussy. The term sussy, it means suspicious. Like, that's kind of weird. I wonder, that's not the same. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's just incorrect, Vaush. Here. Suspicious, having or showing caution or distrust of someone or something, causing one to have the idea or impression
yes, appealing to the dictionary
that something or someone is questionable, dishonest, or dangerous character or condition. Both of those definitions work just fine, because what it is we're doing when we look at Balenciaga is saying, hey, this seems weird, this is a little pedophilic, but we're not going to accuse you guys of pedophilia, we just think it's freaking weird. And what we're waiting for is a response from Balenciaga. And when Balenciaga immediately takes all of their stuff down and immediately starts apologizing and filing lawsuits, we all look at each other and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, based. Now, if Balenciaga had come back and been like, no, it's perfectly fine to do sexual stuff around kids, bro, this would go from sussy to pedophilic. If they were like, yeah, who cares about those social norms? Who cares about trying to help children in this way? That would be pedophilic. We are suspicious of pedophilia. There's an actual thing that we are sus of. We are suspicious of pedophilia. There's no way I will ever get this video monetized. And the word pedophilic just means relating to pedophilia. So if it's pedophilia that we're suspicious of, then yes, it would be pedophilic. On top of that, Vaush...
Dude, Totally Spies was totally a fetish, so let's just be real.
Just completely misunderstood what happened or missed it. I don't know if his brain turned off for a second there. DemonMama infers that shoeonhead is a pedophile. And then Vaush starts arguing against shoeonhead, saying this isn't pedophilic, acting as though shoeonhead called DemonMama a pedophile. I actually got into an argument about this in one of Vaush's clip channel comments sections, and there were people there saying that actually shoeonhead clipped DemonMama out of context.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself.
You don't like it, do you? Hey, shoeonhead. Hey, shoeonhead, how come you only played that bit of the video? How come you didn't go back and watch the actual video with your fans? How come you picked out the one joke I made, the part where I say, I bet shoeonhead wouldn't like it if it was done to her? If you literally just roll it back, I literally just say, man, I bet it would feel bad for shoeonhead to be subject to her
Why is DemonMama, like, got the counterpoints red on?
own rhetoric. What an idiot. What a loser! She's literally malding and so salty. That's it. The best she could come up with.
You can go back and check yourself. I actually watched the 10 minutes leading up to that moment, and she does not say that at all. Here is the transcript from the 10 minutes leading up to it. So if anybody would like to point out the point where she says any of that stuff, you can pause it whenever and point it out, or read all of this if you'd like, but I promise you it didn't happen. It's not in there. She just did this and then lied about it. She's just lying. She is just a liar. And now Vaush is also repeating her words saying that it's a clip chimp. And her fans are running around saying
she doesn't have horns on yet.
shoeonhead clip chimped her. She did not clip chimp her. It's just DemonMama inferring that shoeonhead's a pedophile. That's all it was. DemonMama's argument was to say that if Shoe thinks that this is pedophilic, then Shoe would be pedophilic. Shoe never said that just having BDSM is pedophilic. I'm pretty sure Shoe engages in BDSM. DemonMama inferred that shoeonhead was a pedophile like 5 different times throughout her video, so she did it over and over and over. shoeonhead did not clip chimp DemonMama here to make her look bad. This is actually what DemonMama was doing. And I seem to have this problem a lot with people on the left, where I prove that their content creator has lied to them in objective terms. Everybody who comes into my comments says, so what? They're bad. People on the left are willing to be lied to, and they're okay with being lied to as long as they're being lied to about the right person. You just say whatever you want about Matt Walsh. Tell people he had sex.
Hey, thanks for all the subs, you guys. You guys are fucking awesome.
With a dinosaur, and that the dinosaur didn't consent to it, and they will all run around saying that he actually raped the dinosaur. The people in these communities do not have any problem with lying. They have problems with lying about people they like. And this has even happened with Vaush fans as well. These are Vaush's friends. All of these people engage in the same communities. They all hang out together. They all talk to each other. They have built cultures around these things, and they are all perfectly happy staying in these echo chambers and not taking criticism from outside people.
There are right-wing people who are constantly calling everything and anything to do with pedophilia, like gay shit, LGBT shit. Yes, I get it. I have a bi flag in the background of some of my videos, and I get comments like, nice groomer flag. Like, I get it. But how long should we not say anything in fear of giving them ammo? Because this was probably the most clear-cut example of something weird and gross, completely unrelated to gay people, and these people still did damage control for it. If anything...
They did damage control for the far-right people who immediately made it about gay people. You didn't put the Balenciaga tweet out, and then immediately a bunch of lefties responded to your tweet. They responded to the far-right jumping on it. The one that you are very, very, very deliberately not acknowledging or describing the extent of.
Yeah, again, I do think she's downplaying this a little bit too much, but you're just incorrect. The lefties were defending it. They straight up defended it, and they straight up said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the document or the bear, which Vaush condemns both of those things. And those are the people that she played clips of. I mean, I can't...
Stop raping the dinosaur. What the fuck are you talking about?
I can't explain away all of the tweets getting censored.
I feel like DemonMama was coping and seething, says Winter Rose at the time. Yeah, it's definitely, through watching these again, like in this context, I'm definitely getting the feeling that DemonMama is a big shit stirrer. You know, like maybe it just wasn't obvious. It wasn't obvious to me at first. Maybe it's the autism. I get the feeling from, you know, going over all this today that she was a big shit stirrer. Well, okay, but that applies to both the left and the right. If you agree with someone's politics and think they're good advocate for your politics, you'll probably be a lot more inclined to believe something. That's true.
And then DemonMama's name getting censored, but not her face or whatever. But I think it would be weird to censor somebody's face in a video, and I think it's a lot more likely that she would censor people in tweets instead. Plus, DemonMama's a public figure, so I don't care either way. She didn't censor a public figure, so what? I don't care. But the people she's talking about are people that are actually in your orbit and in hers. These are people that she was friends with and that she talked to. She does semi-acknowledge the right-wing stuff, and she also
thank you, Megaritz.
Pushes back against the conspiracy theories by saying that she doesn't believe in them, and she also talks about how she has LGBTQ flags and is clear about the fact that she supports the LGBTQ. So all of the things that you guys were upset about and that you wanted from her, she did in this video by saying that she doesn't believe in the conspiracy theories and that she is on board with the LGBTQ. Yet here you are still upset about all of these other things that she's already remedied. And I could be wrong here, but I could have sworn I've heard each and every single one of you say that you won't let the right wing dictate what your narratives are and what you are or aren't going to say.
Whatever, give the right ammo. It's the way you acted so quickly to defend this shit. And yes, by implying I can't talk about it or I'm committing scholastic terrorism or whatever the the new buzzword is, that is defending this.
Why does everyone call it scholastic terrorism? It's scotastic terrorism. Scholastic terrorism is when my parents made me do Hooked on Phonics when I was a kid and I didn't want to do it. That is scholastic terrorism.
This shit that anyone with eyes can—
What if I said that the shit stirring is a key part of leftism? What would you say to that? I would say, I agree, but you need to be able to do it in a way that's optically efficient and also, like, not really fucking weird.
See is creepy. I have been talking about this stuff all of my career, and I have a great track record. I was talking about maps years ago, and now there's hired academics using the term. I warned about Amos Yee, who said I was too mean to and he was arrested for having CP. I exposed Prostasia, then they shut down their forum, so young maps could no longer enter it. I helped get the word out about this Balenciaga thing, and even the brand itself had to admit it was creepy and is now doing an investigation into it. I don't care if you yourself don't want to talk about this stuff. I don't care. You do you, I will do me. But all I ask is that you stay out of my way when I am doing me. And just know that I am not sorry, I did nothing wrong, and I will do it again. Goodbye.
This is a disgusting video. Nah, it's genuinely disgusting. I can only regard it with malice. This entire video is framed as a from the left enable.
Well, not gonna lie though, I definitely gave Vaush way too much benefit of the doubt for many years. I did too as well, so don't worry. Don't put people on pedestals that could make you overlook legitimate wrongdoing. Yeah. No, I agree. And that's, I think, why I ended up in my current group of, like, people that I hang out with. Because I've never... I'm just gonna use keffals as an example. I've never, like, put keffals on my pedestal. I've always related to her a lot because I have fucked up in my life and... You know, we both have PTSD, so, like, it's much more realistic, and I am definitely guilty of, like, putting people like Vaush on a pedestal, you know? It took a lot of convincing for me to not be bad on, that issue. Don't overlook the tax folders, exactly.
Of the moral panic that she was accused of enabling to begin with. Okay, let me sum this all up. At the end of the day, if you are a public figure, you are responsible for the outcomes of your behavior. Everyone acknowledges this. Anyone who disagrees is psychotic. I'm going to stop, like, playing nice with this, okay? Shu, if you believe that you should only be held accountable for the intentions of your behavior, you're a child. And frankly, you shouldn't even be online. The pretense that they are angry with you for going after Balenciaga is dishonesty on your part. It is a...
Wow, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Vaush retarded take.
Lie, and you know it is a lie, and you are lying deliberately, even if you pretend not to.
He goes on to say that, like, nobody's mad about anything that she's actually said. They're just mad about the outcomes, but as I've shown, this is just objectively wrong. He's wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. They are just mad at her for talking about the Balenciaga situation whatsoever. When they're mad at her for pointing out the bear, when they're mad at her for pointing out the paper, when they're saying there's nothing wrong with any of these things, that is what they are mad at her for. They are mad at her for pointing it out at all. I mean, I thought everything she said was actually pretty base. He thinks it's disgusting, but the thing is that you can't convince her that these are negative outcomes when she doesn't even agree that the people who are tweeting all of this stuff out are bad people. She may not agree with a lot of the more conspiratorial parts of these things, and I think
Zeppo, Keffals is like one of those armed guys the superintendent invites to schools to talk about their experiences drunk driving.
most people looking at bad people retweeting true things don't think, oh no, they retweeted something true and now they're actually getting truth out. Oh, crap. Normally, if that happened to me and some big right-wing figure tweeted my stuff out, I would be like, dope, now their followers have a chance to follow me and I'm getting some exposure to them. So hopefully I can pull them into some of the more nuanced and reasonable sides of politics. Because, yeah, I don't agree with Vaush on most of this stuff either. I think that they go way too hard on right-wingers, and they use right-wing as a dog whistle to just say this person's bad. And I don't agree with that. Right-wingers that I know are just misinformed, but DemonMama and Xanderhal aren't just misinformed, they're just liars. They're just blatant liars, they are malicious liars, and they are pieces of crap for it. Meanwhile, you got shoeonhead just putting out something true, you got uninformed people retweeting it and using it for something else, and you're super concerned with her and not your own friends. But I don't think I really have anything else to say here. I mean, I think I've made my point. I think I've made this crystal clear. If you have any issues with anything I'm saying, I stream on a consistent basis. You can come on and talk to me about it anytime. I've got Discord links in my description. My Twitter's there as well. So if anybody wants to hit me up, please feel free. Till then, be kind, be cool, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
You know what? I got a hot take for this. I actually think that this is pretty good. I don't agree, obviously, with the way that he analyzes politics, but I think that his analysis of the situation is pretty good. I genuinely do. Y'all can be mad at me, but I genuinely think that, you know, I feel like Tom's, like, video essay content is better than his streaming content, but who knows? So I'm thank you, Tom, for linking me that. That was really, really good, especially for, like, a summary video. Actually, Shinny, it's interesting you say that. I feel like a separate internet for children would maybe be good. Yeah, so Queeman has talked about creating an intranet. If you guys are familiar with the what like an intranet is, so that's like it's like a closed network that works like the internet, but it's not open to everyone. And basically, I think a good idea for that would be to create like an intranet, and that is accountable like to the public via the public school system. And then you actually have like proper monitoring and things like that. Sure, kids are probably still going to get on the regular internet, but because I feel like at school is probably where they have more unsupervised time online, I think it's better to just change everything to that intranet and to like give kids like literal skills or literal classes and like how to be safe online. And now, to be fair, I also believe in crazy ass things like I think that, you know, in schools they should teach therapy techniques, not like super intense ones, but basic ones as just a part of like health class. So, hold on, I gotta make my Monka Tom. Look at this. Monka Tom. He does look much skinnier than he did before, hey? Let me post it in the Discord for you lovely, lovely people. I think it would be a good idea. I had an intranet when I was in elementary school, but that was like the 90s. Well, that's interesting to bring up because I feel like that was more secure. Winter Worlds. Keffals proved on and offline she changed unless someone has solid evidence of the allegations people are saying about Keffals, and I'll change our mind. She's good, you guys. I don't want to argue about that. Megaret's, a lot of bullying and sexual harassment faced by minors on the internet is committed by other minors. Separating minors and adults wouldn't solve that part of it. Yeah, but it would solve the, what I would call the monitoring part. Because I think what happens is a lot of minors aren't monitored online. And so they utilize, like, anonymous ways to, like, harass their peers, right? And so if there's a way to monitor what people are doing, then, you know, we can stop inappropriate behavior before it happens or before it escalates. Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying, because some people might come in here and be like, but you that. But I'm just too nice of a dude. Actually, no. It's because I personally have had, you know, I'm privileged, but I've had some rough experiences. I never feel comfortable judging people a lot unless they're Tyler and call me a pedophile, or they like purposefully, you know, are antagonistic towards me. I call it my autism shield. Alright, no, this isn't the right thing. That's not that. Where did I save it to? It's gone. That's okay, I'll find it later. Alright, guys. Well, it is the morning for me, and I need to go to bed because it is 7. And I would like to stream tonight and actually get here on time. Thank you guys for staying with me for so much longer. Maybe we'll do kind of like a chill stream. Here's my Discord. That's like the best way to participate in the community. So I want to explain something about the Discord though, okay? I'll even use my face. I want to explain something about the Discord. So, my Discord is basically extremely transparent. Think of the general channel as like, what if Spicy Chat, like you could just enter Spicy Chat, like there was no gatekeeping. You also can't say the N-word or any slurs. But, so that's what general kind of has become. So people get real excited in general. But if you pay $2 a month, you can get access to the VIP chat, or I can make a separate channel that's just for, like, chit-chatting, like, in a chill way. We can just call it chill chat or something. But just so you guys know, don't be scared of the people in general. They're very, how do I put this correctly? They get very pumped up about stuff, and because my community isn't insular, I invite people from all walks of life, you know, unless they're just gonna be a total drain on the community, or they're, like, gonna harass people or whatever. General can get kind of crazy sometimes. The general chat can get a little bit, I have to tell them, that kids, I'm gonna turn this van around. But yeah, no, there's no porn allowed in my Discord at all. It's also not for minors. If you're a minor and I find out you're in there, you're banned until your 18th birthday. I don't even want to fuck with that shit. Let's see if I can find something for you guys to raid. Like I said, I really appreciate you guys sticking with me and, like, giving me subs and giving me likes. We're so close to 500. I even have the earn tab open. It's, like, available within YouTube Studio. So, we do fun and harmless shenanigans. That's true. We do get up to some shenanigans, but they're harmless. They're mostly meant to be friendly. Okay, there's no crazy ass shit going on in this place, alright? It's a community for adults. Or if you're, you know, kind of immature, that's alright. As long as you don't yell at me when I ask you to be normal-ish. Okay, so who is live right now? It's probably gonna be mostly Gorlworld people, but I bet we can find somebody good. That's a Gorlworld person. They're too little. I'll find something for you guys. Come on. Come on! Actually, you know what? Fuck it, alright? I'm gonna link you to it's a live channel. It's called Our Universe, A Journey into Mystery Space Documentaries 2025. I sleep to this shit all the time. It's amazing. Okay? Remember to like before you go. Alright? Or else. I love you all. All I see is Atlas the Bookkeeper, which is DSP Detractor channel. The Discord is extremely something phobic. Yeah, we haven't put quite a word on it. I think it's just, again, it's just because a bunch of people in there have different ideas, and I don't babysit people anymore. I just don't. But if you pay $2 and get access to the VIP chat, you can do that by either purchasing a membership on my Coffee or purchasing a membership on Kick. That is where we actually do more policing, and the reason why that is because we're getting paid for it. So here's what you can do. So if you join my Coffee, alright, or if you join my Kick, you can get it. It's only $2 a month. Not even $5 a month. Not even $5 a month. Alright. So here's what I'll raid you guys into. Thank you for stopping by. I'm so flattered that Ico raided me. Oh my god. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. If I had anything better to suggest, I would. Oh yeah, no, it's because it's a weird time. It's 7:13 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Normally I would just like hang out, but me and Emery are gonna dive into Chilakian tomorrow. Well, I organize the rest of that. We're gonna do some Egon Chilakian. If you don't know about Egon Chilakian, alright, I'm gonna link it to you very quickly before we go, and then I'm gonna go. Because you all should know about Egon Chilakian, alright? I've got an Egon Chilakian expert in my Discord. We have made a document. Alright? We've made a document about it. Hold on, let me look up the Destiny. So this is a video making fun of Destiny, but it's extremely funny. If you don't know who Egon Chilakian is, or you're just curious, come out And chill with me and Emery. Whoa, that's a really long link. I don't want you to have that link. That's too long.
Certain kinds.
Please stop. Please stop. Okay. Alright. So this is Egon Chalakian. Hopefully we won't get sucked into the triangle this time. Alright. Love you guys. Peace. Be with you. Alright.